Chapter 1680. Yang Kai's powerful spiritual energy caused the white-robed man's expression to change greatly, and in a fit of anger he let out a loud roar and his entire body suddenly underwent an obvious change. Just like Feng Fengqi, who was killed by Yang Kai in Heavenly Fate City, the white-robed man's body suddenly increased in size and white needle-like hairs appeared on his exposed skin. 2 fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth and even the breath he exhaled was filled with green corpse chi. Leaping up from the ground, the white-robed man shot up into the sky like a cannonball, smashing a hole in the palace as his eyes filled with ruthlessness. Staring in the direction Yang Kai was coming from, he waved his 2 claw-like hands again and again, sending out one claw after another towards Yang Kai. Scram! Yang Kai roared, not even bothering to dodge as he wrapped his fist in black flames and sent a punch towards the white-robed man's face. The sky full of claw attacks collapsed and a huge force bombarded the white-robed man, causing him to let out a muffled groan as he plummeted down like a meteor. A moment later, with a loud bang, a human-shaped crater appeared in the ground. The white-robed man became more and more furious, but after taking a blow from Yang Kai, he didn't seem to have suffered much damage. Leaping out of the crater, he opened his mouth and spat out a round bead. The thick green corpse chi condensed into an arrow and shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his wrist lightly and summoned the verdant dragon bone sword. Pouring his saint chi into it, the verdant dragon bone sword let out a loud dragon roar and transformed into a giant green dragon that swooped down. Yang Kai stood atop the dragon's head and looked down at the white-robed man, his eyes filled with disdain. The corpse chi, which was enough to kill an origin-returning realm master, had no effect on this giant green dragon. Corpse chi was poisonous, but so was this giant green dragon. Naturally, it couldn't do anything to it. On the other hand, the giant green dragon opened its mouth wide and swallowed the green corpse chi that originated from the corpse bead, causing the white-robed man to panic. The distance between them was quickly closed. Staring at the dragon head that was growing larger and larger as it opened its giant mouth, the white-robed man was finally unable to remain calm. Letting out a strange cry, the white-robed man hurriedly dodged. The giant green dragon missed its target, but Yang Kai leapt down from its head and stretched out his hand, summoning the giant green dragon back into his dragon bone sword. Yang Kai slashed down fiercely. It was as if it was going to cut through the world. The long sword without any edge was exuding a terrifying aura. The white-robed man was shocked and hurriedly raised his arm to defend himself. Without a sound, a green light flashed and an arm full of white hair was cut off and fell to the ground. The white-robed man was truly frightened this time. He had never had Yang Kai's of Yang before, Yang's before him. But of Yang Kai of this opponent of his of course of this his of a minds, of him he and Yang be s's. His Yang's. His hims, he's he s's. Yang of with death's Yang's man's spirit Yang of, hurriedly rolling to avoid this blow, the white-robed man picked up his severed arm, stood up and retreated. Only when he was 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai did the white-robed man stop with some lingering fear in his heart and turn to stare at his enemy with a gloomy expression on his face. Where Yang Kai had cut off his arm with his dragon bone sword, many granules began to grow and wriggle, quickly reattaching the severed arm. While the white-robed man was doing all this, Yang Kai just stood by and watched. Not stopping him, Yang Kai waited for the white-robed man to reattach his arm before suddenly grinning. "Have we met somewhere before?" Hearing him say this, the white-clothed man also frowned, and then came to a sudden realization. Pointing his finger at Yang Kai, he shouted in disbelief, "It's you, it's actually you. We really have met before." Yang Kai smiled slightly. "It was in the corpse cave, right? I remember you." When Yang Kai first saw this white-robed man, he felt he was a little familiar, but now he finally remembered. At that time he and Yang Yan had gone deep into the corpse cave in the Grand Burial Valley and had met this white-robed man face to face. The other party had even attacked him. At that time this white-robed man was a corpse general-level master and had forced Yang Kai to flee. After so many years, his strength had obviously improved a lot. "I also remember you." The white-robed man grinned. "It was you who sneaked into the corpse cave and stole many things, but this protector must thank you." "Thank me for what?" Yang Kai frowned. "Thank you for taking away that massive sun's true essence. If it weren't for you, this protector would not have today's achievements." The white-robed man laughed. What does that have to do with Sun's true essence? Yang Kai was puzzled. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. The white-robed man sneered. This protector is Corpse Spirit Religion's white-robed corpse general Kong Fei Rao. Boy, report your name. White-robed corpse general. Yang Kai raised his brow. Are there also red-robed corpse generals, azure-robed corpse generals and so on? He remembered that in the corpse cave he had seen several other corpse generals dressed in different clothes. Indeed. Kong Fei Rao did not deny it. Boy, my corpse spirit religion will sooner or later unify Shadowed Star. You are so young but have such good cultivation, why not join my corpse spirit religion? This protector will definitely report this to the religion master and make you a deacon. Not interested. Yang Kai curled his lips. Boy, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This protector is also interested in your talents. Do you think I can't do anything to you? Can you? Yang Kai smiled lightly. As soon as these words fell, Kong Fei Rao's face changed greatly, because he suddenly discovered that Yang Kai, who had been 1,000 meters away from him, had used some unknown method to instantly appear in front of him. Yang Kai then stretched out his hand and formed a huge void crack in front of him, slashing towards him like a giant blade. Space Force. Kong Fei Rao's pale face became even more pale as he finally remembered that Yang Kai had been able to escape from the corpse cave safely because of his Space Force. Now seeing him use such a technique, it was obvious just how profound his attainments in the Tao of Space were. A creepy feeling suddenly rose up in Kong Fei Rao's heart as he quickly retreated, barely avoiding the void crack. A trace of annoyance appeared on Yang Kai's face, but soon, a sly smile appeared on his face. Kong Fei Rao instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just as he was puzzled, a huge force hit him from behind, causing him to feel as if a towering mountain had smashed into his back, causing the sound of countless bones breaking to ring out from his body. After suffering such a heavy blow, Kong Fei Rao opened his mouth and coughed up a mouthful of green blood, his aura greatly weakening as he fell towards Yang Kai under the influence of his momentum. In vain, Kong Fei Rao managed to turn his head around, wanting to see who could approach him silently and give him such a heavy blow. But after a single glance, Kong Fei Rao was dumbfounded. The one who had attacked him was actually a simple-minded stone giant holding a black stick. This stone giant didn't have the slightest aura of life, no wonder he couldn't sense it. Let's see how you dodge now. Yang Kai grinned as he waved his hands, causing void cracks to rapidly form and converge into a giant net that flew towards Kong Fei Rao, blocking all his escape routes. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed greatly as he felt the strange power coming from the void cracks, took a deep breath and suddenly stopped. The next moment his entire body seemed to turn into nothingness as he quickly dove into the ground. It was as if he could merge with the earth. The void cracks that had converged into a giant net flew over his head, but they didn't have much effect. Stop him. Yang Kai's face sank as he knew that he absolutely couldn't allow Kong Fei Rao to escape underground, otherwise he wouldn't be able to find him. Receiving this order, the stone puppet's body flickered, and it disappeared into the depths of the ground. Immediately afterwards, an astonishing battle fluctuation spread out from underground, causing the ground to rise up and down like a wave. A moment later, accompanied by an angry roar, Kong Fei Rao burst out from underground, his whole face twisted in anger. The stone mongoose chased after him, the heaven-shaking pillar in its hand as if it was weightless as it swung its stick, forcing Kong Fei Rao to not dare to stop. Trying to escape underground in front of the stone mongoose, Kong Fei Rao could only be said to be stupid. Earth escape was one of the stone mongoose's innate divine technique. At some point, Yang Kai had arrived above Kong Fei Rao's head and with a flick of his fingers, more than a dozen golden blood threads shot towards Kong Fei Rao like golden snakes. In an instant Kong Fei Rao was tightly bound. Kong Fei Rao still wanted to struggle, but the stone mongoose's heaven-shaking pillar had already swept over. Under this one blow, Kong Fei Rao's lower body was pulverized and his body was sent spinning mid-air. His misfortune didn't end there though. The void cracks opened like the maw of a beast and swallowed most of his body. By the time Kong Fei Rao landed on the ground, all that was left was a broken body. If it had been an ordinary person who suffered such a heavy blow, they would have long since died. However, the corpse spirit race was born from the dead and their vitality was extremely tenacious. so this kind of injury wasn't enough to take his life. A violent energy fluctuation came from his abdomen and spread to his limbs and bones, causing his flesh and blood to squirm and begin to repair his damaged body. Yang Kai stepped forward, reached out and inserted his hand into Kong Fei Rao's abdomen, grabbing his corpse bead. The squirming flesh and blood finally stopped moving, but Kong Fei Rao remained motionless as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. His eyes were filled with resentment, but in the end he compromised and sighed, "Speak, what do you want in exchange for letting me go? Are you negotiating with me?" Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. "That's right. Do you think you have the qualifications?" Yang Kai continued to sneer. "You didn't kill me because you wanted something from me, otherwise why would you let me live?" Kong Fei Rao coldly snorted. "You're quite smart." Yang Kai nodded. "But you still don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. I can crush an existence like you with one hand." Kong Fei Rao's expression became gloomy, but in the end he couldn't refute. Chapter 1681. Kong Fei Rao also realized that even without the help of the strange stone giant, he was definitely not Yang Kai's opponent. This young man hadn't even used his full strength. How could there be such a powerful origin returning realm master in this world? Kong Fei Rao had thought that he had reached the limit of the origin returning realm, but today he discovered that he was wrong. "Tell me, what is this sun's true essence all about?" Yang Kai's voice came. "Why are you thanking me for all your achievements? I don't remember doing anything for you." Kong Fei Rao glanced at him but didn't answer immediately. It wasn't until he sensed a destructive aura from the corpse bead that his expression changed and he quickly said, "You didn't do anything. Perhaps you don't know." Yang Kai raised his brow. "Do you think the sun's true essence was just placed there casually? You're wrong. The reason why the sun's true essence was placed there was to use its sun's true fire to suppress the underworld's spring well." Underworld spring well. Yang Kai's face changed slightly. Kong Fei Rao grinned. "And it is a passage that connects to the underworld where a rich Yin corpse death chi gushes out. This Yin corpse death chi is useless to any living being, only harmful, but to our corpse spirit clan, it is a great supplement. With this Yin corpse death chi, our strength can grow to the limit of the origin returning realm. And perhaps not the limit." Kong Fei Rao thought that he was already standing at the peak of the origin returning realm, but after fighting with Yang Kai he realized that he was still far from reaching that level. "There is such a thing under Grand Burial Valley?" Yang Kai frowned slightly. Kong Fei Rao laughed. "How do you think the corpse cave was formed? My ancient Yang sect's ancestors discovered the underworld spring well long ago, so they used the sun's true essence to suppress it. The reason why we were able to become the noble corpse spirit clan is also because of the corpse chi in the corpse cave. Before we couldn't do anything about the underworld spring well, but after you took away the sun's true essence things were different. So shouldn't this protector thank you?" Yang Kai's expression became ugly as he said gloomily, "Shadowed star becoming like this because of me?" "Huh." Kong Fei Rao laughed to the sky. "And naturally you have your reasons. Say, if the people on Shadowed Star learned about this, wouldn't they hate you to the bone? I've never been one to be threatened. If you want to use this to threaten me to let you go, then I can only say that you've made the wrong decision," Yang Kai sneered. Kong Fei Rao's expression changed a few times. In the end he didn't say anything to anger Yang Kai. Now that his corpse bead was in Yang Kai's hands, his life and death were in his hands, so he naturally wouldn't be so stupid. "Who is your cult master? Was he one of the corpse generals I saw that day?" Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao shook his head. "No." "Who is that?" "I don't know." "Nonsense." Yang Kai coldly snorted and increased the strength of his hand. Kong Fei Rao's corpse pearl immediately made cracking sounds, as if it would break at any moment. Kong Fei Rao's body trembled. Gnashing his teeth he roared, "I really don't know, cult master isn't a member of our corpse spirit race at all. He suddenly came to the corpse cave one day and taught us some corpse cultivation methods and how to transform our clansmen. If it weren't for him, it would have been impossible for us to leave the corpse cave. I'm afraid he's still exploring the corpse cave. After all, no one has ever walked this path before." While Kong Fei Rao was speaking, Yang Kai had been observing his expression and found no flaws. There were only two explanations for this situation. The first was that Kong Fei Rao wasn't lying and really didn't know the identity or origin of this cult master. The second was that Kong Fei Rao's acting skills had reached such a high level that he couldn't see through any flaws. Yang Kai felt that the former was more likely. Then what is his strength? Yang Kai asked again. Kong Fei Rao hesitated a few times. Gritting his teeth, he said, "If I said that I didn't know what his cultivation was, would you believe me? What do you think?" Yang Kai stared at him coldly. Kong Fei Rao sighed, "But I really don't know what his cultivation is. He has never made a move before." "Then how did he become the cult master of corpse spirit religion? Don't tell me that just because he taught you some cultivation methods and methods to convert your clansmen, you were willing to follow his orders. How is that possible?" Kong Fei Rao curled his lips. A trace of anger appeared on his face. "The reason why us brothers submitted to him is because he has." Before Kong Fei Rao could finish his words though, his expression suddenly changed as if something terrible had just happened to him, his eyes suddenly widening as a look of shock appeared on his face, his expression one of extreme pain. A strange aura spread out from his body. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly withdrew his hand and retreated. The next moment Kong Fei Rao suddenly let out a miserable howl, followed by a destructive aura erupting from his corpse bead, turning into a green flame that burned Kong Fei Rao from the inside out. Kong Fei Rao's mouth, nose, eyes and ears all spat out green flames, making for a terrifying sight. In less than 10 breaths of time, this powerful top-level corpse general who had fought against Yi Shiyun was incinerated by the green flames, leaving behind only a pile of black matter. Yang Kai watched this scene from beginning to end and couldn't help feeling a chill run down his spine. Yang Kai didn't know what Kong Fei Rao had encountered, but he guessed it was related to the mysterious cult master of corpse spirit religion. Perhaps this cult master had placed some kind of powerful seal on Kong Fei Rao's body, so once Kong Fei Rao tried to reveal some critical information, this seal would immediately activate and detonate his corpse bead, creating a corpse fire that would instantly kill him. Although it was only a guess, Yang Kai felt it was quite likely. What a vicious method. What a vicious scheme. However, what kind of sensitive information was Kong Fei Rao trying to reveal that actually triggered the seal on his body? Yang Kai recalled the words Kong Fei Rao had said before he died. Although the other party hadn't said the complete sentence, Yang Kai could infer something from it. That mysterious cult master may have had some kind of artifact in his hands that could control the corpse spirit race. This was the most likely speculation. Kong Fei Rao was dead and could no longer be resurrected, so Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little bit of dread towards this mysterious cult master. Being able to place such a seal on his subordinates, this cult master was obviously not an easy character to deal with. As for Kong Fei Rao saying that Shadowed Star's current situation had something to do with him, Yang Kai did not deny it. Perhaps it was because he had taken away the sun's true essence that suppressed the underworld well, allowing the corpse spirit race's strength to soar. But the most critical reason for this was because the mysterious cult master had taught him the corpse cultivation secret art and the method to transform corpse spirits. Without this method to transform corpse spirit religion would never have been able to grow. So Yang Kai only thought about it for a moment before putting this issue aside. Looking up, the Black Origin King grade starship was wantonly crushing the corpse spirit religion army, each crystal cannon blast taking the lives of dozens of corpse spirit race soldiers or those who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion. While Yang Kai was fighting with Kong Fei Rao, the area around Lu Yan's desert was already filled with corpses. With a loud roar, Yang Kai flew up into the sky, his figure flickering as he wrapped himself in his space force and returned to the starship. "Return to the sect," Yang Kai shouted. After this round of cleansing by the starship, corpse spirit religion had lost more than half of its forces besieging High Heaven sect. Even white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, who had been stationed here, had been killed by Yang Kai. The rest of them had scattered and fled, so there was not much they could do to kill them. Returning to the sect was more important. The people from Tongxian realm needed to be settled down. After all, they had been trapped in the sealed world bead for several years now, so the sooner they could come into contact with this world and familiarize themselves with its world principles, the better. Moreover, Yang Kai also wanted to know the current situation of High Heaven sect. It was rumored that High Heaven sect had suffered heavy losses in the past 2 years, and Great Elder Yi Shiyun had been seriously injured. It was unknown whether she had recovered or not. The 3 blazing flame rings of Lu Yan's desert were extremely overbearing, and even an ordinary Origin King-grade starship would be burned to ashes if it tried to enter. However, High Heaven Sect's starship was personally refined by Yang Inflammation, so it was naturally branded with Yang Inflammation's aura. The 3 blazing flame rings did not repel the starship, allowing it to easily break through the flame barrier. Only after the huge figure of the starship disappeared did the fleeing corpse spirit religion cultivators breathe a sigh of relief, each of their faces filled with lingering fear. Under the powerful force of the starship, they could not even muster up the will to resist and could only be slaughtered. Now that the starship had left, they naturally felt relieved. Without receiving orders to leave, no one dared to leave without permission. So after a short while, the corpse spirit religion cultivators gathered from all directions, ready to wait for Kong Fei Rao's instructions. None of them knew that Kong Fei Rao had fallen. It was not until an hour later that Kong Fei Rao did not appear. Feeling suspicious, they went to investigate the palace and learned that the white-robed corpse general had actually died. Countless people were in an uproar. One of corpse spirit religion's 4 protectors had died, and High Heaven Sect's Origin King-grade starship had returned. All of this seemed to indicate something. High Heaven Sect was located in the 4th layer territory of Lu Yen Sandfield. However, after Yang Inflammation took back the first 3 blazing flame rings, Lu Yen Sandfield no longer had a 6th layer territory, only 4 layers remained. So, strictly speaking, High Heaven Sect was located in the 2nd layer. The outer layer was surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings. The inner layer was also surrounded by the 3 blazing flame rings, and further inside was the loft where Yang Inflammation slept. After passing through the flame barrier, Yang Kai glanced around at the familiar scenery and could not help feeling a little excited. Although Tongxian Realm was his homeland, Yang Kai had lived on Shadowed Star for the longest time since he came to Star Territory. High Heaven Sect was also located here, so he still had a strong sense of familiarity with this place. After all, this was the sect he founded himself, the place where his sect High Heaven Pavilion flourished. This kind of personal creation and support was irreplaceable. Chapter 1682. In less than an hour, High Heaven Sect, located among the mountains, appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The mountain road paved with white jade was clearly visible. At the top of the mountain road, there was a huge plaque with the words High Heaven Sect written on it. Sure enough, this is a beautiful place. Ling Tai Su stood inside the starship and looked down through the crystal glass, very satisfied with the current environment of High Heaven Sect's headquarters. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai stood to the side with a smile and explained to his Grand Master, what we see now can only be regarded as a part of High Heaven Sect. High Heaven Sect is composed of 81 peaks, 1 main peak and 72 auxiliary peaks, each of which has a different scenery, but because there were too few people before, we chose to settle down here. Even I haven't fully explored those peaks, but once everyone settles down here in the future, you can find a peak you like to live on. Good. Chu Ling Xiao also felt relieved. Before, they were a little worried that Yang Kai would not have a place to settle the nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans. After all, the 3 clans had quite a large number of people, so if they wanted to completely settle down, they would need a large place. But now, looking around, there was lush greenery everywhere, with towering peaks rising and falling from the clouds and looming pavilions. Of the 81 peaks, there was enough space for all the masters from the 3 clans to settle down, and there was even a large part of it left empty. Will we live here in the future? Thunder Dragon Great Senior looked down with a flushed face. This place was hundreds of times better than the Beast Sea Jungle on Tongxian Realm. Not only was the world energy extremely rich, but the scenery was also superb. If the monster race could cultivate and live here, their future achievements would definitely not be too low. A headquarter was a foundation. Thunder Dragon, as a monster race great senior, was well aware of the importance of a foundation to a race. Yang Kai, my demon race owes you. In the future, if you need anything, just say the word and my demon race will not hesitate, Zhang Yuan said proudly. Zhang Yuan spoke from the bottom of his heart, implying that he wanted to join High Heaven Sect. Yang Kai nodded. The monster race demon race was something Yang Kai had taken the initiative to bring out when he left Tongxian Realm. Strictly speaking, Thunder Dragon and Zhang Yuan did owe Yang Kai a favor, but Li Rong and Han Fei of the ancient demon clan didn't think so. Yang Kai was their master. They had vowed to follow Yang Kai for the rest of their lives, and they would only feel proud of it. Leaving the masters from the three clans to immerse themselves in shock and joy, Yang Kai commanded the starship to descend towards the huge square below while simultaneously sweeping it with his divine sense to see how High Heaven sect was faring. But a moment later he couldn't help but frown slightly. He found that there were about 1,000 people gathered in High Heaven sect at this moment. However, none of these people had an aura that he was familiar with. Yi Shiyun, Wu Yi, Chongqi, Hao and Huangwan and all the others seemed to have disappeared. Even the auras of the masters who had submitted to Star Emperor Mountain seemed to have disappeared. The starship was such an obvious target, but no one from High Heaven sect came out to greet it. Instead, from the lofts near the square, countless unfamiliar divine senses stretched out and constantly scanned the area. This discovery caused Yang Kai's face to sink and his expression to become ugly. Seemingly noticing something, Ling Tai Su leaned over and whispered, "Yang Kai, is something wrong?" Yang Kai sneered softly, "Something is indeed wrong. Grandmaster, you wait inside the starship for a while, I'll go take a look." "Good." Ling Tai Su responded. Yang Kai waved his hand, opened the starship's hatch and led Yang Xiaozhu out. Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao and Yang Xiaozhu stepped out of the starship. Yang Xiaozhu and the others obviously also noticed the problem, and after exchanging a glance with each other, none of them understood what was going on. But soon Yang Xiaozhu circulated his Saint Qi and shouted, "Sect Master has returned to the sect." A long howl rang out. This howl spread throughout all 81 peaks of High Heaven sect. Still no one came to greet them. On the other hand, the divine senses that had been investigating the starship seemed to have become entangled and were silently communicating. The atmosphere in the entire High Heaven sect suddenly became extremely strange. After a while, those divine wills dispersed. They seemed to have reached some kind of consensus. At this time, some figures flew out from the pavilions in all directions. Yang Kai stood on the square like a towering mountain, exuding a cold aura as he waited quietly. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk silhouettes landed nearby one after another, gradually forming an extremely terrifying force. All of these people were masters above the Origin Returning Realm, and there were even a few Third-Order Origin Returning Realm masters. However, when these people looked at Yang Kai, their gazes were all evasive, as if they had a guilty conscience, not daring to meet Yang Kai's eyes at all. Occasionally, a few of them would glare towards Yang Kai provocatively as if they were looking at an enemy. Yang Kai glanced around and fixed his eyes on an old woman with white hair who was holding a dragon-headed walking stick. Standing next to this old woman was a beautiful young girl who had a First-Order Origin Returning Realm cultivation and was a rising star of Shadowed Star. The reason why Yang Kai was paying attention to this old woman was because he recognized her. This old woman was clearly Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain. During the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, she had intervened at the last moment in an attempt to snatch the Emperor Jade that had fallen to Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai did not have a good impression of this old woman. Although she had not been defeated by Great Elder Jinshi of Demon Blood Temple at that time, she had not had any good intentions. As for the beautiful young girl next to her with a shrewd light in her beautiful eyes, Yang Kai remembered her name was Feng Yan. She was the granddaughter of Old Woman Feng. At this moment, Feng Yan was looking up and down Yang Kai with a pair of curious eyes, an eager look flashing across her beautiful face, as if she wanted to fight with Yang Kai to determine who was stronger and who was weaker. Yang Kai naturally had no interest in her. The other party was just a First-Order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. He could crush her with a single finger. Looking around, Yang Kai saw some familiar and unfamiliar faces, most of which he could not name, but judging from their robes, all of them were from first-class sects or great forces on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai also saw the current sect master of Colored Glass sect, Gong Ao Fu, and the younger generation's disciple In Su Dai. The previous sect master of Colored Glass sect, Gong Xinghe, had fallen while exploring the Emperor Garden and was replaced by his daughter, Gong Ao Fu. Over the years, Gong Ao Fu had also become a Third-Order Origin Returning Realm master. Dai Yuan was not here. Yang Kai frowned, wondering where this beautiful yet ugly girl had gone. Logically speaking, she was a disciple of Colored Glass sect and should be with Gong Ao Fu. In all of Colored Glass sect, Yang Kai only had a good impression of Dai Yuan. After all, he had cooperated with this little girl several times. In the square, there was silence as Yang Kai just looked around coldly. The origin returning realm cultivator across from him also showed no intention of speaking. After a long time, Yang Kai smiled. Interesting, this sect master has returned to the sect, but none of the elders have come out to greet him. Sorry for the inconvenience. As for why these people had appeared in High Heaven sect, Yang Kai could guess a thing or two. When he was in Black Sea City, Yang Kai learned from Du Yanling that High Heaven sect had done a lot of things in the past 2 years. Not only had they frequently sent masters to rescue the human race elites, but under the orders of Great Elder Yi Shiyun, they had also opened High Heaven sect to accept the fleeing cultivator. These people should have come to High Heaven sect to seek refuge. After all, this was the last pure land on Shadowed Star, and with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, no matter how powerful corpse spirit religion was, they could not invade. No one could criticize Yi Shiyun's actions, not even Yang Kai. If he had been in High Heaven sect at that time, he would have done the same. Towards the fleeing cultivator, Yang Kai was not so cold-hearted as to leave them in the lurch. However, the current situation made him extremely angry. Although Yang Kai did not know what was going on in High Heaven sect, or why Yi Shiyun and the others had not shown up yet, he knew that there must be some kind of filthy plot going on. The origin returning realm masters on the opposite side glanced at each other before finally focusing their eyes on Old Woman Feng of Myriad Beast Mountain. Old Woman Feng did not decline and stepped forward with a kind smile on her old face. Sect Master Yang is too serious. Now that the world is in chaos, High Heaven sect has become the most indestructible haven for our human race. It is the last hope of our race, so it is understandable that we have come to greet you. Our human race. Yang Kai looked at Old Woman Feng with a smile, keenly grasping the key point of Old Woman Feng's words. Senior Feng seems to mean that my High Heaven sect has now become a shared territory of the human race? How come I, the sect master, didn't know anything about this? Old Woman Feng's face stiffened, not knowing how to answer for a while. She had not expected Yang Kai's words to be so sharp. A burly man suddenly stepped forward and shouted, "Sect Master Yang, is it? High Heaven sect relies on its natural stronghold to prevent corpse spirit religion's army from attacking, so this treasured land has naturally become the last barrier for our human race. Now that the corpse spirit race is wreaking havoc in the outside world, no place is safe. High Heaven sect should serve the human race and share this treasured land. Does Sect Master Yang feel there is something wrong with this?" "You are." Yang Kai squinted at him. The burly man coldly snorted, "Floating Mist Palace's palace master Tang Fu Shui." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He had heard of Tang Fu Shui before, the strongest master of Floating Mist Palace, a third-order origin returning realm master who was on par with Fei Ji Tu Qian Tong and the others. After all, Floating Mist Palace's strength on Shadowed Star was not bad. Tang Fu Shui continued, "If my Floating Mist Palace could obtain such a treasured land, we would naturally open our doors to accept the elites of our human race and contribute to the continuation of our human race's strength. Sect Master Yang, upon returning to the sect today, you immediately put on an air of condemnation. Could it be you want to drive us all away?" As soon as this statement came out, many people's expressions changed drastically as anxious looks appeared on their faces. They had managed to escape to High Heaven sect with great difficulty, so if Yang Kai really drove them out, their good days would come to an end. In the future, they would likely have to face the encirclement of corpse spirit religion's army at all times. In that kind of environment, no one could guarantee their own safety. "When did I say that?" Yang Kai sneered softly as he swept his eyes around. "What are you afraid of?" Everyone who was caught in his gaze quickly averted their eyes. Chapter 1683. When did this king feel guilty? Tang Fu Shui's face turned ugly as he retorted with a tough attitude. A chuckle suddenly rang out as Feng Yan, who was standing next to Old Woman Feng, gracefully bowed to Yang Kai before opening her beautiful eyes and saying, "Junior sister greets Brother Yang. Brother Yang, please don't be impatient. You haven't returned to High Heaven sect for a long time and don't know much about the situation here, so there may be some misunderstandings. Now that corpse spirit religion is wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, all of us have fled to High Heaven sect. Brother Yang, as High Heaven sect master, is the master of this place. Please consider the overall situation first. If possible, why don't we sit down and talk?" Old Woman Feng nodded slightly, clearly feeling that her granddaughter's words were very appropriate. Even Tang Fu Shui, who had momentarily lost his composure, calmed down slightly. Who do you think you are? Whose junior sister are you? Don't try to curry favor with this sect master. Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently, not putting her in his eyes at all. Old woman Feng's face sank. Feng Yan's beautiful face was filled with anger as she grit her teeth and clenched her fists. Myriad Beast Mountain, where she came from, was not weak, and she was the granddaughter of old woman Feng, so her aptitude was quite good. Although she was not as famous as Wei Guchong and the others, she was still one of the best rising stars on Shadowed Star. Coupled with her beautiful face and shrewd mind, she had always been a target of pursuit for the young men of Myriad Beast Mountain and was regarded as a goddess. Even if the young men of other great forces saw her, they would definitely chase after her. She had seen too many people who were captivated by her beauty. As such, she had never put men in her eyes and felt that all men in this world were idiots who could be controlled by her. However, Yang Kai's reaction made her angry out of shame. Since childhood, she had never been insulted like this. It was as if she had taken the initiative to stick to someone's cold buttocks in public, making it impossible for her to back down. Just as she was about to open her mouth to refute, Yang Kai no longer paid her any attention. To Yang Kai, she was just an insignificant pawn. This made Feng Yan even more furious. Her beautiful eyes were filled with hatred and anger as she fiercely stared at Yang Kai, as if she wanted to bite off a mouthful of his flesh. I'll give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Send someone out to explain the situation clearly to me. If this sect master still does not understand the situation, all of you will scram from High Heaven sect. Yang Kai's eyes swept around like a hawk as he coldly shouted. The audience was in an uproar. Those who had been avoiding Yang Kai's eyes and didn't dare to look at Yang Kai directly became angry and glared at Yang Kai. As for the experts who were hostile to Yang Kai from the beginning, they were all shocked. At this moment, the murderous intent in his eyes was obvious. Yang Kai sneered. His figure stood erect like a javelin, facing the various complicated gazes and emotions. It was as if he was in a violent whirlpool and he remained unmoved. What a joke. He had even fought with a second-order origin king like Luo Hai, a star master, so how could Yang Kai be afraid of these people? Although the people in front of him were all origin returning realm masters. There were also many of them, but if Yang Kai really wanted to kill them, it was likely none of them would be able to escape from High Heaven sect. The vicious looks in their eyes were no different from a prostitute throwing flirtatious glances at a blind man. After issuing the ultimatum, Yang Kai no longer paid any attention to these people and instead spread out his divine sense, trying to find the people from High Heaven sect. However, after searching for a while, he couldn't find any clues from the 81 peaks. All the people from High Heaven sect had disappeared. This discovery made Yang Kai's face grow uglier and uglier. The current him. He could vaguely guess what had happened to High Heaven sect. One possibility was that everyone had been killed by these guys, which was why he couldn't find them. The second possibility was that they had all evacuated from the 81 peaks. As for where they went, Yang Kai could roughly guess. The former was unlikely, although High Heaven sect didn't have many people in the beginning. Their strength was mixed, but after subduing those from Star Emperor Mountain, even if High Heaven sect didn't have many people, they were not soft persimmons that could be easily crushed. With the people in front of him wanting to kill Yi Shiyun and the others was somewhat unrealistic. So there was only the second possibility left. Yi Shiyun may have evacuated High Heaven sect to the deepest part of the Lu Yen sand field. That was the place where Yang Yun was hibernating and was protected by the 3 blazing flame rings, making it impossible for anyone to enter. Yang Kai didn't know why Yi Shiyun had made such a choice, but she had her own difficulties. Just as he was releasing his divine sense and thinking about this, an old man suddenly stepped forward and cupped his fists in a dignified manner. Sect Master Yang, this old master is Medicine Pill Sect's great elder Li Jianming. Sect Master Yang has just returned from a long journey and must have worked hard. Why don't you take a rest first before we discuss this matter in detail? Medicine Pill Sect. This sect was one of the most famous forces on Shadowed Star, and the reason for this was simple. The disciples of this sect were skilled in alchemy. Just like Medicine King's Valley's status in the capital world, Medicine Pill Sect also had a special status on Shadowed Star. Medicine Pill Sect had 5 elders, all of whom were origin-grade low-rank alchemists. On Shadowed Star, these were extremely precious talents. Even Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect had to treat these 5 with respect, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Li Jianming, as the great elder of Medicine Pill sect, was a famous existence on Shadowed Star, on equal footing with the sect masters of the various great forces. Naturally, he was qualified to stand up and speak. When the old man spoke, he stroked his white beard and looked at Yang Kai with a smile as if he was saying, "Give this old master some face." Yang Kai just glanced at him faintly before saying coldly, "There is still half a cup of tea left. If you want to compete with this sect master in terms of patience, this sect master is happy to accompany you, but what happens after half a cup of tea, this sect master cannot guarantee." After saying so, Yang Kai grinned, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, like a ferocious beast. Li Jianming's face changed as he angrily shouted, "Isn't Sect Master Yang being a bit too unreasonable? We came here to greet you, yet Sect Master Yang doesn't give us any face and even dares to speak such words that disregard the righteousness of the human race? Aren't you afraid of courting disaster?" Yang Kai's eyes were cold as he stared at Li Jianming like a sharp sword. Although this old man was an origin-grade alchemist, his cultivation wasn't very high, only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so he couldn't bear Yang Kai's gaze and was forced to take 2 steps back. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't want to kill him, otherwise Li Jianming would have been seriously injured. "Bold!" Tang Fu Shui suddenly shouted, a murderous light flashing across his eyes. "You dare attack elderly? Boy, you have no respect for your elders. You are the sect master of a great sect, yet you act on your own whims. Fine, this old master will teach you a lesson so you know how to behave in the future." Tang Fu Shui shouted as he pushed his Saint Qi. His Saint Qi was of the fire attribute, so after circulating it, his entire body began to burn, making him look like a fireball with terrifying momentum. Tang Fu Shui simply stretched out his hand and summoned a huge flaming hammer from the void and smashed down towards Yang Kai. If it were any other origin returning realm master, they wouldn't have been able to easily deal with this flaming hammer, but this was the full-powered blow of Floating Mist Palace's palace master. Even Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han Yi and Lin Yu Rao, who had been standing silently behind Yang Kai, showed dignified expressions. Yang Xiaozhu even took a step forward, preparing to take action. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to stop him and laughed. Good, 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 someone finally couldn't help but take action. Since you court death, don't blame the sect master." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai leapt up and met the flaming hammer head-on with a fierce look on his face. Returning to High Heaven sect full of expectations, Yang Kai suddenly found that the sect he had worked so hard to establish had been occupied by a group of completely unrelated people. His disciples and friends were all gone. Yang Kai had long been annoyed. However, before he could figure out what was going on here, he could only suppress his anger and communicate with these people verbally. Although it was unlikely, what if there was some kind of misunderstanding? However, Yang Kai had never imagined that his benevolence would be mistaken for weakness and that someone would be stupid enough to throw his life away. Yang Kai's anger completely erupted. Courting death. Tang Fu Shui sneered. Seeing Yang Kai actually meet his killing blow with his bare hands, Tang Fu Shui not only did not restrain his strength but also increased the output of his Saint Qi. In an instant, the flaming hammer expanded once again, and its might became even more intense. Countless people's eyelids twitched as they stared at Yang Kai, who was about to meet the giant hammer, many different thoughts running through their minds. The seemingly small figure and the huge flaming hammer finally collided, and in the next moment, Tang Fu Shui's face changed drastically as he was sent flying backwards involuntarily, as if he had suffered a heavy blow. Voila. The giant hammer condensed from a third-order origin returning realm master's pure Saint Qi and secret technique actually collapsed mid-air, turning into countless fragments that scattered in all directions. Yang Kai's figure leapt out, his murderous intent and anger condensing into a stream of light as he rushed towards Tang Fu Shui. Under Tang Fu Shui's incredulous gaze, Yang Kai swung his fist and smashed it down. Tang Fu Shui's reaction was extremely fast. Facing such a punch, he desperately pushed his Saint Qi to form a protective barrier around his body while at the same time spreading out his shi in an attempt to escape. However, as soon as his shi left his body, it shattered as if it had encountered its natural enemy, causing his body to be fixed in place and the surrounding air to solidify, making it impossible for him to move. Yang Kai's fist rapidly expanded in front of his eyes. There were no Saint Qi fluctuations, but this fist was filled with an aura of death. Before this fist even arrived, Tang Fushui felt his Saint Qi barrier begin to shatter and his face begin to hurt. No! Tang Fushui screamed in horror. At this moment he no longer had the graceful bearing of a temple master, his face pale and his eyes filled with fear as he desperately tried to survive. Kong. Yang Kai punched him in the face. Chapter 1684. The onlookers who were not weak almost couldn't help jumping up in fright. From what they could see, Yang Kai's punch had directly smashed Tang Fushui's head into pieces. They could even clearly see the entire process of Tang Fushui's head being smashed, a scene that seemed to have been played countless times in slow motion. Everyone kept quiet out of fear as they stared at Kai Yang in a different light. The Origin returning realm masters who had been looking down on Yang Kai were now filled with fear. They were well aware of Tang Fushui's cultivation and strength. Of all the Origin returning realm masters present, Tang Fushui could definitely rank among the top 3. However, such a master had his head blown off by a single punch from Yang Kai, and he couldn't be more dead. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't show any signs of using his Saint Qi at all. It was as if he had only relied on his physique and the strength of his fist to accomplish this feat. No one was stupid enough to think that Tang Fushui had underestimated his enemy or had somehow led to such an outcome. Tang Fushui was Floating Mist Palace's palace master and a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator who had fought countless battles throughout his life. With his rich experience, how could he underestimate his enemy? And judging from the way he attacked, it was clear he had gone all out. But he was still killed in a single blow. In other words, Yang Kai's strength had far surpassed Tang Fushui's, which was why he couldn't even take a single blow. Tang Fushui was a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, so was Yang Kai an Origin king? Thinking so, a series of gasps rang out as everyone felt their lungs fill with cold air. Kill everyone from Floating Mist Palace. Yang Kai shouted angrily, not willing to give up. Yang Xiuzhu, Chu Han Yi, Lin Yu Rao and the other two had long been suppressing their anger, but Yang Kai didn't say anything. They could only wait and see, so when they heard Yang Kai's order, all of them let out a roar as they pushed their Saint Qi and domains and rushed towards the dozen or so people in front of them. These dozen people had come with Tang Fushui and were all wearing Floating Mist Palace robes, making them easy to recognize. Yang Kai obviously wanted to kill them all. He was like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, or a wolf entering a flock of sheep. Yang Xiuzhu and the others rushed into the Floating Mist Palace camp, and in less than 10 breaths of time, the dozen or so Origin returning realm masters from Floating Mist Palace had been completely subdued, encountering no decent resistance at all. Strictly speaking, Floating Mist Palace's force wasn't too weak, except for the dead Tang Fushui, who was a third-order Origin returning realm cultivator. There was also a third-order Origin returning realm master, 3 second-order and 7 or 8 first-order. However, they had long been terrified by Yang Kai's terrifying methods. Yang Xiuzhu and the other two were top powerhouses who had survived the blood prison, so how could they resist the onslaught of these 3? 10 breaths later, the square was filled with corpses. The smell of blood filled the air. Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't say a word. They returned behind Yang Kai and stood there quietly. The entire audience was silent. Everyone could hear the fierce heartbeats in their chests as they looked at Yang Kai, Yang Xiuzhu and the others. It was as if they were looking at a group of evil demons, their eyes filled with horror and panic. You actually dared to be so ruthless? Feng Yan's tender body trembled. She pointed at Yang Kai and said in an incredulous tone, "These are the last high-end combatants of my Shadowed Star's human race. If you kill them, who will fight against Corpse Spirit Religion's army in the future? Do you want to exterminate my Shadowed Star's human race?" Listening to her naive words, Yang Kai sneered, "Is that so? Since their combat strength is so high, why haven't they gone out to fight? Why are they hiding in my High Heaven sect instead?" Feng Yan was speechless for a moment and wanted to say something else, but old woman Feng suddenly glared at her. Feng Yan finally came back to her senses. Just now, she didn't know which nerve in her head had connected the wrong way to criticize Yang Kai's actions. Now that old woman Feng was glaring at her, her tender body couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, drenching her clothes. "My patience is limited," Yang Kai reiterated again. Everyone's complexion changed as they all stared at Yang Kai in fear, but no one spoke. Just now, relying on their numbers, they didn't take Yang Kai too seriously, thinking that no matter how angry Yang Kai was, he wouldn't turn hostile on the spot and would at least sit down and have a good talk with them. However, after witnessing Yang Kai's ferocious means and terrifying combat power, they realized they were wrong. This young High Heaven sect master didn't need to talk to them at all, he could slaughter everyone present by himself. In the face of absolute force, all schemes and plans were useless. After a long silence, old woman Feng sighed heavily and said, "There will always be new talents in every generation we admit defeat. Sect Master Yang, please tell us." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I just want to know what's going on with my High Heaven sect." Old woman Feng turned her head and glanced around, but everyone who met her eyes quickly averted their eyes, obviously not daring to speak to Yang Kai. Old woman Feng's expression dimmed as she said miserably, "Sect Master Yang, it's a long story, but we were forced into a corner. It seems you still want to test my patience." Yang Kai smiled wickedly as he began to circulate his Saint Qi. Old woman Feng's face changed drastically as she hurriedly retreated and assumed a fighting stance. "I'll tell you what happened to High Heaven sect." At that moment, a voice full of vigor called out from not far away. Yang Kai found this voice familiar and turned his head to see an old man with a face as black as charcoal walking over. Beside the old man, there was a man in his 40s following behind him. When they arrived at the square, the man saw the corpses all over the ground and exclaimed in shock. Treasure Trove Pavilion's Yen Pei and his disciple. Yang Kai had dealt with this auctioneer known as Old Blackface before and knew that he had a good relationship with Qian Tong, so although he was still annoyed he suppressed his anger and nodded. "So it is Senior Yen. Sect Master Yang is too polite, this Yen will tell you what happened here." Old Black Yen Pei cupped his fists and quickly explained everything he knew to Yang Kai. Yang Kai listened carefully. 2 years ago, corpse spirit religion had appeared out of nowhere and its influence had snowballed like a rolling snowball. Many sects and clans had been exterminated and uprooted, and the reputable sects were the main targets of the corpse spirit religion. In front of such a powerful force in numbers, basically no great force on Shadowed Star could resist. Shadow Moon Hall, Floating Mist Hall, Colored Glass Sect, Clear Sky Sect, Myriad Beast Mountain Medicine Pill Sect. All of them were destroyed one after another, resulting in countless casualties. Because of High Heaven Sect's special geographical location, corpse spirit religion could not do anything to it. When Yang Kai was away, Yi Shiyun took charge of High Heaven Sect and did not sit back and ignore the situation on Shadowed Star. Out of righteousness, she frequently sent masters from the sect to rescue these sects. Yi Shiyun herself personally took action. However, although High Heaven Sect was not weak in the face of a behemoth like corpse spirit religion, this kind of support was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Not only did it cause High Heaven Sect to lose a lot of strength, but it also failed to save the situation. In the end, High Heaven Sect was forced to open its gates and accept the fleeing cultivator. The thousands of people Yang Kai had sensed had come to High Heaven Sect for this reason. After entering High Heaven Sect, these people felt as if they had suddenly ascended from hell to heaven, a stark contrast that made everyone ecstatic. Outside, they had to constantly worry about being hunted down by corpse spirit religion, unable to even heal their wounds in peace. But inside High Heaven Sect, with the protection of the 3 blazing flame rings, they no longer needed to worry about such things. They could live comfortably and safely here, and even if the outside world collapsed, it would not affect them in the slightest. What's more, the world energy inside High Heaven Sect was the richest on all of Shadowed Star. Even Star Emperor Mountain could not compare to the weakest peak of High Heaven Sect. All of them deeply fell in love with this place. Before, no one knew the situation inside Lu Yen Desert, but after Yi Shiyun accepted them as refugees, they discovered that this place was simply a rich treasure trove. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure trove? The cultivator of every sect envied High Heaven Sect. If that was all, it would have been fine, as none of them were stupid enough to turn against High Heaven Sect as soon as they were accepted. But later, when Yi Shiyun wanted them to go with her to rescue other forces, the situation changed. They had come here with great difficulty and managed to save their lives, so how could they be willing to go out again and live in fear? As such, no sect cooperated. Instead, they were worried that their attitudes and practices would anger Yi Shiyun, lest they be driven out. As a result, after a series of conspiracies, they took the initiative and began causing havoc inside High Heaven Sect. Since High Heaven sect accepted the masters from Star Emperor Mountain, its strength was definitely not weak, but in the past 2 years many of its masters had died in battle outside, and almost all of those who returned alive were wounded, so how could it be a match for the joint forces of Shadowed Star's top sects? Yi Shiyun could only lead the people from High Heaven sect to fight and retreat to the deepest part of Luyan Desert. This happened 2 months ago. With Yi Shiyun and the others retreating, these people naturally occupied High Heaven sect's headquarters. Although they were also worried that Yi Shiyun would counterattack after her injuries healed, they were more afraid of Corpse Spirit Religion, which had gathered outside Luyan Desert. If they stayed here at least they could survive, but if they left High Heaven sect only death awaited them. So even though they felt uneasy, they each occupied a good location and stayed in High Heaven sect's headquarters. That's what happened. After old black-face Yen Pei finished speaking he fell silent. On the other hand his disciple Ren Tianrui, who was known as Little Blackface, opened his mouth and argued, "My treasure trove pavilion did not participate in this matter, and there were also some other great forces that did not participate." Yang Kai glanced at him and sneered, "Even if you did not participate you didn't stop it, did you?" Ren Tianrui's face turned pale as he stammered, "We reported to Great Elder Yi." "Then should the sect master thank you?" Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Chapter 1685. Being ridiculed by Yang Kai like this, Ren Tianrui opened his mouth to defend himself, but Yen Pei raised his hand to stop him. "There's no need to say anything, this matter is our fault. Sect Master Yang may rest assured. This old master will take Treasure Trove Pavilion's people away from High Heaven sect." Yang Kai gave him a deep look but did not say anything, simply turning his head to look at old woman Feng and the others and chuckling, Good, Great Elder Yi is benevolent and righteous, but in the end he rescued a group of ungrateful wolves. Very good." The Origin returning realm cultivator on the opposite side all wore guilty and embarrassed expressions. Speaking of this matter, it was indeed a bit embarrassing. The people present were the upper echelons of the various major forces. Although most of them were as cunning as foxes and as ruthless as wolves, doing such a thing really made them feel ashamed. As such, in the face of Yang Kai's disdain, none of them could refute. They were even more afraid of provoking Yang Kai's anger and provoking him into a slaughter, so none of them dared to say anything. Old black-face Yen Pei stood to the side, feeling Yang Kai's thick murderous intent, his expression becoming extremely dignified. He wanted to say something but hesitated several times before eventually letting out a deep sigh and remaining silent. "Who is the leader?" Yang Kai shouted, sweeping his eyes across the crowd like lightning. Feeling this terrifying aura, everyone involuntarily took a few steps back, and in the next moment, most people's eyes gathered on Myriad Beast Mountain's Old Woman Feng. Old Woman Feng's complexion changed drastically as she shot a glance towards Yang Kai with dread. Yang Kai grinned. Old Woman Feng no longer dared to remain in place, and with a loud roar, a powerful aura suddenly erupted from her withered body as she transformed into a stream of light. She rushed out. "Want to leave? Leave your life behind first." Yang Kai shouted coldly as he stretched out his hand and grabbed towards Old Woman Feng. Old Woman Feng, who was 1,000 meters away, suddenly felt the space around her solidify as a visible void crack formed around her, wrapping her in the middle and cutting towards her like the sharpest of blades. "Sect Master Yang, if you have something to say, this old woman admits defeat. This old woman is willing to compensate you." Old Woman Feng cried out loudly, but she did not have the courage to resist this strange method and could only circulate her Saint Qi to resist the suction force of these void cracks. Too late. Yang Kai remained motionless, his space force erupting once again. In the void, the spatial rifts buzzed in unison. It was as if they had really turned into swords, cutting through Old Woman Feng's body. In the next moment, the aura of this third-order Origin returning realm master from Myriad Beast Mountain disappeared and his body became tattered. Most of the corpses had been banished into the endless void. He fell from the sky. He was smashed into a pool of meat paste. Yang Kai looked at the other people from 10,000 Beast Mountain. The faces of the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain who had followed Old Woman Feng here suddenly paled. Some people knelt on the ground and wept bitterly. Some people begged for mercy while others, like Old Woman Feng, made a prompt decision and tried to escape, while others knew they couldn't escape and just stood there with ashen faces, circulating their Saint Qi ready to fight back at any time. Feng Yan was even more dumbfounded, her beautiful face filled with shock, as if she still hadn't recovered from her shock. Yang Xiuzhu and the others rushed out again, but this time without Yang Kai's order they knew what to do. 10 breaths later, all the higher-ups of Myriad Beast Mountain were wiped out, leaving only Feng Yan standing in place in a daze. The blood around her and the tragic deaths of her martial uncles and martial uncles finally sobered Feng Yan up. Her tender body trembled as her thoughts became chaotic and she made an unexpected move, rushing straight towards Yang Kai and shouting, "I'll kill you." Yang Kai just stared at her blankly, not showing any intention to stop her. Lin Yu Rao, who was standing behind him, took a step forward and waved her hand gently, sending out a stream of light from her fingertips. Feng Yan's beautiful eyes widened in an instant, and when she reached within 5 meters of Yang Kai, she suddenly fell to the ground, blood flowing from her slender white neck. At this point, all of Myriad Beast Mountain's members were dead, and this sect was completely erased from Shadowed Star. "You can't kill me." From the crowd, a panicked shout suddenly rang out. "This old master is the top alchemist on Shadowed Star and has made great contributions to the human race. You can't kill me." Yang Kai looked towards the source of the voice and found that the speaker was actually Great Elder Li Jianming of Medicine Pill Sect. His face was pale, and after seeing Yang Kai's bloody methods he couldn't help collapsing. "It looks like your Medicine Pill Sect is also involved in this?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes, his figure flickering slightly as he arrived directly in front of Li Jianming and stretched out his hand towards him. Although Li Jianming was Medicine Pill Sect's great elder, in the end he was just a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. Years of alchemy left him with no spare energy to devote to the martial Dao, so his cultivation wasn't high and he didn't have much combat experience. When Yang Kai sent out his palm, Li Jianming didn't show any intention of dodging and instead just yelled, "You can't kill me." Yang Kai didn't pay any attention to him and simply smashed his head to pieces. "Stop." A belated shout rang out, and it wasn't until Li Jianming's head exploded that this voice reached Yang Kai's ears. Turning his head, Yang Kai saw the other elders of Medicine Pill Sect glaring at him. As soon as they met these cold eyes, the elders of Medicine Pill Sect felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and couldn't help shivering. The one leading them was another elder of Medicine Pill Sect. He was the one who had shouted just now. Seeing Yang Kai staring at him, this elder clenched his teeth and said in a trembling voice, "Sect Master Yang, we are willing to submit to High Heaven Sect, please spare our lives." As soon as this statement came out, everyone couldn't help feeling moved. Although Medicine Pill Sect didn't have many people, it had always been a proud and aloof sect. When Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were at their peak, it wasn't that they didn't have ideas about annexing Medicine Pill Sect and forcing its alchemists to work for them, but Medicine Pill Sect refused to compromise, so even if Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon Sect were envious, they couldn't do anything about it. Every year they could only cooperate with Medicine Pill Sect and provide them with a large number of materials to refine pills. But today the elders of Medicine Pill Sect were actually willing to submit to High Heaven Sect. Although Great Elder Li Jianming was dead, Medicine Pill Sect still had 4 origin grade low-rank alchemists. There were also more than a dozen Saint King grade alchemists. This was definitely a force that would make anyone's eyes go red with envy. Any great force that controlled this force would be able to greatly increase its overall strength in the near future. Although the atmosphere in the square and Yang Kai's previous methods were chilling, when this elder from Medicine Pill Sect said this, everyone couldn't help looking at Yang Kai with some envy. "We are willing to submit, please spare our lives, Sect Master Yang." The other elders saw that the situation was hopeless, so how could they dare act tough? One after another they lowered their formerly proud heads and expressed their submission. Yang Xiuzhu and the others raised their brow as they stared at Yang Kai with slightly excited expressions, seemingly wanting him to agree to Medicine Pill Sect's request. Yang Kai smiled playfully though. "I killed Li Jianming, don't you hate me?" The faces of the people from Medicine Pill Sect changed slightly, the elder who spoke just now saying, "A fine bird chooses a tree to nest in, we just made the best choice possible." "Huh." Yang Kai chuckled lightly before his face sank and he waved his hand, "Kill them." Everyone from Medicine Pill Sect was startled. Even Yang Xiuzhu and the others were stunned, none of them having expected Yang Kai to issue such a ruthless order. However, none of them hesitated and after a moment of daze, rushed out one after another. The elder from Medicine Pill sect called out, "Sect Master Yang, this old master and the others are all origin-grade alchemists. You." Before he could finish speaking, he was killed by Chu Hanyi's palm. The people from Medicine Pill sect didn't have much combat power, so Yang Xiuzhu and the others didn't need to spend much effort to send them to the underworld. However, everyone had a look of pity on their faces. The people they had killed were all alchemists capable of refining spirit pills above Saint King grade. In the past, they were existences that no great force had ever been able to invite, but now, they had all become corpses lying across the square of High Heaven sect, their bodies gradually turning cold. Yang Kai, on the other hand, didn't care. If it had been anyone else, they might have really left these people alive. After all, origin-grade alchemists weren't easy to find, especially on Shadowed Star. Every alchemist above Saint King grade was extremely precious. However, Yang Kai himself was an Origin King grade alchemist, and his little senior sister's attainments in alchemy were even higher than his own, so how could he care about a few trivial Origin grade low-rank alchemists? Giving them precious herbs to refine, Yang Kai was still a little uneasy, so he decided to just kill them and save them the trouble of wasting materials. After dealing with the two culprits, Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect, the anger and murderous intent in Yang Kai's heart finally subsided. Under everyone's shocked and worried gazes, Yang Kai exhaled and declared, "You now have two choices, submit or die." All the people here were Origin returning realm masters, so they weren't weak. Yang Kai indeed had the ability to kill them all, but relatively speaking, Yang Kai was more willing to subdue them. Corpse spirit religion was currently wreaking havoc on Shadowed Star, and High Heaven sect had suffered heavy casualties, so it was now lacking powerful thugs. The people in front of him were the best choice. Little Blackface, Ren Tianrei, had also said that many great forces had not participated in forcing Yi Shiyun and the others to submit, while others had simply gone with the flow. As such, after killing the main culprits, Yang Kai wasn't going to investigate any further. Presumably, the blood of Myriad Beast Mountain and Medicine Pill sect would be enough to wake these people up. As soon as these words came out, the square fell silent. Everyone glanced around at each other, but compared to the panic they had felt just now, their expressions had finally eased a lot. They were really afraid that Yang Kai's murderous intent would soar and he would wipe them all out. With the means he had just shown and the strength of Yang Xiuzhu and the others, no one could resist. No one was stupid enough to question Kai Yang's tyrannical decision. Compared to his previous thunderous methods, the fact that he was willing to make such a choice was already a show of benevolence. Many people felt as if they had been granted amnesty. Chapter 1686. So after a moment of silence, someone walked up to Yang Kai. This person was a man in his 40s or 50s, and after walking over, he cupped his fists with a dignified expression. "This one is Extreme Path Sect Master Wang Taizhen. I am willing to submit to High Heaven sect and will obey Sect Master Yang's orders in the future. My Flame Shield Union is willing to follow Sect Master Yang's lead. Even if it is a mountain of daggers or a sea of flames, we will not refuse. Boundless Pavilion is willing." Immediately, more than a dozen large and small sects expressed their intentions and stepped forward to salute Yang Kai. Yang Kai simply stood in place, his attitude neither cold nor warm, appearing somewhat unfathomable. With the passage of time, more and more forces submitted to him. In the face of absolute strength, if they still did not recognize reality, it would be tantamount to courting death. These people had fled to High Heaven sect to seek refuge, so how could they be willing to die here? Although Yang Kai's approach was a bit overbearing and his attitude was somewhat uncomfortable, at least they were able to survive. Colored Glass sect is willing to join High Heaven sect. From now on, Colored Glass sect will no longer exist on Shadowed Star. I hope Sect Master Yang can be benevolent and accept us. A beautiful woman walked up to Yang Kai and said sincerely. As soon as this statement came out, the masters who had previously expressed their willingness to pledge their allegiance all stared at the speaker in disbelief. Yang Kai also glanced over with interest and found that he actually knew this woman. The current sect master of Colored Glass sect, Gong Ao Fu. Strictly speaking, she was Dai Yuan's honored master, but for some special reasons Dai Yuan was not valued by Gong Ao Fu. On the other hand, Yin Su Dai was quite favored by Gong Ao Fu and was always with her, vigorously cultivating her. At this moment, the gorgeously dressed Yin Su Dai was standing beside Gong Ao Fu and even boldly throwing a few flirtatious glances at Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled as he stared at Gong Ao Fu meaningfully and slowly said, Sect Master Gong, do you know what you are saying? Gong Ao Fu smiled, reached out and brushed her long black hair behind her ear, saying lightly, This mistress is not a child, naturally she knows. Sect Master Yang need not worry. This mistress will take responsibility for her words. Submission and joining were completely different meanings. Before, the sects submitting to Yang Kai meant that although they would obey Yang Kai's orders, they were still not members of High Heaven sect. They would retain their sect's name and status in their own sections. They would leave High Heaven sect one day. He returned to his sect's headquarters. But if Gong Ao Fu wanted to join, things would be different. If she wanted to join High Heaven sect, she would have to disband Colored Glass sect. In other words, Colored Glass sect was finished in her generation, but if Yang Kai was willing to accept them, they would become disciples of High Heaven sect in the future. Sects without permission, sects to sect. This was definitely a very bold decision. After recovering from their shock, the expressions of all the origin returning realm masters on the square changed, and soon, most of them showed looks of admiration. Naturally, they knew what Gong Ao Fu was thinking. Now that Yang Kai had made a strong return and displayed astonishing combat power, only High Heaven sect was an absolutely safe place on Shadowed Star. Joining High Heaven sect at this time was undoubtedly the right choice, as it would provide Yang Kai with much better care. But understanding was one thing. If they were asked to give up their sects and join High Heaven sect, not many of them would be willing. Cultivators had always attached great importance to their own inheritances. They were branded with the brand of their respective sect, which represented a kind of honor that had been passed down for hundreds or even thousands of years, an existence they were proud of and recognized. Even Yang Kai was no exception. That was why the force he founded on Shadowed Star was called High Heaven sect, not Nine Heavens Holy Land or Soaring Heaven sect. Although the latter two sects had a close relationship with him, and he was even the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land. But no matter what, High Heaven Pavilion was his sect and he had a special feeling towards it, one that Nine Heavens Holy Land and Soaring Heaven sect could not replace. Gong Ao Fu actually wanted to disband Colored Glass sect and join High Heaven sect, which showed that this beautiful woman had a much deeper vision than most of the people present. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to make such a decision that would bring shame to the name of her ancestor. Yang Kai stared straight at her, his eyes deep as if he wanted to peer into the depths of her heart. Gong Ao Fu did not show any intention of evading, nor did she feel guilty, simply staring straight at Yang Kai with clear eyes. Does Sect Master Yang despise my Colored Glass sect for being too weak? Seeing that Yang Kai did not respond for a long time, Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little nervous. Colored Glass sect has suffered such a disaster, so there really aren't many disciples left. Only 50 people followed this mistress to High Heaven sect, but of these 50, 10 are origin returning realm masters while the rest are Saint Kings. Being able to have 50 people escape is not bad, Yang Kai praised casually, still not expressing any intention to take a stand. Gong Ao Fu could not help feeling a little embarrassed. This mistress knows that there may have been some unpleasantness between Colored Glass sect and Sect Master Yang before, but if Sect Master Yang can accept this mistress in the future, this mistress will be willing to sacrifice her life for him. For a woman to be able to say such words, she must have made a great deal of determination. Even an average man would not be able to utter such bold words. As soon as these words fell, Gong Ao Fu shouted again, Su Dai, kneel down and apologize to Sect Master Yang. I know you've done something to make Sect Master Yang angry before. Hearing this, Su Dai's tender body trembled as she shot a pitiful look towards Yang Kai, but she did not show any intention of disobeying Gong Ao Fu and really knelt down in front of everyone, pleading softly. Su Dai was not sensible before and offended Sect Master Yang. I ask Sect Master Yang to be magnanimous and not bother with me. She was now a master of the First Order Origin Returning Realm, so if not for Gong Ao Fu's order, it would have been impossible for her to do such a disgraceful thing. Otherwise, if word of this were to spread, she would never be able to see anyone again. Sect Master Yang, you. Gong Ao Fu looked at Yang Kai expectantly. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before narrowing his eyes and turning to Gong Ao Fu. I want to know where Dai Yuan went. Does Sect Master Gong know her whereabouts? Dai Yuan was definitely one of Yang Kai's few friends on Shadowed Star. Although their friendship was not too deep, it was definitely not shallow. However, since Yang Kai had appeared until now, he had not been able to find any trace of Dai Yuan. It stood to reason that if Dai Yuan had really fled to High Heaven Sect, she would have definitely appeared. However, Yang Kai's failure to find her made him a little annoyed, wondering if Dai Yuan had met with some kind of accident. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gong Ao Fu actually breathed a sigh of relief and smiled tenderly. If Sect Master Yang is worried about the safety of this mistress disciple, this mistress can assure you that there is no need for such concern. What do you mean? Dai Yuan retreated to the deepest part of Lu Yen Sandfield with Great Elder Yi that day, so she is now very safe. Yang Kai's expression changed as he could not help feeling a little emotional. Dai Yuan retreating to the deepest part of Lu Yen Sandfield with Yi Shiyun was something Yang Kai could more or less guess. Presumably, Dai Yuan did not want to associate herself with these people in the square, so she left the sect without hesitation and chose Yi Shiyun's side. There was definitely a reason for this. If it were not for his friendship with Dai Yuan, she would not have committed such a betrayal of her sect. Yang Kai felt a little moved in his heart. He did not have many friends on Shadowed Star, but each one of them was worthy of deep friendship. There was no need to mention Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer. In order to rescue Fei Ji too, they had willingly thrown themselves into a trap, disregarding their own lives. Dai Yuan's actions were tantamount to betraying her sect. This mistress wonders if Sect Master Yang is satisfied with this answer? Although Gong Ao Fu asked this question, her face was full of smiles. She had already guessed what Yang Kai was thinking, so there was no longer any uneasiness on her face. Yang Kai laughed, stretched out his hand and pulled Yin Su Dai up, nodding. Since Sect Master Gong has such intentions, Sect Master would appear too unreasonable if he refused. From now on, Colored Glass Sect's disciples will be my High Heaven Sect's disciples. I hope we can share trials and tribulations together. Gong Ao Fu got the answer she wanted and was overjoyed. Many thanks for Sect Master's approval. This mistress greets Sect Master. She immediately changed the way she addressed Yang Kai, drawing closer the relationship between herself and Yang Kai. Disciple greets Sect Master. Yin Su Dai also bowed gracefully, her pretty face blushing slightly, causing one's imagination to run wild. However, Yang Kai, who knew her temperament well, naturally would not be deceived by her pretentious appearance. This little girl cultivated charm techniques, so it was easy for her to change her temperament to attract a man's attention. She didn't even think about letting go of Yang Kai's hand and simply held it tightly, a look of pure bliss on her face. Yang Kai's lips curled slightly as he glanced at her meaningfully, pulling back his hand without a trace before saying, Sect Master Gong's strength is extraordinary. Since you have entered High Heaven Sect, you will serve as an elder. The original disciples of Colored Glass Sect will all be under your command. Gong Ao Fu's mouth opened slightly as her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Although she would not be ostracized or oppressed after entering High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai did not disperse the original disciples of Colored Glass Sect and instead allowed Gong Ao Fu to lead them, even granting her the position of elder, naturally moved this beautiful woman greatly. If there is an opportunity in the future, Elder Gong can also restore the glory of Colored Glass Sect. Sect Master will not restrict you. Yang Kai thought for a moment before throwing out another bombshell. This time, Gong Ao Fu immediately showed a look of loyalty, her eyes slightly red as she bowed deeply. This mistress thanks Sect Master for his kindness. This mistress will do her best to contribute to High Heaven Sect and will not fail to live up to Sect Master's high expectations. This time she was truly dead set on following Kai Yang. Joining High Heaven Sect was just a stopgap measure to protect the last of Colored Glass Sect's bloodline, but she had never expected to receive such a great reward in return. How could Gong Ao Fu not be moved? For a time the people from the other sects showed looks of regret. Chapter 1687. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would be so kind as to allow Colored Glass Sect to be rebuilt in the future. If they had known this would happen, they would have joined him long ago instead of scheming against him. Unfortunately, it was too late to regret now. Although Yang Kai was easy to talk to, he was not a fool. After seeing the treatment Colored Glass Sect received, how could he accept it? Many people wore bitter looks on their faces, but they forced themselves to come forward and congratulate Gong Ao Fu. Gong Ao Fu was now an elder-level character in High Heaven Sect, so they naturally had to curry favor with her. Gong Ao Fu also seemed to shine brightly because of Yang Kai's words and responded to everyone with a smile, appearing quite generous and decent. After all, she was already a sect master, so it was a piece of cake for her to deal with this kind of situation. Yang Kai looked around before finally fixing his eyes on Yan Pei. Yan Pei's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, and no one could guess what he was thinking from the changes in his expression. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, he opened his mouth but eventually sighed and cupped his fists. Sect Master Yang, take care, this old master will take his leave. Yang Kai chuckled. Where does Senior Yan want to go? Yan Pei frowned. I don't know, I'll just take one step at a time. Corpse Spirit Religion's army was rampaging outside, and although Treasure Trove Pavilion's strength was not bad, it could not compete with Corpse Spirit Religion. Otherwise, Yan Pei would not have brought his people to hide in High Heaven Sect to seek shelter. Now that he was about to leave, his future was bleak, so he felt somewhat uneasy. If Senior Yan does not disdain it, you may as well stay. Although my High Heaven Sect is not a great place to be, it is not a place to be. Although High Heaven Sect is not extraordinary, it is large enough to accommodate your Treasure Trove Pavilion's people. Yan Pei's body shook as his black face glowed with excitement. Looking at Yang Kai gratefully, he hesitated a few times before lowering his head and saying, "This old master is ashamed." When the masters from the other sects made trouble in High Heaven Sect last time, although the people from Treasure Trove Pavilion did not participate, they also did not stand up to stop them, only informing Yi Shiyun. For a benefactor who had accepted him and sheltered him, doing so would undoubtedly be unethical. But now, Yang Kai didn't care about their former enmity and took the initiative to ask them to stay, repaying evil with kindness. This made Yan Pei feel a little ashamed. That was why he felt so ashamed. He knew that too. Yang Kai didn't have much of a relationship with Treasure Trove Pavilion. The few times they had interacted with each other, it was all about benefits. The reason why Yang Kai took the initiative to ask him to stay was because of Qian Tong. Yan Pei and Qian Tong had a good relationship. Old Mr. Yan, you are too serious. After we survive this disaster, my High Heaven Sect may still need Treasure Trove Pavilion's help. I hope Senior Yan will not refuse when the time comes. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Sect Master Yang is too polite. In the future, if High Heaven Sect has any use for my Treasure Trove Pavilion, just let us know, Yan Pei said solemnly. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction, secretly thinking that old black-face Yan Pei was quite tactful. Yang Kai opening his mouth to ask Yan Pei to stay was indeed because of Qian Tong, but the main reason was that Treasure Trove Pavilion could not be underestimated. Perhaps their combat power was nothing in front of Yang Kai, but Treasure Trove Pavilion had many businesses all over Shadowed Star and had many channels that High Heaven Sect did not. If High Heaven Sect wanted to develop and grow, having such an ally was naturally not a bad thing. Moreover, the culprits who forced Yi Shiyun to withdraw from High Heaven Sect had all been killed, so Yang Kai's resentment had been vented, so he didn't intend to pursue this matter any further. If he had really killed all of these people here, it would have been a huge loss to Shadowed Star. Rather than dying at his hands, it would be better to let them fight against the Corpse Spirit Religion and use their remaining strength. For a time, the square was filled with joy and harmony, but 90% of the masters present acted cautiously when facing Yang Kai, lest they upset Yang Kai. Only Gong Ao Fu and the others who had already joined High Heaven Sect acted more naturally. Yang Kai had not returned to High Heaven Sect for a long time, so he was very concerned about the sect's affairs. He was also quite concerned about the injuries of Yi Shiyun and the others, so naturally he had no intention of continuing to chat with them. After waving his hand and telling them to return to their residences, he summoned the people aboard the starship and had them come down together. Yang Kai did not need to greet these people as Yang Xiaozhu and the others had arranged for them. Yang Kai hurried to Lu Yan's 6th layer of the sand field. What surprised him though was that before he even flew out of High Heaven Sect, he saw a large mass of light approaching him from the distance. The aura at the head of this group was very familiar. Who else could it be but Yi Shiyun? Yang Kai was stunned but soon understood. Although he had only fought in the square for a short time, he had still caused some disturbances. Yi Shiyun had probably noticed this and had brought the original High Heaven Sect disciples out from the depths of the 6th layer. Since they had returned, Yang Kai stood in place and waited. A moment later, a group of more than 200 people, led by Yi Shiyun, landed not far in front of Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai had time to observe Yi Shiyun's situation, he heard Great Elder Yi ask, "Have you dealt with them all?" Yang Kai was startled for a moment before smiling. "Does Great Elder trust me so much?" Yi Shiyun said lightly, "You are the sect master, who else can I trust but you?" Yang Kai sighed and nodded. "It's been dealt with." Yi Shiyun looked towards the square and said softly, "The smell of blood is very strong, many people must have died, right?" Yang Kai sneered, "Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect and Floating Mist Palace. All three forces were annihilated." Yi Shiyun didn't have much of a reaction, but the people behind her all showed a look of excitement, as if they had finally gotten their revenge. It was these three sects who had misled the other masters into opposing High Heaven Sect, and in the end Yi Shiyun had no choice but to retreat. "Sect Master." Chang Chi suddenly walked out from the rear and bowed to Yang Kai. "Sect Master should know that the reason Great Elder led us to withdraw from headquarters was not because we were no match for those bastards, but because Great Elder was afraid the fighting would affect the sect's disciples. My High Heaven sect's bloodline is still thin and cannot afford to suffer any losses." "I know," Yang Kai smiled lightly. Chang Chi was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and without saying anything he respectfully retreated behind Yi Shiyun. Yang Kai had thought that the reason why Yi Shiyun had retreated to the depths of the Luyan Desert was indeed because she was outnumbered. After all, there were simply too many enemies, but after seeing the situation of these people he immediately speculated the real reason. Although the number of people in front of him was much smaller than when he left High Heaven Sect, and almost all of them were injured, Yi Shiyun seemed to be fine. If she had really displayed her strength, how could Myriad Beast Mountain, Medicine Pill Sect and Floating Mist Palace have been able to drive her away? The reason she had bravely retreated was entirely to take care of the others in the sect. She might be able to fight 10 enemies alone, but the others were not, especially the disciples of the Haiku family who had followed Yang Kai from the beginning. These people's cultivations were only around the Saint King realm. If Yi Shiyun had not retreated, they would have died without an intact corpse. In other words, if Yi Shiyun had chosen to fight to the death in that battle, High Heaven Sect would not have had a good end, and at least half of the people in the square would have died. Since Sect Master understands, this palace has nothing to say. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly, her expression as cold as ever. "How are Great Elder's injuries?" "On the way back I heard that you fought with 2 masters from Corpse Spirit Religion and were seriously injured." "They were indeed strong. I was not their opponent when fighting 2 of them alone, but there are no problems now. I should be able to fully recover after a month or so of rest." "That's good. There will be many people moving into the sect soon, so Great Elder will be needed to make arrangements." Yi Shiyun glanced over at Yang Kai and snorted, "You seem to be quite happy." Yang Kai laughed, "That's not my strong suit. Moreover, I've been away from the sect for 7 or 8 years now, so I really don't know much about it." "Forget it, I'll make the arrangements when the time comes." Yi Shiyun took over. The group of more than 200 people quickly returned to the headquarters. When Yang Kai released nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans from the sealed world bead, even the calm Yi Shiyun could not help feeling a little moved. Although she had been warned by Yang Kai that a large number of people would be moving into High Heaven Sect, she had not expected it to be such a huge number. What's more, these people were all brought back by Yang Kai from their homeland, so there was no need to consider their loyalty. In other words, in terms of numbers alone, the current High Heaven Sect had completely surpassed any great force on Shadowed Star. Of course, it still could not be compared to Corpse Spirit Religion. Now, more and more people were joining Corpse Spirit Religion, and almost half of all Shadowed Star had fallen into the clutches of its army. With nearly 10,000 people from the 3 clans, how to deal with them was definitely a problem. However, Yang Kai did not need to worry about this at all. After Yi Shiyun gathered the top masters of the human, monster, and demon races, she asked them about their respective requirements and quickly arranged for them to settle down in different mountain peaks. These mountain peaks all had ready-made secluded palaces and buildings, so the 3 clans only needed to tidy up a little before they could move in. As for the original members of High Heaven Sect, they still lived in their respective residences without any changes. In just a single day, Yi Shiyun had managed to arrange all of this in a hurry. High Heaven Sect had absorbed nearly 10,000 new blood at once, so it was easy to imagine that at some point in the future, it would truly become the #1 sect on Shadowed Star. After nearly 10,000 people poured into High Heaven Sect, less than a fifth of the 81 mountain peaks had been occupied, leaving the rest still unclaimed. The masters from other sects who had come here to seek refuge could only watch with envy, but there was nothing they could do. What's more, most of them had offended High Heaven sect before, so although Yang Kai was no longer pursuing them, they still lived cautiously, lest they offend Yang Kai somehow and be swept out the door. Over the next few days, Yang Kai patrolled the various mountain peaks alone, investigating the integration of the human, monster, and demon clans. The results were naturally good. No one from the three clans was dissatisfied with this place. Compared to Zhou Xian realm, Shadowed Star was simply a cultivation paradise, not to mention that High Heaven sect occupied the most fertile land on Shadowed Star. Chapter 1688. After the situation in the sect stabilized, Yang Kai began to deal with other matters. The first thing he needed to do was naturally heal Yi Shiyun and the others. Of the original High Heaven sect disciples, Yi Shiyun was not the only one who was injured. 90% of the other origin returning realm masters were also injured. These injuries were all left behind during the battle with corpse spirit religion's masters. Injuries caused by corpse chi were very difficult to heal, as the insidious corpse chi had a corrosive effect that hindered the circulation of High Heaven sect's saint chi. Only by using a special detoxification spirit pill could they be healed. Previously, they had not been able to recover from their injuries and had been forced to use their powerful cultivations to suppress them before using their saint chi to slowly dissolve them. This process was very long. However, after Yang Kai returned, everything changed. He teamed up with little senior sister Xia Chong to refine a special kind of spirit pill that could detoxify corpse chi. After giving one to each of the injured people, the corpse chi disaster was instantly resolved. Without the corpse chi with their cultivations, it was naturally not difficult for them to recover, not to mention that Yang Kai had also refined a large number of pills for them to take. As such, in just 10 days the problem that had plagued the masters of High Heaven sect for countless days was resolved, and the high-end combat power of High Heaven sect was completely renewed. In this incident, because of Yi Shiyun's wise decision, High Heaven sect did not suffer any losses. On top of that, before she left, she took away some of High Heaven sect's precious treasures, including the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree. On the whole, High Heaven sect's headquarters had not suffered any losses other than being occupied by someone else. After Yi Shiyun returned, the red candle fruit, the 10,000-year incense, and the 9-branched jade crystal tree were placed in specific places again. The former was the key to refining the Origin King pill, while the latter two were great aids to a cultivator's breakthrough. Both had unimaginable significance and role for the entire sect. 10 days later, High Heaven sect was completely settled. In the main hall, Yang Kai summoned all the high-level members of High Heaven sect. No one knew what he was going to do, but they all gathered together on time to listen to his speech. Yang Kai didn't have much to say, first expressing his gratitude to the elders for their silent contributions over the years, then looking forward to the bright future of High Heaven sect. They were all topics that were neither painful nor itchy. In the end, Yang Kai suddenly smiled mysteriously and turned to the crowd. On this trip I brought some good things for everyone. Although these things may not be able to play the greatest role on Shadowed Star, they can be used to their full potential. However, it will definitely allow you to glimpse the barrier to the Origin King realm. He believed that as long as he accumulated enough. In the future, as long as I can get rid of the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, I can smoothly break through to the Origin King realm. As soon as he said this, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, as if they were unable to digest the news he brought. Even Yi Shiyun was taken aback, staring at Yang Kai curiously, not knowing what he was talking about. The Origin King realm had always been a legend on Shadowed Star, a barrier that even Yi Shiyun could not break through. Although she did not choose to leave Shadowed Star with Yang Kai and instead chose to stay behind, that did not mean she had no desire to break through to this realm. On the contrary, her desire to break through to the Origin King realm was stronger than anyone else's because she already had the qualifications to break through to the grand accomplishment stage. It was only because she had to protect Yang Yan that she chose to stay behind, lest there be no one to oversee the sect and an accident occur. At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's words, she was naturally very concerned. "Sect Master, what is this mysterious thing?" Gong Ao Fu asked with a smile. Although she had just joined High Heaven sect as an elder, she had quickly integrated into the sect and was not a bad person. In less than half a month, she had already gained the recognition of her existence by the original High Heaven Sect Elder Committee. As such, she still had some say in this meeting. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, looking forward to his answer. It's this. Yang Kai did not keep them in suspense and instead stretched out his hand, grasped at the void and took out a crystal-like object. As soon as this crystal appeared, a soft and mysterious power filled the hall, causing all the origin-returning realm masters present to show looks of shock and confusion. Although they could not see through the true essence of this power, they felt that it was more profound and mysterious than Shi, as if it was an upgraded version of Shi. Territory Stone. Yang Xiaozhu's eyes were sharp and he immediately recognized the origin of this crystal. Chu Han-yi and Lin Yu-rao also recognized it and exclaimed, their eyes flashing with pleasant surprise. What is a territory stone? Yi Shiyun's brow furrowed slightly. Of everyone present, her cultivation was the highest, so she was naturally aware of the indescribable mysteries contained in this crystal. She had only probed it slightly, but she felt as if her soul was being cleansed. It was easy to imagine what kind of benefits she could obtain if she cultivated with this crystal for a long time. Yang Kai glanced at Yang Xiaozhu with a smile and motioned for him to explain. Yang Xiaozhu did not refuse and immediately explained the origin and function of this territory stone. When they heard that this thing was actually a treasure condensed from the territory of an origin king realm master, the eyes of everyone in the hall lit up. After hearing that by sensing the mysteries of this territory stone, one could see through the power of a territory, all the elders in the hall breathed heavily as they stared unblinkingly at the territory stone in Yang Kai's hand, like a group of perverts who had just seen a naked beauty. Everyone's eyes flashed with naked lust. Territory stones are very precious treasures in the blood prison and can only be produced in Green Mountain Star's blood prison. Each piece is priceless. Although this Yang entered the blood prison once, he had no chance to obtain such a treasure, but Elder Lin's luck was quite good and she managed to obtain one. Yang Xiaozhu looked at Lin Yu-rao with envious eyes. Lin Yu-rao smiled and took out a territory stone from her space ring and shook it gently. Chu Hanyi watched from the side, envious to death. When they entered the blood prison, the three of them had separated, and although they did not encounter any disasters due to their tyrannical cultivations, they did not gain many benefits either. On the other hand, Qian Tong had broken through his own bottleneck after leaving the blood prison and broke through to the origin king realm. If one could obtain a territory stone, they would be able to comprehend the power of territory and scrupulously, an irresistible attraction to any origin returning realm master. Elder Lin really has good luck. Changqi sighed to the side. However, Changqi, Haoan, Ning Xiangchen, Huang Wan and the others did not care much. After all, their cultivations were only at the first order origin returning realm, so even if they obtained a territory stone, their cultivations would not be able to keep up and they would not be able to comprehend the power of territory in a short time. They could only rely on territory stones to strengthen their Shi. After all, territory stones were the evolution and upgrade of Shi, so comprehending the mysteries of territory stones was extremely helpful to the cultivation of Shi. That being said, the importance of territory stones to origin returning realm masters was still not negated. Yi Shiyun was silent for a long time before suddenly saying, Sect Master, if it is convenient, Gong would like 10 territory stones. A burst of gasps sounded as Yang Xiaozhu and the others turned their heads and stared at Yi Shiyun with incredulous eyes. Others did not know the preciousness of territory stones, but Yang Xiaozhu and the others were well aware. The three of them had taken a trip to the blood prison, and only Lin Yu-rao had been lucky enough to obtain a single territory stone, but Yi Shiyun actually wanted 10 at once. This was simply an exorbitant demand. This was not in line with Great Elder's style at all. Was this really the Great Elder that everyone respected and respected? Why did she seem no different from a common scoundrel? Yang Xiaozhu and the others could not help feeling a little dazed. Yi Shiyun snorted softly. Do you think Sect Master only has this one? With Sect Master's personality, if he did not have a great harvest, how could he display it so openly in front of so many people? He is not a child, someone who likes to show off and show off everywhere. Hearing her say this, Yang Xiaozhu and the others came back to their senses and stared at Yang Kai with burning eyes, their eyes full of expectation. Yang Kai laughed dumbly and shook his head. Great Elder really knows how to read people's minds. I can't hide anything from you. Sect Master. Yang Xiaozhu gulped, feeling his lips go dry. And during my trip to the blood prison I did obtain a lot of territory stones. And a lot. Yang Kai had no intention of concealing anything and stood up to look at the crowd with a smile. A lot? How much is that? Chu Han-yi asked in a trembling voice. Enough for each of you to obtain 10 pieces. Yang Kai smiled lightly. C. Yang Xiaozhu and the others gasped as they stared at Yang Kai with almost worshipful eyes. There were not many people in the hall, only about 15 including Gong Ao Fu and Dai Yuan who had recently joined High Heaven sect. Gong Ao Fu knew that Yang Kai did not like Yin Su Dai very much and was instead quite concerned about Dai Yuan, so she had recently taken Dai Yuan along with her. As for Yin Su Dai, she was showing signs of falling out of favor and was not qualified to appear here. And it seems that Gong underestimated Sect Master's ability and asked for too little. Yi Shiyun frowned slightly, her expression somewhat annoyed. Yang Kai laughed heartily. If Great Elder wants more, I will naturally satisfy you. But with Great Elder's cultivation and comprehension of Sure, I think 2 or 3 pieces are already too much for you. Any more than that would be useless to you. If Gong has no use for them, she can give them to others, Yi Shiyun said lightly. But forget it, 10 is 10. Yang Kai did not say anything more and simply waved his hand, sending 10 territory stones to Yi Shiyun. Without seeing her do anything, the space ring on her hand flashed and the territory stones were stored away, displaying the demeanor of a master. Sect Master. Yang Xiaozhu blushed as he rubbed his hands and stared at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Xiaozhu was not the kind of person who would flatter others. When he was on Star Emperor Mountain, his attitude was upright and unyielding. After joining High Heaven sect, he was still like this, but this time he had no choice but to put aside his old face. A third-order origin returning realm master valued territory stones more than others. Although he failed to break through to the Origin King realm this time, as long as he had a territory stone in hand and comprehended its power, the next time he left Shadowed Star, he had full confidence he would be able to break through. High Heaven sect now had the ability to travel far, so Yang Xiaozhu believed that Yang Kai would take them away from Shadowed Star again. Chapter 1689. Yang Xiaozhu, Chu Han-yi and Lin Yu Rao each received 10 territory stones. Yang Xiaozhu believed that with so many territory stones, they would be able to comprehend the mysteries of the territory's power. Coupled with their experience in the blood prison, the next time they left Shadowed Star, they would have a great chance of breaking through the shackles of the Origin King realm and reaching the peak. Everyone else was also given a different number of territory stones according to their cultivation. Yang Kai, who was at the second-order Origin returning realm, was given 5, while Yang Kai, who was at the first-order Origin returning realm, was given 3. As long as they could make good use of the gentle energy contained in these territory stones, it would not be a problem for them to condense their Sure to the grand accomplishment stage. It wasn't that Yang Kai was stingy and unwilling to give them more, it was just that it was useless to give them more. Although territory stones were consumables, they were different from Saint Crystals. Each territory stone could be used for a long time. The territory stones given out by Yang Kai were definitely enough for them to use. After giving out the domain stones, Yang Kai took out a large number of artifacts from his space ring, each of which had different appearances but weren't of low grade. These artifacts were all spoils of war from Yang Kai's recent killing spree. Most of them had come from the monster race masters on Monster Star and were all origin grade or above, many of which were high rank. With these artifacts, Yang Kai believed that the strength of everyone present would rise greatly, greatly increasing their chances of survival in the future battle with Corpse Spirit Religion. As for how these artifacts would be distributed, that was not something Yang Kai needed to consider, as Yi Shiyun would handle it. There were also a variety of cultivation pills. Yang Kai's space ring was like a veritable treasure trove, and everything he took out was astonishing. After dealing with these things, Yang Kai took Xianing Chong and Su Yan back to First Heavenly Palace. Since entering this forbidden zone, Yang Kai had been living in First Heavenly Palace. Although the area of this palace was not too large, it was definitely not small either. There were countless rooms inside. Previously only Yang Kai lived here, but now Su Yan and Xianing Chong naturally lived here as well, accompanying him. Although High Heaven sect was safe and there was no need to worry about encountering any danger, Yang Kai still hoped to increase the strength of his closest friends. There was no need to worry about Su Yan. Now she already possessed the Ice Phoenix origin power. With profound frost in hand and a third-order origin returning realm cultivation, on Shadowed Star, only Qian Tong would be able to do anything. The others were no match for her. How could Qian Tong attack Su Yan? Xianing Chong was about to break through to the second-order origin returning realm. Ever since he became the Star Master of Tongxian realm, her cultivation speed had become much faster than before, and she had been engrossed in alchemy over the years, which was coupled with her special constitution. Even if she did not deliberately cultivate, her strength was rising steadily, and she believed that it would not be long before she broke through. However, the first-order origin returning realm was still too weak. Yang Kai took out a turquoise artifact armor and a wheel-like artifact and handed them to Xianing Chong. Little senior sister, take some time to refine these two things. I believe they will be of great help to you. This artifact armor is so beautiful. Xianing Chong glanced at it but did not pay much attention to the wheel-like artifact. Instead, she was very interested in the turquoise artifact armor. Yang Kai chuckled. Although I don't know what grade this artifact armor is, it is definitely Origin King grade. With it, very few people in this world can break through your defenses. Xianing Chong was not very proficient in combat, so as a defensive artifact, this artifact armor was undoubtedly very suitable for her. Junior brother, where did you get this? This thing must be very valuable, right? Xianing Chong looked left and right, somewhat unwilling to part with it. It doesn't matter whether it is valuable or not, what matters is whether it can protect you for me. Xianing Chong raised her head and glanced at Kai Yang. Pursing her lips, she smiled with a satisfied expression. This artifact armor was brought out from the blood prison. When Yang Kai obtained the Monster King's origin essence crystal, he also brought out the corpse of Mad Crocodile Monster King, so there was no reason for him to let go of his space ring. Mad Crocodile Monster King was a top master in the third-order Origin King realm when he was alive, so how could there be anything poor in his space ring? It could even be said that most of the artifacts and pills that Yang Kai distributed in the discussion hall before came from Mad Crocodile Monster King's space ring. Compared with this Origin King grade artifact armor, the rest of the wealth in this space ring was not worth much, but it still could not be ignored. At the very least, the huge wealth in this space ring was enough to support the current High Heaven sect for some time. Take this too. Yang Kai then handed over the wheel-like artifact to her. This wheel-like artifact was also an Origin King grade artifact, the sect-hallowed artifact of Heaven Battling Union, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel. When Yang Kai fought with Heaven Battling Union's Union Master Chu Zheng and killed him, the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel was one of his spoils of war and had been hidden away ever since. With two Origin King grade artifacts in hand, as long as she refined them properly, little senior sister would not need to fear any enemy below the Origin King realm. Xianing Chong did not say much and obediently put away the green artifact armor and the Sun and Moon Golden Wheel according to Yang Kai's request. Glancing over at Su Yan, who had been sitting quietly nearby, she quickly kissed Yang Kai on the cheek before running out like a frightened rabbit. Her steps were hurried as if she had done something shameful. Su Yan looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said meaningfully, Ning Cheng's courage has grown after being taught by you. Yang Kai chuckled wryly. He had nothing to give Su Yan. When he was in Ice Heart Valley, the most important Ice Phoenix inheritance had been handed over to Su Yan, and Yang Kai had even given her the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal. With the assistance of the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, Su Yan's cultivation speed had greatly increased, and with profound frost in hand, Yang Kai believed she would no longer need to rely on other foreign objects. Yang Kai thought of Shanqing Luo again. When they parted ways in the blood prison, he had given her 200 territory stones and the Origin King grade Thunderfire 7 Birds Whip. Yang Kai wondered how this dragon lady was doing now and whether her cultivation was going smoothly. Yang Kai also thought of Yang Inflammation. Senior sister, you cultivate first, I'm going out. Yang Kai suddenly got up. Su Yan nodded gently, took out the 10,000-year Ice Jade Pedestal, sat down cross-legged on it, and held a piece of territory stone in her hand before closing her eyes and meditating. Yang Kai left First Heavenly Palace and went straight to the center of Lu Yen Sand Field. Although he had learned from Yi Shiyun that Yang Inflammation had been sleeping for many years and hadn't changed much, Yang Kai still wanted to see it with his own eyes. On Shadowed Star, Yang Inflammation was his closest friend, and if there were no accidents, this friendship would continue. However, Yang Inflammation's life was too complicated now, and no one knew what she would become after she truly woke up. so Yang Kai was naturally worried. The sixth layer of Lu Yen sand field didn't cover a large area, only a few kilometers in radius. Holding the Star Emperor token in his hand, Yang Kai easily passed through the barrier of Lu Yan's fifth layer and arrived in front of the bamboo forest. A lofty pavilion loomed behind the bamboo forest, and Yang Kai stepped forward. The sixth layer of Lu Yen sandfield had always been a restricted area of High Heaven sect. In the past, only Great Elder Yi Shiyun could set foot here. No one else was allowed to enter, nor did they have the ability to. It wasn't until last time, when Yi Shiyun had to retreat to the sixth layer with her people, that High Heaven sect learned of the existence of such a place. However, the lofty pavilion was still a place where no one was allowed to set foot. Yang Kai naturally wasn't one of them. Passing through the bamboo forest, Yang Kai easily arrived at the lofty pavilion, swept it with his divine sense and went straight up to the second floor. On the second floor, the decoration was simple with only a wooden bed and nothing else. Lying on the wooden bed, however, was a woman wearing a black robe with an exquisite figure. It was none other than Yang Yun, whom Yang Kai had not seen for a long time. Her appearance was no different from the Yang Yun from Yang Kai's memories, but her temperament was a little different. When Yang Kai walked closer to take a look, he faintly felt a sense of oppression from Yang Yun. Even though she was asleep, she still exuded a frightening aura. It was as if just looking at her was blasphemy, a blasphemy against a divine being. Yang Kai was startled for a while before his complexion suddenly changed. Because in his field of vision, Yang Yun's appearance began to blur, and he could no longer see the scene in front of him clearly. At this moment, she became illusory, as if she didn't exist, but also as if she was omnipresent. Yang Kai's divine sense was also pulled into an abyss by an invisible force, constantly falling down without end. Yang Kai bit the tip of his tongue and let out a low groan. A sharp pain shot through his body, and the feeling of his divine sense falling suddenly disappeared, allowing him to refocus his vision. Cold sweat broke out all over his body and seeped through his clothes. Emperor pressure. It's really terrifying. Yang Kai muttered with lingering fear. Even though she was asleep, the emperor pressure emitted by Yang Yun was enough to subvert Yang Kai's divine sense, so it was difficult to imagine what she would be like after waking up. However, Yang Kai had only come here to take a look at Yang Yun. After all, he had not seen her for so many years. When he was still very weak, it was Yang Yun who had always helped him. Without Yang Yun, there would be no Dragon Cave Mountain and no High Heaven sect today. Yang Kai was very grateful to her. Perceiving that there was no problem with Yang Yun and that she was still asleep, Yang Kai nodded secretly and prepared to turn around and leave. But just as he was about to turn around, he suddenly noticed Yang Yun's finger move slightly. This discovery caused Yang Kai's body to shake, and he quickly came to a stop, holding his breath as he stared towards the wooden bed. An invisible force spread out from Yang Yun's body and wrapped around Yang Kai like the maw of a beast, not giving him any time to react or even resist. Immediately afterward, Yang Kai's vision blurred and he appeared in a somewhat familiar place. Below him was a roiling sea of flames that contained a terrifying energy aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and earth. Floating high up in the sky were a variety of different colored balls of light, and inside these balls of light, different scenes were constantly flashing at an incredible speed. Yang Kai was unable to see what these scenes were. This is... Kai Yang wrinkled his brow, looking around. He quickly understood where he was. Knowledge Sea? Yang Kai exclaimed. Chapter 1690. Yes, this is my knowledge sea, a voice came from the side. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Inflammation sitting cross-legged in the void, forming a strange seal. Her expression was solemn as various halos of light constantly appeared around her, giving her an extremely sacred appearance. She looked at him with a smile, no different from the Yang Inflammation in his memory. Is it you or her? Yang Kai frowned, not daring to be sure. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and asked, Is there a difference? Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. It may be no difference to you, but it is to me. I don't want to be killed here by her in a fit of anger. Those are the great emperors of Starfield. I am one of the great emperors of Starfield. Yang Inflammation snorted. Forget it, it looks like it's you. Yang Kai relaxed. As long as it wasn't the legendary great emperors who were talking to him, there was no problem. Turning his head and looking around, he asked, Why are you looking for me? Nothing. Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. I just felt your aura and brought you here. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. He was no longer the ignorant boy he was in the past. His strength had also undergone earth-shaking changes. He was now invincible under the Origin King realm, and even dared to fight an ordinary Origin King. But in front of Yang Yan he had become a small fish that could be pinched and squashed at will. Yang Kai was greatly shocked. Seemingly aware of his thoughts, Yang Inflammation giggled, "You don't need to undervalue yourself. To be honest, I have never seen anyone with a cultivation speed as fast as yours. Even in that place you are considered a top genius. All you lack is the tempering of time. As long as you are given enough time, you will be able to stand at my height one day." "Are you trying to comfort me?" Yang Kai glanced at her and frowned. "What is this place you speak of?" Yang Inflammation smiled but did not answer, appearing very mysterious. Seeing that she had no intention of explaining, Yang Kai waved his hand. "Forget it. Just pretend I didn't ask." Yang Inflammation gently nodded. Suddenly her expression became serious. "Although I have been in a deep sleep, merging my embodiment and soul, I am not completely ignorant of the outside world. I feel like something big has happened on Shadowed Star in recent years. 2 months ago Yi Shiyun even brought some people here. What exactly happened? Is High Heaven Sect?" "High Heaven Sect is fine, but Shadowed Star is star." "Shadowed Star is star." Yang Kai sighed, flew over to Yang Inflammation, sat down cross-legged, and told her about the situation with Corpse Spirit Religion's army. Yang Inflammation listened attentively before finally nodding. "It turns out that below Grand Burial Valley, there was an underworld spring well. This is our fault. If we had not taken away the sun's true essence, that underworld spring well would not have reappeared. That's why I feel troubled. If it were any other matter, my High Heaven Sect could simply ignore it and just stay in the headquarters. Even if the outside world was turned upside down, it would have nothing to do with me, but in the end this matter is partly my fault, so I can't just ignore it." Yang Kai sighed. Yang Inflammation obviously agreed with Yang Kai's point of view and thought for a while before asking, "Can you go and meet the mysterious religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion? Are you interested in him?" Yang Kai raised his brow. "It's not that I'm interested in him, I just feel that his method of transforming corpse spirits and controlling Corpse Spirit Religion is very similar to someone I once knew." "Who?" Yang Kai was surprised. "That person called himself the Corpse Emperor, and in the past he also controlled a race that called itself the Corpse Spirit Race, which is why I was interested." "Corpse Emperor." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air, his expression changing a few times. "Is he on the same level as you?" Yang Inflammation was one of the great emperors of Starfield, and since this guy who called himself the Corpse Emperor dared to use the word emperor, he was obviously in existence on the same level as Yang Inflammation. Yang Inflammation nodded lightly. Yang Kai's face instantly became extremely ugly. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. "You don't need to be so nervous. It's impossible for the Corpse Emperor to come here, so that person can't be the Corpse Emperor. I'm just guessing that he has some kind of relationship with the Corpse Emperor, perhaps an old acquaintance of mine. My old acquaintance has a good relationship with the Corpse Emperor, so it's not surprising that he knows how to transform corpse spirits." Yang Kai grit his teeth as he stared at Yang Inflammation. "Even if that person isn't the Corpse Emperor, since he's your old acquaintance, he's definitely not someone I can resist. If I rushed to meet him, wouldn't I be courting death? Of course I won't send you to your death." Yang Inflammation glared at Yang Kai. "If that person is really as I guess, his strength will definitely not exceed the Origin King realm, at most a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Shadowed Star has its own world principles, so as long as he remains on Shadowed Star, he won't be able to break through." Yang Kai's face relaxed slightly. If this mysterious religion master was really just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, then there was nothing to be afraid of. However, what is the origin of that old acquaintance of yours that you care so much about? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. Yang Inflammation was silent for a while before explaining. "You should know that the reason my body fell into a deep slumber was because I was seriously injured in a great battle, so I had no choice but to retreat to the Emperor Garden to recuperate. The old acquaintance I'm talking about is the one who injured me." Yang Kai tried his best to maintain the clarity of his mind and calmness of his soul as he asked bitterly, "Didn't you say that person died in that battle?" Yang Kai also knew some of the secrets of the past. The reason why the great emperors of Starfield fell into a deep slumber was because they had suffered heavy injuries in a great battle, and her enemy had been killed on the spot. But now, Yang Inflammation actually said that person might still be alive. Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Someone who could injure Yang Inflammation. There was no doubt that this person was on the same level as Yang Inflammation and the Corpse Emperor. I smashed his body to pieces, but that guy's means of escaping are top-notch. Perhaps his soul managed to escape without me noticing. However, you can rest assured that his situation is different from mine. I was injured, but as long as I had enough time to recuperate I would be able to recover, but his body was destroyed, so even if he wanted to recover it would not be so simple. Especially on Shadowed Star. Kai Yang's brow wrinkled. Nodding, he said, if that's the case I can go and meet him, but even if what you said is true and the religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion is that person, what do you plan to do? Yang Inflammation shook his head. It's not what I plan to do. It's you. If that religion master of Corpse Spirit Religion is really him, you must kill him as soon as possible, otherwise when he recovers his Yuan Qi, the entire Star territory will suffer. You're one of the great emperors of Star Field. Can't you just slap him to death? Yang Kai looked at Yang Inflammation resentfully. Yang Inflammation shook his head. I can't act for the time being. Yang Kai suddenly felt like cursing, but after a long silence he nodded fiercely. Good, I'll go and meet him. You have to be careful, he has always been sinister and knows how to manipulate others to work for him. He rarely shows himself, so if you find an opportunity you must kill him. I know. Yang Kai responded casually. Then go. Yang Yan waved her hand, and in the next moment, Yang Kai felt an invisible force pushing against him from his knowledge sea, trying to expel him from it. When he recovered, Yang Kai found that he was still standing beside the wooden bed. On the wooden bed, Yang Inflammation's eyes were closed, still in a deep sleep. Turning around, Yang Kai strode out of the loft. Although he had promised Yang Inflammation that he would meet this mysterious religion master, the other party's actions were so mysterious that even the white-robed corpse general he killed did not know his true cultivation or appearance. Finding him would undoubtedly be very difficult. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to act alone. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai immediately sent someone to send a message to Qian Tong. Now on Shadowed Star, Qian Tong was the true leader of the Shadowed Star field. With his Origin King Realm cultivation he would definitely play a vital role in the next operation. Shadow Moon Hall should have been stabilized, and if Yang Kai wanted to solve the problems on Shadowed Star, he would first need to eradicate Corpse Spirit Religion. Qian Tong should be happy to join forces with him to deal with this mysterious religion master. Shadow Moon Hall was not close to High Heaven Sect, so even if Qian Tong wanted to arrive, it would take at least a month. While waiting carefully, Yang Kai was also improving his strength. In Ice Heart Valley, Yang Kai used the Star Emperor token to fight with Luo Hai and broke through to the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, only one step away from the Origin King Realm. On the way back, Yang Kai's cultivation had also increased little by little, gradually approaching its limit, while his Sure had also reached the Grand Accomplishment stage. With the help of the power of the Territory Stone and his experience in the Blood Prison Trial, Yang Kai also had his own understanding of territory. In other words, if it were not for the current conditions, Yang Kai could already begin to break through to the Origin King Realm. However, Yang Kai was not in a hurry. His Third Order Origin Returning Realm cultivation was also the foundation of the Origin King Realm, so the more solid his Sure was, the easier it would be for him to form his own territory after breaking through to the Origin King Realm. Yang Kai intended to leave Shadowed Star after solving the problem with Corpse Spirit Religion while also dealing with a few things he had been worried about. These matters were crucial to improving his strength and figuring out the mysteries of Shadowed Star's territory. Time passed day by day and High Heaven Sect remained undisturbed as almost everyone was immersed in cultivation. They all knew that these days would not last long. Once the time was right, Yang Kai would definitely attack Corpse Spirit Religion. At that time, even if they wanted to cultivate, they would not have time. It was for this reason that the masters in High Heaven Sect began to cherish the time they had now. Every bit of strength they gained was a bit more life-saving money, allowing them to kill more enemies in the future battle with Corpse Spirit Religion. After an entire month, Qian Tong arrived at High Heaven Sect and immediately took charge of guiding the High Heaven Sect disciples from outside into the headquarters. Since Yang Kai beheaded white-robed corpse General Kong Fei Rao, the corpse spirit religion army that had besieged High Heaven sect had dispersed. Now that High Heaven sect had finally restored contact with the outside world, they were more or less aware of the situation outside, so Qian Tong's journey here was unimpeded. Chapter 1691. After explaining his plan to Qian Tong immediately agreed. Qian Tong also understood the principle of capturing the leader in order to capture bandits. Corpse spirit religion had been like a rolling snowball in the past 2 years, becoming more and more powerful. The number of transformed corpse spirit race cultivators and human cultivators who had joined them was simply innumerable. Wanting to kill all of them was simply too difficult, so it was better to directly attack the root of the problem and kill the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. After Qian Tong regained control of Shadow Moon Hall, he had also investigated and studied corpse spirit religion. All signs pointed to Grand Burial Valley as the source of corpse spirit religion's rise and origin. Before this, he had been considering whether to go to Grand Burial Valley to investigate the situation, but now that he had received confirmation from Yang Kai, he naturally had no reason to hesitate. Together with Yang Kai, he immediately left High Heaven sect and rushed to Grand Burial Valley. This time, Yang Kai did not bring anyone with him and only acted with Qian Tong. Even Su Yan was left behind in High Heaven sect by Yang Kai. Qian Tong was already an Origin King Realm Master, so his flying speed was naturally extremely fast. Although Yang Kai's cultivation was not as good as Qian Tong's, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so in terms of speed alone he was faster than Qian Tong. In just 10 days the two of them arrived at the Grand Burial Valley. When Yang Kai and Yang Yan came here last time, although Grand Burial Valley was filled with yin qi, making every cultivator feel uncomfortable, it was still acceptable. But now when Yang Kai and Qian Tong arrived here and looked down from above, both of them could not help frowning. Down below there was a thick fog. The entire Grand Burial Valley was shrouded in this fog, making it impossible to see one's hand in front of them. This thick fog was obviously filled with extreme yin and cold corpse qi, which was also poisonous. Any living person who entered this fog, if they were not strong enough, would likely be invaded by this pervasive corpse qi and transformed into a member of the corpse spirit race. Using their divine senses, both of them found that there were many life auras hidden in this corpse qi. Very active. These were undoubtedly members of the corpse spirit race. This was just the periphery. There were at least several thousand of them, and it was hard to imagine just how many of them there were in the Grand Burial Valley. Let's split up. Yang Kai, if you run into the corpse spirit church's church master, don't hesitate. Remember to send me a message. I'll go kill them all first. There are simply too many of them, Qian Tong warned, and immediately turned into a streak of light, like a bolt of lightning. It rushed straight into the Grand Burial Valley. Wherever the light passed by, terrifying storms and thunderbolts could be heard. The Grand Burial Valley, which had been filled with corpse energy, was cleared out by the Qian Tong, creating a clear path. The surrounding corpse spirit race was in a complete mess. Qian Tong didn't seem to make any moves, but it simply released its own territory field. The Wind Realm territory field pulled in all the corpse spirit race within a radius of more than a dozen miles and crushed them into dust. He obviously didn't intend to hide his whereabouts, and actually killed his way in so brazenly. Yang Kai just smiled lightly and didn't care too much. With Qian Tong's current strength, there was really no opponent on Shadowed Star that he needed to care about, so he was fully qualified to do so. Moreover, by doing so he could attract the attention of Corpse Spirit Church and create an opportunity for himself to act. This was also the plan the two had discussed on the way here. In just a moment the thousands of Corpse Spirit race people who had been detected by Yang Kai and Qian Tong were wiped out, not a single one surviving. The methods of an Origin King Realm Master could be seen clearly. Qian Tong was not satisfied and he continued to advance with large strides. More and more corpse spirits were drawn out by him, and they were swept into his domain and died without knowing why. While Qian Tong was wantonly attacking and attracting most of Corpse Spirit Church's attention, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Following the memories he had last explored, Yang Kai went all the way inside. The origin of Corpse Spirit Church came from the underworld spring well in the Corpse Cave, which was the foundation of Corpse Spirit Church. Yang Kai naturally wanted to go straight to the Corpse Cave. If he could destroy the underworld spring well, Corpse Spirit Church would become a tree without roots, a source without water, and it would be much easier to completely eradicate it. Otherwise, with the existence of the underworld spring well, no matter how many members of the corpse spirit race died, they could be transformed into new ones. In the distance, rumbling sounds could be heard as strange voices constantly shouted. It was Qian Tong fighting with the masters of Corpse Spirit Church. Although he did not see this scene, Yang Kai knew that Qian Tong must have been slaughtering the corpse spirit race and forcing them to retreat. It only took him half a day to reach the entrance of the corpse cave. Along the way he encountered some corpse spirit race clansmen from time to time, but how could these small fries stop Yang Kai's pace and were all killed? The entrance to the corpse cave had not changed and was not even hidden, still behind the concealment spirit array. However, this spirit array had been broken by Yang Yan last time, so it could not play any role now. Inside the corpse cave, a thick corpse chi was constantly rolling out. The density and damage of this corpse chi was far greater than that of Grand Burial Valley. Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate for a while before jumping into the corpse cave. The corpse cave was darker and more humid than before. Under Yang Kai's perception, there were many stone rooms inside the corpse cave and there were many traces of corpse spirit race activity. However, the commotion caused by Qian Tong outside was too great, so the corpse spirit race clansmen inside the corpse cave had long been alarmed and were rushing out in a steady stream, obviously wanting to provide support. After Yang Kai entered, he immediately hid in a nearby stone room to avoid the wave of corpse spirit race clansmen. His current task was to find the whereabouts of the mysterious religion master, so he did not want to expose his whereabouts prematurely. The corpse spirit race clansmen did not notice him, so after they left, Yang Kai frowned and looked around, seemingly sensing something. The stone room was pitch black without the slightest light, but this did not hinder Yang Kai's observation. At first glance, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. He discovered that there were many complete corpses stored in this stone chamber. Each of these corpses was wrapped in a thick corpse chi like a cocoon. Under the nourishment and effect of the corpse chi, the corpses that were wrapped in the corpse chi had undergone some subtle and undetectable changes. They were gradually approaching the corpse spirit race. Some of these corpses could already be considered half a corpse spirit race clansman. As long as they could absorb the cocoon-like corpse chi around their bodies, they would inevitably become part of the corpse spirit race. Sure enough. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Previously he had speculated about the method the corpse spirit race used to transform their clansmen. It was impossible for every member of the corpse spirit race to appear out of thin air and would require a complete corpse to transform. The source of these corpses was obviously the disciples of the various great forces and sects that the corpse spirit race had attacked and killed. They would transport these corpses back to the corpse cave and use the rich corpse chi here to transform them. In a short time they would be able to transform a new clansman. There were also times when the transformation failed. Yang Kai found some semi-finished corpses in this stone room without the slightest aura. These corpses had undoubtedly failed the transformation and were completely destroyed. The strength of a successfully transformed corpse spirit race clansman was directly related to their cultivation before death. The higher their cultivation before death, the higher their strength after transformation. Therefore, in Heavenly Fate City, the corpse spirit race clansman named Fong Fengqi needed Fei Zhitu's body. In any case, Fei Zhitu was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star. The corpses stored in this stone room did not have high cultivations before death, all of them below the Saint King realm. Most of them were just saints, with some even being transcendence or immortal ascension boundary. These transformed corpse spirit race clansmen were undoubtedly just pawns for the corpse spirit religion's army. However, in this corpse cave there were countless stone rooms, so Yang Kai guessed that the deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses would become before death. Yang Kai did not linger and continued deeper. Soon he found that his guess was correct. The deeper he went, the higher the cultivation of the corpses, gradually going from the Saint realm to the Saint King realm and then to the Origin returning realm. However, the number of corpses was also becoming fewer and fewer. Yang Kai even saw a fully transformed corpse spirit race clansman crawl out of a cocoon-like object, as if he had been reborn. This corpse spirit race clansman roared towards the sky, his body exuding a nauseating aura, two sharp fangs protruding from the corners of his mouth, and needle-like white hair all over his body. Having just completed the transformation, this corpse spirit race clansman obviously did not know how to control his strength. Yang Kai continued forward without disturbing any of the corpse spirit race clansmen and gradually approached the place where he had obtained the sun's true essence. This place was originally the ancient Yang sect's treasure house. It had 3 floors, the innermost being where the sun's true essence and the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal were stored. Standing outside the treasure house, Yang Kai suddenly frowned, raised his head and stared deeply into the depths of the room. Immediately, the corners of his mouth rose slightly as he strode forward and walked in. The first and second floors had corpse spirit race clansmen standing on both sides, all of them origin-returning realm masters, but when Yang Kai walked in, none of them immediately attacked. Instead, all of them stared at Yang Kai fiercely, hissing and threatening as they watched him walk inside. After he left, these corpse spirit race clansmen suddenly swarmed forward to block his path of retreat. Yang Kai went directly to the 3rd floor of the treasure house. The 3rd floor of the treasure vault had undergone a huge change. The interior was decorated with gold and jade in a dazzling and luxurious manner. Numerous fist-sized luminous pearls were embedded in the surrounding walls, emitting a gentle light. The entire 3rd floor of the treasure vault had clearly transformed into a magnificent palace. In the center of the palace, there was a pool with a radius of about 3 feet. Yellow water was constantly bubbling in the pool. Yang Kai's eyes paused for a moment in this pool and immediately understood that this was the legendary underworld Spring Eye. The yellow water in this pool was not a liquid but a direct manifestation of pure energy. This kind of energy had no effect on anyone and was even extremely harmful, but it had a great effect on the corpse spirit race. Yang Kai even felt special space force fluctuations from the underworld Spring Eye. This made Yang Kai have some speculations in his heart, but he was not certain. Shaking his head secretly, Yang Kai looked up and saw a figure sitting on a chair in front of him. Chapter 1692. The figure sitting in the chair was dressed in ordinary clothes, but his face was covered in a strange layer of energy. Even when Yang Kai used his divine sense, he was unable to see his true face. However, Yang Kai felt that this person was somewhat familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. This discovery made Yang Kai frown. If his guess was correct, this person should be the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion. However, Yang Kai could not feel any corpse chi from him. In other words, this person was not a corpse spirit. Could it be that, as Yang Inflammation said, this person was the one who had fought with Yang Inflammation in the past, but had mastered a method to transform and control the corpse spirit race, allowing him to act so high and mighty? Just as Yang Kai was pondering, the man suddenly laughed and clapped his hands lightly, saying in a tone of praise, "You really found this place, your courage isn't small." Hearing this person's voice, Yang Kai raised his brow and his expression became strange. Staring straight at this person, Yang Kai felt as if he could see through the barrier and see his true appearance. The other party did not intend to conceal his identity, and the strange energy covering his face gradually dissipated, revealing a handsome face. "Lu Yi," Yang Kai called out. This guy was none other than Flowing Cloud Valley's young master, Lu Yi, who had made things difficult for him several times and even tried to kill him. The first time Yang Kai had come into contact with him was when the Flowing Flame sand field opened. During the fight for the red candle fruit, Lu Yi had secretly tried to kill Yang Kai. Yang Kai had fought with him for a while, and as a result, Lu Yi had managed to cut off one of Yang Kai's arms, allowing him to escape. Later, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain, Yang Kai had learned that Lu Yi was behind the Xie family. It was Lu Yi who instigated Xie Li and the others to attack Dragon Cave Mountain. Yang Kai did not know what kind of hatred there was between him and Lu Yi that caused him to be so concerned about him. In the past, Yang Kai thought that Lu Yi simply hated him, but now, Yang Kai's mind suddenly flashed as he connected all the clues together and came up with a bold conjecture. Perhaps I shouldn't call you Lu Yi. After all, this is just your body after possessing it. Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly, his expression confident. Lu Yi, who was sitting in his chair, was stunned for a moment as if some secret had been revealed. Staring at Yang Kai in surprise, he muttered, "You actually guessed it? It seems this seat has underestimated you." "Is that so?" Yang Kai chuckled. "You and I first met in Luyan's soul cleansing soul. I obtained an origin essence crystal from there, and from then on you never forgot about me. So that origin essence crystal is yours?" Lu Yuan's handsome and peaceful face suddenly turned ferocious, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Yang Kai Yang Yongkai, where did you take it? Why has this master been unable to sense its aura all this time? This matter was simply a nightmare for Lu Yi. If Yongkai had not taken away the origin essence crystal, he would have been able to completely refine it. After seizing this body, Yongkai only needed to fuse with his own origin essence crystal to restore at least half of his strength in an instant. Even if the world principles of Shadowed Star suppressed him from breaking through to the Origin King realm on the spot, leaving Shadowed Star with a peak origin returning realm cultivation wasn't a big problem for him. As long as he could find a place to retreat for a few dozen years, restoring his original cultivation would not be a dream. At that time the entire territory of Shadowed Star would be his. But all of this was ruined by Yongkai. Lu Yi could not even sense the existence of his origin essence crystal, let alone retrieve it. That was the crystallization and essence of his cultivation. Without it, with Lu Ye's current aptitude, restoring his strength would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. After so many years he had only managed to reach the third order origin returning realm. This was simply unbearable. Sorry, I've already fused with that thing. Yongkai smiled and pointed to his head. Impossible. Lu Yi denied immediately as if he was looking at an ant, turning a contemptuous look towards Yongkai and sneered. With your strength, you want to fuse with my origin essence crystal? The soul that possessed Lu Ye's body was in existence on the same level as the great emperors of Starfield when he was alive, so the origin essence crystal he left behind was naturally of extremely high grade. Even if an Origin King realm master tried to fuse with it rashly, their knowledge sea would burst and their soul would be destroyed. Yongkai only had the cultivation of a first-order origin returning realm at that time, so how could he have fused with it? Lu Yi obviously did not believe this kind of nonsense and only thought that Yongkai was lying and had used some special method to hide the origin essence crystal, making it impossible for him to sense it. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Yongkai shrugged indifferently. Of course, he had no obligation or need to explain clearly to the other party. With a supreme treasure like the soul-warming lotus, fusing with the origin essence crystal root didn't require him to do anything. Even he didn't know that this crystal root was an origin essence crystal until a long time later. Enough nonsense, since you've come here today, don't even think about leaving. Where is this origin essence crystal? As long as I capture you, do you think I won't have a chance to ask? Lu Yi coldly snorted, his aura suddenly becoming violent and evil. Yongkai laughed. You're about to die, yet you're still boasting shamelessly. Lu Yi heard this and couldn't help being startled. The next moment, the entire corpse cave suddenly began to shake as an extremely fierce aura suddenly descended from above. This aura was so strong that Lu Yi felt as if he had been imprisoned, unable to move, only able to stand in place with an ugly expression on his face. Hong long long. The earth seemed to crack open as a huge rumbling sound spread from above. A moment later, a hole appeared above the palace where Yongkai and Lu Yi were standing, and a figure leapt out from it and sent a palm towards Lu Yi. Lu Ye's face changed drastically as he madly pushed his shur, trying to escape from this overwhelming momentum. But in front of this palm, everything he did was in vain. His shur was easily shattered and the palm fell. Lu Yi only had time to let out a pitiful cry before his entire body was crushed into a puddle of flesh and blood. Qian Tong landed, a look of suspicion on his face as he exchanged a glance with Yongkai. Yongkai also wore a stunned expression. Neither of them had expected that Lu Yi would be killed so easily. Is that the religion master of corpse spirit religion? Qian Tong asked in amazement. Yongkai nodded. Yes, that's him. This old master overestimated him. Qian Tong coldly snorted. Although he had never put this religion master of corpse spirit religion in his eyes, he hadn't expected the other party to be killed so easily, making him feel like he had punched cotton. Yongkai didn't say anything, but there was a strange feeling in his heart. Subconsciously he felt that Lu Yi couldn't have died so easily. After all, he had escaped from Yang Yun's hands in the past and hadn't even noticed Yang Yun. Even if Qian Tong was an Origin King realm master, how could he compare to this guy in terms of cunning? Considering all this, Yongkai was shocked and quickly released his divine sense, spreading it outwards frantically. Under the perception of his divine sense, the situation in Grand Burial Valley became clear to him in an instant. Suddenly, he noticed a strand of obscure aura that was fleeing towards the outside at an unbelievable speed, and it was concealed to the extreme. If it wasn't for him arousing suspicion in his heart and intentionally searching for it, he would probably really be unable to notice it. As this aura escaped, it carried with it a slight fluctuation of space principles. Elder Qian. Yang Kai let out a low shout as he suddenly thrust his hands forward and stabbed them into the void. Then he tore them apart and a void crack immediately formed. Qian Tong frowned. Although he didn't understand why Yang Kai was doing this, he still chose to believe him subconsciously and without even asking, directly entered the void crack with Yang Kai. Outside Grand Burial Valley, a corpse general in black robes was meditating in a secluded location. He seemed to have been sitting here for a long time without making any movements. At a certain moment, this black-robed corpse general suddenly trembled and his hidden aura climbed all the way to the peak of the Third Order Origin Returning Realm, not much worse than Yi Shiyun. Slowly opening his eyes, a look of resentment and shock flashed across his pupils as he ground his teeth and roared, "An Origin King, an Origin King. How could there be an Origin King here? Old dog, this king will remember you, this king will definitely repay you for that palm strike. You won't have the chance." A familiar voice suddenly called out from behind him. The black-robed corpse general was shocked and quickly turned around, only to see a void crack open silently and Yang Kai and Qian Tong step out from it. The black-robed corpse general was shocked and without even thinking about it, he immediately roared and tried to escape. "Where do you think you're going?" Qian Tong shouted angrily, his territory suddenly expanding and wrapping around the black-robed corpse general. Yang Kai didn't take action and instead just stared at the black-robed corpse general while pushing his divine sense to the limit to pay attention to his movements. The black-robed corpse general Yang Kai had seen him before and should have been brother to the white-robed corpse general Kong Fei Rao, but at this moment he had been occupied by Lu Ye's soul and had become a completely different person. Although the peak of the Origin Returning Realm was powerful, in front of Qian Tong it was nothing. The moment the black-robed corpse general's body was pulverized and his soul extinguished, Yang Kai noticed a hidden aura leaping through space, directly leaving this place and arriving a few hundred kilometers away without pausing for a single moment. This was obviously the aura of Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master. If Yang Kai wasn't proficient in the Tao of space, it would have been impossible for him to detect such a change. After Qian Tong killed the black-robed corpse general, he turned his head and looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't say a word and simply tore space again, the next moment appearing several hundred kilometers away. As soon as they emerged from the void crack, Yang Kai and Qian Tong saw a corpse general in blue robes frantically fleeing into the distance. Without waiting for Qian Tong to act, Yang Kai summoned a dozen golden blood threads, which intertwined together to form a golden arrow that pierced through space and pierced a hole in the abdomen of the azure-robed corpse general, shattering his corpse bead. The golden blood threads circled outside before flying back, but Yang Kai didn't show any joy after killing a powerful enemy. Instead, his expression became gloomy as he tore space a third time. Chapter 1693. 5 days later, Yang Kai and Qian Tong looked at the corpse in front of them with ugly expressions. This corpse did not belong to the corpse spirit clan. Instead, it belonged to a human cultivator. His cultivation level was not high and he was only at the First Order Origin Returning Realm. However, this was the 27th body possessed by the mysterious corpse spirit cult leader. He didn't seem to have damaged his spirit due to possession. On the contrary, he could possess an unlimited number of different bodies. This was completely contrary to Yang Kai's common sense. When a powerhouse's physical body was destroyed, their divine soul could indeed find a suitable body to seize, but seizing was a very dangerous matter. It was very likely that the divine soul would suffer a backlash and be swallowed by the target of the seizing, leading to the destruction of the divine soul. Even if the divine soul was not swallowed, every seizing would consume a great deal of soul force. It was impossible for anyone to perform a second possession in such a short period of time. However, the mysterious cult leader of Corpse Spirit Religion had broken this rule. In just 5 days he had attempted to possess 27 bodies. Although Yang Kai had caught him by the tail each time, pursued him relentlessly and even killed the bodies he possessed, he had always been able to escape with his soul. After 5 days of pursuit, they failed to kill the cult leader of the Corpse Spirit Religion. Both Yang Kai and Qian Tong realized how tricky this enemy was. However, it wasn't that he didn't gain anything. They discovered that the cult master of Corpse Spirit Religion couldn't possess anyone's body. Only those who had the 10,000 poison evil goo planted in their minds could become his targets. Yang Kai had come into contact with 10,000 poison evil goo once. Back then, Xiali of the Xia family had been controlled by this 10,000 poison evil goo and had foolishly launched an attack on Dragon Cave Mountain with his entire family. In the end, he died without a complete corpse. This kind of strange insect-like existence was the cult master of the corpse spirit religion's unique secret technique. Once the 10,000 poison evil goo was implanted in someone's body, any living creature would have to obey his orders. He had also used this method to enslave his rebellious subordinates, and he had even used this method to carry out possession and escape with his soul. As long as there was a 10,000 poisons evil insect within a certain distance, his divine soul could instantly arrive at the location of the 10,000 poisons evil insect without being restricted by space. In addition to this, Yang Kai and Qian Tong keenly discovered something else. The cult master of the corpse spirit religion chose to possess the body. He was getting weaker and weaker. In the beginning, the body he possessed was still a third-order origin returning realm corpse general, a top-level corpse general, but after 2 days, he could only choose the second-order origin returning realm. Till now, he could only possess beings from the first-order origin returning realm. His possession technique was not flawless, but there was a certain degree of damage, and this damage should be targeted at the divine soul. Even the corpse spirit religion's church master couldn't avoid it. Even so, Yang Kai and Qian Tong were mentally and physically exhausted. Come again, he won't be able to jump around for long. This old master doesn't believe he can escape from this old master's grasp. Qian Tong was also annoyed. He was now an Origin King Realm Master, the #1 master on Shadowed Star, but now he couldn't even deal with the cult master of corpse spirit religion. This made him very angry. What Qian Tong did not know was that the origin of this cult master of corpse spirit religion was much greater than that of an Origin King like him. Have you caught his movements? Qian Tong turned to look at Yang Kai. After a few days of pursuit, Qian Tong also learned about the strangeness of the cult master of corpse spirit religion. If not for Yang Kai tracking him, he would not have been able to eliminate this cult master on his own. He could not detect any trace of the cult master's soul escaping at all. Yang Kai closed his eyes and sensed for a while before suddenly opening them and stretching out his hands to tear the void without saying a word. In a certain jungle, a handsome young man was fleeing in distress. This young man looked to be in his 30s and his body was pulsing with first-order origin returning realm Saint Qi fluctuations. His appearance was quite distressed as his eyes were red and his face was filled with malevolence. While fleeing, this young man restrained his aura and released his divine sense to scan his surroundings. There was no movement within a 30-kilometer radius of him. However, the handsome young man did not relax his vigilance because of this. On the contrary, he continued to flee as if something terrible was chasing him. His face was filled with ruthlessness and his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. In the past, even in that place, he was a famous existence and there were not many people who dared to provoke him. But since he came to this star field and fell on this cultivation star over the past 10,000 years, his luck had become worse and worse. First, he was smashed to pieces by Yang Yan, and after 10,000 years of slumber he was finally able to recover. Today, at this moment, he was being chased by a piece of third-order origin returning realm trash. If he was at his peak, he could tear this piece of trash into 10,000 pieces with a single glance, but now he had no choice but to flee. The handsome young man suddenly felt a sense of grief and indignation, like a tiger being bullied by a dog, or a dragon being toyed with by a shrimp in shallow water, causing his blood to boil and his breathing to become difficult. His soul escape technique was so exquisite that even an Origin King would not be able to detect him, but this little brat named Yang Kai actually cultivated a rare space secret technique. If not for this, how could he have been caught every time? Even in that place, very few people could cultivate the space secret technique. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't understand how someone could cultivate the space secret technique to such a high level in such a place. They could even tear space and instantly travel thousands of miles. Just as his thoughts were running wild and he was gnashing his teeth, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from the void in front of him. The handsome young man's footsteps paused as his face turned pale. This situation had occurred dozens of times already, so he was no stranger to it and knew what would happen next. You forced me to do this. The handsome young man's eyes flashed viciously as if he had made an important decision. He stopped and stood in place, waiting quietly. The strange energy fluctuations coming from the void in front of him became more and more obvious, and soon a crack suddenly appeared. Inside this crack was a dark and chaotic void. Two figures walked out of this crack, the one in front being Qian Tong while Yang Kai followed behind. As soon as Qian Tong appeared, his powerful soul immediately locked onto the position of the handsome young man. Without even saying a word, he expanded his territory domain and wrapped it around the handsome young man. His wind concept filled the air and condensed into a variety of killing moves within his territory domain that shot towards the handsome young man. The other party's cultivation after possessing this body was now only at the first order origin returning realm, so Qian Tong did not even need to take action. Just by relying on the power of his territory domain he could easily kill him. The handsome and evil young man laughed out loud. Lowly ant, bear the supreme fury of this seat. As soon as he finished speaking he opened his mouth and spat out a turquoise aura. The turquoise aura twisted slightly in the void and suddenly turned into a turquoise long saber. There were complex runes and patterns on the long saber, making people feel dizzy just by looking at it. The turquoise long saber slashed down viciously in midair without making a sound. But a shocking scene appeared. Qian Tong's territory domain was directly cut open by this saber and instantly collapsed. At the same time, Qian Tong and Yang Kai's expressions changed greatly. In their vision, the turquoise long saber rolled up a mysterious concept and broke through the seal of their soul. It directly descended into their knowledge sea, transforming into the appearance of a turquoise long saber and slashing down with the force of a thunderbolt. The knowledge sea was cut open by the fierce qi and the entire sea was divided into two. In the knowledge sea, waves surged in an instant, a strong wind blew and the sky changed color. The space in the knowledge sea was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Kai and Qian Tong's soul power was directly cut off by more than a third. Both of them couldn't help but groan as they had a splitting headache. Their vision blurred and they almost fainted. Both of their expressions changed greatly. They didn't expect the other party to have such a tyrannical move. They hurriedly circulated their Saint Qi to protect themselves. After the handsome young man displayed that move, his face turned pale and his whole body swayed. He wanted to take advantage of the situation and attack Yang Kai and Qian Tong again, but he was powerless. Cursing fiercely, the handsome young man's body suddenly burst into powder and disappeared. At the same time, a soul power rushed out from the handsome young man's original position. It made a turn in the air and swept up the turquoise qi that could transform into a long saber. It then cut through the void and fled far away. Yang Kai stared in the direction of his escape. He wanted to sense it, but the surrounding area was filled with a strange concept. It seemed to have sealed off this part of the world, making it impossible for him to track the other party's movements. Once again there was a piercing pain in his mind. Yang Kai couldn't help but howl. He hurriedly took out a jade bottle and poured out some spirit pills. He gave half to Qian Tong and stuffed the other half into his mouth. He then sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, Qian Tong also hurriedly took a spirit pill and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. After a full day, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. There was still some lingering fear in his eyes. He had a supreme treasure like the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, so even if his soul was damaged it didn't matter much. After a day of nourishment he had almost fully recovered. On the other hand, Qian Tong seemed to have suffered quite a bit of damage. Even if he was an origin king, it would take at least a year or so for him to recover from such a blow. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, Qian Tong also opened his eyes, his face slightly pale. After a long silence he asked, "Did that guy run away?" Yang Kai nodded silently. Qian Tong sighed heavily and said, "That guy is incredible. This old master was invincible on Shadowed Star after breaking through to the Origin King realm, but I never expected to suffer such a big loss at his hands. The world is so big and there are so many capable people. What kind of artifact did he use? How could it be so powerful?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment before saying, "Probably an emperor artifact." "An emperor artifact?" Qian Tong frowned as he sensed his surroundings thoughtfully before nodding. "That makes sense. There is indeed an emperor pressure around here, but why is it different from the emperor pressure I felt in the emperor garden before?" Yang Kai glanced at him, thinking that there were more than one great emperors in this world, but he didn't say anything. It was this emperor pressure that had isolated Yang Kai's space secret technique, allowing Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master to escape. Chapter 1694. After losing track of Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master with his methods, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to find him again. This time's operation was not a success, but in the short term, Corpse Spirit Religion's religion master would not take action again. After all, he had consumed a lot of energy, especially when he used his Emperor artifact at the end. It was definitely a heavy burden on his body, otherwise he would not have waited until now to use it. Qian Tong obviously knew this, so he did not have any intention of asking Yang Kai to pursue, instead saying, although that person escaped, Corpse Spirit Religion is still a big problem. Let's return to Grand Burial Valley first and destroy that corpse cave. This old master felt that many Corpse Spirit race clansmen were hibernating there last time. And that's what I was thinking, Yang Kai agreed. After a brief discussion, the two of them immediately set off in the direction of the Grand Burial Valley. 3 days later, the two returned to Grand Burial Valley. The Corpse Spirit race in the valley had been slaughtered by Qian Tong and had suffered heavy losses, but they had not been completely wiped out. The remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen were now hiding somewhere, leaving only those who had not yet fully transformed in the corpse cave. Before Qian Tong destroyed the corpse cave, Yang Kai returned to the location of the underworld well again to see if there was a way to destroy it. After all, this was the source of the Corpse Spirit race. As long as it was destroyed, the Corpse Spirit race would no longer be able to grow in numbers, and the remaining survivors would need to be slowly cleaned up. One day, Shadowed Star would return to peace again. However, to his disappointment, there was no way to destroy this underworld well. The yellow spring eye seemed to be connected to another world. The dense Een corpse chi was flowing from that world, converging into the spring water form in the yellow spring eye. It was rumored that the underworld well was connected to the underworld. The only way to destroy this bridge was to go deep inside and destroy it. Yang Kai did not dare to take this risk and could only join forces with Qian Tong to temporarily seal the aura of the underworld well before destroying the corpse cave and killing the Corpse Spirit race clansmen who were still in the process of being transformed. By the time Yang Kai and Qian Tong returned to High Heaven Sect, 10 days had passed. After that, Yang Kai briefly explained the operation to Yi Shiyun and the others. Yi Shiyun was also shocked. He had never thought that there would be such a strange method of unlimited possession in this world. The rest of the elders sighed as well. According to what Sect Master said, doesn't that mean Corpse Spirit Religion Master has an immortal body? Yi Shiyun frowned. That's not the case. Although his possession technique is strange and unpredictable, it will definitely cause some damage to his body. This could be seen from the changes in the target of his possession. But this time he managed to escape. Now that we don't know where he is hiding, it will be difficult to find him. Yang Kai sighed. Yi Shiyun nodded lightly. Although we failed to kill Corpse Spirit Religion Master, being able to seal the underworld spring well is enough. Presumably the Corpse Spirit race would not increase their numbers. It's time for us to strike back. Yang Kai glanced at her and smiled lightly. What does Great Elder think? Pursue the victory. Yi Shiyun quickly said. The reason why Shadowed Star's situation has been getting worse and worse over the past 2 years is partly because the Corpse Spirit race is too strange and is constantly transforming into more and more masters. Another reason is that there is no one who can trust to lead them. All the great sects and great forces are fighting on their own, making it easy for them to be defeated one by one. But now things are different. The Origin King grade starship, Sect Master has returned, and Elder Qian has also broken through to the Origin King realm. As long as the two of you stand up with the reputation of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, I believe you can unite all of Shadowed Star. This old master has no problem with that. Shadowed Star is this old master's homeland, so Shadowed Star's contribution is naturally unshirkable, Qian Tong immediately stated. Yi Shiyun turned her eyes to Yang Kai. I also have no problem with that. Yang Kai chuckled. Great Elder and Elder Qian will be responsible for this matter. Everything in the sect can be mobilized, I'll be the one to contribute. Since Sect Master wants to slack off, then as you wish, this matter is settled. Yi Shiyun was also a decisive person and immediately made the decision. Next, the elders and Qian Tong discussed specific matters, including how to unite the remaining masters and forces of Shadowed Star, how to establish prestige, and how to eliminate Corpse Spirit Religion. In fact, everything was quite simple. High Heaven Sec's prestige was not low, and now that Qian Tong was personally taking action with his Origin King realm cultivation and identity, all he needed to do was raise his hand and there would be many who would respond. With the combined strength of the two sects, coupled with the Origin King grade starship, it would not be difficult to rescue the masters and sects that were being harassed by corpse spirit religion. When the time came, this force would snowball, and when it swept across all of Shadowed Star, corpse spirit religion would no longer exist. Yi Shiyun even made preparations to send out a message to inform all of Shadowed Star that the mysterious religion master of corpse spirit religion had been killed by Yang Kai and Qian Tong. Although this was false news, no one would doubt it, and corpse spirit religion's religion master was currently busy hiding, so naturally he would not stand up and question this. This news would greatly impact the confidence of the corpse spirit race and the human race cultivator who had surrendered to corpse spirit religion, which would be of great help to the upcoming operation. Yang Kai did not participate in this and instead went to Yang Yun's loft alone. As you said, that person really is the Insect Emperor. Inside Yang Yun's knowledge sea, she sat face to face with Yang Kai, a thoughtful look on her face. 10,000 poison evil insects were one of the Insect Emperor's secret techniques, and the soul-splitting saber was his artifact. I never expected that he would actually survive the battle back then. This is my negligence. So that person was called the Insect Emperor. Yang Kai suddenly realized. And he was best at controlling and cultivating exotic insects. He could place his soul on the creatures he cultivated, which was why he was able to carry out so many seizing attempts. The 10,000 poison evil insects were just one of the exotic insects under his control, so they were nothing special. They were only useful for controlling his subordinates, but he also had many other powerful means at his disposal. Wherever the Insect Emperor's insect cloud passed, he could destroy an entire star territory. Yang Kai's face was horrified. He noticed that Yang Yun was talking about an entire star territory, not a single cultivation star. Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled. You don't have to be so nervous. To control exotic insects, one must have the corresponding cultivation. Right now he can only possess a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he control too many exotic insects? If he really did that, he would definitely suffer a backlash. Being able to use the 10,000 poison evil insects was already beyond my expectations. Trust me, he won't show his face again for the next few years. But as long as this person is alive, he will always be a disaster. Yang Kai frowned. He was deeply wary of the Insect Emperor. That was in existence on the same level as Yang Yun. Who knew how strong he was? Yang Yun looked at him deeply. I have a way for you to kill him. What way? Yang Kai looked up at her. Yang Yun didn't speak, instead reaching out and grasping at the void. In her knowledge sea, a beautiful ball of light emitting a colorful light was suddenly caught in her hand and immediately pressed her palm against Yang Kai's forehead. Her movements were neither fast nor slow, seemingly casual, but Yang Kai didn't react until the ball of light in Yang Yun's hand suddenly disappeared into his soul avatar. Yang Kai was shocked. What is this? Yang Yun pursed her lips and smiled. You'll know when you refine it. As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai felt a wild aura suddenly explode in his soul avatar. The strength of this aura made him unable to resist. His soul avatar directly collapsed and his divine sense returned to his body. The next moment Yang Kai opened his eyes, but instead of seeing the scenery in the loft, he found himself in an empty and chaotic space. There was no light or anything around him, he couldn't even sense his own existence. Yang Kai was slightly surprised, not knowing where he was, but after all he was someone who had braved many storms and waves, so he didn't panic and just quietly observed his surroundings. This empty world gradually had a trace of obscure existences, and as time passed, these things condensed together and grew larger and larger. After an unknown amount of time, a huge star appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. This star was completely devoid of vitality, not even a single plant could be seen. It was simply a dead star. Yang Kai looked at this huge star and faintly felt that it was somewhat familiar. Shadowed star. Yang Kai suddenly realized. When he observed Shadowed star from the star field, it was exactly this size and appearance, but the current Shadowed star was filled with vitality, unlike what he saw in front of him. I understand. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai understood what Yang inflammation had done to him, and while feeling grateful he was unwilling to give up this rare opportunity and quickly calmed down to comprehend it. In this strange world, Yang Kaijen was unable to perceive the passage of time. It seemed like an instant, but it also seemed like hundreds of millions of years. Finally, some vitality appeared on the desolate shadowed star. The sea rose and fell, the plants were lush, and some creatures with flesh and blood began to appear. Different races rose up one after another, sweeping up waves in the long river of history before disappearing. Different civilizations, one seemingly immortal period after another, passed by under Yang Kai's indifferent gaze. He felt the auras from the wild and ancient times, and even though he was just observing, he felt as if he had become one with these stars, spending hundreds of millions of years with them. He witnessed the birth, development, peak and trough of these stars with his own eyes. He gradually developed a strange feeling that he was this stars and this stars was him. The Star Master. Only a Star Master could have such a feeling. When Xia Chong was refining Tong Xian Realm's star's source, Yang Kai assisted him and accompanied Xia Chong to observe the evolution and development of Tong Xian Realm. How similar was it to what he was seeing now? This was clearly the process of refining star source and becoming a Star Master. Chapter 1695. Yang Kai opened his eyes as a wonderful feeling welled up in his heart. All of Shadowed Star seemed to have become a part of his body, allowing him to perceive any piece of land on Shadowed Star at will. He could perceive the richness and barrenness of this cultivation star, as well as the birth, aging, sickness and death of the people who lived on this cultivation star. If he wanted to, he could easily travel to any place on Shadowed Star without the slightest hindrance. If he wanted to, he could cause the heavens to collapse and the earth to collapse with a single thought. Clenching his fist lightly, Yang Kai caused the world energy in the surrounding area to tremble slightly as a loud bell rang out from the void. At this moment, the hundreds of millions of living beings on Shadowed Star were shocked as they looked up, not knowing what was happening. All of Shadowed Star also underwent a subtle change the moment Yang Kai became the Star Master. This change was inexplicable and only a few masters were able to sense it, while most others were unaware of it. From now on, Shadowed Star would be closely related to Yang Kai. As Yang Kai's cultivation rose, the vitality of all of Shadowed Star would also become more and more vibrant. Yang Kai inspected his body and found that inside Dantian, there was a small sphere that looked like a shrunken version of Shadowed Star that was rotating at a subtle speed. Star Source. If one wanted to become the Star Master of a cultivation star, they had to refine the source of that cultivation star. And what Yang Yen had injected into his body before was undoubtedly Shadowed Star's source. Shadowed Star, which had shrunk countless times, was constantly rotating. Every time Shadowed Star rotated, it would release a mysterious and subtle force that nourished Yang Kai's body while also absorbing Yang Kai's strength to strengthen itself. This was a mutually beneficial process. While Yang Kai was excited and happy, there was also a trace of suspicion on his face. Did I just become the Star Master of Shadowed Star? Did I just become the ruler of this world? He couldn't help but have a surreal feeling. Little senior sister being able to become the Star Master of Tong Xian Realm was a stroke of luck. Tong Xian Realm's world energy was barren, like an old man on the verge of death struggling to survive. That was why Tong Xian Realm's star source had taken the initiative to seek out Xia Chong. Let her refine it. However, Shadowed Star was different. Even if there was the suppression of world principles here, making it impossible for a cultivator to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm, it was still a vibrant cultivation star. If Tong Xian Realm was an old man with one foot in the grave, Shadowed Star was a young man full of vitality. To refine the source of such a cultivation star, without an Origin King realm cultivation it was impossible, and one had to be a third-order Origin King. For example, Luo Hai had become a Star Master while still a second-order Origin King. In the entire star territory there was only one such family. Seemingly understanding Yang Kai's doubts, Yang Yan's voice passed into his knowledge. See, Shadowed Star's star source has been imprisoned by me for tens of thousands of years. Now that it has a chance to escape my control, do you think it will obediently cooperate? Yang Kai was stunned. Yang Yan chuckled, don't worry, its temper has long been smoothed out. It wasn't so docile in the past, which is why I imprisoned it. Yang Kai smiled bitterly as he understood the whole story. Anyone who had been imprisoned for tens of thousands of years would not have a temper. Although the star source did not have its own sentience, It knew that it could not resist Yang Yan's methods and could only compromise. The position of Star Master had come so easily and simply that Yang Kai was still somewhat unable to adapt. With a thought, Yang Kai expanded his divine sense, sending it out in all directions like a tide of spiders, soon covering most of Shadowed Star. Yang Kai noticed the movements of many battles, as if he was witnessing them with his own eyes. However, the spiritual energy in his knowledge sea was decreasing at a terrifying rate. After Yang Kai took back his divine sense, he found that in just 5 breaths his knowledge sea had been reduced by a third. In other words, he could only monitor Shadowed Star for 15 breaths before his knowledge sea would completely dry up, and he would not be able to monitor it completely. Calculating this, Yang Kai was not dumbfounded. Although he was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the power of his soul was comparable to an origin king, and with the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, it was impossible for his knowledge sea to dry up under normal circumstances. It seemed that even if he became a Star Master without the corresponding strength, he would not be able to act as he pleased. However, this was enough for now. "I'm going to deal with some small troubles, I'll come see you later," Yang Kai said, but before Yang Yan could reply, his figure flickered and disappeared. Somewhere 100,000 kilometers away from High Heaven Sect, a group of corpse spirit religion disciples were fiercely counterattacking while a group of human cultivators struggled to resist. Since High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to issue a call to arms, all of Shadowed Star had set off a wave of resistance against corpse spirit religion. Under the leadership of Yi Shiyun and Qian Tong, corpse spirit religion's army was forced to retreat while countless corpse spirit race clansmen were killed or wounded. Those who had lost their homes and sects spontaneously gathered together and launched an attack on corpse spirit religion, who had occupied their sects. Without the corpse cave to transform their clansmen, the corpse spirit race clansmen that died were one less, and without fresh blood to supplement their numbers, coupled with the rumor that their religion master was dead and their sect leaders slaughtered, corpse spirit religion did not have much strength to resist. The human cultivators were like a hot knife through butter as they slaughtered corpse spirit religion's army. More than 80% of the sects had already recovered their lost territories. On the one hand, they had left enough manpower in their headquarters to prevent corpse spirit religion's counterattack, while on the other hand, they had sent their own masters to reinforce their allies. They were really afraid of corpse spirit religion and knew that if they did not completely destroy it this time, this strange race would eventually rise from the ashes in the future. Most of the families and sects had mustered all their strength and were determined to fight corpse spirit religion to the end. Now, a very common scene on Shadowed Star was playing out in this place. The remaining corpse spirit race clansmen had been hiding here and were accidentally discovered, causing thousands of human cultivators to rush over and besiege them. Although there were less than 1,000 corpse spirit race clansmen here, they were still very difficult to deal with. What's more, corpse spirit race clansmen were transformed from the dead, so they had little fear of pain and their bodies were tough as steel, making them very difficult to kill unless they destroyed their corpse beads. At the same level, a human cultivator was no match for a corpse spirit race clansman. Thousands of human cultivators surrounded the corpse spirit race clansmen in a small mountain valley, but did not dare to launch a fierce attack. They could only selectively eliminate the corpse spirit race clansmen in the periphery, slowly weakening their strength. The corpse spirit race clansmen had obviously discovered their enemy's scheme, so how could they be willing to just sit back and wait for death? They organized several waves of fearless attempts to break out of the encirclement, and although they suffered many casualties, they also took the lives of many human cultivators. For a while the two sides were in a stalemate. The corpse spirit race clansmen were at the end of their rope and each one of them was extremely fierce, while the human cultivator was hesitant. Just as the human race masters were at a loss of what to do, a young man suddenly appeared in midair. He had arrived suddenly without the slightest warning, and by the time everyone noticed his existence, he was already standing there. The young man glanced down at the mountain valley, then raised his palm and gently slapped it down. His movements were very casual, as if he was swatting mosquitoes and flies. However, under this palm, the spirit chi between heaven and earth gathered crazily, converging into a huge palm print that could cover the entire valley. This palm print covered the sky and the earth as it slammed down with lightning speed. Hong Long. The earth shook violently, causing the thousands of human cultivators to almost lose their footing. In the next moment, everyone paled in horror. They clearly saw that under the giant palm of world energy, the thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen that they had been helpless against regardless of their cultivation, were all smashed into meat paste. Over 90% of them died in an instant, with only a few lucky ones not affected, but their faces were bloodless as they stood trembling in place, looking up in horror. The figure of the young man at this moment was like a god who dominated this world. After that palm print, the young man just flickered slightly and disappeared as if he had never appeared. However, the huge palm print in the mountain valley and the dead corpse spirit race clansmen proved that everything just now was not an illusion but had actually happened. Who is this person? How could he be so strong? The power of his palm is probably no less than that of Shadow Moon Hall's Temple Master Qian, right? I heard that Temple Master Qian is already an Origin King. Could there be a second Origin King on Shadowed Star? No, 5 months ago this old master had the privilege of witnessing Temple Master Qian's shocking means, but compared to that palm, it seems he is still slightly inferior. How is that possible? Is he even stronger than Temple Master Qian? I don't believe it. Haha, I know who that person is. It's High Heaven Sect Master Yang Kai. I've seen him once before back when he was still on Dragon Cave Mountain. He's High Heaven Sect Master? Everyone suddenly realized and immediately felt that the rumors were true. High Heaven Sect being able to become one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star was not without reason. With such a powerful sect master, how could the sect not prosper? Enough idle chatter, there are still a few small fries that haven't been cleaned up yet. Sect Master Yang helped us solve the biggest problem, we can't trouble him to come back and slap the rest, right? A group of masters nodded repeatedly before stepping forward, all of them staring maliciously at the few surviving corpse spirit race clansmen as they slowly approached. If I had known earlier, I would have just been slapped to death. Looking at the people gathering around them from all directions, the surviving corpse spirit race clansmen couldn't help thinking Yang Kai experienced the various conveniences of becoming a star master and could not help feeling a little ecstatic. No wonder those third-order origin kings all aimed to refine star sources and become a star master. This was simply too convenient. Once one became a star master of a cultivation star, they could travel to any place on that cultivation star in an instant. This was much more convenient and faster than using space arrays. Chapter 1696. Moreover, after becoming a star master, there were many other benefits that Yang Kai had not had the time to carefully experience and grasp, so he was not clear about them for the time being. However, this alone was enough. Wherever he went, the corpse spirit race had nowhere to run. With just a casual wave of his palm, Yang Kai was able to wipe out groups of corpse spirit race cultivators. Now that he was the master of Shadowed Star, who on Shadowed Star could resist his methods? Even Qian Tong would not be able to resist. In just half a day, Yang Kai had traversed most of Shadowed Star, killing all the corpse spirit race cultivators he could sense. Before the human cultivator could figure out what was going on, Yang Kai had already flown away, leaving these people looking at each other in confusion. On the shores of the limitless ocean, a group of cultivators who had broken away from the human race army were fleeing as a dozen or so corpse spirit race cultivators pursued them relentlessly. The corpse spirit race had not had an easy time in the past year. Their powerful corpse generals had been wiped out one by the masters of Qian Tong and High Heaven Sect, and even their religion master was rumored to have been killed. Without a leader, they could only be suppressed by the united human race, retreating back to the limitless ocean step by step, trying to escape into the vast sea to seek a chance of survival. However, their hopes were dashed as Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun had chased after corpse spirit religion cultivators all the way to this point, blocking their path of retreat, making it impossible for them to enter the limitless ocean. Today, corpse spirit religion was on the decline and was no longer as strong as it was a few years ago. Cornered, the corpse spirit race cultivators could only hunt down lone human cultivator to vent their frustrations and grievances. This group of 7 or 8 human cultivators was quite unlucky as they had encountered the corpse spirit race cultivators who were both stronger and more numerous than they were. In just one battle they had lost several people and had no choice but to flee in the direction of the human army. The woman leading the group had a face as beautiful as peach blossoms, a seductive figure, and a pair of large breasts that surged fiercely in front of her. However, under the pursuit of the corpse spirit race, her beautiful face paled, and as she fled she continuously poured her divine sense into the communication artifact in her hand. She hoped to be able to contact her elders. Let the elders come to the rescue. Another scream came from behind. The woman turned around and saw a scene that made her tremble. One of his companions who had fallen behind was caught by a few corpse spirits and was knocked to the ground. Those cruel corpse spirit clansmen didn't intend to kill him directly. Instead they swarmed forward. It gnawed at his flesh with its sharp teeth. Her companion's screams and cries for help made the woman's legs tremble. A warm current flowed through her lower abdomen. He nearly lost control of his bladder on the spot. After a short while the voices of his companions gradually faded away. After the corpse spirit race had eaten their fill, they chased after him even more ferociously, getting closer and closer to him. When she thought about how her delicate skin and flesh would become food for the corpse spirit race like her companion, and eventually become a skeleton without any sense of beauty, the woman's beautiful eyes were filled with fear and helplessness. The great panic made her footsteps feel as heavy as lead, and her Xianxia was unable to circulate properly, making it difficult for her to even move. The corpse spirit clan behind her was getting closer and closer, and she could even smell the thick scent of blood. The woman exclaimed. Right at this moment, her vision blurred as a figure suddenly appeared and stretched out a hand towards her. With a light grab he pulled her behind him. Then the young man flicked his fingers, and along with the sound of a few strong winds, the dozen or so corpse spirits that were chasing her all exploded into powder without exception. A disaster was resolved in an instant. The woman stared blankly at the figure in front of her, a feeling of having just survived a disaster rising in her heart as she called out, "Yang Kai?" Her voice was still trembling and her face was pale. Obviously she had not yet recovered from the thrill and excitement she had just experienced. Hearing this woman's name, the other human race cultivator was taken aback for a moment before they all turned to look at Yang Kai with excitement. They had naturally heard of Yang Kai's name, but very few had actually seen him in person. This time the sect master of High Heaven sect had personally stepped in to save them, so they were naturally grateful. "In Su Dai." Yang Kai glanced back at the woman and frowned. "Why are you here? Where is your master?" This little girl was In Su Dai of Colored Glass sect. In Colored Glass sect she was considered one of the best cultivators of the younger generation. Few people could resist her beguiling technique, but facing the corpse spirit race her beguiling technique was ineffective. With her first order returning realm cultivation, the strength she could display was greatly reduced. Otherwise she would not have ended up in such a sorry state. In Su Dai smiled reluctantly and replied obediently, "Master is in Sea Corner City." Yang Kai released his divine sense and soon noticed that a large number of cultivator auras had gathered in a city several tens of thousands of kilometers away. That should be Sea Corner City, a city near the carefree seaside. "Why aren't you with your master? What are you doing out here?" Yang Kai asked with some displeasure. Although the human race had won a great victory and the corpse spirit race had almost no place to stand, acting alone was still very dangerous, especially in the carefree seaside. Although Yang Kai did not like In Su Dai very much, she was now a disciple of High Heaven sect. As the sect master he could still reprimand her. In Su Dai immediately became speechless. Back when Yang Kai was still unknown she had even tried to deal with Yang Kai, but things were different now. In Su Dai understood better than anyone that the gap between her and Yang Kai was now immeasurable. If Yang Kai stood atop the clouds she could only stay on the ground and look up. She had envied Dai Yuan's ugly senior sister countless times, wondering what kind of methods she had used to obtain Yang Kai's care. It was precisely because of Yang Kai's attitude that her honored master Gong Ao Fu began to like her senior sister more and more, while In Su Dai had gradually been neglected in the past year. "Forget it." Yang Kai waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on this matter. Turning his head to look at the other cultivator, he found that each of them was a young man. This group of people had obviously been dazzled by In Su Dai's beauty and were willing to follow her around. Yang Kai was very clear about In Su Dai's methods and even found that when some of these people looked at him, their eyes were filled with disgust and vigilance. "I'll send you back to Elder Gong," Yang Kai said, waving his hand and wrapping In Su Dai in his Xianxia. What Yang Kai didn't expect though was that In Su Dai actually took advantage of this opportunity to squeeze herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around his waist like a little bird, her pair of bountiful peaks pressing against his chest without any hesitation. Yang Kai shook his head but did not push her away immediately. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he swept up the other cultivator and with a flicker, they arrived directly in Cape City. Gently patting Yin Su Dai on the shoulder, Yang Kai said, "We've arrived." Saying so without caring about what she thought, he disappeared again. Yin Su Dai looked around and was surprised to find that she had really returned to Cape City. The buildings in the city were so familiar. Her arms were still in a hugging position, causing Yin Su Dai to feel a little lost. Cape City was not very large and was now completely occupied by the human race cultivator. Yang Kai found Yi Shiyun, Qian Tong and the others in the city and had a good chat with them before learning about the recent situation. Refining the star source had not taken Yang Kai much time, but now it had taken him more than a year. During this year, High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall joined forces to uproot Corpse Spirit religion. The remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen wanted to escape into the limitless ocean, but they were blocked and could only hide in a mountain range 30,000 meters away from Cape City. Qian Tong went out to kill a group of these Corpse Spirit race clansmen every now and then, but some of them had hidden so deeply that even Qian Tong had no way to find them all, giving him a headache. Peace had been restored to the entire Shadowed Star base. About 80% of the remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen were hiding in the mountain range, so as long as these Corpse Spirit race clansmen were wiped out, the remaining ones would be nothing to fear. At that time, there would be no need for High Heaven Sect or Shadow Moon Hall to act. Just the strength of these sects would be enough to wipe out the remaining Corpse Spirit race clansmen. Is that so? After Yang Kai inquired about the situation, he grinned. "I'll go. Have a way." Qian Tong looked at him in surprise. During this meeting, Qian Tong felt that Yang Kai had undergone some changes, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. In his perception, Yang Kai was still a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, and although his aura had become more vigorous, he still gave Qian Tong a sense of danger. It was like if he were to fight with Yang Kai, he would definitely die. Thinking of this, Qian Tong couldn't help feeling suspicious, unable to figure out what was going on. "You'll know when the time comes," Yang Kai smiled lightly, not boasting too much. "I'll go with you," Qian Tong quickly said. Yang Kai nodded, stood up and suddenly said to Yi Shiyun, "Disperse the people gathered in Cape City. After a few years of turmoil, their sects need to recuperate. It's not good to waste time here." Yi Shiyun was startled for a moment, but quickly nodded and agreed. Yang Kai had already reached out and grabbed Qian Tong's arm, and in the next moment, the two of them disappeared from under Yi Shiyun's nose. Even someone as strong as Yi Shiyun was unable to detect any trace of them. Yi Shiyun's expression changed a few times before she suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. "So that's how it is." She obviously understood something. After a moment of contemplation, she took out her communication artifact, poured her divine sense into it and issued an order. A short time later, the human race cultivator gathered in Cape City received an order from High Heaven Sect. The Corpse Spirit race army had been completely wiped out. All sects should return to their headquarters and recuperate. The cultivator from the various sects who received this order looked at each other and ran around to inquire, but the final result was no different from the order. The elders of Shadow Moon Hall and High Heaven Sect all confirmed this. Although they didn't know why the Corpse Spirit race had suddenly been wiped out, the human race cultivator was still overjoyed that the catastrophe on Shadowed Star had been resolved. Out of their trust in High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall, they all returned to their headquarters and discussed how to revive their sects. Chapter 1697. Revitalizing a sect was a major event that may take decades or even centuries of effort, but the most urgent task at hand was to establish a good relationship with High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall so that they could follow these two forces' lead in the future. In this catastrophe, High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall rapidly accumulated prestige that far surpassed that of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect and Star Emperor Mountain. These two forces had become the most powerful representatives of Shadowed Star. It could be said that the catastrophe of Corpse Spirit religion had indirectly contributed to the rapid rise of High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall. In front of Cape Mountain Range, a light flashed and Qian Tong and Yang Kai appeared side by side. Qian Tong glanced sideways at Yang Kai, almost speechless with shock. He was now an Origin King, one step higher than Yang Kai in terms of cultivation, but he still could not figure out how Yang Kai had brought him here. This was definitely not a simple space secret technique. After thinking about it for a moment, Qian Tong suddenly made a shocking guess. You refined Shadowed Star's source and became its Star Master? Only by becoming a Star Master could Yang Kai bring him here from Cape City in an instant without him noticing. Thinking about the subtle changes he had felt some time ago, Qian Tong was almost certain his guess was correct. Elder Qian has good eyesight. I have indeed refined Shadowed Star's source. Yang Kai did not deny it. In any case, this kind of thing could not be concealed, and Qian Tong was not an outsider. Qian Tong was stunned for a moment before sighing with a strange expression. I didn't expect that you would actually walk ahead of this old master. Youth is truly fearsome. He looked both happy and discouraged for Yang Kai. It's just luck. Yang Kai naturally would not be complacent. Him being able to refine the star source was entirely due to Yang inflammation. Otherwise, he would have needed to cultivate to the Third Order Origin King realm before attempting such a feat. Shadowed Star Source had been imprisoned by Yang inflammation in his knowledge sea for tens of thousands of years and was no longer willing to be left alone. With Yang Kai's acceptance, it was naturally very obedient to Yang Kai. This was indeed luck. Since that's the case, then this old master doesn't need to act. The next step is up to you. Qian Tong chuckled and quickly returned to normal, not showing any envy or jealousy, instead taking the initiative to take a step back. They watched quietly. Yang Kai didn't speak any nonsense. Spreading his divine sense. Sea of Heaven hand, Yang Kai could Yang Kai's heaven's will. Yang Kai's heaven hand slowly rose. Following his movement, the entire Cape Mountain range began to shake. Intense sounds came from the depths of the mountain range, like the sound of war drums being beaten underground. That sound spread to every corner of the Cape Mountain range. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the entire mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, rose up at a subtle speed. Qian Tong sucked in a breath of cold air, his heart filled with yearning and desire. This was the might of a Star Master. With a single thought, he could transform the world, move mountains and add to the sea. Moreover, this was a method Yang Kai used without destroying the mountain range. Otherwise he could have flattened it directly. Even if Yang Kai tried his best, he would not be able to accomplish such a feat. The anomaly in the Cape Mountain range obviously alarmed the corpse spirit race hiding inside. Countless corpse spirit race clansmen flew out, wanting to investigate the situation, but soon, they were shocked to discover that the entire Cape Mountain range was imprisoned by an invisible force, making it impossible for them to fly or escape from their hiding place. The place they used to hide and survive had now become a cage. The corpse spirit race clansmen cried out in panic, not knowing what was happening. After a dozen or so breaths of time, the Cape Mountain range had risen a few meters. Yang Kai let out a light breath as he suddenly pressed his hand back down. Hong Long. The mountain range, which stretched for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, fell down again. The earth shook violently and a burst of explosive sounds came from inside the mountain range. At this moment, the world energy seemed to have turned into sharp blades, wreaking havoc inside the bodies of the corpse spirit race clansmen. Ping 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 ping. One after another, the corpse spirit race clansmen burst into dust and disappeared. After the sound subsided, Yang Kai released his divine sense again and found that there were no longer any traces of the corpse spirit race clansmen in the Cape Mountain range. The thousands of corpse spirit race clansmen who had fled here had all been killed without exception. Qian Tong watched in amazement for a long time before letting out a sigh of relief. This catastrophe should end here. After killing corpse spirit religion's religion master, I can be completely at ease. Yang Kai smiled lightly. I'll have to trouble you with this matter. This old master is now. And after you kill him, this old master will tell you more about it. There's no need to rush. Qian Tong obviously had something he wanted to say, but since he didn't want to talk about it now, Yang Kai naturally wouldn't force him. The two soon separated, Qian Tong returning to Shadow Moon Hall to preside over the reconstruction of his sect while Yang Kai went straight to the limitless ocean. He was going to find the Insect Emperor and make him disappear from this world completely. When he was searching for the corpse spirit race before, he had also paid attention to the aura of the Insect Emperor, but unfortunately he hadn't been able to find him. As such, Yang Kai directly set his sights on the limitless ocean as he believed his judgment was correct. Shadowed Star was very large and the forces on the sea and on land were two completely different systems. Each side's cultivator rarely interfered with the lives of others. So although corpse spirit religion had caused a great deal of trouble on Shadowed Star this time, causing many of the great sects to suffer heavy losses, the forces in the deep sea had not been affected. It was for this reason that the corpse spirit race clansmen wanted to escape to the limitless ocean to avoid being hunted down by the great sects. This was not the first time Yang Kai had come to the limitless ocean. When he left the Emperor Garden last time, he had accidentally passed by this place, but at that time he was anxious to return to his sect and had only seen the tip of the iceberg. This time Yang Kai had deliberately searched for the whereabouts of the Insect Emperor, so along the way he had experienced a completely different atmosphere from the one on land. The forces in the deep sea were definitely not to be underestimated, and many of these islands had powerful third-order origin returning realm masters presiding over them. However, now that he was the master of Shadowed Star, whether it was on land or sea made no difference to him. He could easily dominate everything on Shadowed Star. Sunrise Island belonged to the largest sect in the limitless ocean, Sea Temple. Sea Temple had a prominent reputation in the limitless ocean. Residents of the limitless ocean might not know about High Heaven Sect or Star Emperor Mountain, but they would definitely have heard of Sea Temple. This great force's history was definitely not shorter than Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sects. After countless years of accumulation and the abundance of marine resources, Sea Temple's influence had grown larger and larger, occupying almost half of the entire Limitless Ocean's territory. In the Limitless Ocean, Sea Temple was definitely a behemoth. If it weren't for the fact that most of the secret arts they cultivated were of the water and ice attribute, greatly reducing their strength on land, Heaven Battling Union and Thunder Typhoon sect would likely have long ago ceased to exist on Shadowed Star. Sea Temple alone would have been enough to unify the entire Shadowed Star. However, due to various constraints, Sea Temple could only show off its might in the limitless ocean and was unable to extend its claws to land. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Sunrise Island, which covered an area of about 1,000 kilometers. Even in the limitless ocean, this island was not small, occupying one of the top 10 spots among the islands under the name of Sea Temple. This island was rich in resources and seafood, and every year, Sea Temple would send a large number of cultivation resources to this island, making it one of the most important islands for Sea Temple. When Yang Kai turned into a stream of light and landed on this island, he was immediately noticed by the disciples of Sea Temple. There were some obvious differences between a cultivator on land and a cultivator at sea, whether it was in terms of clothing or skin color, so as soon as Yang Kai landed, he was surrounded by a group of Sea Temple disciples who were responsible for patrolling the island and maintaining security. Sunrise Island was not a place where anyone could enter and leave as they pleased. Anyone who wanted to enter had to enter from a specific location, have their identity verified, and pay a certain amount of Saint Crystals before they were allowed to enter. For Yang Kai to land so brazenly was undoubtedly a provocation to Sea Temple. As such, the group of Sea Temple disciples all wore unfriendly expressions. Although they realized that Yang Kai was very strong, they did not show much fear. Yang Kai didn't have any intention of dealing with them and simply took a step forward, disappearing in the next instant. Where did that little brat go? Among this group of cultivators, the strongest one called out in alarm as he looked around but was unable to find any trace of Yang Kai. The others also looked at each other in confusion, some of them feeling their blood run cold. The other party had mysteriously disappeared without anyone noticing. This meant that if the other party wanted to, he could also take their lives without anyone noticing. Only now did the group of Sea Temple disciples feel some fear. You all scatter and search for traces of that guy. I'll report this to the island master. The expression of the leading cultivator changed a few times before he immediately made a decision. Such a powerful master had suddenly appeared on Sunrise Island, so no matter what the other party was up to, they needed to inform the island master first. Everyone roared in agreement and immediately dispersed. In front of a remote wooden house on the island, Yang Kai leisurely appeared, looked up and smiled slightly. The scenery here was quite good, facing the sea with Sunrise Island behind. At this time the sun was setting and the afterglow of the sun illuminated Sunrise Island, making it a good place to recuperate and heal. A few weaker cultivators were standing guard outside the wooden house, but when they saw Yang Kai appear they were all stunned for a moment, but immediately after, as if they had received some kind of order, all of them pushed their Saint Chi fiercely, summoned their artifacts and rushed towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai frowned as he noticed that something was wrong with their situation, but he did not immediately kill them and instead stretched out his hand and grasped at the void. The heaven and earth spirit chi automatically turned into firm ropes, binding these martial artists with low strength, making them unable to move. The faces of these several cultivators suddenly turned ashen as they stared at Yang Kai in horror. Since I'm already here, you won't be able to hide, so why don't you just show yourself? There's no point in hiding, right? Yang Kai shouted in the direction of the wooden house, standing in place with his hands behind his back, waiting quietly. Chapter 1698. After a while, the sound of light footsteps came from inside the wooden house, and a moment later, a handsome young man walked out. This young man looked to be in his 20s and was only a third-order Saint King. He stared at Yang Kai with resentment and fear, a look of disbelief flashing across his eyes, as if he couldn't understand how he had been so easily found by Yang Kai. Staring at each other, Yang Kai's lips curled into a faint smile while the handsome young man seemed to be facing a great enemy. How did you find this king hiding here? The young man finally couldn't bear this silent suppression. Now that Yang Kai was giving him a lot of pressure, he could no longer remain as calm as before. This king is certain he didn't leave behind any clues. It wasn't easy to find you, Yang Kai smiled slightly. If it weren't for your 10,000 poison evil insects, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to find you. Saying so, Yang Kai pointed to the cultivator he had imprisoned. The young man's expression became gloomy as he glanced over at the subordinates he had planted with the 10,000 poison evil insects, a look of annoyance flashing across his eyes. He hadn't expected that subduing a few subordinates would turn out to be such a huge mistake. He had been very cautious. This time, when he fled to Sunrise Island to heal his wounds, the people he had subdued were all very weak, so generally speaking, it was impossible for them to be noticed, but Yang Kai had unexpectedly seen through them. Even so, it will still be difficult for you to kill this king. It's not like you haven't tried before, so how about this? How about we discuss this? The young man raised his chin slightly and proposed proudly. Not interested. Yang Kai shook his head. The young man was stunned. You won't even listen before saying you're not interested? Aren't you afraid you'll regret it? There's nothing to regret. Today you'll die without a doubt. Yang Kai sneered. The young man also laughed as he stared at Yang Kai sarcastically, saying in an arrogant tone, "Little brat, your ability to talk big isn't small. Last time this king was able to escape from you, so this king can do the same this time, but if you don't bother this king anymore, this king can give you some benefits. I guarantee you a lifetime of benefits." What benefits can a guy who can control exotic insects give me? Yang Kai laughed. The young man's expression changed again as his brow furrowed and asked tentatively, "Do you know this king's background?" "It doesn't make any difference whether I know or not. I'll kill you today." Yang Kai, Yang Kai and Yang Kai, Yang Kai and Yang Kai, Yang Kai. Boys. Yang Kai's, Yang Kai's. Yang. He knew that with his current strength he was not Yang Kai's opponent at all, so he had no intention of protecting this body. Instead he planned to self-destruct. Yang's, Xianxia, escape. Yang's of S's of est, is to his. The heaven and earth spirit chi quickly gathered, and the youth in front of him seemed to be imprisoned in an instant. Frozen mid-air, Yang Kai was no longer able to move, and the saint chi that was about to explode seemed to be suppressed and instantly calmed down. The young man's eyes finally revealed a look of fear as he asked in horror, "What kind of technique is this?" As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and his eyes trembled as he looked at Yang Kai. "You can mobilize the power of the stars. Have you refined the origin of the stars? As expected of the insect emperor, you have good taste." Yang Kai sneered. His hand didn't stop moving and he clenched it hard. With a loud explosion, the young man's body exploded into a bloody mist. Amidst the blood mist, a strand of spirit power frantically tried to escape. Last time Yang Kai and Qian Tong had joined forces to deal with the insect emperor, but this time Yang Kai had become the star master of Shadowed Star. What's more, Yang Kai was prepared, so how could he allow this insect emperor to escape? With a single thought, Yang Kai transformed the surrounding several dozen meters into a solid cage. No matter how the strand of spirit power struggled, it was unable to escape, as if there was an invisible barrier around it that prevented it from escaping. After several attempts, the insect emperor obviously knew that he was doomed and no longer tried to do anything useless. Gathering his spirit power at a speed visible to the naked eye, it condensed into a vague figure in the void. The figure looked at Yang Kai with gloomy eyes, his body flickering like a burning flame as he said in a deep voice, "This king concedes. Let me go and whatever benefits you want this king will give you." Yang Kai curled his lips and stretched out his hand to grab him. The insect emperor was unable to dodge at all and his spirit power was directly grabbed by Yang Kai. He struggled violently but was unable to break free from Yang Kai's grasp, only able to curse loudly and scream hysterically. Yang Kai rubbed his hands together and with a sharp scream, the insect emperor's soul turned into nothingness, completely disappearing from this world. A turquoise saber-shaped artifact that seemed to have shrunk countless times and a small and exquisite bracelet appeared in Yang Kai's hand. Both of them exuded an evil emperor pressure. There was nothing unusual about the bracelet, but when Yang Kai released his divine sense to investigate it, a strange power surged out from the turquoise saber-shaped artifact and cut off Yang Kai's divine sense. An emperor artifact. Yang Kai raised his brow as a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face. Now he did not lack artifacts and even had two emperor artifact-grade artifacts. One was the offensive-type Annihilation Thunder Bead and the other was the Sealed World Bead. These two things were known as the two Emperor Artifact Beads in Star Emperor Mountain. Now that he had suddenly obtained two more, Yang Kai was overjoyed. No one would complain about having too many treasures, especially Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai knew about the turquoise saber that had shrunk countless times and could cut off soul sense. The last time the insect emperor used it, Yang Yan had said that it was the soul-splitting saber and that its power was unfathomable. As for that small bracelet, Kai Yang didn't know what it was or what it was used for. He tried to release his divine sense to investigate but was blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate it at all. Yang Kai could only give up. After all, this bracelet was the insect emperor's artifact and the barrier it set was not something he could easily break. Although he didn't understand the use of the bracelet, Kai Yang could feel a fiendish power coming from it. That power made him tremble with fear. After fiddling with it for a while, Yang Kai put away the soul-splitting saber and the bracelet. He did not have time to refine these two things for the time being. Just as he finished doing this, Yang Kai noticed a powerful aura flying over from the center of the island, quickly approaching him. Obviously, the elders of Sunrise Island had noticed the world energy fluctuations just now and had come to investigate. Yang Kai did not leave immediately and instead stood in place, waiting thoughtfully. A moment later, a burly man suddenly descended from the sky. He was over 4 meters tall and had a wide nose and mouth, giving him an oppressive majesty that made anyone who stood next to him tremble in fear. This man had a long scar on his face that stretched from the tip of his brow to his chin, making him look even more terrifying. After the man arrived, he saw the blood on the ground at a glance and could not help but fly into a rage, shouting, "Where did this bastard come from? How dare you act so presumptuously on Sunrise Island?" Saying so, he sent out a palm strike towards Yang Kai without giving him a chance to explain. This man was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, no weaker than Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu in the past. His huge body and huge palm contained infinite power, causing the air around him to crack. Even a cultivator in the same realm would have at least a dozen broken bones if they were hit by this palm. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he was somewhat displeased that the other party had attacked him without asking for a reason, he remembered that he was also an uninvited guest, so he didn't care too much. He just casually waved his hand and the sturdy man was sent flying by an invisible force. The man's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Yang Kai as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Soon after, he landed lightly on the ground, no longer looking down on Yang Kai. He also discovered that Yang Kai had no intention of harming him, otherwise how could he have landed so calmly? With the means Yang Kai had just shown, he could have killed him in the blink of an eye. Realizing this, the man took a deep breath and no longer dared to act arrogantly, shouting, "Who is your excellency? State your name." Yang Kai grinned, cupped his fists and said, "High Heaven Sect Yang Kai." High Heaven Sect. The man thought for a moment before his body shook and he exclaimed, "Your sect, Master Yang Kai of High Heaven Sect?" Although he lived in the Internal Sea, the man had obviously heard of High Heaven Sect in Yang Kai. However, he never expected that this High Heaven Sect master would be so strong. "This friend is Yang Kai looked at him and asked. The man frowned but still answered truthfully, Sunrise Island's island master Pang Zhen. So it is Island Master Pang, a pleasure to meet you. Yang Kai cupped his fists and greeted. Pang Zhen's expression changed as he recovered from his initial shock. Although he knew he was not Yang Kai's opponent, he could not lose his backbone and the prestige of Sea Temple, so he quickly said, although Sect Master Yang is the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect, my Sea Temple has nothing to do with High Heaven Sect. Sect Master Yang can't just casually kill someone on my Sea Temple's island, right? This Pang would like to ask why this is so. As the master of an island, he naturally had to protect the safety of the martial artists on the island. Pang Zhen could not pretend that he did not see a person die on the island for no apparent reason. Otherwise, if word got out, it would damage his reputation. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before saying, Island Master Pang, please forgive this Yang. This Yang did not kill him for no reason, but he had no choice but to die. To tell Island Master Pang the truth, this Yang set out to see this time to find him. Can Sect Master Yang explain? Seeing Yang Kai act so politely, Pang Zhen's expression eased greatly. Naturally, Yang Kai smiled faintly and explained the reason behind it. Pang Zhen listened in shock, unable to believe what Yang Kai said was true. He thought Yang Kai was just making up an excuse. Knowing that he had doubts, Yang Kai smiled and said, Island Master Pang will understand after looking at these things. Saying so, Yang Kai reached out and grabbed one of the cultivator he had previously imprisoned. Chapter 1699. The weaker cultivator had originally been controlled by the Insect Emperor's 10,000 poison evil insects, so after Yang Kai arrived here, he had no intention of harming them and had simply imprisoned them in place. At this moment, following Yang Kai's actions, these cultivators all trembled and their faces distorted, as if they were enduring great pain. Two of them even began foaming at the mouth and collapsed, but their lives were not in danger. Pang Zhen watched on coldly, no longer acting as rashly as before. A moment later, accompanied by a series of creaking noises, several streams of light suddenly shot out from the minds of these cultivator. Yang Kai grabbed these things and then spread his hands, gesturing to Pang Zhen. A few strange-looking black and red insects the size of fingernails struggled to break free from Yang Kai's grasp, but they were unable to break free from his grasp. Pang Zhen stared blankly for a long time before gulping. These are 10,000 poison evil insects? He had never seen these insects before, but he felt a trace of barbaric aura from them, as if these insects were from ancient times, giving him a sense of danger. And those who have been implanted with 10,000 poison evil insects will be subjected to the control of their master. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Can I take a look? Pang Zhen was delighted and wanted to take one of these 10,000 poison evil insects back to study. Although these things were dangerous, if he studied them thoroughly and understood how to use them, it would be tantamount to learning a new secret technique. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. If Island Master Pang is not afraid of them drilling into his knowledge sea, I can give them to you. Pang Zhen's face paled and he hesitated for a long time. Finally, he shook his head and said, Forget it, this Pang doesn't have enough strength. Sect Master Yang can deal with these things himself. Yang Kai smiled lightly and flicked his wrist, crushing the struggling 10,000 poison evil insects into dust. After understanding that what had happened before was really a misunderstanding and that Yang Kai had not indiscriminately killed the innocent on Sunrise Island and had instead helped him solve a huge problem, Pang Zhen's attitude towards Yang Kai suddenly became much warmer. Perhaps what he was more afraid of was Yang Kai's strength. No one in the entire untroubled ocean had the ability to send him flying with a wave of his hand. Pang Zhen tried his best to invite Yang Kai to his mansion. Yang Kai also intended to communicate with him. Naturally, he had no choice but to obey. Pang Zhen was the island master of Sunrise Island. The mansion occupied the best piece of spiritual land on Sunrise Island, and the construction was extremely majestic. After entering the mansion, Pang Zhen immediately ordered the servants to serve up delicacies and fine wine. More than 10 of them were dressed in gauze. Beautiful young girls with faintly discernible bodies were singing and dancing to Zhou Xian's music. A group of origin-returning realm masters on the island accompanied him. The atmosphere was very lively. Regarding the changes that had taken place in the inland in recent years, Ocean Palace had also heard a lot about it, but because it hadn't spread to the deep sea, Ocean Palace wasn't too clear about the details. Pang Zhen warmly invited Yang Kai. On one hand, they were optimistic about Yang Kai's strength. On the other hand, they wanted to find out about the current situation on the mainland. Of course, Yang Kai had nothing to hide. When they learned that corpse spirit religion had been uprooted, everyone from Ocean Palace exclaimed, and when they learned that Qian Tong was really an Origin King Realm Master, Pang Zhen and the others showed deep worry on their faces. Shadowed Star hadn't seen an Origin King Realm Master for tens of thousands of years. This was a realm that had been passed down from generation to generation, but no one had been able to reach it. Pang Zhen and the others didn't know how strong an Origin King Realm Master was, but this didn't prevent them from worrying. They were worried that Qian Tong's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws into the deep sea. Although Ocean Palace's influence in the uncharted ocean was extremely large, whether it could resist an Origin King Realm Master was still something they weren't confident about. Yang Kai observed their expressions and naturally understood what they were worried about. Although he was secretly amused, he didn't point it out. Not to mention whether Qian Tong had such intentions. Even if he did, it would be difficult for him to conquer the uncharted ocean alone. Shadow Moon Hall didn't have such great ability. Pang Zhen and the others were a little worried. Island Master Pang, this Yang has a request to make. I wonder if Island Master Pang can agree. After 3 rounds of wine, Yang Kai suddenly said, "Please speak, Sect Master Yang." Pang Zhen quickly raised his head and looked over. "I would like to meet with the temple masters of your Ocean Palace," Yang Kai said with a smile before taking a sip of wine. Pang Zhen was stunned. "May I ask what Sect Master Yang's request is?" Although Yang Kai's identity and status were indeed qualified to meet with the temple masters of Ocean Palace, Pang Zhen still couldn't help but ask. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously. A good thing. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. This sect master wants to open up a material exchange between the uncharted ocean and the inland. Island Master Pang, you also know that the uncharted ocean and the inland have different environments and specialties. Cultivation materials that can be easily found in the uncharted ocean may be extremely precious on the inland. Conversely, things that can be easily found on the inland may also be very precious in the uncharted ocean. If we can exchange what we lack, it will be of great benefit to the disciples of our respective forces. This was the reason why Yang Kai wanted to stay. Otherwise, after killing the Insect Emperor, he would have left long ago. How could he have wasted so much time? High Heaven Sect was no longer the same as before. In the past, it only had a few hundred people at most, so it was easy to support them. Any batch of materials would be enough for them to cultivate, but now Yang Kai had brought nearly 10,000 people from Tongxian realm with him. Every month they would need an unimaginable amount of supplies. Even if High Heaven Sect had some accumulation, it wouldn't be able to last for more than a few years. Just like the current situation after the war with corpse spirit religion, the entire inland had withered and the yuan qi of the various sects had been greatly damaged, so cultivation materials were extremely scarce. Yang Kai had taken a fancy to the difference in material output between the uncharted ocean and the inland. If he could really achieve this, not only would he be able to relieve some of his current worries, but he would also no longer need to worry about a lack of cultivation materials in the future. All he needed to do was resell these materials and he could quickly accumulate a lot of wealth. Although he was now the master of Shadowed Star and could freely travel to any place he wished, even forcing Sea Temple to submit by force, Yang Kai did not want to do so. He would rather have the inland and the deep sea interact with each other and mutually benefit each other. Standing at the height of Shadowed Star's master, he sometimes needed to consider the entire Shadowed Star. Hearing this proposal, Pang Zhen's eyes lit up, but he soon frowned and said, "Sect Master Yang is not the first person to want to do this. Someone from my Sea Temple has also proposed such a thing. But due to the difficulty in transporting some special materials and the inconvenience of traveling back and forth, the matter was left unsettled. Although there are now some trade exchanges between the uncharted ocean and the inland, these are limited to the few coastal cities." Seeing Yang Kai's expression, Yang Kai knew that it was not that Sea Temple's people were not interested in the inland materials, but rather that it was simply too troublesome and would take too long. If not for that, Yang Kai would not have even considered this matter. The most important thing was that they did not have a fixed trading partner. With Sea Temple's huge force, only a few sects on the inland continent were qualified to stand on equal footing with it, while the other great forces could only look up to it. None of these great forces had any intention of trading with Sea Temple, so Sea Temple itself was in a difficult position. Yang Kai smiled and said, "What if I can solve these problems?" Pang Zhen's expression brightened. "Can Sect Master Yang really do this?" Yang Kai nodded with a serious expression. Pang Zhen laughed and said, "If Sect Master Yang can do this, then this matter can be discussed. However, I cannot decide on this matter and can only report it to the several temple masters and let them decide." This Yang has long heard of Sea Temple's great name. The several temple masters are wise and will not refuse such a good thing. Yang Kai chuckled. Pang Zhen was in a good mood and raised his glass. "Then I wish this matter a success. When the time comes, this Pang will likely have to ask Sect Master Yang to take good care of him. If this matter really came to fruition, Pang Zhen would undoubtedly take the credit for it. This was a win-win situation for him, and he might even be able to use this opportunity to raise his status in Sea Temple. As such, his attitude towards Yang Kai became more and more amiable, treating him as an honored guest. Deep into the night, the banquet ended and Kai Yang was arranged to rest in a luxurious room. There were several beautiful young girls who served him at his beck and call. Yang Kai sent them out, each of these young girls looking at him with resentful eyes, causing Yang Kai to feel quite guilty. Yang Kai thought that the matter he proposed would also be of great benefit to Sea Temple, so Sea Temple should be quite enthusiastic, but to his surprise, after waiting for 3 days on Sunrise Island, not a single Sea Temple master came to negotiate with him. This made Yang Kai feel somewhat confused. Logically speaking, although Sea Temple was a huge force, there were space arrays between each island, so if Sea Temple's headquarters really attached enough importance to this matter, they could have rushed to Sunrise Island in half a day. Delaying for 3 days could only mean that the other party did not have enough confidence in his ability or were not enthusiastic about this matter. Yang Kai was not in a hurry though. Now that the hidden dangers of corpse spirit religion had been eliminated, there was nothing important for him to decide on in High Heaven Sect. With Yi Shiyun in charge, it didn't matter whether he returned or not. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai carefully considered the various changes after becoming Star Master. As the Master of Shadowed Star, Yang Kai could naturally travel anywhere at will. As long as he had enough divine sense and Saint Qi, he could cross millions or even tens of millions of kilometers in an instant, but doing so would place a great burden on his body. Crossing hundreds of thousands of kilometers in an instant was not difficult for him. This was just a minor convenience after becoming a Star Master. Of course, the biggest benefit was that Yang Kai could cultivate on Shadowed Star. The world energy was fierce and unrestrained, allowing Yang Kai's cultivation speed to increase by several dozen or even 100 times compared to before. This was something no one else could achieve. In battle, Yang Kai could easily mobilize Shadowed Star's world energy and kill all his enemies without any effort. This had been verified before. However, there was one thing that Yang Kai was very concerned about. He vaguely noticed that there was an invisible force covering Shadowed Star. This force had characteristics of imprisonment and sealing, like a barrier that prevented any cultivator on Shadowed Star from exploring and comprehending more profound cultivators. It was because of the existence of this barrier that no Origin King had been born on Shadowed Star for tens of thousands of years. Chapter 1700. These were Shadowed Star's world principles, profound and unfathomable. Even Origin King realm masters could not touch them. Although Yang Kai had become a Star Master, he was still helpless against these world principles. He had tried to break through or disperse them but had failed. Sighing, Yang Kai took back his divine sense and stopped trying. Although these world principles restricted a cultivator on Shadowed Star from breaking through to the Origin King realm, they were not harmful to the cultivator, so there was no need to pay too much attention to them. Another day passed, but there was still no news from Sea Temple. This made Yang Kai a little impatient, and just as he was considering whether he should go to Sea Temple's headquarters in person, he suddenly frowned and spread out his divine sense. A few thousand kilometers away from Sunrise Island, there was a giant wave over 1,000 meters high that was rapidly approaching the island. This giant wave seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, giving off an extremely great momentum. Atop this wave, there were many creatures treading on it, each of them at least 100 in number. Among these 100 people there were both men and women. The men were burly and did not seem to be from the human race. Each of them was at least 45 meters tall and had ugly and ferocious faces that would cause anyone who saw them to shudder. The women, on the other hand, were all beautiful with flawless white skin and supple waists. Some were charming, some were pure, some were hot, some were sexy, some were enchanting, some were pure, and some were hot. What caught Yang Kai's attention though was that all of these people were masters at the origin returning realm or above. Yang Kai thought they were masters from Sea Temple, but upon closer inspection he found that this was not the case. These people were not from the human race. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before suddenly remembering something. In the deep sea of Shadowed Star not only did the human race thrive, but there was also a race called the Sea Clan. The Sea Clan was just a general term that encompassed many branches. They were masters who were naturally proficient in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, and in the deep sea they were giants. However, the Sea Clan rarely dealt with the human race, so there was no cultivator on Shadowed Star. In their entire lives, they might not even be able to see a single member of the sea race. Even the human race martial artists who lived in the deep sea rarely had the opportunity to encounter such creatures. Yang Kai observed for a while and found that there were at least 4 or 5 branches of the Sea Clan. Some of them were covered in scales, some had long barb-like tails, and some had arms that were shaped like crab pincers. They looked very strange. This was also the first time Yang Kai had seen a sea race group, so he couldn't help feeling a little surprised, wondering why they were rushing towards Sunrise Island in such an aggressive manner. After observing for a while, the burly sea race leader atop the giant wave seemed to notice something and his eyes flashed a terrifying light as he turned his gaze towards the void. It was as if he wanted to find out where Yang Kai was hiding. Yang Kai smiled and withdrew his gaze. To Yang Kai, no one on Shadowed Star was worth his attention. These 100 or so sea race masters at or above the origin returning realm might be an extremely powerful force to Sea Temple, but to Yang Kai they were nothing. Above. The burly sea race man frowned and glanced at the void thoughtfully, a suspicious look on his face. Xianxia, did you discover something? Next to him, a woman wearing a voluptuous dress with more than 60% of her skin exposed to the air frowned and asked. Xianxia slowly shook his head. It seems like someone is monitoring us, but there are no obvious signs. Perhaps I sensed wrongly. The woman was stunned. She knew Xianxia's strength. As one of the commanders of the Sea Clan's Sea God Palace, he was one of the strongest masters on Shadowed Star and rarely made mistakes in his senses. However, since Xianxia said so, the woman didn't ask any more questions and instead frowned deeply. But this time I'm afraid things won't be easy. The princess went missing near Sunrise Island, and although it is very likely that she was taken away by the human race, what if they refuse to admit it? Xianxia coldly snorted. If they dare not admit it, this commander will raze Sunrise Island to the ground. These humans should have already left the limitless ocean. This is my Sea Clan's territory. Ha! The woman sighed deeply. Her brow was filled with worry as she stared in the direction of Sunrise Island, secretly praying that her princess had really been taken away by the human race. Otherwise they wouldn't even know where to start searching. This time the Sea Clan had sent troops to Sunrise Island with the mentality of treating a dead horse as a living one. They were truly desperate, otherwise with the power of Sea Temple, Sea God Palace wouldn't have dared to start a war. However, Xianxia seemed to be certain that the princess had been taken away by the human race, so this trip would likely be difficult to resolve. It would be best if they could find the princess, but if they couldn't, the two races of the limitless ocean would really have to fight each other. The giant wave moved extremely quickly and pushed forward 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. When the giant wave was about 1,000 kilometers away from Sunrise Island, Pang Zhen and the others also noticed the change in world energy and rushed out of their respective residences to look into the distance. A moment later, Pang Zhen's face changed greatly. These arrogant Sea Clan bastards dare attack Sunrise Island? Activate the defensive spirit array. As soon as this order was given, Sunrise Island immediately buzzed and soon, the huge island was covered in a layer of transparent energy. All the cultivators on the island also moved out and gathered around Pang Zhen, each of them wearing dignified expressions. Yang Kai didn't know what was going on, so naturally he was curious and also came to Pang Zhen's side. Sect Master Yang, the Sea Clan has come to cause trouble. I must ask Sect Master Yang to withdraw. Pang Zhen tried to persuade him. Yang Kai's previous proposal was very much to his liking. Whether or not he could obtain a higher status in Sea Temple depended on whether Yang Kai's proposal was successful, so he was very concerned about Yang Kai, lest Yang Kai be implicated. It's fine, Island Master Pang can do as he pleases, I'll just take a look around. Yang Kai chuckled. Seeing him like this, Pang Zhen thought for a moment and no longer tried to persuade him. After all, Yang Kai had proven his strength before. Why is the Sea clan so aggressive? Did Sunrise Island or Sea Temple provoke them? Yang Kai asked casually. Pang Zhen shook his head. I don't know, but there is no harmonious relationship between Sea Temple and the Sea clan. After all, they are two different races that live together in the deep sea, so friction is inevitable. However, this Pang has never seen a situation like today's. My Sea Temple and the Sea clan's Sea God Palace also have some agreements that prevent us from dispatching so many masters to deal with the other side. Yang Kai's eyes flashed a few times before he asked casually, the Sea clan's Sea God Palace should also be able to collect a lot of cultivation resources from the deep sea, right? Pang Zhen was so focused on wondering why the Sea clan had dispatched so many masters that he didn't have time to ponder over Yang Kai's question and simply said, they have a natural advantage in being able to collect resources from the deepest depths of the sea, something our Sea Temple cannot compare with. As soon as he finished speaking, Pang Zhen realized something and quickly turned to look at Yang Kai, only to find that he was smiling happily. Pang Zhen's expression couldn't help becoming serious as he said, Sect Master Yang, those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. The Sea clan is not easy to deal with, so if you want to exchange any cultivation resources with them, I'm afraid it will be very difficult. The Sea clan has always looked down on our human race. You have lived inland for a long time, so you probably don't understand this. Many thanks for Island Master Pang's reminder, Yang Kai responded casually. Pang Zhen naturally knew what Yang Kai was thinking and why Yang Kai would think this way. Yang Kai had been waiting here for several days now, yet no one from the Sea clan's headquarters had come to discuss the matter of trading resources with him. Anyone would have been resentful. If Sea Temple was the sole ruler of the endless sea, Yang Kai would have had no choice but to wait patiently. But now that Sea God Palace had suddenly appeared, Pang Zhen knew that Yang Kai had set his sights on Sea God Palace. If he could establish a connection with Sea God Palace, it wouldn't matter whether he had Sea Temple or not. If he lost this merit, Pang Zhen would find it difficult to advance and could only remain on Sunrise Island as an island master for the rest of his life. Although he was free and unfettered, he was still some distance away from the true center of power. Seeing Yang Kai not take his words to heart, Pang Zhen also felt a little resentful. He didn't resent Yang Kai, but rather was dissatisfied with the attitude of the Sea clan's headquarters. However, he didn't have time to think about this right now. While he was chatting with Yang Kai, the monstrous wave had already arrived a few kilometers in front of Sunrise Island and without stopping, rushed straight towards the island. Hong Long Long. Sunrise Island's spirit array restriction shook violently, nearly breaking apart. After a long time, the monstrous wave subsided and swept across the entire Sunrise Island before disappearing. Pang Zhen raised his head towards the sky with an ugly expression and shouted, Xianxia, what do you mean by this? Does Sea God Palace want to declare war on my Sea Temple? Pang Zhen, hand over that person, otherwise I'll make sure your Sunrise Island will never be able to rest in peace. Xianxia roared, his voice like a clap of thunder, causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Pang Zhen was stunned. Hand over who? He had no idea what Xianxia was talking about and felt completely baffled. Don't play dumb, this general officer will give you the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. If you don't see the person this general officer wants to see, you can just wait for your death. Although Xianxia was strong, he was obviously simple-minded. Once he set his mind on something, no matter what others said, it was useless. Now he was certain that the person he was looking for was on Sunrise Island. Xianxia being so rude and unreasonable angered Pang Zhen greatly, and he sneered coldly, this island master doesn't know who you're talking about, and even if he did, this island master wouldn't hand her over to you. Pang Zhen was a third-order origin returning realm master and island master. Xianxia had come here to cause trouble for no reason and even dared to threaten him, so he naturally wouldn't back down. Good, since you said so, don't blame this general for being ruthless. Xianxia's face became fierce, and just as he was about to begin a slaughter, the scantily clad woman beside him suddenly pulled him back. Wait a moment. Although Xianxia's expression was unpleasant, he didn't refute her words and instead stood mid-air with an angry look on his face as he squinted towards the people below, his eyes filled with contempt. He seemed to look down on everyone, even Pang Zhen, But when he saw Yang Kai, his eyes narrowed slightly as a look of suspicion appeared on his face. Yang Kai, who had a harmless smile on his face, gave him a very dangerous feeling. This caused Xianxia to take a few more glances at Yang Kai. Chapter 1701. Although the existence of Yang Kai had caught Xianxia's attention, he did not pay much attention to him. The sea race was an arrogant race. They had always thought that they who were born in the sea were the noblest creatures in the world. All other races should bow down to them, especially the human race, which had a large population. They were qualified to be so arrogant. Every sea clan member from the day they were born was naturally proficient in water attribute secret arts and martial skills, unlike the human race. Many sea clan members never cultivated in their entire lives and could not escape death, forever living as ordinary people. For the first time, Yang Kai experienced the arrogance of the sea clan. The beautiful woman standing next to Xianxia looked down and lightly opened her lips. "Island Master Pang, this is not the first time this mistress and you have met. Since everyone knows each other's roots, this mistress will speak frankly. An important person from my sea god palace has gone missing near your Sunrise Island. We have reason to suspect that Sea Temple's people have abducted this important person, so we ask Island Master Pang to hand over this person." Although the woman tried to keep her tone as calm as possible, her expression inadvertently revealed her inner anxiety. Pang Zhen naturally recognized the Sea Clan woman and frowned. "An important person from your Sea Clan? Who is it?" He was very curious about the identity of this missing Sea Clan master and faintly felt that this person's status in the Sea Clan was definitely not low, most likely a member of the royal family. Otherwise, Xianxia and this woman would not have come together in such an aggressive manner. No matter what, he had to find out. The woman shook her head gently and said in a pleasant voice, "Sorry, this mistress cannot tell you who it is." Pang Zhen sneered, "Great Commander Qianmo, are you sure you're not joking? Based on your guess, so many origin returning realm masters from Sea God Palace came to embarrass my Sunrise Island. Do you think my Sea Temple is easy to bully?" The woman named Qianmo frowned slightly and hesitated for a moment before saying, "This is not just this mistress' guess. The master disappeared near Sunrise Island. Otherwise we would not have rushed here." Pang Zhen's eyes shrank. Qianmo was one of the 8 great commanders of Sea God Palace. She was in existence on the same level as Xianxia and had a venerated status. In the Sea Clan there were not many people with higher status than her. Yet she still had to address the missing sea race as master. Could it be that a member of the Sea God Palace's royal family had really gone missing? This was no small matter. Pang Zhen immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. If it was just a little-known member of the sea race, he could just ignore it. After all, he really hadn't seen him before. But if it was a member of the royal family, he couldn't do that. If this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely trigger a war between Supreme Ocean Palace and Sea God Palace. That was an outcome that no one wanted to see. After pondering for a long time, Pang Zhen said with a solemn expression, "My Sunrise Island has not seen any sea race members recently. Perhaps Commander Qianmo was mistaken." Qianmo interrupted him. "If it is convenient for Island Master Pang, this mistress would like to search Sunrise Island. Is that okay?" "Just searching?" Pang Zhen looked at her carefully. Compared to the current situation, this request was not too much. If it was any other occasion at any other time, Pang Zhen definitely wouldn't agree. But since it involved a member of the royal family, if he didn't agree, it would most likely trigger Xianxia's simple yet sturdy nerves and a great battle would ensue. As such, Pang Zhen had to make some concessions. "Just searching," Qianmo promised. "This mistress is very familiar with that master if she really is on Sunrise Island. This mistress will definitely be able to sense it whether or not someone is hiding her." When she said this last sentence, Qianmo's eyes became as sharp as a blade. It was easy to imagine that if things were really as she guessed, Sunrise Island would be bathed in blood today. Pang Zhen hesitated. With the other party speaking so confidently, he didn't dare to be too sure of his own judgment. Although he was the island master, there were so many disciples of Supreme Ocean Palace living on Sunrise Island. If one of them was blind enough to secretly bring back a member of the sea race. "All right. I agree," Pang Zhen quickly said. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided, so Pang Zhen could only hope that the sea race's guess was wrong. "Many thanks." Qianmo nodded and then released her divine sense, spreading it inch by inch across Sunrise Island. Everyone waited quietly. On the vast coast there were hundreds of masters, but none of them spoke. Even their breathing was suppressed to the point where one could hear a pin drop. Xianxia was so anxious that he felt like he was constipated, the scar on his face becoming more and more terrifying as he glanced between Qianmo and Pang Zhen, his eyes wide open. After a long time, Qianmo suddenly opened her eyes. Pang Zhen's expression became serious as he stared at her without blinking. "How is it?" Xianxia hurriedly asked. Qianmo showed a look of disappointment as she turned to Xianxia and slowly shook her head. "She's not here." "Impossible!" Xianxia shouted. "She disappeared near Sunrise Island. How could she not be here? There must be some kind of mistake. Right, did they move her somewhere else?" Sunrise Island has a space array that allows passage between the various islands of Sea Temple. "Xianxia, if you want to fight then fight, don't be so noisy." Pang Zhen shouted angrily, this time with much more confidence. Xianxia was already annoyed to begin with, so Pang Zhen's words were undoubtedly aimed at him, causing him to glare fiercely as the surging strength in his body surged. Qianmo was the first to speak. "Island Master Pang, this time this mistress and the others made a mistake. This mistress apologizes for the trouble this mistress has caused to your esteemed island. This mistress will definitely come to apologize again in the future." Hearing her say this, Pang Zhen's complexion improved greatly. The sea race had always looked down on the human race, so Qianmo being able to say such words clearly showed how anxious she was and was no longer in the mood to maintain her arrogance. As for whether or not she would really come to apologize in the future, that was no longer important. Pang Zhen was also a shrewd person, so he naturally understood when to stop and gently nodded. "Since that's the case, please forgive this Pang for not seeing you out. Have a safe trip." The sea race masters did not say a word and quickly retreated. Only Xianxia glanced at Pang Zhen unwillingly before leaving, as if he couldn't wait to have a big fight to vent the bitterness in his heart. After the sea race masters retreated 1,000 kilometers away, Pang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief. The other leaders of Sunrise Island also looked at each other with bitter smiles on their faces, cold sweat dripping down their backs. Don't be fooled by their tough attitude just now. In fact, everyone's hearts were in their throats. With Sunrise Island's current strength, it wouldn't be easy for them to resist the elites led by the two Sea Clan great commanders. Fortunately, in the end, the matter was resolved perfectly and no real battle broke out. Island Master who from the sea race went missing. Why are both Xianxia and Qianmo so nervous? Someone asked from the side. Pang Zhen winked at this person but did not answer immediately. Instead he turned to Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Sect Master Yang, this Pang has just received news that the people from the Sea Race's headquarters will arrive on Sunrise Island in 3 days. I hope Sect Master Yang can be patient and stay on Sunrise Island for a few more days." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "This Yang will naturally accept Island Master Pang's hospitality, but your Sea Race doesn't seem too interested in this Yang's proposal." Pang Zhen opened his mouth but didn't know how to explain. From his point of view, Sea Temple had indeed been somewhat negligent, so he could only smile awkwardly. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to embarrass him and simply said a few words before taking his leave and returning to the place Pang Zhen had arranged for him. Since Sea Temple was not enthusiastic about his proposal, Yang Kai would not ask them for help and instead turned his attention to the Sea Clan. Pang Zhen also said that the Sea Clan had a natural advantage and could mine far more cultivation resources than Sea Temple. If the Sea Clan could reach a cooperative relationship with High Heaven Sect, their future would be much brighter than if they cooperated with Sea Temple. However, if he wanted to cooperate with the Sea Clan, it would be very difficult. Unless he directly used force to subdue them, there was probably no possibility of success. Late at night, Yang Kai opened his eyes and stared thoughtfully in a certain direction. Just now he noticed that Pang Zhen and some of the masters from Sunrise Island had left the island, but he didn't know what they were going to do. However, Yang Kai guessed that they were looking for the missing important figure from the Sea Clan. For Xianxia and Qianmo to attach so much importance to this person, their status was definitely not low. If Pang Zhen could find them, it would undoubtedly be a great merit. At that time, whether it was using them to negotiate with Sea God Palace or to exchange for some supplies, it would be a simple matter. From what Yang Kai could perceive, the masters from the Sea Clan had not gone too far from Sunrise Island, only moving about 30,000 kilometers away. They seemed to be certain that their clansmen had gone missing near Sunrise Island, so they were only searching within this area. Yang Kai watched with interest and secretly wondered what kind of scene it would be if the two sides met. However, this idea was obviously superfluous. Whether it was the cultivator from Sunrise Island or the cultivator from the Sea Clan, both sides were trying their best to avoid interfering with each other. Suddenly, an aura suddenly disappeared from Yang Kai's perception. Before he could figure out what was going on, another aura disappeared, followed by a third, a fourth. In just a short time, the auras of more than a dozen creatures had mysteriously disappeared. This wasn't the annihilation of death, but the complete disappearance of one's soul. Yang Kai was stunned. He was now the Star Master of Shadowed Star, so as long as he wanted to, he could monitor the movements of any place he wanted to. However, he had not been able to figure out how these creatures had disappeared. They had simply disappeared for no reason. Even their companions had not noticed. At first, only the Sea Clan disappeared, but soon the masters from Sunrise Island also disappeared one after another. By the time the remaining people realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Of the 100 to 200 masters from the two clans, only a few were left. In the next few moments, these people had disappeared as if they had never existed. Chapter 1702. Yang Kai suddenly got up and his figure flickered, flying directly from Sunrise Island to the territory where the incident had occurred. Floating midair, Yang Kai furrowed his brow as he frantically spread his divine sense outwards, trying to find the real reason for the disappearance of these creatures. Such a strange phenomenon appearing in this territory made Yang Kai, the sect master of Shadowed Star, both confused and shocked. Yang Kai stood quietly midair, not missing any details but still could not find any clues. The surrounding heaven and earth was filled with a creepy and mysterious atmosphere that made one's hair stand on end. At a certain moment though, Yang Kai's face suddenly changed slightly as he turned his head to look in a certain direction. In that direction, an island shrouded in shadows had strangely appeared. This island was hazy like the moon in the water or flowers in the fog, making it impossible to see clearly. No matter how Yang Kai condensed his divine sense, he was unable to grasp any trace of it. It was as if this island did not exist, its distance fluctuating, but it was filled with an inexplicable aura. A dark hole silently split open behind Yang Kai, and by the time Yang Kai noticed, it was already too late. The dark hole was like the maw of a fierce beast swallowing Yang Kai in one gulp. After that it disappeared. A strong wind blew and ripples appeared on the surface of the sea, but within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers, there were no longer any signs of life. The place where Yang Kai reappeared was a sandy beach with the usual humidity and smell of the sea. Before Yang Kai could figure out what was going on though, he heard the sound of fighting, some of which sounded familiar to him. Looking towards the source of these voices, Yang Kai quickly found that a large number of the human race and Sea Clan masters who had disappeared from his senses were on this beach. Pangjin, Xianxia and Qianmo were among them. However, their situation was very bad as they were being besieged by a group of unknown cultivators. Although Sea Temple and Sea God Palace were not on good terms with each other, with friction occurring every year, they at least knew each other well. Now that they had suddenly fallen into such a predicament, they naturally put aside their former enmity and worked together to fight. There were not many people besieging them, only around 30 to 40 of them. But even so, the powerhouses of Supreme Ocean Temple and Sea God's Palace were still retreating. If it wasn't for the fact that those people of unknown origin didn't have the intention to kill them all, Pangjin, Xianxia and the rest would most likely suffer heavy losses. Yang Kai found this situation quite strange as he found that none of these people showed any signs of using their Saint Qi. Instead, they were all fighting with their own physical strength. It wasn't just the cultivator with unknown origins. Pangjin, Xianxia and the others were the same. Xianxia was tall and strong. As a member of the Sea Clan, the quality of his physical body was extremely strong, so even if he was besieged by 4 or 5 enemies he could still barely cope. He wouldn't be defeated so quickly. Pangjin, on the other hand, was in a difficult situation. In terms of combat power he was actually not much worse than Xianxia, but without being able to use his Saint Qi his combat effectiveness plummeted, causing him to be forced into a corner. The other human race cultivator was the same. Without the natural advantage of the Sea Clan's physical strength, Not only were they no match for the Sea Clan's men, but they were also no match for a woman like Qian Mo. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before trying to circulate his Saint Qi, but was surprised to find that the Saint Qi in his body remained motionless. This strange place actually had a power that restricted his Saint Qi. This discovery startled him. Yang Kai tried to use his divine sense but found that his divine sense could only extend 500 meters out of his body. What was this place? Why was there such a powerful restriction on his Saint Qi and divine sense? Yang Kai was puzzled. Two people nearby saw that Yang Kai wasn't very old and grinned wickedly as they attacked him from the left and right. Yang Kai hadn't figured out the situation here yet, but he didn't want to show off too much, so while dealing with these two he secretly scanned his surroundings. In terms of physical strength alone, Yang Kai could be said to be a top-level existence. The life-revitalizing jade cream he brought out from the Emperor Garden was not for nothing, and he also had a large amount of golden blood in his body. Coupled with his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, it could be said that in terms of pure physical strength, he could even face an Origin King without fear. Yang Kai was now certain that this was not Shadowed Star, or rather this place was no longer under the control of Shadowed Star. Because even his connection with Shadowed Star had been severed, he could not take advantage of the various conveniences of the Star Master to act. This was definitely an independent, sealed space. The battle was in full swing as both sides fought fiercely. Constantly, a human or Sea Clan cultivator was captured, tied up and sent to the side. However, Xianxia and the others were still struggling to resist, injuring many of their enemies. A tall, skinny man stood nearby and watched. Seeing that his subordinates were unable to resolve the battle after such a long time, he couldn't sit still any longer and sneered. As soon as you enter Serene Soul Island, you are separated from the heavens. Don't resist and obediently follow this king to Sea Island Master. As long as you are obedient, Island Master will not embarrass you. Serene Soul Island? Pang Zhen, Xianxia and Qian Mo exclaimed at the same time, all of their faces turning extremely pale. Even Yang Kai was shocked. This place is actually Serene Soul Island. He couldn't believe it. He had long heard of the name Serene Soul Island. There were originally 3 restricted zones on Shadowed Star. One was the Lu Yen Sandfield, the second was the Emperor Garden and the third was Serene Soul Island. Needless to say, the Lu Yen Sandfield was originally a place that opened once every few hundred years for the younger generation cultivator of various great forces to enter for life experience. Normally no one could enter it. The Emperor Garden was also a famous place. It was the private home of Starfield's great emperors. The last time it opened, many geniuses gathered in Star territory and obtained great benefits from it. Serene Soul Island was different from the other two. The other two were places where one could experience life experience and obtain benefits, but Serene Soul Island was a land of death. It was rumored that Serene Soul Island existed in the limitless ocean, but no one had ever seen it. Anyone who had seen it had disappeared, never to return, as if they had evaporated into thin air. Many Shadowed Star cultivator doubted whether Serene Soul Island really existed because no one could provide any evidence to prove it. Serene Soul Island. It only existed in legends. But now this thin man actually said that this place was Serene Soul Island. How could Pang Zhen, Xianxia and the others not be shocked? They were all creatures who had lived in the deep sea for a long time and were familiar with all kinds of legends, so when they heard the words Serene Soul Island, all of them turned pale. If this place was really Serene Soul Island, it meant that the legends were true, and they would never be able to return to the limitless ocean. They would be trapped in this damned place where they could not use their Saint Qi and their divine sense was infinitely suppressed. Furthermore, they would have to obey the orders of an unknown island master. This was something no master could tolerate. Indeed. This is indeed Serene Soul Island. The thin man was very satisfied with everyone's reaction. He had the same reaction when he heard the news when he was trapped in this place. Calculating the time, he thought. He couldn't remember how long it had been. Xianxia and Pang Zhen glanced at each other. Both of them roared in unison, "Only a fool would believe you." Stubborn fools. The thin man coldly snorted, not wanting to waste any more time, and stepped forward. His entire body was emitting an aura that made people raise their eyebrows. With a casual wave of his hand, the few human race and Sea Clan masters who stood in his way were smashed to pieces without being able to put up the slightest resistance. He didn't use his Saint Qi, instead relying on his brute physical strength. Xianxia's eyes narrowed as a solemn expression appeared on his face. He could tell how powerful this lanky man was. That skinny body of his was actually able to produce such an unimaginable amount of strength. The thin man only took a few steps forward before arriving in front of Xianxia. He wanted to kill a chicken to warn the monkeys, so naturally he wanted to kill Xianxia. After all, Xianxia seemed to be the strongest among this group. He didn't make any special movements. He simply threw out a punch towards Xianxia's face. His punch caused the air to explode. Xianxia roared as his burly body stood in place like a wooden stake, clenching his fists and crossing them in front of him to block. Kong. The thin man's fist slammed into Xianxia's arms, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. Xianxia's burly body was sent flying like a broken kite before crashing heavily to the ground. When he struggled to stand up, his eyes and nose were full of blood, giving him a ferocious appearance. After swaying for a moment, he fell backwards. Everyone was in an uproar, all of them showing looks of horror. The human race and sea clan masters who were still resisting stopped what they were doing one after another. This thin man could knock out Xianxia with a single punch, so killing them would be a piece of cake for him. Even Pang Zhen, after changing his expression a few times, signaled to the Sea Temple cultivators with his eyes, telling them to give up resisting. In the face of absolute strength, resistance was meaningless and would only increase the number of casualties. Seeing this, the thin man showed a satisfied expression and laughed. A wise man submits to circumstances. Very good. Don't worry, this king doesn't want to kill you all. Serene Soul Island hasn't had anyone here for a long time, so your arrival is just in time to replenish the population here. The island master doesn't allow anyone to kill. Of course, the premise is that you all must be obedient. Perhaps soon we can even become companions. Stay here for a while and you will know what kind of place Serene Soul Island is. He smiled happily. The faces of the human race and sea clan masters were ugly. Yang Kai frowned slightly as his expression changed a few times before he quickly made a decision. He did not intend to be manipulated by this thin man. Whether or not this place was Serene Soul Island, he had to take the initiative in his own hands. Thinking so, he made a feint and directly escaped from the battle, quickly running away. This action finally caused the thin man to notice Yang Kai's existence, causing his face to sink as he coldly snorted, "You don't know what's good for you, go kill him." Yang Kai's actions had undoubtedly annoyed him, so his last sentence was directed at his two subordinates. Receiving the order, the two of them quickly chased after Yang Kai. The Sea Clan masters did not recognize Yang Kai and only thought that he was a disciple of Sea Palace, so they only glanced at Yang Kai's back and did not pay much attention to him. On the other hand, Pang Zhen was stunned, wondering why Yang Kai would appear here. But now that he could not even protect himself, he did not have the spare time to think about Yang Kai, so he just stood there with a pale face. Chapter 1703. As soon as the skinny man in the lead gave the order, his subordinates immediately rushed forward and tied up the remaining human and sea race cultivators. But those who resisted were beaten black and blue. Regardless of the cultivation of these people who followed the slender leader, without exception, all of them had physiques far superior to those of the outside world, so the human and sea race cultivators had no chance to resist and were quickly suppressed. The slender leader put on a fake smile and said, "Be obedient and there will be benefits for you, but if you dare to act rashly, many people die on Serene Soul Island every year, think carefully." Pang Zhen, Qianemo, and the others' faces sank as a bad feeling welled up in their hearts. 100 kilometers away, Yang Kai frowned as he looked at the two corpses on the ground and sighed slightly. He had just arrived and didn't want to start a massacre. But the two people who had chased after him were unwilling to let him go. They looked like they were determined to kill him. With no other choice, Kai Yang had no choice but to kill them. Without using Saint Qi, those who could fight Yang Kai with their physical strength were probably less than 5 in the entire star territory, so how could these two unknown minions be Yang Kai's opponent? After a few moves, they were lying on the ground. Yang Kai plundered their space rings before quickly leaving in a certain direction. Half an hour later, another cultivator arrived, and after seeing the two corpses on the ground, his expression changed and he quickly returned to Serene Soul Island to report the situation. At this time, Yang Kai was already a few hundred kilometers away. In a natural cave on the coast, Yang Kai sat cross-legged. This cave was relatively damp and not suitable for living, but Yang Kai couldn't care less. Sitting on the ground, Yang Kai tried to circulate his Saint Qi and communicate with Shadowed Star, but to no avail. All failed. This strange place really cut off his connection with Shadowed Star, depriving him of his greatest advantage. Yang Kai's face turned ugly. Fortunately, although his divine sense was infinitely suppressed, he could still use it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to take out anything from his space ring, let alone use the artifacts he had been nurturing inside his body. Whether it was using space rings or artifacts, they all required a certain level of divine sense as a bridge. Once divine sense could not be used, these external forces would not be able to be used. This made Yang Kai feel slightly relieved. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai took out the space rings of the two people he had killed before and began checking their belongings. With Yang Kai's current net worth, he naturally wouldn't care about the wealth of two ordinary cultivator. However, Yang Kai could use these two people's belongings to investigate the situation on Shadowed Soul Island. So before leaving, Yang Kai took their space rings with him. The original cultivations of these two were not very high, so the barriers on their space rings were easily broken by Yang Kai. Carefully rummaging through their rings, Kai Yang discovered that these two fellows were relatively poor. Aside from some food, there was nothing else in their rings. Apart from their rings, there were only a few saint crystals, a few low-grade artifacts, some martial arts records that Yang Kai didn't care about, and a few jade bottles. Saint crystals were completely useless here. Yang Kai couldn't even use his Saint Qi here, so how could saint crystals play a role? Yang Kai didn't care about the artifacts and martial arts records. He took out the jade bottles, opened the caps, and poured out a gray pill from the bottle. As soon as it entered his hand, Yang Kai curled his lips disdainfully. With his current identity as an Origin King Great Alchemist, he could naturally see at a glance that the refinement of this pill was incomplete. Although it couldn't be said to be a failure, it definitely didn't display the full efficacy of the raw materials. The refinement technique was very rough, and the medicinal efficacies of the raw materials were not even fully condensed. This medicinal pill was a failed product that was formed by mixing several different ingredients together at will. However, Yang Kai remembered that he couldn't use his Saint Qi in this damned place. Yang Kai was relieved. Without being able to use Saint Qi, alchemists had no way to condense medicinal liquids and fully display the effects of the raw materials. This was probably the reason. As a result, the refinement of this pill was incomplete. Although with Yang Kai's vision and level of expertise he didn't care about this kind of spirit pill at all, he was still very curious about its function. None of the spirit pills he had mastered so far matched the one in front of him, which made him feel a little surprised. After observing for a while and smelling the scent of this pill, Yang Kai determined that it was not poisonous and simply threw it into his mouth. After a while, Yang Kai raised his brow and showed a look of amazement, muttering, "So that's how it is. No wonder the physiques of each of them are so good. It turns out it was because of this pill." After tasting it, Yang Kai immediately understood the purpose of this pill. It was actually a pill used for body tempering. After taking this pill, Yang Kai clearly felt a stream of heat rise from his lower abdomen and flow into his limbs, transforming his 5 viscera, 6 organs and tendons, allowing his body to develop in a better direction. The effect of this pill on Yang Kai was negligible, almost negligible. But for those cultivator who had not specifically tempered their physique, it was of some help. If they could take this pill over a long period of time, it would definitely improve their physique. This was probably the fundamental reason why the cultivator living on Serene Soul Island had a much stronger physique than the average human or Sea Clan cultivator. They should have all taken this spirit pill. Saint Qi could not be used on Serene Soul Island, and one's divine sense was suppressed to the limit, but the cultivator living here had found another way to become stronger. Everything was not without reason. Yang Kai was also very interested in this pill. However, he did not know the pill recipe or the raw materials, so he could only put it aside for the time being. Outside the cave, Yang Kai looked into the distance and could vaguely see a city in the center of Serene Soul Island. This should be where the residents of Serene Soul Island lived. In the center of this city, there was an extremely tall building that almost reached into the sky. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and looked at the rolling sea. Without hesitating for long, he jumped into the sea and swam forward using his hands and feet. Under the premise that he could not use his Saint Qi, he could only rely on this most primitive method to go out to sea. Now he could judge that Serene Soul Island was definitely an independent sealed space. Just like the floating continent he had entered when he first entered star territory, this place had its own world principles that were not affected by shadowed stars' interference. Since it was an independent sealed space, there should be a limit. Yang Kai wanted to find this limit and see if he could break it to escape. Even if he failed, Yang Kai could still go back and think of a way. For example, he could go deep into the city and find the island master of Serene Soul Island to ask about the situation. Presumably, the island master knew more about this place than he did. The sea was cold and Yang Kai's speed was extremely fast. There were many ferocious sea beasts that lived in the sea. Under Yang Kai's fists and feet, they were all reduced to dust. Over the next few days, Yang Kai discovered that these sea beasts were different from those in the outside world. Their physiques also seemed to be far stronger than those of their kind in the outside world. Killing them in the sea really took Yang Kai a lot of effort. Over the past few days, Yang Kai would occasionally find a few ships out to sea wandering around a certain part of star territory. Those should be the ships of Shadowed Soul Island's residents, and seeing them bustle about, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder. They seemed to be looking for something in the sea with great concentration. Yang Kai didn't want to expose his whereabouts, so he tried to avoid them as much as possible. These ships could only move around near the coast. They didn't dare to move a little further. After all, the deeper they went into the sea, the greater the danger they would encounter. These sea beasts couldn't withstand Yang Kai's attacks. But that didn't mean that they were weak. For the next few days, Yang Kai found nothing. Gradually, he could no longer see anyone. However, he didn't give up and continued to explore ahead. On this day in the vast sea, Yang Kai suddenly found something. He hurriedly focused his attention and looked ahead. A multicolored light pierced through the thin mist and entered Kai Yang's line of sight. Yang Kai was suddenly in high spirits and quickly rushed in that direction. After a few days, all he could see was the same scenery. Or rather, there was no scenery at all. This was also a kind of torture for Yang Kai. Now that there was a sudden change, he was naturally very happy. No matter what the colorful light was, it was better than the unchanging sea. In a short while, Yang Kai arrived at the place. However, the scene he saw made Yang Kai slightly absent-minded. In the sea there was a lotus. Roughly counting, there were at least a few dozen lotuses of different colors blooming on the surface of the sea. There were pink, green, silver, and golden lotuses, and every single one of them was emitting dense spiritual energy. Sea lotus. Yang Kai frowned. However, this was obviously not an ordinary sea lotus, but a precious alchemy material. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. He swam forward and came to a cyan sea lotus. He reached out and dropped a petal, putting it in his mouth and chewing. After a while, his eyes became brighter and he couldn't help laughing. So the main ingredient of the alchemy is this. He had been very interested in this special spirit pill before, but unfortunately he didn't know what the raw material was. He didn't expect that this trip to the sea would be so easy to find. Thinking about it, the several ships he had encountered before should also be looking for this kind of sea lotus. Unfortunately, they could only operate near the coast and missed this ocean link pond. Yang Kai happily picked these sea lotuses, stored them in a special way and put them into his space ring. After some investigation, he found that these sea lotuses had obvious differences in their medicinal efficacies according to their color. The pink ones had the lowest medicinal efficacies, followed by the cyan ones, silver ones, and gold ones. The stronger the medicinal efficacies of the sea lotus, the fewer there were. There was only one golden sea lotus, and it stood in the center of the ocean link pond, admiring itself. There were also not many silver sea lotuses, only 6 in total, all of which were extremely precious. These materials could play a huge role in Yang Kai's hands. With his current level, he could infer the body-tempering pill's pill recipe and refine it himself. Yang Kai didn't intend to let go of any sea lotus. Chapter 1704. Just as Yang Kai was enjoying himself, he suddenly heard the sound of a fish splashing against the water nearby. Looking over, he found a dolphin about a meter long swimming over and swallowing one of the blue sea lotuses in one gulp. Although most of its body was hidden in the sea, this dolphin-like creature's posture was very elegant, and even the way it chewed the sea lotus was slow. Seeing Yang Kai looking at it, the little dolphin blinked its eyes and showed no signs of fear, slapping its tail against the water as it swam slowly towards another pink sea lotus. A moment later, the pink sea lotus was also swallowed by it. The little dolphin seemed to be in a good mood, and even the speed at which it swung its tail became much faster. Yang Kai wanted to drive it away, but after hesitating for a moment he decided against it. Since entering the sea, all the sea beasts he had encountered had been fierce and vicious without exception, all of them attacking him without any hesitation. This little dolphin looked harmless to humans and animals, and Yang Kai didn't sense any danger from it, so he simply let it be. One person and one dolphin, working separately, quickly collected the sea lotuses. The 6 silver lotuses and the golden lotus were all collected by Yang Kai, and the little dolphin only managed to pick up a few leftovers. It seemed to be a little unhappy as it boldly swam to Yang Kai's side and circled around him, constantly making strange noises. Yang Kai couldn't help laughing, and after the little dolphin nudged him with its head once, he had no choice but to take out a blue lotus from his space ring. He couldn't refuse the little dolphin's eager eyes. The little dolphin's eyes lit up in an instant and it began making urgent noises, like a baby waiting to be fed. Yang Kai brought the blue lotus to its mouth and the little dolphin swallowed it in one gulp, its eyes narrowing into crescents, making for a beautiful sight. After the blue lotus entered its stomach, the little dolphin burped in satisfaction and swam around Yang Kai even faster. It was much more intimate than before. Yang Kai grinned. After being soaked in the sea for several days, his cold body seemed to have warmed up a lot. Not far away, the seawater was parted and rapidly approached in a straight line. There seems to be some beast under the sea, smelling the scent of Yang Kai and the little dolphin, arousing its appetite. The little dolphin was very sensitive to danger and immediately hid behind Yang Kai. It stuck out half of its head and looked in that direction, its eyes showing human-like horror. Yang Kai reached out and patted it, signaling it to calm down. His eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the approaching sea beast. A moment later, a monstrous wave rose into the sky. A horrifyingly large shark-like sea beast leaped up from the bottom of the sea. It opened its gigantic mouth, and its sawtooth-like teeth gleamed with a sharp light. It bit towards Yang Kai viciously. The little dolphin's tail swung violently as it made anxious and hurried sounds. Yang Kai didn't move at all. He waited until the sea beast was about a meter away from him before he suddenly punched out, hitting the sea beast's forehead with lightning speed. With Yang Kai as the center, the seawater nearby suddenly dropped, and a circle of ripples quickly spread in all directions. Boom! At a speed visible to the naked eye. The seemingly majestic sea beast's forehead caved in, and its huge body also collapsed into a ball. Immediately, under the tremendous force, it flew hundreds of meters away before it crashed into the sea. Soon, dark red blood seeped out from the other side. The huge sea beast floated up with its belly turned over, motionless. The little dolphin was obviously stunned for a moment. Its 2 extremely bright eyes looked at Yang Kai, then at the sea beast in the distance and then back at Yang Kai. It seemed to be unable to understand. How could such a small Yang Kai beat such a big sea beast? The size of the two was simply on the same level. However, it obviously didn't think much about this issue. Instead, it looked at Yang Kai with worshipful eyes, and made a sound of joy from its mouth. It then swam in front of Yang Kai and used its head to nudge Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai looked at it in amazement, not quite understanding what it wanted to do. The little dolphin continued to nudge. After a long time, Yang Kai finally understood. He pointed to the back of the little dolphin and asked, "You want me to go up?" The little dolphin nodded vigorously. Yang Kai's expression was strange. Looking at its 3-feet-long body, he hesitated and said, "That's not very good. Aren't you a little too small?" He was afraid that the little dolphin couldn't carry him. The little dolphin didn't allow him to say anything and dove into the sea. The next moment, Yang Kai felt that he was being lifted up by something and was slowly rising. After a while, half of the little dolphin's body came out of the water. It cried out happily as it swam forward quickly. Riding the wind and breaking the waves, it was fast and steady. Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. "I have underestimated you." The little dolphin's swimming speed in the sea was more than 10 times faster than his. When it moved forward, the sea seemed to take the initiative to part to both sides, without adding any resistance to it. The little dolphin looked back proudly and glanced at Yang Kai with a look that said, "Praise me more." Yang Kai laughed and stood on the little dolphin with peace of mind, letting it fly forward with him. He didn't know what kind of creature this dolphin-like little thing was. Judging from its cowardly behavior just now, It would be very difficult for it to survive in such an environment. However, it was able to understand his words, which meant that its intelligence wasn't low. At the very least, it wasn't inferior to a 7 or 8-year-old child. However, with the little dolphin as a ride, Yang Kai felt a lot more relaxed. At least he didn't have to soak in the sea all day. As for why it was so intimate with him and even asked him to sit on it, it must know that without his protection, it would be difficult to survive here. This was also a kind of cooperation, a win-win situation. Yang Kai thought that the little dolphin wouldn't be of much use except as a ride, but soon he found that he was wrong. He was very wrong. This little thing swam freely in the sea, seemingly without any order or purpose, but it could always bring Yang Kai to some sea lotuses scattered in the deep sea. Yang Kai initially thought that it was just luck, but 2 days later he found that this was the little dolphin's ability. It seemed to be able to accurately find the location of the sea lotuses from thousands of miles away. Yang Kai had a great harvest. In addition to the dozens of sea lotuses he found at the beginning, in the next few days, he harvested at least 100 more. The number of pink and green sea lotuses was still the most. There were fewer silver sea lotuses and only 3 golden ones. This was a rare commodity worth hoarding. These things were a specialty of Serene Soul Island and couldn't be found anywhere. Using these sea lotuses, Yang Kai could refine a large number of body-tempering pills. Not only could it enhance his own strength, but it could also quickly improve the physical quality of his friends and family. Therefore, the more sea lotuses there were, the better. The little dolphin also ate until its belly was round. It was the one who brought Yang Kai to find the sea lotuses, so Yang Kai naturally wouldn't stop it from eating. Time flew by, and about half a month later Yang Kai stored at least 500 sea lotuses in his space ring. Although he didn't know the value of sea lotuses on Serene Soul Island, just by thinking about the rate of sea lotuses near and far, he could determine that these things should be a scarce resource on Serene Soul Island. Unless Serene Soul Island organized a team of masters to explore the sea and collect them, they would be able to obtain a considerable harvest. Otherwise, they could only search near the coast. On this day, the little dolphin brought Yang Kai to an island. This island didn't occupy a large area, only a few dozen kilometers in radius, less than 1% of Serene Soul Island. This was the first time Yang Kai had seen an island other than Serene Soul Island, so he was naturally very curious. The island was connected to the sea by a sea river that led directly to the interior of the island. The little dolphin followed the sea river and entered the island. A moment later, a lake on the island appeared in front of Yang Kai. This lake was connected to the sea outside, occupying about 1/5 of the island's area. Countless sea lotuses were blooming, dazzling the eyes with a variety of colors. Roughly counting, there were at least 1,000 sea lotuses in this lake. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. Even though Yang Kai had a great harvest these past few days, he couldn't help but smile. Good job. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the little dolphin and patted its head. He wasn't stingy with his praise. The little dolphin was very happy. After spending these past few days together, the little dolphin had become more and more dependent on Yang Kai, especially after Yang Kai casually killed so many sea beasts. It couldn't help but worship Yang Kai. Those sea beasts were behemoths to the little dolphin, each of them capable of eating it alive. But for Yang Kai, a single punch was enough to kill them. Soon, the man and the dolphin arrived at the island's lake. Yang Kai jumped down, stepped on the lotus leaves and quickly shuttled through the lake. Sea lotuses of different colors were collected into his space ring one after another. The little dolphin was not willing to be outdone and began devouring the sea lotuses, its belly soon becoming round. Then it began to swim in the lake with nothing to do, looking carefree and carefree. In less than an hour, Yang Kai had collected more than 2/3 of the sea lotuses in the lake. Just as he was full of energy and was about to sweep this place clean, a thunderous roar suddenly rang out in his ears. This roar was filled with blood and tears, as well as indescribable grief and indignation, as if one's parents had died. "Bastard, you dare steal this old master's shadowed heaven lotus." As soon as these words fell, a figure rushed over from not far away, glaring at Yang Kai angrily, stomping his feet on the ground and leaping into the air. 2 deep footprints were left on the ground. In mid-air, the man threw a punch towards Yang Kai. The punch was silent and seemed to be light and powerless, but Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and a dignified expression appeared on his face. Taking a deep breath, he let out a long roar, leapt into the air and met the incoming punch with a punch. The two fists collided without any fancy moves, and a force pattern visible to the naked eye swept through the air like a ripple. The scene seemed to freeze for a moment. After a short while, a deafening sound rang out as a violent force erupted, directly distorting the surrounding space. Yang Kai was sent flying, and the cultivator of unknown origin was also unable to stabilize its body, somersaulting several times in the air before being sent flying back. Chapter 1705. Yang Kai landed lightly on a lotus leaf and raised his head to look ahead. Only now did he have the time to size up the newcomer. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be an old man with a short stature. Even if he stood up straight, Yang Kai estimated that he was still a head shorter than himself. His complexion was dark like the bottom of a pot, comparable to old black-face Yen Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Perhaps because his treasures had been taken away by Yang Kai, this old man's complexion had become even darker. The clothes he was wearing were simple and crude, made from the skin of an unknown sea beast. The clothes were in tatters and looked tattered. His bulging muscles were exposed and they were filled with explosive power. It was very eye-catching. It could be said that apart from this old man's short stature, his body was well-proportioned, which was the most direct manifestation of his physical strength. The old man obviously hadn't thought that Kai Yang would be able to take his fist head-on and not fall into a disadvantageous position. After landing on the ground, he frowned slightly. Immediately after, he rushed over at an even faster speed and roared, "Little brat, today either you die or this old man dies." Yang Kai had taken 2/3 of the shadowed heaven lotus, which was even more serious than taking his life, so how could he let Yang Kai off so easily? If possible, Yang Kai did not want to fight with such a muddle-headed person, but seeing this old man's demeanor and tone, he knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Moreover, he rarely encountered an opponent like this old man, so naturally he was a little excited. Not only did he not shrink back, but he also laughed and rushed forward. In mid-air, the two figures separated as soon as they came into contact, and only after a long time did a violent explosion resound. The second time they fought, the two were still evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage. Without any time to breathe, the two rushed towards each other again. The little dolphin was hiding in the lake on the island, looking up, its eyes filled with worry. Hong hong hong. Bursting sounds kept coming from the island, and Yang Kai and the old man gradually shifted the battlefield to avoid affecting the ocean lotus in the lake. At this point, both of them had the same scruples, not wanting to destroy the precious alchemy materials. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the battlefield was shifted to the sea. Yang Kai no longer had any scruples and his eyes lit up. He pushed his physical strength to the limit and tangled with the unknown old man, their fists and feet colliding. This barbaric way of fighting allowed him to experience a carefree feeling he had never experienced before. He laughed out loud and did not care about his injuries at all. He looked like he was going to fight the old man with his life. He had never shown any signs of failure. The old man's expression was stern as he was secretly shocked. He had been on Serene Soul Island for hundreds of years, and he had long known what kind of cultivation method he should choose to survive here. He had originally thought that his attainments in the physical body were extremely high, enough to occupy the top position in the territory. But he did not expect that a young man who suddenly appeared could actually fight with him to such an extent. This young man's physique was not inferior to his at all. The sound of bones breaking could be heard constantly and blood splattered everywhere. The old man was surprised to find that this young man's blood was not red. Instead, it was golden in color. That golden blood contained a blood vitality and energy fluctuation that left him flabbergasted. It was as if this young man's blood was comparable to the most precious divine material in the world. "Boy, your good luck has come to an end." The old man's eyes flashed fiercely as he flicked his wrist, and a hammer-like artifact suddenly appeared in his palm. Taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai blocked his punch, he swung his fist fiercely, swinging it fiercely towards Yang Kai's forehead. Although he could not use his Saint Chi and could not display the full power of this artifact, the old man's tremendous strength was enough to split the sky. If it really hit, Yang Kai's head would definitely explode. Yang Kai did not expect this old man to be so cunning. Seeing the hammer close in, Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly tilted his head. At the same time, his body suddenly bloomed with a 5-colored light. This light flowed. Gradually, the yellow light took over and covered Yang Kai's body. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. Earth sword qi. The earth sword qi Yang Kai cultivated was powered by divine nullification sand, a rare origin king-grade material that had extremely high defensive properties. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the earth sword qi quickly condensed into a shield shape in front of the hammer. Hong Long. The yellow energy shield was blasted apart and the hammer smashed into Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body sank slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Grinning fiercely, he rushed into the old man's defensive circle and slammed his hands upwards. The old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated, but he was still unable to avoid this desperate counterattack. His chin was caught by Yang Kai's hands and his entire head jerked backwards. If it were not for his powerful physical body, this blow alone would have been enough to kill him. Even so, the old man still saw stars and almost fainted. He staggered back several dozen meters, but before he could regain his footing, he glanced over at Yang Kai in fear and quickly fled. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, not pursuing. Only when the old man's figure disappeared from sight did he move his shoulder that had been hit by the hammer. With a series of cracking sounds, the dislocated bone was restored. This old man, Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. From beginning to end, he had not had the time or effort to ask the old man about his origins or why he lived so far away from Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin's cry came from the island's lake. Yang Kai turned his head to look at it and found that the little dolphin was looking at him nervously, seemingly worried about whether he had been injured. Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at it before walking over. There was still a third of the sea lotuses left in the island's lake that had not been collected, so Yang Kai naturally did not intend to let them go. The old man had called these sea lotuses shady heaven lotuses, but Yang Kai was sure that he had never heard of such a thing before. Probably as he had guessed before, shady heaven lotuses were a special product of Serene Soul Island and only circulated within Serene Soul Island. No one could take them outside. After a while, Yang Kai had finished collecting all the shady heaven lotuses. He looked up and found that on a mountain a few miles away, the old man was standing there with a face full of grief and indignation, looking at him with helpless eyes. That feeling was as if the heart of the woman he had always cared for had been easily captured by another man. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man's lungs were about to explode as he turned around and left. He had no way of defeating Yang Kai, so rather than humiliating himself, he would rather not see it. Yang Kai found a simple wooden house nearby, presumably built by the old man. Yang Kai moved in without hesitation. 3 days later, Yang Kai was studying the efficacy of the shady heaven lotuses and the body-tempering pill, hoping to improve them to a perfect level when light footsteps suddenly came from outside the wooden house. Yang Kai smiled and put down the matter at hand, waiting quietly. A moment later, the door of the wooden house was opened and the old man stood in the distance with a pale face, about 100 feet away from Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated look. After a long time he asked in a deep voice, "You are not from Mingyu?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who is Mingyu?" A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Yang Kai seriously, as if trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai's eyes were clear as he looked back at the old man. The old man nodded secretly, his attitude softening a little, no longer carrying the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife, slowly saying, "You don't know Mingyu? It seems you have just entered Serene Soul Island not long ago, right?" "Old sir is wise." Yang Kai praised casually, "You are right, I have only been here for about a month." "No wonder." The old man squeezed out a smile, but it was extremely ugly. "Since you are not from Mingyu, we can have a good talk." "I was thinking the same thing." Yang Kai smiled slightly. If not for this, he would not have stayed on this island. He did not know much about the situation on Serene Soul Island, nor was he able to explore the inside of Serene Soul Island. Now that he had finally met a living person here and one who had obviously lived here for many years, he naturally had to make good use of him. "Can this old master come in and talk?" the old man asked somewhat gloomily. "Of course, this is old sir's residence." Yang Kai invited him in a carefree manner. The old man's mouth twitched, but he did not show much fear. Although he felt that he was not a match for Yang Kai, he was confident he could escape from Yang Kai if he really went all out. He believed that Yang Kai would not be stupid enough to fight him to the death. After the old man sat down in front of him, Yang Kai asked, "Old sir, who is this Mingyu you mentioned just now?" The old man snorted coldly, "A scoundrel." Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that this old man seemed to have quite a bit of enmity with Mingyu. Otherwise, the old man would not have gnashed his teeth at the mention of this name. "He is the current island master of Serene Soul Island," the old man added. "Mingyu is the island master?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Serene Soul Island, he had heard the thin man mention the island master. He did not expect to learn the island master's name from this old man. "That's right." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked with a smile. "Old sir said that he is the current island master of Serene Soul Island. Could it be that there were other island masters before?" The old man looked at Yang Kai in surprise, secretly admiring his sharp thinking, and then proudly said, "The previous island master was this old master." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the disrespect." "Humph, you're just a stray dog." The old man laughed at himself and said, "Now this old master can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. What's there to be disrespectful about? What's more, this old master was defeated by you." "It was just a fluke," Yang Kai said modestly. The old man did not linger on this issue and stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Have you cultivated an extremely profound body-refining secret art?" Chapter 1706. A few days ago when he was fighting with Yang Kai had suddenly used the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. With his eyesight he had naturally noticed some clues. On Serene Soul Island, Saint Chi could not be used at all, so the only explanation for the 5-colored light was that it was a body-tempering secret art. The power cultivated from a body-tempering secret art was not in the scope of Saint Chi, so it was not restricted by Serene Soul Island. Yes. Yang Kai did not conceal anything. The old man's face suddenly flashed a fiery look. Body-tempering secret arts were relatively rare throughout the entire star territory, and profound body-tempering secret arts were even rarer. However, just because they were rare did not make body-tempering secret arts precious. Firstly, it was more difficult to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method. Even if it was an ordinary body-refining cultivation method, it would be difficult to cultivate it to an extremely high level. Secondly, a cultivator would not have so much energy to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method in their lifetime. A cultivator's standard of strength and survival was Saint Chi and spiritual energy, so even if many people knew the benefits of having a strong physical body, there was no way to cultivate a body-tempering secret art. But on Serene Soul Island things were different. In this damned place, Saint Chi could not be used and spiritual energy was suppressed. Cultivating a body-tempering secret art was the best and brightest path for a cultivator. Over the countless years, countless cultivator had wandered to Serene Soul Island, so naturally some body-tempering secret arts had also poured into Serene Soul Island. The old man had also cultivated one, but it was an extremely ordinary secret art, completely different from Yang Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering secret art. The reason why the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering secret art was so powerful was not because of the secret art itself, but because of the materials required to cultivate it. The old man knew that if he could obtain Yang Kai's body-tempering secret art, his strength would definitely increase greatly. So when he heard that Yang Kai had a profound body-tempering secret art, his eyes became fiery. As a master with great strength, he knew that secret arts could not be obtained casually, so the old man could only suppress the desire in his heart. "Let me introduce myself. I am Sha Hu." When he said this, there was a sense of pride in his voice as if Yang Kai should have heard of this name. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Yang Kai just lightly cupped his fists. "So it's Mr. Sha, I'm Yang Kai." Sha Hu frowned and asked tentatively, "Have you never heard of this old master's name?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Mr. Sha, are you from the deep sea?" Sha Hu nodded and asked, "Are you from the mainland?" "Not bad." Sha Hu understood. On Shadowed Star, deep sea and inland cultivators belonged to 2 different systems. Although they were not completely isolated from each other, it was rare for them to set foot in each other's territory. It was not strange that people from the inland did not know the names of the powerhouses in the deep sea. After learning this, Sha Hu's expression relaxed slightly and he chuckled. "This old master has been here for more than 300 years. Back then this old master was the 2nd temple master of Sea Temple. How is Sea Temple doing now?" Old Sir is the second temple master of Sea Temple? This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be stunned. I won't hide it from Old Sir, I came from the vicinity of Sea Temple's Sunrise Island. Sea Temple is now a very powerful force in the deep sea and can be considered the strongest among the human race, enough to compete with Sea God Palace. Xiaohu listened quietly. Feeling relieved, Xiaohu said, that group of brats seems to have some skill. Boy, do you have some kind of friendship with Sea Temple? How did you end up at Sunrise Island? I just happened to pass by, but we don't have any friendship, Yang Kai chuckled. Perhaps because he had inquired about his relationship with Sea Temple, Xiaohu's expression relaxed a lot. Seeing that Yang Kai was not as aggressive as most young people, he was naturally very satisfied with him. Both of them put aside the awkwardness of their previous battle and began chatting. Yang Kai wanted to know about the situation on Serene Soul Island. Xiaohu, on the other hand, wanted to inquire about the current situation of Sea Temple. So with one asking and the other answering, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. After a long time, both of them obtained the information they wanted. Yang Kai frowned. This Serene Soul Island was a strange place, an independent, enclosed space. No one could find a way out. Even Xiaohu, as the island master of Serene Soul Island, could not leave this place. Mingyu, on the other hand, was originally a vice-island master under Xiaohu and was not much weaker than him. But one day Mingyu's strength suddenly soared and he competed with Xiaohu for power. As a result, Xiaohu was naturally defeated and had no choice but to flee Serene Soul Island and hide on this small island. Calculating the time, it was nearly 100 years ago. For 100 years, Xiaohu had endured humiliation, hoping that one day he could return to Serene Soul Island and take revenge. Unfortunately, his strength seemed to have reached a certain bottleneck and he could no longer continue to improve, so he could only stay here. Fortunately, this place was very far from Serene Soul Island and most people would not be able to reach it. When Xiaohu fled here in the past, he had only narrowly escaped death. Yang Kai was the only intelligent life form he had seen in the past 100 years. As for how big this independent space on Serene Soul Island was, even Xiaohu could not say. He had once left this island to explore. But the deeper he went, the more powerful the sea beasts he encountered became, to the point where even he was no match for them, so he had no choice but to retreat. Is there really no way to leave Serene Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Perhaps there is, but this old master cannot find it. Xiaohu shook his head. At the very least, it cannot be found here. What senior means is... Xiaohu frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, this is just this old master's guess. Whether it is correct or not, this old master is not sure. Senior, please speak. If there is a way out here, Serene Soul Island is the only clue. There is a very strange place there that this old master wanted to investigate but was unable to enter, Xiaohu said unhurriedly. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Xiaohu smiled. If the two of us join forces, we may be able to seize Serene Soul Island, but this is just a possibility. Mingyu was stronger than I was back then, and now that 100 years have passed, I do not know how strong he has become. Perhaps we will just be walking right into his trap. Yang Kai did not comment. He did not care how strong Mingyu was. In his battle with Xiaohu, he had not used his full strength. What's more, he still had the stone mongoose Xiao as his trump card. In terms of pure strength, who in the world could be stronger than Xiao? As long as Xiao took action, no one on Serene Soul Island could be its opponent. Yang Kai was considering the authenticity of Xiaohu's words. Although this old man had a good temper, Yang Kai did not know what he was trying to achieve with his help. If Yang Kai were to fall into his trap, the gains would not make up for the losses. Yang Kai would rather measure the heart of a gentleman with his own narrow-mindedness than regret it later. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Xiaohu promptly changed the topic. Were you studying Shadowed Heaven Lotuses and Shadowed Heaven Pills just now? Yang Kai recovered from his contemplation. Nodding, he said, and these things are a specialty of Serene Soul Island, right? Indeed. Shadowed Heaven Lotuses cannot be found in the outside world and can only be produced on Serene Soul Island. The cultivator who has fallen here uses Shadowed Heaven Pills to enhance their strength. Unfortunately, this old master does not know alchemy, so Shadowed Heaven Lotuses cannot provide him with any help. Otherwise, do you think this old master would have left so many Shadowed Heaven Lotuses in the lake? Speaking of this, Xiaohu had a pained expression on his face. 1,000 Shadowed Heaven Lotuses. On Serene Soul Island there were thousands of cultivator, and even after several years of searching, they might not be able to find so many. But now they had all entered Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai suddenly asked, "Does Old Man Sha have a shadowed heaven pill recipe?" "Of course." Shahu chuckled, proudly saying, "This old master was once the island master of Serene Soul Island, something like a pill recipe." As he spoke, Shahu's eyes lit up as he pointed to Yang Kai and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you an alchemist?" If Yang Kai was not an alchemist, there would be no need for him to ask about a pill recipe. Shahu stared at Yang Kai with a scorching look in his eyes. It was as if he had seen an amazing treasure. Yang Kai chuckled, "Kind of. Are you really an alchemist?" Shahu stood up directly. Yang Kai nodded again. Shahu froze for a moment before laughing. "The heavens have not forsaken me. The heavens have not forsaken me. Good, good, good." The reason why his strength had stagnated over the years was because he had no shadowed heaven pills. Directly taking shadowed heaven lotus had no effect on him at all. Only by refining shadowed heaven lotus into a pill could it display its proper effects. Therefore, when he learned that Yang Kai was really an alchemist, Shahu was so excited that he lost his composure. But soon Shahu frowned. Glancing at Yang Kai, he let out a deep sigh. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai was puzzled. A moment ago Shahu had been as happy as a child, but now he had become so desperate. The contrast was simply too great. Even if you are an alchemist without earth fire, you can't perform alchemy. Shahu's face turned ashen as he sat down again. Serene Soul Island's alchemists are extremely rare. Out of tens of thousands of people, I'm afraid there are only 4 or 5 alchemists. These alchemists have varying levels of skill, but if they want to perform alchemy, they must rely on Serene Soul Island's earth fire. We don't have any here. I don't need earth fire. Yang Kai chuckled. Nonsense. Shahu sneered. Which alchemist doesn't need earth fire to perform alchemy? Perhaps it is possible outside, but here Saint Chi cannot be used, so one can only rely on earth fire. Ugh. As Shahu spoke, he was left speechless. Because he clearly felt a burning power spread from Yang Kai's body. This was not Saint Chi but spiritual energy. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Shahu's face changed drastically. Yang Kai smiled innocently. Even in the outside world he did not need to use Saint Chi to perform alchemy because he had always used his conflagrated knowledge, see? What's more, he had the Firebird. Since fusing with Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Fire, the Firebird had evolved into a complete sentience and could assume human form. She had also fused with Yang Kai's natal artifact, the Alchemy Furnace. She herself was the best earth fire. At the very least, Yang Kai could enter the Sealed World Bead to perform alchemy. The Sealed World Bead was also a self-contained world where Saint Chi was not restricted. With these various advantages, Yang Kai did not need to worry about alchemy at all. However, there was no need to expose these to Shahu. Chapter 1707. After learning that Yang Kai was not only an alchemist but also possessed a conflagrated knowledge, so he did not need to rely on Saint Chi or earth fire to perform alchemy, Shahu was ecstatic. This meant that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Yang Kai, he would not have to worry about not having enough shadowed heaven pills in the future to increase his strength. After 100 years of waiting, he finally saw the hope of revenge. He handed over the shadowed heaven pill recipe without reservation and let Yang Kai study it himself. When you've finished studying the pill recipe and set out to refine the shadowed heaven pill, this old master has something to ask of you. Shahu said with a smile, deliberately trying to get closer to Yang Kai, the wrinkles on his face furrowing into a ball, making him look extremely amiable. Yang Kai naturally did not act politely, allowing Shahu to do as he pleased before diving into the research of the shadowed heaven pill recipe. Yang Kai had some shadowed heaven pills on hand, so he could infer the approximate configuration of the pill recipe from them. Now that he had a complete pill recipe, this process became much simpler and easier. What's more, Yang Kai's alchemy level was one of the top in the star territory, so with his eyesight and experience, not only could he understand the shadowed heaven pill recipe, but he could also make improvements to it. This was only natural. After all, the shadowed heaven pill was developed by the alchemist who had wandered to Serene Soul Island, and the level of the alchemist who had wandered here was not too high, so how valuable could the pill recipe they developed be? At most, it could be said to have provided Yang Kai with some reference. From beginning to end, It only took Yang Kai 5 days to design another Shadowed Heaven pill recipe. Compared to the one given by Sha Hu, this one was undoubtedly many times better and required a lot of replacement materials. This also reduced some of the conflicting medicinal properties. Now that the pill recipe was complete, Yang Kai naturally began to perform alchemy. However, he was still missing one herb. The medicinal efficacies of the Shadowed Heaven lotus were very overbearing. If taken directly, it might be able to improve a cultivator's physique in a short time, making their physique much stronger. However, if there were no other herbs to neutralize the medicinal efficacies, they would only be able to take it for a short period of time. Forcibly taking it would not only not help the cultivator, but would also damage the cultivator's body. Yang Kai called Sha Hu over. For the past few days, Sha Hu had been standing guard outside the wooden house, not leaving even a single step, meditating as he made his own plans. Hearing Yang Kai's call, he couldn't wait to rush into the wooden house, looking at Yang Kai with eager eyes. "Old Sha, I still need some Haudinia core data." Sha Hu chuckled and waved his hand, causing a large pile of fish smell grass to appear in the wooden house. The air in the room immediately became turbid. This purple seaweed, which was only 3 inches long, was not a specialty of Serene Soul Island. It could be collected in almost any deep-sea territory and its value was not too great. Forces like Sea Temple and Sea God's Palace disdained to collect it and simply allowed it to grow in the sea. However, its medicinal effect could perfectly fuse with the Shadowed Heaven lotus. The two conflicted and neutralized the overbearing characteristics of the Shadowed Heaven lotus, making it easier for the cultivator to absorb the Shadowed Heaven pill. Seeing the countless fish smell grass in front of him, Yang Kai froze for a moment before turning a meaningful look towards Sha Hu and saying, "Old Sha seems to have come prepared." Sha Hu rubbed his hands and said, "Yang Kai, help this old master refine some Shadowed Heaven pills. As long as I have Shadowed Heaven pills, this old master can improve his strength again. At that time we will have a chance to return to Serene Soul Island and find a way out." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although he knew that Sha Hu was trying to tempt him, he didn't care and simply said, "I have no problem refining for you, but do you have any Shadowed Heaven lotus?" The thousands of Shadowed Heaven lotuses in the lake on the island had already entered Yang Kai's space ring, so he would not take them out for Sha Hu to refine. "You underestimate this old master too much." Sha Hu smiled like a sly old fox. With a flip of his hand, Sha Hu took out 17 to 18 Shadowed Heaven lotuses, all of them silver grade. Yang Kai was stunned. Sha Hu grinned. How could this old master not know the principle of not putting all his eggs in one basket? "I haven't been staying on this island all this time for the past 100 years. I've gone out to explore from time to time, so there should be some gains. Not only that, I've also collected a lot of supplementary herbs for refining Shadowed Heaven pills. See if there's anything you need." Saying so, Sha Hu took out a lot of other herbs. Yang Kai nodded and did not refuse, leaving behind the useful herbs and taking back the useless ones, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I have no problem refining for you, but I can't do this for free." 50-50. Sha Hu did not wait for Yang Kai to finish and directly stated his price. "Tell this old master what supplementary herbs you need and this old master will go out and help you find them. This old master will only take half of the Shadowed Heaven pills refined." "Deal." Yang Kai no longer hesitated and nodded happily. With Sha Hu being so forthright, it would only make him look petty if he continued to refuse. After getting along with this old man for a while, Yang Kai found that apart from some disagreements at the beginning, they got along quite well. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Sha Hu smiled even more happily. On the same day, Sha Hu left the island and went to the territory to look for all kinds of supplementary herbs. Although Yang Kai also had some alchemy materials on hand, they were not enough to support a large number of Shadowed Heaven pills, so he had Sha Hu look for them as a precaution. After Sha Hu left the island, Yang Kai waved his hand. A red flame shot out from the palm of his hand and twisted in midair. The next moment, a beautiful woman with a fiery figure and an indifferent expression appeared in front of Yang Kai, her red hair fluttering in the wind. She wore fiery red armor that only covered her full breasts and the sensitive parts from her thighs to her lower abdomen. She had an attractive collarbone, a flat abdomen, and a delicate navel that was exposed to the air. Her 2 beautiful legs from the middle of her thighs were as white as snow, and her delicate jade feet were spotlessly clean. Amidst the raging flames, she exuded a strange sense of beauty. Artifact Spirit Lu Yen. Today she could no longer be called a firebird. She had her own sentience and could assume human form. She had been given a name by Yang Kai and could be regarded as a special creature. What orders does Master have? Lu Yen asked in a deep voice as soon as she appeared. I want to borrow your strength to perform alchemy. Cooperate with me, Yang Kai said lightly. Lu Yen nodded without saying a word before transforming into an alchemy furnace. The shape of this alchemy furnace was identical to her natal artifact, but it was completely composed of flames, making it far more outstanding than the Origin King Grade alchemy furnace. Yang Kai concentrated on this, held his breath, and threw in the materials he had prepared one by one, communicating with Lu Yen with his divine sense to control the heat. The process of refining the Shadowed Heaven pill was not complicated, so with Yang Kai's methods, it was naturally easy for him to succeed. Half a day later, a pill fragrance filled the air from the wooden house. Yang Kai seized this opportunity and poured his divine sense into the alchemy furnace, using the method recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture to condense the pill. A short while later, 3 flames shot up from the alchemy furnace into the sky. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew the 3 streams of light over to him, falling into a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand. A gurgling sound came from the jade bottle as Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and smiled with satisfaction. The pill condensing technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture was extensive and profound. If used properly, one could condense multiple pills at a time, unlike before when one could only refine 1 pill per set of materials. Over the years, Yang Kai had often tried to use this pill condensing technique to condense pills. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed, but he still gained some insights. Now that he had condensed 3 pills at a time, it was not a small breakthrough. Taking out a Shadowed Heaven pill, Yang Kai put it in his mouth and tasted it, feeling the medicinal efficacies contained within. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to devote himself to his alchemy. Half a day later, another furnace of Shadowed Heaven pills was successfully refined, and this time, Yang Kai condensed 4 Shadowed Heaven pills, an even better result than the first time. As time passed and the number of times he refined increased, Yang Kai's technique became more and more proficient, and the time it took to refine a furnace of Shadowed Heaven pills also became shorter and shorter, going from half a day to 2 hours, and then to 2 hours. The speed at which he refined these pills was incredible. In the process of constantly performing alchemy, Yang Kai's pill condensing technique also improved. It could be said that this rare alchemy experience allowed Yang Kai to make another substantial breakthrough on the alchemic Tao, which was an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind and Yang Kai turned his head to look, only to find that the little dolphin had arrived at the wooden house at some unknown time. It swung its tail and swam through the air as if it was swimming in the sea, without the slightest hindrance, its posture graceful. Yang Kai couldn't help gawking when he saw this. It was impossible to use Saint Chi on Serene Soul Island. Even with his strength, Yang Kai couldn't fly on Serene Soul Island and could only rely on his powerful physique to perform long-distance jumps. However, the little dolphin had obviously broken this common sense and was actually able to swim through the air, even if it couldn't fly very high. The little thing was obviously attracted by the pill fragrance, and when it came to Yang Kai's side, its nose twitched slightly as it stared eagerly at the alchemy furnace in front of it. Yang Kai saw crystal-clear saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth, making a crisp sound as it dripped onto the ground. Yang Kai was immediately disgusted by this little thing and didn't even have the mood to ask why it could swim through the air. The little dolphin let out an irresistible sound as it kept rubbing its head against Yang Kai's body, not caring if it was interfering with his alchemy. Yang Kai rubbed his temples and could only hand over a jade bottle filled with Shadowed Heaven pills to the little dolphin. The little dolphin excitedly took this bottle, circled around Yang Kai a few times, let out an excited cry, and left with the jade bottle in its mouth. Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. 3 days later, Shahu returned to the island and brought a large number of supplementary herbs to Yang Kai before waiting quietly outside the wooden house. Smelling the pill fragrance wafting from the wooden house, Shahu felt as if he had become hundreds of years younger. Chapter 1708. So many. Are they all for me? Shahu's eyes widened as he stared at the jade bottles placed in front of him and asked in surprise. And Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Didn't we agree to split them 50-50? This is the 50-50 number. Sha Hu was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He had provided Yang Kai with a total of over 100 silver lotuses over the past few days, which was almost all he had in stock. He had thought that obtaining 200 Shadowed Heaven pills would be quite good, but now the jade bottles in front of him told him that the reality was much better than he had expected. There were at least 60 to 70 jade bottles here, each filled with 10 pills, which meant that Yang Kai had given him 600 to 700 Shadowed Heaven pills. How did he refine so many Shadowed Heaven pills? As the former island master of Serene Soul Island, Sha Hu had seen many poor alchemists refine Shadowed Heaven pills, but in the hands of those alchemists, it was already considered good if they could refine 2 or 3 pills, so how could they produce as many as Yang Kai could? This only showed that Yang Kai's alchemy level was countless times better than those poor alchemists. Young boy, you are a friend this old master will accept. Sha Hu restrained his expression and looked at Yang Kai seriously. If one day we can escape from this place, this old master promises that the door of Sea Temple will always be open to you. Yang Kai's honesty and trustworthiness moved Sha Hu. Sha Hu had personally witnessed Yang Kai's strength and knew that such a person was worth making friends with, so his words were sincere. Yang Kai chuckled and said, since old man Sha has said so, it would be impolite for this little one to refuse. Being able to win over such an ally on Serene Soul Island was naturally something Yang Kai hoped to see. It was better than wandering here alone. Moreover, Sha Hu was the former island master of Serene Soul Island, so he knew a lot about Serene Soul Island. Advancing and retreating together with him would be beneficial in the future. Sha Hu laughed. Unfortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, drinking with you would have been a great joy in life. Forget it, this old master will first see if these Shadowed Heaven pills are useful to this old master. He had not taken Shadowed Heaven pills for nearly 100 years, causing his strength to stagnate. Now that he had obtained so many Shadowed Heaven pills, he could not wait to test them. Taking out a jade bottle, Sha Hu took out a pill from it and stuffed it in front of Yang Kai's face. The next moment, Sha Hu's body shook as a look of disbelief filled his face, calling out in shock, an origin grade pill? Yang Kai, you are actually an origin grade alchemist? This time who's of course. Before, when Yang Kai said he was an alchemist and could refine Shadowed Heaven pills, Sha Hu had not paid much attention to it. He had only thought that Yang Kai had some attainments in alchemy, but as soon as this Shadowed Heaven pill entered his mouth, Sha Hu realized something was wrong. The Shadowed Heaven pill Yang Kai had refined was completely different from the ones he had taken before. The biggest difference was the grade of this pill. Sha Hu could instantly tell that this Shadowed Heaven pill was an origin grade pill, and at least an origin grade mid-rank one at that. Might even be high rank. This meant that Yang Kai was definitely an origin grade alchemist. Sha Hu did not dare to imagine that Yang Kai was an origin king grade alchemist because that was just a legend. The spirit pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into his lower abdomen and then into his limbs with the dantian as its center. Sha Hu's old face instantly flushed red. He no longer had the time to talk to Yang Kai and quickly focused on absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not disturb him again. Instead, he left the wooden house, found a quiet place on the island, and began to take the Shadowed Heaven pill. The Shadowed Heaven pill he refined was completely different from the ones he had obtained from the 2 dead people before. The Shadowed Heaven pill he had obtained before was not completely refined, so its medicinal efficacies were not fully displayed. However, on Serene Soul Island this kind of situation was simply unavoidable. The level of alchemists, the inability to use their Saint Qi, the quality of the earth fire, and various other factors all forced the alchemists of Serene Soul Island to refine Shadowed Heaven pills and waste a large number of Shadowed Heaven lotuses. Yang Kai had made up for all these shortcomings, so it would be strange if the spirit pill he refined was not good. After a few days of experimentation, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. The Shadowed Heaven pills refined with silver lotuses were origin grade, those refined with blue lotuses were Saint King grade, and those refined with pink Shadowed Heaven lotuses were Saint grade. Each grade of Shadowed Heaven pill had vastly different effects. Yang Kai did not use golden lotuses to refine because there were too few of them, only about 10 of them. However, Yang Kai felt that if he used golden lotuses he should be able to refine Origin King grade Shadowed Heaven pills. The medicinal efficacies shuttled through his meridians and physique, transforming his body, meridians and cells, causing Yang Kai's physique to become stronger and stronger. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken a shadowed heaven pill, so the benefits he obtained were simply unimaginable. On top of that, because he had taken a lot of life-revitalizing jade cream before, his physique was already close to perfection, so he was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of shadowed heaven pills much faster. In less than half an hour, the medicinal efficacies of an origin-grade shadowed heaven pill were completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Without delay, Yang Kai took out another pill, tossed it into his mouth, and continued to absorb its medicinal efficacies. Unable to cultivate Saint Qi or spiritual energy, taking shadowed heaven pills to cultivate one's physique was the only way out for a cultivator on Serene Soul Island. 3 days later, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the direction of the wooden house. The little dolphin swimming in the lake on the island raised its head and glanced over before casually retracting its head under its lotus leaf and no longer paying attention. A figure shot up into the sky from the direction of the wooden house and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. A short time later, Sha Hu stood in front of Yang Kai, his eyes shining brightly and his aura seemingly having become stronger. Yang Kai opened his eyes, glanced over at Sha Hu and smiled. Old man Sha seems to have made a breakthrough. Sha Hu looked at Yang Kai gratefully and nodded. Good, after 100 years of seclusion, this old master has finally reached a new height. And this old master feels that there is still room for improvement, young boy. This old master will remember this kindness. Old man Sha is too polite, Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai, how about you take a punch from this old master? Sha Hu asked with a smile. In this damned place he had no target to practice with, so he could only turn his attention to Yang Kai. Good. To his surprise, Yang Kai agreed. Sha Hu did not hesitate, letting out a roar as he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like an arrow from a bow, throwing out a punch mid-air. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place, motionless, simply looking at Sha Hu with a smile, seemingly not putting this earth-shattering blow in his eyes. Sha Hu was stunned. He shouted angrily, Young boy, you don't take this old master seriously, do you? Old man Sha, feel free to use your full strength. Yang Kai responded indifferently. Sha Hu's old face was somewhat embarrassed. Although he was very grateful to Yang Kai, being looked down upon like this made him feel very uncomfortable. Hearing Yang Kai say so, stealing his heart, Sha Hu really did use his full strength. The sound of air exploding rang out as Sha Hu's fist flew through the air like a falling star, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. If this punch struck, even a 1,000-meter-tall mountain would be smashed to pieces. Yang Kai simply stretched out his palm and blocked it. His expression was calm and indifferent. The next moment, the fist and palm collided. Yang Kai's body only shook slightly, but he still sat in place, not moving. Sha Hu, on the other hand, was forced back 3 steps by a huge rebound force, a slight blush appearing on his face that quickly disappeared. Sha Hu's expression fluctuated. His previous anger disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. When he fought with Yang Kai a few days ago, although he was at a slight disadvantage, he had not been completely suppressed like he was now. But today, even with the increase in his strength, he was unable to shake Yang Kai's body even if he used all his strength. This could only mean one thing: while his strength was growing, Yang Kai's strength was also growing, much faster than his. Otherwise, such a situation would never have occurred. How many shadowed heaven pills did you take? Sha Hu hesitated for a long time before asking this critical question. 100 or so, Yang Kai thought for a while and said. Sha Hu sucked in a breath of cold air, the corners of his eyes twitching as he asked in amazement, Can your body bear it? Over the past 3 days he had only taken about 10 shadowed heaven pills. The shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai were not comparable to those produced on Serene Soul Island. These were genuine origin-grade pills, and if one took too many in a short time, no matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies and would only cause damage to one's physique and meridians. In the worst-case scenario, one's body would explode and die. Taking 10 shadowed heaven pills in 3 days was already Sha Hu's limit, but Yang Kai had actually taken 10 times as many. Why can't I bear it? Yang Kai asked curiously. He had yet to mention that many of the shadowed heaven pills he had taken had formed pill veins. A single shadowed heaven pill was equivalent to the medicinal efficacies of 2 pills. Sha, who stood dumbfounded on the spot and shook his head repeatedly, muttering in a desolate tone, "Monster, monster." He was certain that he was no longer Yang Kai's opponent now. If he still had the confidence to escape from Yang Kai a few days ago, now he no longer had such confidence. It was conceivable that as time passed, the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai would only grow larger and larger. It's really good to have a good body-tempering secret art. Sha, who secretly sighed to himself. What he did not know was that the reason Yang Kai was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of 100 shadowed heaven pills in such a short time was not only because of his body-tempering secret art, but also because of the solid foundation he had built with the life-revitalizing jade cream. This was a condition Sha who did not possess. An origin-grade alchemist was a monstrous existence who had shown him kindness. Sha, who would be a fool not to make friends with such a person. Sha, who secretly made up his mind that whether or not he could escape from Serene Soul Island in the future, Yang Kai would be his most loyal ally. Chapter 1709. About 3,000 kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, on a sea territory, a several-meter-long ship was sailing slowly, shuttling back and forth in search of precious shadowed heaven lotuses. There weren't many cultivator on the ship, only about 20 or so, and a few of them were standing on the deck, their eyes wandering back and forth across the sea. Most of them wore resentful looks as they sat in place with gloomy eyes. These people exchanged glances from time to time, all of them showing looks of unwillingness and humiliation. Pang Zhen of Sunrise Island and Qian Mo of the Sea Clan were among them. Both of them were third-order origin returning realm cultivators and could be considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star. But after arriving on Serene Soul Island, they found that everyone here was stronger than them. Of course, this was only in terms of physical strength, but on Serene Soul Island, the only indicator of strength was the strength of one's physique. Pang Zhen and Qian Mo's third-order origin returning realm cultivations were completely useless here. They had been stranded on Serene Soul Island for quite some time now, so it was more than enough for Pang Zhen and Qian Mo to figure out the situation here. An ugly man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly walked in front of Qian Mo. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and touched his chin with one hand. He used a scrutinizing gaze to scan Qian Mo's beautiful and alluring body. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as he let out a low and lewd laugh. Qian Mo raised her head and glanced at him, her pretty face immediately sinking. "Lady Qian Mo, you should consider this carefully. If you submit to this master will guarantee you a safe and sound life in the future. Not only will you be able to officially join Serene Soul Island, you won't have to do any dangerous work, but you will also have a chance to obtain some shadowed heaven pills. This is a very good deal. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance. You should know that others won't be as easy to deal with as me," the sharp-mouthed man said in a seductive tone. The man's eyes became even more unscrupulous as they stared at Qian Mo's full breasts, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Serene Soul Island was a damned place, so it was very difficult for anyone to enter it by mistake. There were only a few thousand people on Serene Soul Island in total. There were even fewer women, especially beautiful women. Any beauty was an extremely precious existence. They could even be treated as rare goods that could be exchanged for large amounts of shadowed heaven pills. Qian Mo was undoubtedly such a person. The sharp-mouthed man had his eyes on Qian Mo. Taking advantage of his position, he tried to force Qian Mo to submit to him. Once he achieved his goal, he would not care about his own pleasure. Either way, it would be a good deal to exchange it for shadowed heaven pills. However, what made him angry was that no matter what he said, Qian Mo ignored him. In any case, he was still one of the commanders of the Sea God Palace. Qian Mo did not put the pointy-mouthed man in her eyes. She could kill dozens of people like him with one hand if they were outside. Therefore, when faced with the man's persuasion, Qian Mo only replied with one word, "Scram." "You." The sharp-mouthed man was furious. He pointed his finger at Qian Mo and pretended to slap her. It was as if he wanted to vent his anger by slapping her. Walala. Almost half of the people on the ship stood up. They all looked at the sharp-mouthed man with cold eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. These people were all the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace who had fallen on Serene Soul Island last time. Now they had obviously abandoned their former enmity and were on the same side. Therefore, when they saw Qian Mo, they were about to be punished. They all stood up at once. It was as if they were waiting for the sharp-mouthed man to make a move so that they could rush up and tear him to pieces. In the end, the sharp-mouthed man did not slap her. Although he did not fear the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace, if they really fought, the winner would be his side. However, the island master of the Dark Moon Island had clearly ordered that the residents of Serene Soul Island were not to kill each other. Anyone who violated this order would be sentenced to death. This was not because the island master of the Dark Moon Island loved his people, nor was it because he was generous and merciful. It was because there were too few people on Serene Soul Island. There weren't many people on the island to begin with. If they were to kill each other over some trivial matters, then as the island master he wouldn't have any subordinates to command. He would really become an island master with no subordinates, and it wouldn't be fun to be the island master. On Serene Soul Island, only the island master himself and a few of his trusted subordinates could kill. The others, no matter what position they held, were not qualified to decide the life or death of another person. When Pang Zhen, Qianmo, and the others had just fallen on Serene Soul Island, they were not considered residents of Serene Soul Island, so naturally they were not included in this list. Therefore, the thin leader could take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few people. On one hand, it was a deterrent, and on the other hand, it was also for fun. Now the situation was different. Although most of the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace had not officially joined Serene Soul Island, they had a register. The sharp-mouthed man did not dare to offend the island master. Good. The sharp-mouthed man sneered. You have guts to offend me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Little girl, you look down on me, right? One day I will make you beg me to accept you. I hope you can still maintain this unwillingness to be violated when that time comes, hee. At this moment, a Serene Soul Island cultivator on the ship suddenly shouted, Master, a beaver beast has been spotted 3 miles away. It's rushing towards us. Is that so? The sharp-mouthed man's eyes lit up. He turned his head and looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw a ferocious-looking sea beast that was more than 10 meters long. It was approaching them while raising monstrous waves. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he glanced over at the cultivators who had opposed him before and said leisurely, when collecting and searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, the greatest danger comes from these different kinds of sea beasts. And all of you have only just arrived on Shadowed Soul Island, so it is time for you to gain some experience. Except for Qianmo, everyone else will face these enemies. I hope you won't disappoint me. As soon as he said this, the expressions of the more than 10 cultivators of the Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace all changed. Outside, none of them would put this beaver beast in their eyes. They could kill it with a wave of their hand, but on Serene Soul Island, they might not be a match for the beaver even if they worked together. This was the first time they had gone out to sea and the first time they had participated in the search for shadowed heaven lotuses. Without taking shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies, they were no match for the beaver beast. The sharp-mouthed man was obviously retaliating, and he was doing it openly, so he would not violate the island master's orders. What? Are you all deaf? Don't you listen to my words? The sharp-mouthed man looked at Pang Zhen and the others triumphantly, infinite pleasure surging in his heart. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became fierce as he shouted, Throw them all into the sea. Without experiencing a few battles with these sea beasts, they won't know how precious shadowed heaven lotuses are. The sharp-mouthed man's subordinates responded loudly, each of them grinning from ear to ear as they grabbed at different targets. Pang Zhen and the others struggled to resist, but how could they be a match for the sharp-mouthed man? Although these Serene Soul Island residents were not as strong as Pang Zhen and the others in terms of cultivation, they had more or less taken some shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies, so their physiques were generally strong. In just a few moments, Pang Zhen and the others were beaten black and blue and fell into the sea one after another. The beaver beast that was rushing over obviously became much more excited, and its speed suddenly increased as its target was Pang Zhen and the others who had fallen into the sea, wanting to eat them as food. Cheap slave. The sharp-mouthed man stood on the boat, admiring the struggling posture of Pang Zhen and the others, glancing sideways at Qianmo and sneering, If they die, it will be your responsibility. Ha, if you had submitted to me earlier this wouldn't have happened. But, it's not too late now. As long as you kneel down and beg me to accept you, I can save them. A mere beaver beast won't be able to stop this master. Qianmo's expression was one of grief and indignation as she gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the sharp-mouthed man. Pang Zhen and her didn't have much of a friendship, And although the cultivator of Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace had put aside their differences and joined hands to fight for Pang Zhen's life, Qianemo wasn't that noble. However, among the people who had fallen into the sea, there were also people from Sea God Palace and her family, so she couldn't just sit back and watch. Despicable! Qianemo angrily rebuked. The sharp-mouthed man wasn't ashamed and laughed loudly. So what if this master is despicable? Do you think this is still Sea God Palace? Do you think you're still the commander of Sea God Palace? Back when I was outside, I was in awe of your Sea God's Palace. When I saw people from your Sea God's Palace, I had to make a detour for fear of provoking you. I never thought that I would have a day like this. A dignified commander of the Sea God's Palace would have to kneel and beg me. Qianmo's tender body trembled as her nails dug into her palms. Red blood flowed down her white wrists and dripped onto the deck, but she didn't notice it at all. You don't have much time to think. If you hesitate any longer, they will all die. The sharp-mouthed man pointed forward. Qianemo turned her head to look and was surprised to find that the huge sea beast was less than 500 feet away from Pang Zhen and the others. Although the people who fell into the water fled in all directions, how could they escape the beaver's speed? If the sharp-mouthed man didn't stop it, they would only end up being swallowed by the beaver one by one. A look of despair appeared on Qianmo's face. Kneel down. The sharp-mouthed man shouted and put pressure on Qianemo again. He could also see that Qianemo was a little shaken, so putting pressure on her at this time was undoubtedly the best choice. Perhaps Qianemo would be crushed. The other residents of Serene Soul Island stood aside and watched the show with envy. The commander of Sea God Palace was such a noble status. In the past they could only look up to her, but now they were being wantonly humiliated. This gave them a perverted pleasure. Especially when it came to such a beautiful woman with such a hot body. When they thought of her kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, the group of people felt that it was worth it even if they died immediately. Qianmo's body swayed and her knees seemed to bend, but she quickly straightened up and gritted her teeth. In your dreams. The smile on the sharp-mouthed man's face stiffened as his expectation turned into disappointment and then into anger. Chapter 17:10. Qianemo didn't care at all and just smiled coldly. With my status, cultivation and beauty, do you think Mingyu will accept me if I recommend myself to him? When the time comes, I can use the shadowed heaven pill to refine my body and you will have to listen to my orders. Can you guess how I will torture you then? The pointy-mouthed man's face instantly turned pale and he was sweating profusely. If he could imagine such a scene, he could also imagine his own ending. It would be no better than death. Qianemo was sent out to collect shadowed heaven lotuses because she didn't want to submit to Serene Soul Island's control. However, she was right. With her status and beauty, once she was willing to recommend herself to him, no man could refuse. Not even Mingyu the island master could. When the time came, Qianemo would jump up and become the island master's wife. This was something the pointy-mouthed man didn't want to see. If he offended the future island master's wife, he wouldn't have a good ending. The pointy-mouthed man's expression changed and his eyes suddenly flashed with coldness and ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch, you forced me to do this." As he spoke, he walked towards Qianemo with an unfriendly look. He obviously didn't want what he was worried about to happen, and the only way to avoid it was to throw Qianemo into the sea. As long as Qianemo died, he could rest easy. Although he felt it was a pity, it was nothing compared to his own life. Qianemo seemed to have expected this and didn't panic at all. Instead she sneered, "You don't have to do it." As soon as she finished speaking, Qianemo jumped down from the ship and looked like she was going to fight with Pang Zhen and the others. She would rather die than give in. The reason why she had said that she was going to sleep with him was because she had a slim chance of deterring the sharp-tongued man. Since her plan had not succeeded, she would not give in. She could only take the initiative to jump into the sea. After falling into the cold water, Qianemo and Pang Zhen looked at each other and nodded slightly. They immediately prepared to escape in different directions. This time there was no way to resolve the matter. Their only hope of survival was to escape from this place and stay away from the pointy-mouthed man and the beaver. The hope wasn't high, but they had to try. Moving in the sea race undoubtedly had the absolute advantage. After all, they were a race born in the sea. Boom, boom, boom. A muffled sound suddenly came from afar. It sounded as if someone was violently slapping the surface of the water. The rhythmic vibrations were transmitted through the surface of the water. At the same time, there were layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. The sound was getting closer and closer. The ripples became clearer and clearer, almost converging into a wave. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They didn't know what had happened, even the aggressive beaver. It seemed to have sensed the approaching danger as well. It stopped moving and stopped on the surface of the sea. A row of water pillars shot up into the sky and pushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. In front of the water pillars there was a figure. He had his hands behind his back and was walking on the sea. That rumbling sound. It was the collision when his feet stepped on the surface of the sea. Every step he took was accompanied by an indescribable concept of strength. After he left, a pillar of water shot up into the sky like a dragon behind him. This person was not young. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but his real age was definitely higher than that. The pointy-mouthed man and the cultivator of Serene Soul Island were stunned. They couldn't be more shocked. Because it was extremely difficult to walk on the surface of the sea with one's physical strength alone. Although they could do it, they definitely couldn't do it as well as this person and couldn't do it for too long. But this old man who came, he looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. Other than the slightly loud sound, there was no sign of fatigue on his body, nor was there any sign of exhaustion. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could keep walking like this. How strong did one's physical strength have to be able to walk like this for such a long time? In the entire Serene Soul Island, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one hand. There was another person beside the old man. He looked younger and was a young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea, and he looked much more relaxed than the old man. He did not seem to be moving at all, but he was able to keep up with the old man without falling behind at all. When he got a little closer, the pointy-mouthed man realized that there was a sea beast under the young man's butt, carrying him forward. The pointy-mouthed man was stunned. It wasn't that the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had never tried to tame a sea beast, but even the island master had never succeeded. The sea beasts that lived in the coastal territory of Serene Soul Island, no matter how strong they were all stubborn and would rather die than submit. That was why the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had to give up after many attempts. But now someone was sitting on the back of a sea beast. This shocked the pointy-mouthed man even more than the old man walking on the sea. The commotion caused by the old man and the young man naturally alarmed Pangjin, Qianmo and the others. Oh, he is. Pangjin looked at Yang Kai seriously for a long time before his eyes suddenly lit up. Qianmo, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai's buttocks with her beautiful eyes. There was some hesitation and disbelief in her beautiful eyes, but soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Leaping out of the sea, she quickly approached Yang Kai. She couldn't walk as leisurely as the old man, nor could she maintain this pace for too long. She could only rely on a spurt of energy, and when that energy ran out, Qianmo could no longer move forward. However, she still approached Yang Kai crazily and excitedly, her pretty face filled with a smile of reunion. "Old Sha, do you know this woman?" Yang Kai, sitting on the back of the little dolphin, turned to look at Shahu and asked curiously. Shahu laughed. "This old master hasn't left the mountain for 100 years. How could I know anyone? Isn't this woman here to find you?" "Find me?" Yang Kai smiled. "That shouldn't be the case. She is a commander of Sea God Palace. I have nothing to do with her." Why does it seem like she really is here to find me?" As the distance between them narrowed, Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong. This woman named Qianmo was really rushing towards him, waving her hand as she approached him as if she was very familiar with him. Yang Kai scratched his head, puzzled, but since he couldn't respond rashly, he could only wait and see what would happen. The little dolphin under his buttocks suddenly let out a happy and aggrieved cry and accelerated towards Qianmo. A moment later, Qianmo arrived in front of Yang Kai. She didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all and instead approached the little dolphin. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, she called out in a trembling voice, "Princess! Princess!" Kai Yang was dumbfounded, stunned on the spot. The little dolphin kept crying out excitedly and circled around Qianmo. Finally, it plunged into Qianmo's arms like a child who had seen its mother. It was acting like a spoiled child. Yang Kai looked down from above and saw that Qianmo's full breasts were somewhat deformed by the little dolphin's head, revealing a deep ravine and a large expanse of white skin. Sha, who stood quietly to the side with his hands behind his back, glancing at Qianmo and the little dolphin before nodding, So that's how it is. It turns out to be a member of the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. No wonder this old master felt something was wrong. Yang Kai felt like he had just woken up from a dream. Qian Mo had called the little dolphin princess, and Sha Hu had said that the little dolphin was from the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. Yang Kai immediately realized that the little dolphin he had accidentally bumped into had a great background. Obviously, this little dolphin was a member of the Sea clan's royal family and was the Sea clan's princess that Qian Mo and Xianxia were looking for. For this reason, the two Sea clan commanders had gone to Sunrise Island to make a scene. It seems that Qian Mo and Xianxia were not lying. The Sea clan's princess had indeed disappeared near Sunrise Island, but rather than being abducted by Sea Temple's people, she had broken into Serene Soul Island. Then she was accidentally discovered. After finding the Sea clan's princess, Qian Mo relaxed, not even caring about her own safety, allowing the little dolphin to act affectionately with her for a while before suddenly raising her head and glaring fiercely at Yang Kai. "You despicable human, what did you do to my princess? Daring to ride on her royal highness's back, you deserve to die 10,000 deaths." Yang Kai looked down at her and chuckled, "What can I do to it?" He did not become angry because of Qian Mo's attitude. The little dolphin's status was supreme among the Sea clan, so it was only natural that Qian Mo would be so angry. "Why haven't you come down yet?" Qian Mo angrily rebuked. Yang Kai curled his lips. "If it doesn't want to carry me, I will come down. Little guy, tell me, do you want me to come down?" These last words were directed at the little dolphin, and under Qian Mo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai even reached out and patted the little dolphin's head. Qian Mo's lungs were about to explode from anger. Although the princess was still young and could not assume human form, she was sacred and inviolable among the Sea clan. Any Sea clan member who saw her would have to respectfully salute her. But now, a despicable human was actually riding on her and even shamelessly patting her head. What angered Qian Mo the most was that the princess seemed to be enjoying herself, spitting out a few bubbles from her mouth and wagging her tail happily. "Look." Yang Kai spread his hands. "I didn't force it." Qian Mo took a deep breath and puffed out her full breasts, feeling the urge to punch Yang Kai to death. The little dolphin's mouth made a strange sound and Qian Mo listened attentively. After a long time, her expression relaxed slightly, but she still glared at Yang Kai with hatred. "I don't know what kind of scheme you used to make the princess rely on you so much, but this matter isn't over yet, remember this." Yang Kai just shrugged and ignored her meaningless words. At this time, Pangzhen also swam to Yang Kai's side and cupped his fists. "Sect Master Yang." "Island Master Pang, it's a small world." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Pangzhen lowered his head and looked at his own state, feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Kai timely changed the topic and asked, "Why are you in such a sorry state? The people on that boat aren't from Sea Temple or Sea God Palace, right?" Chapter 17:11. Above the sea, Yang Kai listened to Pangzhen's narration and learned what had happened after they entered Serene Soul Island. On that day, a total of 100 to 200 people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace had fallen into Serene Soul Island, and except for a few who were killed by the Slender Man, everyone else had been escorted back unharmed. The total population of Serene Soul Island had always been small, so when such a large number of people suddenly appeared, Serene Soul Island naturally forced Pangzhen and the others to pledge their loyalty. Under the eaves, people had no choice but to lower their heads, so Pangzhen, Qian Mo, and the others could only feign obedience. However, Xianxia, the other great commander of Sea God Palace, had a more violent temper. He had always been a high and respected figure, so how could he stand being manipulated and obeying orders? His rebellious nature made him seem somewhat out of place on Serene Soul Island, so he was taken away alone and detained, most likely tortured and beaten. Recently, Qian Mo and Pangzhen had not seen Xianxia again, so no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Except for Xianxia, everyone else was divided into more than a dozen teams, each led by a different cultivator of Serene Soul Island and assuming different tasks. Qian Mo, Pangzhen, and the others were tasked with searching for shadowed heaven lotuses out at sea, while others were tasked with mining or in the mines of Serene Soul Island or doing odd jobs. These origin-returning realm masters had not had a good time after arriving on Serene Soul Island. Because of various accidents, many of them had died. In particular, going out to sea to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was a very dangerous task as they often encountered sea beasts that were difficult to resist. In the end, it was possible for them to be wiped out. However, no one cared about them. Any cultivator who had just arrived on Serene Soul Island had to experience this. Only when they recognized Serene Soul Island and recognized Mingyu as its ruler would they be able to officially join. Only then would one be qualified to officially join Shadowed Soul Island and obtain Shadowed Heaven pills to temper one's physical strength. The most fundamental reason why Mingyu was able to rule Serene Soul Island was not only because of his own strength. And it was because he controlled the Shadowed Heaven pill. Sect Master Yang, everyone in this damned place has incredibly powerful physiques. It seems they've all taken Shadowed Heaven pills. You can't fight them head-on. Pang Zhen saw Yang Kai's relaxed appearance and couldn't help reminding him. As he spoke, he turned back to look in the direction of the ship, his eyes filled with vigilance. He couldn't help but stare blankly. The reason for that was because he suddenly discovered that the old man who had his hands behind his back and was treading on the surface of the sea. She didn't know when he had boarded the boat, but he was just standing on the bow of the boat. The originally arrogant and domineering sharp-mouthed man and the others no longer had the awe-inspiring aura from before. Every one of them looked at the old man's back in horror, their faces pale. Not only were they unable to chase the old man off the boat, they didn't even have the courage to breathe. Where did this old man come from? There was no such person in the Supreme Ocean Palace or the Sea God's Palace. Could it be a friend that Yang Kai recently made on Serene Soul Island? Pang Zhen was puzzled. Old Sha. My friends seem to have been bullied by them just now, Yang Kai called out to Sha Hu. He actually had no friendship with Pang Zhen and had only met Qianemo once, but in any case they were still people from Shadowed Star and had nothing to do with the cultivators on Serene Soul Island. What's more, Yang Kai still had some ideas about Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, so he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Sha Hu heard this and grinned. Bullied? That's easy. As soon as his voice fell, Sha Hu suddenly turned around and threw out a punch towards the sharp-mouthed man and the others. His fist was about 5 meters away from the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. However, a fierce aura erupted from this fist and swept across the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. Asterisk ping ping ping. Asterisk a series of muffled bangs rang out as the sharp-mouthed man and his companions didn't even have the chance to utter a sound before their bodies were blasted apart by Sha Hu, their blood and flesh spraying across the sea. The sea immediately turned red. Pang Zhen, Qianemo and the others were stunned in place. The Serene Soul Island cultivators, which they couldn't resist at all, had been easily defeated by this old man. Just how strong was this old man? They couldn't even begin to imagine. Since arriving on Serene Soul Island, Pang Zhen, Qianemo, and the others' perceptions of strength had been completely subverted. Here there was a different standard to measure the strength of a cultivator on Star's territory, and that was physical strength. The only explanation for this scene was that the old man's physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Sect Master Yang, this senior, what is his background? Pang Zhen asked weakly as Qianemo also cast a concerned look towards him. Old Sha's real name is Sha Hu, don't you remember? Yang Kai looked at Pang Zhen with a smile. Sha Hu. Pang Zhen frowned as a thoughtful look appeared on his face, seemingly recalling something as he stared straight in the direction of Sha Hu. After a while, his eyes lit up as he cried out involuntarily, My Sea Temple's previous second temple master? You're from Sea Temple? Sha Hu looked at Pang Zhen. Pang Zhen couldn't care less about anything else and quickly rushed out of the sea, rushed to the ship and knelt down, his voice trembling as he called out, Sunrise Island's Island Master Pang Zhen greets Martial Uncle Sha. So you're Sunrise Island's Island Master. Sha Hu had heard Yang Kai mention Pang Zhen once before, but he didn't know who was the one. Hearing him introduce himself at this moment, Sha Hu understood and smiled gently. Get up, there's no need to be so polite. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. Pang Zhen was so excited that his face flushed red as he rubbed his hands and said, Disciple has long admired Martial Uncle Sha's reputation but has never had the chance to meet him. I heard that Martial Uncle disappeared 300 years ago for no apparent reason, which was a matter of great regret. Disciple never imagined that he would be able to meet Martial Uncle on Serene Soul Island. Sha Hu laughed and said bluntly, Good flattery. Pang Zhen's old face flushed red, but he didn't show any embarrassment, simply grinning happily as he pointed to the cultivator and said, Martial Uncle, these are my Sea Temple's disciples. Sha Hu swept his eyes over the cultivator one by one before nodding lightly, Good, good. After 300 years, this old master has finally seen his family. You can rest assured with this old master here, no one can harm a single hair on your head. The several Sea Temple disciples all wore excited expressions, as if they had found a great backer, all of them ecstatic. A moment ago their fate was uncertain and their future was bleak, but the next moment the previous second temple master who had disappeared for 300 years, appeared in front of them and even killed several Serene Soul Island cultivators with a single punch, saving them from their current predicament and even declaring that he would protect them, so how could they not be happy? On the other hand, Qian Mo and the other sea race masters were a little disappointed. Fortunately, Pangjin had not forgotten them. During this time the Sea Temple disciples and Sea God Palace had always supported each other. Now that Sea Temple had a great backer, they no longer had to worry about being bullied, so Pangjin naturally had to introduce Qian Mo and the others to him. Immediately Pangjin pointed to Qian Mo and said, "Martial Uncle Sha, this is Commander Qian Mo of Sea God Palace. She was sent to Serene Soul Island with Martial Nephew and has received a lot of help from them over the past few days." Pangjin's words were not to flatter Qian Mo and the others, but to tell the truth. The main reason was that the sea race was naturally stronger than the human race in terms of physical fitness. From the fact that Xianxia was able to contend with several Serene Soul Island cultivators at the beginning, it could be seen that the sea race was better at tempering their bodies than the human race. Sha Hu nodded non-committally. He was willing to ensure the safety of Pangjin and the others because they were of the same origin, but Sha Hu did not have a good impression of the sea race. When he was the second temple master of Sea Temple, he had dealt with this arrogant race many times and his hands were stained with the blood of many sea race cultivators. Sha Hu didn't want to care about the life and death of the sea race cultivators, but after seeing the little dolphin under Yang Kai, he suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, let's go together. Let's put aside the grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace for the time being. If we have a chance to leave Serene Soul Island, we can talk about other things." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Sha." Pangjin couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Sha Hu would attack Qian Mo and the others. If such a thing really happened, he would definitely be accused of treachery and it would become a heart demon for Pangjin's future cultivation. Fortunately, Sha Hu was a reasonable person, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about this. Qian Mo's expression was slightly complicated as she also thanked Sha Hu. The sea race and human race cultivators who had fallen into the water quickly boarded the ship again. Under Qian Mo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the crowd and board the ship, allowing the little dolphin to swim alone behind the ship. Yang Kai suspected that if he continued to sit on the back of the sea race's princess, Qian Mo would definitely fight him to the death. However, he still couldn't believe that the little dolphin who only knew how to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was actually the sea race's princess. It could only be said that this was a bit too dramatic. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Qian Mo took the initiative to explain, "Since Her Highness was born, it has only been 5 years since she was born. According to your human race's calculations, she only has the intelligence of a 5-year-old child and is unable to transform into a human. Moreover, she is naturally playful. This time she secretly snuck out of Sea God Palace but unexpectedly ended up on Serene Soul Island." Yang Kai nodded. "In short, this general must thank you for bringing back Her Highness for my sea race," Qian Mo said again. Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement. Qian Mo's expression became cold again. "But the matter of you insulting Her Highness is not over. This general will remember this and sooner or later will make you pay the price." "As you wish." Yang Kai didn't comment. On the other side, Pangjin was also asking Sha Hu about their next itinerary. Now that they had escaped the control of Serene Soul Island, they naturally didn't want to return to that damned place where they could only endure humiliation. But when he learned from Sha Hu that their destination was actually Serene Soul Island, Pangjin suddenly fell silent. "Are you afraid?" Sha Hu turned to look at Pangjin with a light smile on his face. Pangjin shook his head solemnly. "Disciple is not afraid, it's just that the strength Disciple and the others can display is too weak to provide Martial Uncle with much help. However, since Martial Uncle has made a decision, Disciple will naturally obey. Even if we die, we must bite off a piece of Serene Soul Island's flesh." Chapter 17:12. Sha Hu laughed and waved his hand. "There's no need for you, you haven't used shadowed heaven pills to quench your bodies, so you'll only die if you go. This time Yang Kai and I will go." Just hide in the distance and watch the show. Sect Master Yang? Pang Jin glanced suspiciously towards the stern where Yang Kai was and whispered, Sect Master Yang is indeed a dragon among men. Disciple has fought with him before and was not his opponent, but he has only recently arrived on Serene Soul Island. How can he help martial uncle? He had no doubt about Yang Kai's strength, but that was on the limitless ocean after all. It could be seen from his and Qian Mo's situation that a powerful cultivator in the outside world would not necessarily be as powerful here. As long as a cultivator had lived on Serene Soul Island for a few years, they could easily crush them. So when he heard Xiaohu say that he would only bring Yang Kai, Pang Jin was a little worried. Xiaohu, however, just smiled bitterly. What do you know? Even this old man is no match for him, so do you think he can help? Pang Jin's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, his face filled with shock, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. Glancing back at Yang Kai standing at the stern, Pang Jin found that Yang Kai was smiling innocently at him and couldn't help shivering. There's no need to doubt it, this little brat is indeed stronger than this old master. A month ago I exchanged a few moves with him and was repelled by a single palm strike, but now. Xiaohu didn't continue, but Pang Jin understood what he meant. Xiaohu's meaning was obvious. A month ago he had been repelled by Yang Kai with a single palm strike, and now he was even worse off. Pang Jin became even more shocked. Everyone had fallen on Serene Soul Island together, and over the past 2 or 3 months, their strength had not grown at all. They had been ordered around by the cultivator on Serene Soul Island, doing meaningless things, but Yang Kai was able to defeat his martial uncle Sha, who had lived here for 300 years. Was this little brat a monster? The ship was not big, but it sailed smoothly on the sea. The little dolphin pushed him from behind from time to time, but its speed was not slow. In less than 5 days the Serene Soul Island could be seen in the distance. Just wait here. Wait for this old man to finish his business. Then I'll bring you guys up. Xiaohu ordered before tossing a bottle of Shadowed Heaven pills to Pang Jin. Everyone take one and refine them. Pang Jin took it and was overjoyed. He had been coveting the Shadowed Heaven pills on Serene Soul Island for a long time. He also knew that the reason the cultivator on Serene Soul Island was stronger than him was because of this pill. Unfortunately, he never had the means to obtain it. Originally, they had to wait until they officially joined Serene Soul Island before they were qualified to carry out missions and receive varying amounts of Shadowed Heaven pills from the island master. This process was going to be very long. Perhaps 80% of the people would die before they could wait until then due to some reason. And even if they did get it, the quantity would be very small and the quality would be even lower. But now Xiaohu had thrown him a bottle. Pang Jin respectfully thanked him. Without delay, Xiaohu opened the bottle cap and distributed a pill to each of the Sea Temple's disciples. Qianmo looked on enviously from the side, but just as she was feeling bitter and depressed, she suddenly noticed something flying towards her from the corner of her eye. Reaching out, she caught it in the palm of her hand. Looking up, she found Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, saying, "You can also share a pill with each of you." Qianmo blinked and coldly snorted, "This general will return it to you in the future." "We'll talk about it later." Yang Kai smiled and followed Xiaohu towards Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin let out a strange cry from behind, as if warning Yang Kai to be careful along the way. Giving Qianmo a bottle of Shadowed Heaven pills was not something Yang Kai had done on a whim, but because he knew. Even if he didn't give it to her, the little dolphin would ask him for it. The relationship between it and Qianmo was obviously very close, so it would naturally think for her. As for the Shadowed Heaven lotus in Yang Kai's hands, it was almost all thanks to the little dolphin. It could be said that half of the Shadowed Heaven lotus and Shadowed Heaven pills were thanks to the little dolphin. A bottle of Shadowed Heaven pills was nothing to Yang Kai. Up ahead, Xiaohu slowed down his pace, obviously waiting for Yang Kai. After Yang Kai caught up with him, Xiaohu said with a dignified expression, "Yang Kai, this old master's purpose on this trip is only to kill that bastard Mingyu. On Serene Soul Island, Mingyu is the strongest, but there are also some who are not weak. When the time comes, I will need you to help this old master hold the fort." "No problem," Yang Kai readily agreed before asking, "How confident is old Sha in fighting Mingyu?" Xiaohu's expression became serious as he thought seriously for a while before replying, "At least 60%. Although this old master and Mingyu haven't seen each other for 100 years, and his strength has definitely increased, but with those inferior shadowed heaven pills, his strength can't increase by much. This old master is more or less confident that I can kill him. Then I wish old Sha victory in advance, Yang Kai said with a smile. Sha, who was in high spirits. Since taking the shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai, his strength, which had remained stagnant, began to soar. Although he still could not compare to Yang Kai, he was already extremely strong compared to others. Compared to the shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai, Sha, who felt that the shadowed heaven pills he had taken before were simply dog shit. Not only was the quality extremely low and difficult to refine, but the medicinal efficacy was also impure and impure. While enhancing one's physical strength, it also brought some hidden dangers to one's body. These hidden dangers could not be seen in a short time, but if one took these shadowed heaven pills for a long time, there would definitely be problems. Now that Mingyu no longer had the advantage of the shadowed heaven pills, Sha, who simply did not put him in his eyes. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and it was not long before they arrived on Shadowed Soul Island. Looking at the city at the center of the island, Sha, who sneered and sped up, leaving behind only an afterimage in his wake. Yang Kai unhurriedly followed behind Sha, who not falling behind in the slightest. Serene Soul City was the only city on Serene Soul Island, with 7,000 to 8,000 cultivator living in it. It was also the only stronghold on Serene Soul Island. It was unknown when this city had been built, but the ancient walls were engraved with the traces of the flowing time Great Emperor. Almost every cultivator who had fallen on Serene Soul Island would come to this city. In Serene Soul City, the one with the highest status was the island master of Serene Soul Island, Mingyu, followed by several of his trusted subordinates, who were in charge of the entire Serene Soul Island and controlled the flow of shadowed heaven pills. Any cultivator living on Serene Soul Island who wanted to obtain shadowed heaven pills had to submit to Mingyu's rule. At the city gate, 4 or 5 cultivator wearing armor were monitoring the passing cultivators. Any cultivator who returned from sea territory would have to hand over half of what they had obtained before they were allowed to leave. The most precious shadowed heaven lotus would be collected in full, not left for any cultivator. Any cultivator who dared to take a shadowed heaven lotus would be punished with the harshest punishment. Groups of exhausted cultivators who had returned from sea were waiting outside the city gate, preparing to enter Serene Soul City. Many of these cultivators were injured and some were even missing an arm or a leg. They looked extremely miserable, obviously having been attacked by sea beasts while they were out at sea and had suffered heavy losses. The few cultivators wearing armor were checking the harvest of the cultivators waiting to enter the city when they suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the crowd. The leader of the cultivators frowned and was about to reprimand them, but then he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look into the distance. On the other side, 2 silhouettes were rapidly approaching Spectre City. Their speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind them. Only after the two had covered a distance of 1,000 zhang did the trail of afterimages gradually disappear. The leader of the cultivators turned pale with fright and signaled to his companions. They all took out their secret treasures and stood in front of the city gate. When the 2 figures were about to approach, he shouted, "Who are you? Stop right there. Get lost." With an angry shout, the 2 figures rushed through the city gate one after the other and broke into Serene Soul City. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city were in an uproar, and they all looked surprised. The management of Serene Soul Island was very strict, and it had been many years since someone forced their way into the city. But today they saw it with their own eyes. Many people couldn't help but mourn for the 2 who had forced their way into the city. They felt that these 2 people were doomed. Daring to challenge Mingyu's authority in Serene Soul City, they were destined to die without a burial place. But before they could finish their thoughts, they heard a loud bang. Turning their heads, they were shocked to find that the leader of the cultivators in front of them had exploded, leaving behind a large amount of blood and minced meat. The onlookers only felt a chill run down their spines and kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even know when the leader of the cultivators had been hit. At the same time, an angry roar resounded from the city. "Mingyu, get out here for this old master." The roar was earth-shattering and deafening, and many people couldn't help but turn pale. However, there were also those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. After being stunned for a moment, their eyes lit up with excitement as they quickly moved closer to the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was the audacious person who dared to call Mingyu by her name Inspector City. The entire Serene Soul City was in chaos, and under Sha Hu's roar, countless cultivators gathered in his direction. In a short time, more than 2,000 people had gathered and the number was still increasing. Sha Hu stood quietly on a street in Serene Soul City, his hands behind his back and his expression indifferent. Kai Yang followed behind him, a bored look on his face as he scanned his surroundings. Serene Soul City looked pretty good, and although it was a little shabby, it was a great achievement to be able to establish a stronghold in this damned place. There were even some shops near the street selling daily necessities. But at this moment the people in the nearby shops had already left. Under Sha Hu's astonishing aura, no one dared to stay nearby and had all hidden far away. Whispers could be heard all around and many cultivators were pointing at Yang Kai and Sha Hu. Some were gloating, some were indifferent and some were eager to take action. Chapter 17:13. Old thing, you dare to offend the dignity of Lord Island Master? Hand over your life. From a distance an angry roar came and from the end of the street, a figure rushed towards Sha Hu aggressively, shouting loudly as he rushed, obviously wanting to take credit for himself. Serene Soul Island's management was extremely strict, and there were very few riots or uncontrollable events, so the cultivator who followed Mingyu rarely had the opportunity to show off. Today was undoubtedly a good opportunity, and this person had taken advantage of this opportunity to make a move on Sha Hu. If he could win the favor of Mingyu, a bottle of high-quality Shadowed Heaven pills would definitely not escape his grasp. So after hearing Sha Hu's roar, this person immediately rushed over. Halfway through, Yang Kai summoned a heavy saber-shaped artifact and gripped it tightly in his hand, giving off an imposing aura. Coupled with his burly body, Yang Kai gave off the feeling that he could kill anyone who stood in his way, regardless of who stood in his way. Sha Hu just stood quietly in place, his eyes fixed on the tallest building in the center of the island. There seemed to be a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him from afar, colliding with Sha Hu's gaze in midair. An invisible force caused the temperature of the entire Serene Soul Island to drop significantly, causing many people to shiver uncontrollably. The burly man holding the saber didn't notice this at all and rushed all the way to within 10 meters of Sha Hu before leaping up high, the long saber in his hand drawing a brilliant arc as a sneer appeared on his face. "Old dog, your head is mine." Sha Hu slowly turned his head and looked at the person who had just arrived. With this glance, the burly man's face froze. The newcomer sucked in a breath of cold air, and an incomparably frightened expression appeared on his face. His indomitable momentum was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, and in an instant, it disappeared into nothingness. A strange sound came from his throat. Letting out a long sigh, this burly man fell straight down from the air, his feet sinking deep into the ground as he stared at Sha Hu, his voice trembling as he called out, "Island Master Sha?" This burly man obviously recognized Sha Hu. Sha Hu sneered coldly, "Shoan, after not seeing you for 100 years, it seems you haven't grown at all." The brawny man named Zhou and looked embarrassed. Then he said angrily, "Have I made any improvements? It's not up to you to decide. Instead, how are you still alive, Island Master Sha?" Mingyi said, "I died." Sha Hu sneered as he stared at Zhou and like he was an idiot. "You believe what he said? Not only am I not dead, but I'm also not dead." He was still living a comfortable life. Today they had come to take Mingyu's head. To vent the hatred in my heart. Zhou An's expression flickered. Although he was frightened, his attitude remained firm. "Sha Hu, don't be delusional. The strength of Dark Moon Island's Island Master has improved greatly in the past 100 years. You were not his opponent back then and you are still not his opponent today. Obediently surrender and follow me to see the Island Master. Maybe you can escape this disaster, otherwise." "Otherwise what? Island Master was able to defeat you 100 years ago, but you are still no match for him 100 years later." Zhou shouted. Sha Hu laughed. "Idiot, didn't Mingyu tell you that the reason he was so skilled back then was because he used poison? Since this old master has made a comeback today, I will not give him a chance." Sha Hu ignored Zhou and instead turned to the tallest building on the island and roared, "Mingyu, if you don't have the guts to come down and fight this old master will go up." As soon as these words fell, Sha Hu's figure leapt up more than 100 meters into the air, like a great peng spreading its wings as he approached the center of the island. Wishful thinking. Suddenly angry shouts came from all around and at least a dozen cultivator wrapped in red light rushed out from the crowd to intercept Xiaohu. The red light around these cultivators' body was a clear sign of their vitality, and from the intensity of this light, it was easy to infer their vitality. Some of the Serene Soul Island cultivators Yang Kai had encountered before were either too weak or had not used their full strength, so they did not show such signs. But at this moment, after learning Xiaohu's true identity, the dozen or so masters from Serene Soul Island no longer cared about hiding their strength and used their full strength. Xiaohu ignored the pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators and simply stared coldly forward, his eyes showing neither sadness nor joy, neither surprise nor fear, only a murderous intent. The dozen or so cultivators were overjoyed and each of them desperately pushed the strength in their bodies to send out a powerful attack towards Xiaohu. But before their attacks could reach him, a young man strangely appeared behind Xiaohu and quietly floated in the air, as if he was flying. Facing the fierce pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators, this young man still smiled lightly and waited until they were close enough before punching out with both fists. In the air, a series of fist images rained down like a violent storm, blasting in all directions. More than a dozen figures, the crimson light on their bodies burst like bubbles one after another. Every one of them seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, flying backwards amidst screams and cries of alarm. Among them, the bodies of several people even exploded in midair. Hong hong hong. The remaining cultivators who were not dead smashed into the nearby houses, creating large holes in them one after another. Amidst the blood, there were bits and pieces of internal organs, many of them falling to the ground, their vitality fading. The thousands of onlookers were in an uproar as they stared at the young man who was still floating in the air, everyone's eyes filled with horror. The dozen or so people who had just attacked Xiaohu were all famous masters on Serene Soul Island. No one knew how strong they were in the outside world, but on Serene Soul Island, each one of them was strong enough to rank in the top 100. They were all capable subordinates of Mingyu. But in the face of this young man's attacks, more than a dozen of them had died or been injured, none of them able to get up. It could be said that they had all been wiped out. Who was this young man? Why had they never seen him before? Compared to this young man, Xiaohu's name was already known to many people. On Serene Soul Island, Zhou Xian was not the only one who recognized Xiaohu. Among the onlookers, many of them also remembered the island master, Xiaohu, from 100 years ago. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island knew what the situation was. The former island master had come to seek revenge on the current island master. This was a once-in-a-lifetime show and no one wanted to miss it. However, the young man who had just displayed his invincible might was standing in front of them, so no one dared to chase after him. Those cultivators who obeyed Mingyu did not dare to act rashly either. The miserable state of the dozen or so cultivators were still vivid in their minds, and they could still hear the weak screams of pain echoing in their ears. As long as they did not want to die, they would not dare to provoke Yang Kai again. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a smile, "Old Sha wants to challenge Mingyu. All of you should just watch from afar. If anyone dares to step forward, don't blame this Yang for being ruthless." Normally, when such an unknown young man said such words, no one would pay attention to him, but after he had repelled the joint attack of more than a dozen masters, his words carried absolute authority. No one dared to provoke him. The onlookers simply stood in place and watched from a distance, wanting to know who was stronger between the former island master and the current island master. At the center of the island, a great battle had obviously broken out. Xiaohu's angry roar could be heard from far away, as if he was in the mood to kill. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, the concepts of strength triggered by the collision of fists and feet could be clearly transmitted. The sound of explosions and tremors in the air poured into everyone's ears, causing their blood to boil and fear to boil. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a moment before drawing a line on the ground with his finger and then walking towards the battlefield without looking back. Even after he left, no one dared to cross the line and could only watch the shocking battle from afar. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could only endure the anxiety in their hearts. A distance of more than a dozen kilometers was crossed by Yang Kai in just a dozen breaths. At the foot of the tallest building in the center of the island, there were already a number of bloody corpses lying on the ground, obviously killed by Xiaohu. There were also some other cultivators standing not far away, paying close attention with bewildered looks on their faces. They didn't dare to step forward and intervene at will. When Xiaohu first arrived here, he had killed several of them in a flash, establishing a fierce and peerless image. Unless these people wanted to die, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with Xiaohu. Now only Mingyu was fighting with Xiaohu alone. Yang Kai didn't put the spectating masters in his eyes and instead cast his gaze towards Mingyu. Mingyu was a scholarly middle-aged man dressed like a Confucian scholar, and in terms of temperament he was somewhat similar to Clear Sky Sect's great elder Mou. However, his physical strength was countless times greater than Mou's. The dark red light around his body was extremely dense, demonstrating the tyrannical power of his vitality. Every movement he made was accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Xiaohu's vitality was in no way inferior to Mingyu's. When Yang Kai arrived, the two of them were still engaged in a fierce battle that left huge craters in the ground one after another. The surrounding buildings had all collapsed, and even the central building had a wall collapsed and was leaning to one side. Yang Kai watched for a moment and couldn't help raising his brow. Xiaohu regarded Mingyu as his greatest enemy, and every time he mentioned Mingyu, the hatred in his eyes was not without reason. Yang Kai was certain that 3 months ago, Xiaohu was definitely not Mingyu's opponent. Judging from Xiaohu's strength when they first met, he wouldn't have lasted more than 100 breaths against Mingyu. However, over the past 3 months, Xiaohu had taken a lot of shadowed heaven pills. He had refined himself and had made a certain degree of breakthrough in his physical strength, making him even stronger than he was 3 months ago. This was why he was able to fight evenly with Mingyu without falling behind. The battle between the two was extremely brutal, almost exchanging injuries for injuries. This kind of fighting style was most suitable for a cultivator with a powerful physical body. Because one's physique was strong and their vitality was abundant, the injuries they suffered would not be too serious and it would be easier for them to recover. Yang Kai had used this kind of fighting style more than once to kill powerful enemies. However, in a situation where the physical strength of the two was balanced, this kind of fighting style was really just exchanging injuries for injuries. What determined the final victory was one's own willpower and determination. In this regard, Xiaohu undoubtedly had the advantage. Chapter 17:14. Little Mingyu, you didn't think you would have such a day, did you? This old master will never forget the enmity of the past. Today this place will be your burial ground. Xiaohu shouted as he fought with Mingyu, his two fists twisting like pythons as they passed through Mingyu's defenses from an incredible angle and slammed into his chest. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the red light around Mingyu's body trembled violently, but the effect was not great and he quickly recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Mingyu used his hand as a blade and slashed down fiercely, his palm seemingly transforming into a peerless blade as it struck Xiaohu's shoulder. Xiaohu's body sank and he grimaced in pain for a moment. To be honest, the fact that you were able to live to this day really surprised this island. Mingyu's voice was calm, a stark contrast to Xiaohu's violent rage. But what surprised this island even more is that your strength has grown to such an extent. It seems you have had many fortuitous encounters in the past 100 years. Xiaohu laughed loudly. No fortuitous encounters, but I did meet a noble. Mingyu frowned slightly and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. Almost instantly he understood the hidden message in Xiaohu's words and felt that this unfamiliar face, Yang Kai, should be the noble Xiaohu spoke of. Mingyu, you are no longer this old master's opponent. This old master will tear you to pieces. Xiaohu continued to roar, seemingly in a frenzy, but in his heart he knew better than anyone that it was impossible to defeat Mingyu just by relying on hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness. These seemingly meaningless words were only meant to disturb Mingyu's mind. This island master will wait and see. Mingyu's tone was still indifferent, as if he did not put Xiaohu in his eyes at all. In the middle of the battle, the two figures were entangled, their fists landing on flesh, blood splashing everywhere, and from time to time the sound of bones breaking could be heard. This was simple and violent. This fierce and thrilling battle caused all the onlookers to be stunned. Needless to say, Mingyu's subordinates had never seen Mingyu use his full strength before. At this moment, they realized that Mingyu had not become the island master by luck. His true battle prowess was much stronger than theirs. Even Kai Yang was watching from the side with great interest. Although Yang Kai was confident that his physical strength was stronger than Mingyu and Xiaohu's, He knew that both Mingyu and Xiaohu were powerful cultivators who had made great achievements in the aspect of physical strength. There weren't many opportunities to observe such a cultivator's battle up close. He put himself in their shoes, observing and deducing the direction of the battle, and actually gained some small gains. Time passed slowly. The battle between Xiaohu and Mingyu continued at an astonishing speed and intensity, but they were still evenly matched. It was impossible to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. During the battle, the two of them would stuff some shadowed heaven pills into their mouths from time to time to make up for the consumption of their qi and blood and the lack of physical strength. He kept the crimson light outside his body in its strongest state. Mingyu's subordinates were secretly nervous. They didn't know what would happen to them if Mingyu was defeated. Although they wanted to help, they didn't have the courage, so they could only turn their attention to Yang Kai. However, after Yang Kai killed the two people who came to provoke him, the rest of them no longer dared to act rashly. Among these people, their strength was basically equal. Even if there was someone stronger, they couldn't be that strong. Yang Kai had crushed two of their companions like ants, so if they still couldn't see how strong Yang Kai was, they would be blind. The battle here started quickly and ended quickly, so it didn't affect the battle between Mingyu and Xiaohu. However, after perceiving Yang Kai's strength, Mingyu obviously paid more attention to him. Xiaohu immediately seized this opportunity and began bombarding Mingyu with all his strength. The stalemate began to slowly tilt in Xiaohu's favor. Xiaohu's momentum grew stronger. The crimson light outside his body was even stronger than before, and with an irresistible momentum, it madly suppressed Mingyu. Mingyu's situation became more and more tense. The several cultivators who had been standing nearby watching the battle also turned pale. Even they could see that the battle was beginning to turn against Mingyu. Although the degree was very subtle, in the long run Mingyu's disadvantage would only grow bigger and bigger, and he would eventually be defeated. Was Xiaohu really so strong? They could hardly believe it. Yang Kai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the strength of Mingyu and Xiaohu was absolutely evenly matched. At the beginning of the battle, even Yang Kai had not been able to predict the outcome of the battle. But now, if nothing unexpected happened, Xiaohu's victory was almost certain. Mingyu would not be able to reverse his decline. Indeed, as Yang Kai expected, as time passed, Mingyu's disadvantage grew bigger and bigger while Xiaohu became fiercer and fiercer. Out of 10 moves, 8 of them were on the offensive, while Mingyu could only passively defend, his momentum slowly being worn down. In the end, when Mingyu struck out with his palm and revealed an opening, Xiaohu took advantage of this opportunity and roared, "Mingyu!" This roar seemed to be able to vent the anger he had accumulated over 100 years. Pushing his blood force madly, Xiaohu dodged Mingyu's blow and thrust his hand towards Mingyu's heart. Victory seemed to be within his grasp. A fierce grin appeared on Xiaohu's face. Mingyu, whose life was hanging by a thread, showed no signs of panic as he glanced indifferently at Xiaohu, the corners of his mouth suddenly curling into a sarcastic smile as he said lightly, "Xiaohu, you will never know how strong this island master is." Xiaohu's heart clenched as he instinctively felt that the situation was not good. Just as he was about to withdraw, a burst of Saint Qi surged from Mingyu's body, causing his already tyrannical momentum to soar and a protective layer of Saint Qi to appear around his body, blocking Xiaohu's blow. The power of his Shi suddenly burst out. Xiaohu felt as if he had fallen into a swamp and was unable to break free, his state of mind instantly affected by Mingyu's Shi. Mingyu struck out with his palm and struck Xiaohu's chest. Asterisk with a loud bang, Xiaohu was sent flying backwards, blood spraying from his mouth. After he staggered to the ground, the red light around his body had dimmed greatly and his face was extremely pale. He stared blankly at Mingyu, who was standing over there, his eyes trembling violently as he called out, "How did you can still use your Saint Qi, right?" Mingyu smiled faintly. Shadowed Soul Island has its own world principles, so it is impossible for any cultivator who enters here to use their Saint Qi. This is indeed the case. However, this island master broke the world principles here, so I am the island master, not you. Impossible. Xiaohu roared, his face filled with unwillingness. "Nothing is impossible," Mingyu laughed lightly. Mingyu smiled lightly, looking down on the blood-soaked Xiaohu as if to prove his words. A burst of power burst out from his body. This was Saint Qi. This was the Saint Qi fluctuations of a third-order origin returning realm master. Xiaohu was dumbfounded as he stood in place. In terms of physical strength alone, Yang Kai was on par with Mingyu. Just now he had been able to almost kill Mingyu because of his 100 years of endurance and perseverance. But if Mingyu could use his Saint Qi, Yang Kai would not be his opponent at all. Xiaohu opened his mouth but found that he could not utter a single word. The continuous high-intensity battle had almost exhausted him, and after realizing that Mingyu was no match for him, the momentum he had been maintaining suddenly dissipated and a sense of exhaustion immediately overwhelmed him. A hand gently rested on his shoulder and Xiaohu turned his head with a pale face, only to find that Yang Kai was standing next to him at some point. Yang Kai. Xiaohu's voice was dry. I'm sorry, this old master has implicated you. He had misjudged the situation. This time he had failed to take revenge, and not only would he die here, but Yang Kai would also be buried with him. Being able to use his Saint Qi on Serene Soul Island meant that Mingyu was basically the master of this place and no one could resist him. Old Xia is too serious. Take a rest and let me handle this. Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the fear Xiaohu had imagined. Xiaohu was surprised, not knowing what Yang Kai was relying on to face an opponent who could use his Saint Qi ensure, but seeing him so calm and composed, Xiaohu could not help feeling encouraged and nodded before taking a few steps back. Mingyu did not speak again, simply staring at Yang Kai with interest. Seeing him stare back at him without the slightest fear, Mingyu smiled slightly and said, "How about joining me? I can make you the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island. From then on you will be second only to me." Several of Mingyu's subordinates immediately directed envious looks towards Yang Kai, their brow furrowed slightly as if they were waiting for Yang Kai to agree so they could step forward and flatter him. Vice Island Master. This was an unprecedented position. On Serene Soul Island, although Mingyu was the Island Master, no one had ever been able to become a Vice Island Master. Mingyu did not seem to have any intention of establishing such a position. His subordinates had tried many times to become Vice Island Master, but Mingyu had never agreed. None of them dared to act too rashly and could only leave things as they were. But today Mingyu had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to Yang Kai. So how could these cultivator not be envious? Not interested. To their surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. How could the trivial position of Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island enter Yang Kai's eyes? He was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. If Serene Soul Island had not become an independent space with its own world principles, it would definitely belong to Shadowed Star and be dominated by Yang Kai. Wouldn't becoming the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island be lowering his status? Mingyu raised his brow and said lightly, "This Island Master is a little disappointed." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You'll be even more disappointed. Do you want to oppose this Island Master?" Mingyu stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. "Not really, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." Mingyu frowned and sighed. "In that case, this Island Master will grant you death." Yang Kai laughed. "You don't have the ability. Old Xia was right about one thing." "What?" Mingyu and Xiaohu asked at the same time. "It's impossible for you to break the world principles here," Yang Kai sneered. Chapter 17:15. World principles were extremely profound. Yang Kai, as the master of Shadowed Star, was unable to break through the world principles of Shadowed Star, so how could Mingyu possibly do so? Therefore Yang Kai concluded that Mingyu must have used some special method to be able to use his Saint Qi. Yang Kai was very curious about this method. Mingyu's expression was slightly startled, but he did not show any signs of panic, simply frowning as he asked, "You are not this Island Master. How do you know this Island Master cannot break through the world principles here?" "I just know." Yang Kai smiled lightly, a look of certainty on his face. Yang Kai's confident look caused Mingyu's face to become gloomy, and his attitude was no longer as easygoing as before as he coldly snorted. "Regardless of whether this Island Master can break through the world principles, this Island Master can use his Saint Qi. Boy, you're dead. Who doesn't know how to boast? I just don't know if you have such ability." Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and resonant cry of a bird suddenly resounded through the sky. Accompanied by this loud cry, a huge and beautiful firebird that seemed to be burning with flames suddenly flew out from his body. Spreading its wings, this firebird covered almost half the sky and a scorching hot aura instantly filled the air. Everyone stared at this giant firebird in shock, feeling the rich fire attribute energy radiating from its body, some of their faces turning pale. Ming Yu's expression also became extremely dignified. He was shocked to discover that this firebird, which did not have a physical body and was composed entirely of energy, not only did it contain a fierce fire attribute energy, but it also contained a violent thunder attribute energy. Inside this firebird's fiery body, there was a dazzling purple glow that seemed to dance around like a snake. Lightning and fire? Even with Ming Yu's rich experience and knowledge, he was unable to figure out what this firebird was. However, this was not the end of it though. After the firebird appeared, a simple-looking stone man appeared in front of Yang Kai. This small stone man looked charmingly naive. However, this stone man was carrying a giant black stick on its shoulder. The contrast between this giant stick and its small body was quite comical. The moment the tiny stone golem appeared, it let out a low growl. His body grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a stone giant that was over 100 feet tall. Even the pitch-black rod on its shoulder had become thicker and longer. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for them to breathe. Elysian Moon's face finally changed. He looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Get him," Yang Kai ordered. The cries of birds and the roars of beasts resounded throughout the entire Serene Soul Island. The firebird suddenly flapped its wings and arrived above Ming Yu's head in the blink of an eye. Its majestic phoenix eyes looked down and opened its beak. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky towards Ming Yu. Ming Yu cried out involuntarily. How could she dare to stay where she was? He immediately used his movement technique to dodge. With a boom, the ground was filled with dust. A huge crater had appeared where Elysian Moon had been standing. Before Elysian Moon could react, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps approached. Dong dong dong. The stone mongoose took a step forward. Those two big feet were like drumsticks, fiercely hitting the ground, making a sound like a war drum. 200 meters away from Ming Yu, the stone mongoose swung its heaven-shaking pillar. The several 100,000-kilogram heaven-shaking pillar was like a toy in its hands, weightless. However, the violent wind it created almost sent Ming Yu flying. Ming Yu's face suddenly turned pale as he stretched out his hand. After a flash of light, a pitch-black hexagonal shield appeared in front of him. This hexagonal shield rotated rapidly, exuding an origin-grade mid-rank aura. It was obvious at a glance that its defensive strength was extremely high. It was impossible for an ordinary origin returning realm master to break this shield in one blow. However, Ming Yu did not relax at all. Instead, his expression became even more dignified as he leapt backwards. Kong. The sky-shaking pillar slammed into the hexagonal shield, and the hexagonal shield was unable to block it for even a moment. It was shattered into countless pieces, and the sky-shaking pillar continued on its way towards Elysian Moon. Fortunately, Ming Yu reacted quickly and managed to avoid this terrifying blow, but the aftershock of the pole still forced him into a miserable state. His clothes were instantly torn apart as a gust of wind tore through his body, causing crimson blood to flow from all over his body. The cry of a bird rang out above Ming Yu's head. Looking up, Ming Yu's heart sank to the bottom. He found that the huge firebird had once again arrived above him, a series of snake-like bolts of thunder and fire shooting out from its body and enveloping the area several dozen meters around him. There was no way to avoid it. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as flames soared into the sky, instantly turning the surrounding several dozen meters into a living hell. All of Serene Soul Island shuddered. Ming Yu's subordinates had long ago lost the ability to think as they watched Ming Yu's figure being swallowed up by the countless bolts of thunder and fire, all of them feeling like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even someone as strong as Sha, who was trembling in shock. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had not used his full strength when fighting with him. At that time, if Yang Kai had released this strange stone giant and firebird, how could he have survived? Whether it was the stone giant or the firebird, they could have easily crushed him. The physical strength Sha, who was so proud of, was nothing in front of these two strange creatures. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Kai Yang wasn't too bad, and they had even turned from enemies to friends. Thinking so, Sha, who felt some lingering fear, but at the same time he secretly rejoiced at his wise decision. But just what is the origin of this Yang Kai? With such powerful strength, Wouldn't it be enough to sweep across all of Shadowed Star? It seemed that after this time, Shahu would have to ask Pangjin about Yang Kai's origins. Shahu secretly made up his mind before his consciousness once again drifted back to the battlefield. What he saw, though, he could not help letting out a soft sigh. He found that Mingyu, who was at the center of this hellish world, had not died immediately and was instead still showing signs of vitality. Shahu did not know how Mingyu did it. After all, if it had been him, even if he had 10 lives, he would have died instantly. Yang Kai obviously also noticed this, but instead of being surprised, he observed Mingyu with great interest. After a short while, the scene of thunder, lightning, and flames disappeared, and instead, Mingyu stood in the center of the scorched earth, gasping for breath, looking extremely distressed. At this moment, he no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. His clothes were almost completely tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his skin was scorched black. The vitality in his body was also intermittent. If it were not for his strong physique, he would have already died. The only reason he could still stand there was because he had been taking Shadowed Heaven pills all year round, tempering his physique and enriching his vitality. But that was it. Mingyu stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of unwillingness on his face as he clenched something in his hand. Yang Kai's gaze shifted as he saw what this thing was. It turned out to be a token, one that Yang Kai felt was very familiar. From this token he could clearly feel an Emperor pressure. A Star Emperor token. Yang Kai raised his brow. He had never expected that Mingyu would possess a Star Emperor token. Under Yang Kai's perception, it was because of this Star Emperor token that Mingyu was able to communicate with the world energy of Serene Soul Island and mobilize his own Saint Qi and Shi, allowing him to persist under the fierce attack of the Firebird until now. This damned place is actually related to Yang Inflammation. This thought quickly flashed across Yang Kai's mind. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai's figure flickered, rushed in front of Mingyu and sent out a palm strike towards him. Mingyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was unable to resist, so this palm strike was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Mingyu could only watch as Yang Kai's palm struck him, unable to resist. With a muffled thud, Mingyu fell backwards. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took the Star Emperor token and space ring from Mingyu's hand. With his back to Shahu and the others, Yang Kai carefully stroked the Star Emperor token and soon determined that it was indeed a Star Emperor token, because the ones he had were exactly the same as this one in front of him. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this Star Emperor token seemed to have some subtle connection to a certain location on Serene Soul Island. Yang Kai raised his head and stared in that direction. "Old Sha, I'll leave the rest to you. I'll go over there and investigate," Yang Kai said before immediately disappearing. Sha, who was stunned for a moment but didn't care too much about this, instead turning his head and grinning towards Mingyu's subordinates. It was not until this moment that these people came back to their senses and cried out in panic, "Island Master Sha, please spare us. What happened 100 years ago was Mingyu who forced us, we did not do it willingly." "Haha, willingly or not, it has nothing to do with this old master. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. You all colluded with that bastard Mingyu 100 years ago to make things difficult for this old master. If this old master hadn't been so lucky, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to get his revenge today." Sha, whose body flashed a bright red light as he rushed towards the cultivator like a tiger in a flock of sheep, none of them able to withstand a single blow, and after 10 breaths of time, all of them were slain. Now that he had gotten his revenge, Sha, who stood in place and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens that rolled out in all directions. The thousands of cultivators on Serene Soul Island all turned their eyes towards the source of this roar, their expressions changing slightly. They knew that Serene Soul Island had undergone a great change. In a small valley near the center of Serene Soul Island, Yang Kai stepped inside. Since entering this place, the Star Emperor token in his hand, which originally belonged to Mingyu, buzzed as if it was trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The scenery in this valley was quite good and there were a few cottages built around it. Yang Kai didn't know whose residence it was, but it was now empty. Kai Yang turned his head and looked around, a look of suspicion on his face. Although he felt that this valley was a little strange, he couldn't tell what it was based on his observation alone. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai released the suppression on the Star Emperor token in his hand. The Star Emperor token immediately flew out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and as the Star Emperor token danced in the air, a series of dark holes suddenly appeared. These holes were filled with nothingness and chaos, and rich space force fluctuations pulsed from them. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. Chapter 17:16. These holes were all similar to void cracks and they had always existed here. It was just that no one had noticed them and only Star Emperor tokens could activate them. The shapes of these holes were also similar to Star Emperor tokens. In the void there were a total of 9 holes, each of which had some subtle and mysterious connections. These 9 token-shaped holes were connected from head to tail and formed an array that Yang Kai could not understand. 9 was an extreme number, and Yang Inflammation had once told Yang Kai that in her heyday, she had made a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens. If all 9 Star Emperor tokens could be collected, a shocking secret would be revealed. As for what this shocking secret was, Yang Inflammation had not explained. However, it was obviously related to the scene in front of him. Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look as he gradually connected the dots between what he had seen and heard in the past, but he was still unable to speculate on Yang Inflammation's intentions. Serene Soul Island was definitely related to Yang Inflammation, there was no doubt about this. Otherwise there would not be 9 token-shaped void cracks here, nor would there be a similar number of holes as the total number of Star Emperor tokens. Just as Yang Kai was in a daze, the Star Emperor token flew into one of the holes, perfectly covering it, leaving no gap as if the void crack had been filled by the Star Emperor token. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai flipped his wrist and summoned 4 more Star Emperor tokens into his palm. These 4 Star Emperor tokens were obtained by Yang Kai by chance over the past few dozen years after entering Star Territory. One of them was given to him by Guizhou and was the only Star Emperor token that sealed the divine technique of the Great Emperors. However, during his battle with Luo Hai on Scarlet Wave Star, Yang Kai had unlocked the seal and used the power of the Star Emperor token to kill Luo Hai. Although the seal was gone, the Star Emperor token had been preserved. The second was obtained by Yang Kai when he first entered Lu Yen Sandfield for life experience. The third was originally Yi Shiyun's, but it later fell into Yang Kai's hands. The fourth piece was obtained from the Star King Mountain's altar. Including the Star Emperor token he had obtained today, Kai Yang already had a total of 5 pieces in his hands. Of the remaining 4 pieces, Yang Kai only knew that Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce had one while the whereabouts of the other 3 were unknown. After the 4 Star Emperor tokens were taken out, the same thing happened. They wanted to escape from Yang Kai's control, but Yang Kai remained calm and collected, allowing them to fly away. Unsurprisingly, after the 4 Star Emperor tokens arced through the air, they each embedded themselves into the void, filling up the holes that had been left behind. In the next moment, the 5 Star Emperor tokens bloomed with light and a mysterious power emerged from the Star Emperor tokens and enveloped Yang Kai. His Saint Qi, which had been dormant for a long time, burst like a dam. It rumbled and flowed through Yang Kai's flesh and meridians, emitting an astonishing power. After experiencing this long-awaited power, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt refreshed. By now he had finally figured out what had happened. It was precisely because he had a Star Emperor token that Mingyu was able to use his Saint Qi to take Shahu by surprise. Just like he was now. Yang Kai didn't know if Mingyu originally had a Star Emperor token or if he had accidentally discovered it here. Mingyu was dead, so there was no way to investigate this matter. Yang Kai stood in place like a javelin. Raising his eyes, he stared into the void with a deep gaze. His consciousness passed through the void and probed far into the distance. He could faintly sense that there was an even vaster world hidden behind this void. This world was far more wonderful than the star territory he was in, and there was an even more powerful cultivator there. An even more terrifying principal strength. Yang Kai's consciousness wandered and he was unable to wake up for a long time. He wanted to see what this world was like, but no matter how hard he tried he could not see it clearly. All Yang Kai could vaguely feel was that his soul was constantly moving forward, as if there was no end to it. Outside the mountain pass, Shahu crossed his hands behind his back and looked forward quietly. He didn't know why Yang Kai had entered that place, but it had been a month since he entered. Serene Soul Island was now under his complete control, and all the cultivator who had targeted him in the past had been killed. The remaining cultivator had also pledged loyalty to him. Sha, who had once again become the island master of Serene Soul Island. Pang Zhen, Qian Mo and Shang Ao arrived together. Shang Ao had not died, he had just been imprisoned by Mingyu and had suffered some torture. Without taking Shadowed Heaven pills, Xianxia was able to display extraordinary combat power, so it was easy to imagine how strong he would be if he had taken Shadowed Heaven pills. With such potential, Mingyu was naturally reluctant to kill him. His original intention was to imprison him for a period of time to temper his temperament and then find a way to subdue him, but in the end that day had not come. After Mingyu's death, Xianxia was rescued by Qianmo. At this moment, as the three of them approached at the entrance of the mountain pass, the stone mongoose carrying the heaven-shaking pillar on his shoulder and the beautiful artifact spirit Lu Yen in human form stared at them vigilantly. The three of them were instantly locked onto by the divine senses of the stone mongoose and Lu Yen, and all of them went stiff, not daring to move. Both of you, they mean no harm, there's no need to be nervous. Shahu's mouth twitched as he hurriedly cupped his fists. The stone mongoose rolled its eyes but remained unmoved, still leaning forward and maintaining an attacking posture. Lu Yen, on the other hand, was more intelligent and glanced at Shahu coldly before withdrawing her hostility. Shahu couldn't help sweating slightly. Thinking back, he was one of the top masters on the Limitless Ocean and had been trapped on Serene Soul Island for 300 years. Although he had not been able to use his Saint Qi, after tempering his body with Shadowed Heaven pills, Shahu believed he was no weaker than before. Even so, he was still no match for these two subordinates of Yang Kai. Needless to say, the stone mongoose was obviously a powerful monster. Without being able to use his Saint Qi, even 10 Shahu together might not be able to compete with it. The gorgeous woman was even more powerful, the violent power of thunder and fire flowing through her body giving her an imposing aura that put even more pressure on Shahu than the stone mongoose. Facing this woman, Shahu felt like he was facing an Origin King, although he did not know how strong an Origin King was. After comforting the stone mongoose and Lu Yen, Shahu turned his head to Pangzhen and asked, "What's the matter?" Xianxia and Commander Qianmo wanted to come over and thank Sect Master Yang, Pangzhen replied respectfully. Of course. Shahu nodded before turning to Qianmo and Xianxia and smiling bitterly, but I'm afraid that won't be possible now. As you can see, no one can pass through here. You can only wait for Yang Kai to come out on his own. We'll just wait, Xianxia coldly snorted. After learning that it was basically Yang Kai's credit that allowed him to escape this time, Xianxia wanted to thank him in person. As for Shahu, who had also contributed a lot, Xianxia did not put him in his eyes. The grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace ran deep and were not something that could be easily resolved overnight. Shahu obviously knew this as well. However, he did not care about Xianxia's indifference and instead asked with interest, "By the way, this old master has been busy with Serene Soul Island these days and has not had time to ask about it in detail. Pangzhen, what is the background of Yang Kai?" Hearing this question, Xianxia and Qianmo could not help showing a look of interest. The strong always respected those who were stronger. Qianmo and Xianxia were both commander-level characters in the Sea Clan, possessing high status and great strength. However, compared with Yang Kai, the two of them found that they were simply not worthy of his attention. Having lived in the deep sea for so long, they did not know much about inland matters, even less than Pangzhen, so they were naturally curious about Yang Kai's origins. Sect Master Yang is the sect master of High Heaven Sect. Pangzhen thought for a moment. He replied with a serious expression. High Heaven Sect? Shahu was stunned. How come this old master has never heard of this sect? Pangzhen smiled bitterly. Martial uncle disappeared 300 years ago, so naturally it's impossible for you to have heard of it. This High Heaven Sect has only been around for 15 years. 15 years. Its heritage isn't that deep. Shahu chuckled. However, with a capable person like Yang Kai, as long as it is given time, it will definitely be able to rival Heaven Battling Union. Thunder Typhoon Sect will be on equal footing. Martial uncle. Pangzhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union are already history. They were destroyed. Shahu's expression shook as he exclaimed. And it was destroyed by Sect Master Yang's High Heaven Sect. Shahu sucked in a breath of cold air while Qianmo and Xianxia looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Qianmo and Xianxia didn't know much about the situation on the mainland. However, they had all heard of the names of Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union. These were great forces that had dominated Shadowed Star for thousands of years. The Star King Mountain was also destroyed by him. Pang Zhen threw out another shocking piece of news. What? This time Sha Hu was thoroughly shocked. Even Star Emperor Mountain was destroyed by him. Not exactly, because most of Star Emperor Mountain's masters have been recruited to High Heaven Sect by Sect Master Yang. Currently High Heaven Sect is the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. How does my Sea Palace compare? Sha Hu asked anxiously. I'm afraid it's not enough. Pang Zhen said truthfully. However, because we are separated from High Heaven Sect by the deep sea and inland respectively, there is no intersection. On top of that, High Heaven Sect's headquarters is located inside the flowing flame sand field. Can be said to be an impregnable fortress that no one can breach. Sha Hu was instantly stunned. He naturally knew about the Lu Yen sand field. It was one of Shadowed Star's restricted areas, one that no one could enter under normal circumstances, but High Heaven Sect had actually established its headquarters there. How did they accomplish this? Not only was Sha Hu dumbfounded, but Qian Mo and Xianxia were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Pang Zhen tactfully did not say anything more as he could understand the shock in the hearts of Sha Hu and the two Sea Clan commanders. Which master on Shadowed Star had not been shocked when they heard this news? When this information was passed to the Deep Sea Temple was also completely shocked, and the several temple masters were unable to eat or sleep, fearing that Yang Kai's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws to the limitless ocean. But it turned out that Yang Kai had no such intentions, and after several years the several temple masters of Sea Temple gradually calmed down. A few days ago when Yang Kai was on Sunrise Island he proposed to trade with Sea Temple. It was likely that the several temple masters did not understand Yang Kai's intentions, so they had not agreed. Chapter 17:17. After a long silence, Sha Hu seemed to have gradually digested this information and asked more carefully about Yang Kai. Pang Zhen told him all the information he knew. Sha Hu's expression became more and more dignified while Qian Mo and Xianxia's expressions also changed, seemingly communicating with each other secretly. At that moment, there was a sudden movement in the mountain call and a figure walked out. It was Yang Kai. Xianxia, Qian Mo and Pang Zhen all looked shocked and cupped their fists. Sha Hu smiled slightly and asked, "Did you gain anything?" Yang Kai returned the courtesy before putting away the stone mongoose and Lu Yen before nodding, "A little." "So, you can also use your Saint Qi?" Sha Hu asked in surprise. In his battle with Mingyu that day his opponent had suddenly used his Saint Qi ensure, which had really startled Sha Hu. After thinking about it for a while, Sha Hu could only attribute this to the secret hidden in this mountain kernel. The depths of this mountain call were the place he had told Yang Kai before, a place even he could not explore. There must be some secrets hidden there, perhaps related to why Mingyu was able to use his Saint Qi, but Sha Hu could not figure out why. Now that he saw Yang Kai's expression he immediately had a guess. Using Saint Qi is no problem. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not as happy as Sha Hu imagined, quickly adding, "I also found a way to leave this place." "What?" Sha Hu exclaimed. Pang Zhen and the other two were also stunned for a moment before immediately turning overjoyed looks towards Yang Kai. Eagerly they asked, "Is that true?" "Naturally," Yang Kai nodded. "I came out to tell you this news. If any of you want to go out with me, make preparations as soon as possible. I will be leaving this place in a few days." "Sect Master Yang." Pang Zhen looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. "Dare I ask, Sect Master Yang, how many people can you take out?" To the side, Xianxia heard Pang Zhen's question and immediately came to his senses and asked the same question. "It won't be a problem to bring everyone out," Yang Kai replied. "However, but what?" Pang Zhen immediately tensed up. "I can take the people of Supreme Ocean Palace and Sea God's Palace out for free. As for the others, and I'll have to trouble you to tell those people that if they want to leave this place, they should help me find some shady heaven lotuses." Pang Zhen was startled, but he quickly reacted and smiled bitterly. "Sect Master Yang's calculations are quite good. One could imagine." Once news of this spread, the cultivator who had been trapped on Serene Soul Island would definitely work hard to find the shadowed heaven lotus in order to leave this place. At that time Yang Kai would become the biggest winner. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I'm just collecting a little reward." "What about the time?" "Yang Kai, when do you plan to leave?" Sha Hu asked. "In a month." "Good." Sha Hu nodded. "This old master will help you pass on the message. As for my Ocean Palace's cultivator, I won't let you work for nothing. Once we leave this place, Ocean Palace will naturally send you a gift of thanks. If old Sha insists, then it would be impolite for me to refuse, Yang Kai laughed. My sea god palace will not let sect master Yang work for nothing, Shang Ao quickly expressed. Yang Kai glanced at him. He just nodded faintly and did not say anything. The news of being able to leave Serene Soul Island spread like wildfire. Soon it swept across all of Serene Soul Island. After hearing this news, more than 90% of the cultivator expressed their disbelief, thinking it was some kind of joke. After all, if there really was a way to leave Serene Soul Island, they wouldn't have been trapped here for so many years. Over the years, countless cultivator had been trapped on Serene Soul Island, many of whom were incredibly talented, so there should be some cultivator who could find a way to leave. But in fact, Shadowed Soul Island was nothing more than a cage that trapped everyone here until they died. Now that such a piece of news had suddenly popped up, it was really hard to believe. It wasn't until Sha who stepped forward to clarify and vouch for them that the Serene Soul Island cultivator believed the authenticity of this news. For a time, almost all of Serene Soul Island's cultivator mobilized and began to set off in groups to the surrounding sea territory in search of shadowed heaven lotuses, hoping to occupy a spot to leave. Serene Soul Island became an empty island in a very short time. Thousands of kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, in the sea territory, Yang Kai stood on the back of the little dolphin and set off forward. While the Serene Soul Island cultivator was searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, Yang Kai himself had not been idle. Shadowed heaven lotuses were such good things that the more the better, so after Sha who spread the news that day, Yang Kai left Serene Soul Island with the little dolphin and set off to the distant sea territory, relying on the little dolphin's instincts to search for precious shadowed heaven lotuses. Yang Kai's harvest was bountiful. The distant sea had always been a difficult place for Serene Soul Island cultivator to set foot in, so naturally, there were more shadowed heaven lotuses here than near the coast. After tempering his body with hundreds of origin-grade shadowed heaven pills, Yang Kai's physique had become several times stronger than when he first entered Serene Soul Island. The sea beasts he used to think were powerful were now vulnerable in front of him. The further Yang Kai and the little dolphin traveled, the more abundant their harvest became. Estimating that it was about time, Yang Kai had the little dolphin return. When he returned to Serene Soul Island again, thousands of cultivators were already waiting for him. A month was not enough time for all the cultivators to harvest enough shadowed heaven lotuses. Some of them were unlucky and did not even see a single shadowed heaven lotus. At this moment all of them looked uneasy, worried that Yang Kai would not take them with him when he left. After meeting with Sha Hu and the others and learning about the situation, Yang Kai asked the cultivators of Sea Temple and Sea God Palace to help him collect the shadowed heaven lotuses. The cultivator who had a shadowed heaven lotus happily handed over his harvest this month before walking to the side and waiting for the moment to leave. It only took a day for the matter to be settled. The island's residents were divided into two groups, one group who had turned in their shadowed heaven lotuses and the other group who had not. The number of cultivators who had not turned in their shadowed heaven lotuses was not too many, only 700 to 800. Yang Kai stood in front of these 700 to 800 people and looked at the anxiety, uneasiness and embarrassment on their faces before smiling and saying loudly, "Don't say this Yang didn't give you a chance. Since you don't have any shadowed heaven lotuses, you can only use other methods to redeem your freedom." "Little brother, may I ask what kind of method it is?" In the crowd, a warrior who looked a little old asked. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, lest he make some harsh demands. "Some of you may have great backgrounds, or your status on Shadowed Star may not be low. You must have relatives and sects on Shadowed Star, so after leaving here, as long as you pay the appropriate price, I can take you with me. If you can't even afford this price, then you will be my slaves for 10 years. For 10 years your lives will be mine and you will do whatever I tell you to do." As soon as these words came out, the audience went into an uproar. Some of the cultivators were worried, but most of the cultivators were overjoyed. Yang Kai was right. Most of these people had relatives and sects on Shadowed Star, so as long as they left here, it would not be a problem to collect some materials. Exchanging those materials for their freedom was not a bad deal. If they couldn't even raise such a small amount of materials, 10 years of servitude wouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai didn't seem to be an evil person, otherwise he wouldn't have made such a suggestion. All he needed to do was sit back and abandon them on Shadowed Soul Island. 10 years later they would regain their freedom. Those who are willing, please go to Island Master Sha and leave your soul imprint. After you complete the agreement, this Yang will return your soul imprint. Yang Kai shouted again. In the next moment, more than half of these 700 to 800 people rushed in Sha Hu's direction, while the rest hesitated for a moment before following after them, seemingly resigned to their fate. On the other side, Sha Hu, who had received instructions from Yang Kai in advance, had already ordered the disciples of Sea Temple to prepare. After these cultivators rushed up, Sha Hu took out a piece of white spirit jade and had each cultivator engrave their soul imprints on it. With these soul imprints, anyone could easily control the life or death of these cultivators, so no one would dare ignore today's agreement. Sha Hu squeezed out of the crowd and came to Yang Kai's side. Looking around at the crowd, he smiled bitterly and said, "Does Sect Master Yang's High Heaven sect lack such materials?" Yang Kai chuckled, "Mosquito meat is still meat." Sha Hu glanced at him thoughtfully for a moment before chuckling meaningfully but did not say anything more. He seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai clearly intended to take away all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island, which was why he made such a simple request. Yang Kai had two purposes for doing this. On the one hand, he wanted to use the cultivator on the island to help him plunder Shadowed Heaven Lotus, and on the other hand he wanted to make a clean bowl of water so he would not be criticized. The only explanation for this was that he could return to Serene Soul Island and had already regarded this place as his own backyard, so he wanted to take everyone away. Considering all this, Sha Hu's breathing quickened slightly. Not to mention the number of Shadowed Heaven Lotus Yang Kai had harvested on Serene Soul Island these days. In the future, as long as he wanted, he could come here to collect Shadowed Heaven Lotus at any time. It was easy to imagine what a terrifying behemoth High Heaven sect would become in the future. Yang Kai did not know what Sha Hu was thinking, but with age and experience, Yang Kai believed that Sha Hu could vaguely guess what he was thinking. Yang Kai had no intention of explaining himself. Now that he had the method to leave, he had the right and ability to do so. He just wanted to treat this place as his own restricted area. The matter of the 700 to 800 cultivators was settled in less than a stick of incense worth of time, and all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island had been assembled. Everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai, wondering what method he would use to take them away from this place, a look of expectation and anxiety appearing on everyone's faces. Even Sha Hu and the others were the same. Although Yang Kai had spoken confidently before and none of them had the slightest doubt, when it came to this, they could not help feeling nervous. Chapter 17-18. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai didn't move much, simply closing his eyes and standing quietly in place. However, a pure and rich spiritual energy spread out from his body. The strength of this spiritual energy caused everyone to pale in shock. Yang Kai's spiritual energy penetrated the void and extended to an unknown location. Yang Kai had mastered the Tao of space, and tearing space was always the best way to escape from a prison, but this method wasn't suitable for Serene Soul Island. This strange place was isolated from the outside world, so if Yang Kai couldn't locate Shadowed Star, even if he used tearing space, he would only be able to travel inside Serene Soul Island, unable to leave. However, with some of the secrets of Serene Soul Island and the ability to use Saint Chi as well as being Shadowed Star's Star Master, it wasn't too difficult for Yang Kai to determine the location of Shadowed Star. Yang Kai's divine sense shuttled through the void and soon sensed the space barrier between Serene Soul Island and Shadowed Star. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's space force fluctuated wildly as he stretched out his hands and thrust them forward. His hands shot out like dragons emerging from the sea and, under everyone's close attention, plunged directly into the void. Exclamations suddenly rang out as the thousands of cultivators stared with wide eyes at this incredible scene. What they saw was Yang Kai's two arms strangely disappearing. Such a scene was beyond the scope of their understanding. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a roar. His arms suddenly tore to the sides, and along with his movements, the space in front of him was like a piece of cloth being torn in half. A dark crack appeared. The crack grew larger and larger, and a terrifying aura spread out from it, like an ancient beast opening its bloody maw, wanting to swallow this world whole. It wasn't until this crack expanded to about 10 meters in length that Yang Kai took a deep breath and stopped tearing. However, the rich spatial energy was still surging out of Yang Kai's body. Like a sharp arrow, Yang Kai shot into the void and opened up a void corridor that connected Serene Soul Island to a certain place on Shadowed Star. Who was already dumbfounded. A month ago, Yang Kai had said that he had mastered the method to leave, but who did not doubt it. However, he didn't know the inside story. Only now did he truly understand what Yang Kai was relying on. He had actually cultivated the extremely rare secret art of space, and had mastered it to such a level. Not only could he tear space apart with his own strength, but he could also construct a safe void corridor. This ability could be seen throughout the entire planet's territory. Who believed that even the legendary Origin King Realm Masters could not achieve what Yang Kai had done. If we don't leave now, when should we? Just as who was lost in thought, Yang Kai's voice suddenly reached his ears. He suddenly came back to his senses and waved his hand. Shouting, he shouted, "Follow this old master." Saying so, he was the first to rush into the void corridor constructed by Yang Kai and was swallowed by the darkness and nothingness. The Sea Temple disciples followed closely behind, disappearing one after another. The Sea Clan masters also hurried to keep up. Qianmo nodded slightly to Yang Kai when she passed by him, while the little dolphin flicked her tail and made a series of strange sounds to Yang Kai, seemingly urging him to follow quickly. After the cultivator from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace disappeared, the other cultivators rushed forward. The void corridor torn by Yang Kai was 10 meters long, enough to accommodate many people walking side by side, so even if there were thousands of cultivators waiting, their speed was still extremely fast. In less than half a cup of tea's time, only Yang Kai remained on Serene Soul Island. Looking around after confirming that there was no one left alive, Yang Kai was the last to rush into the void corridor. This void corridor was constructed by him personally, so Yang Kai was more familiar with its direction than anyone else. Allowing himself to swim freely through the void, after what seemed like an eternity, Yang Kai's vision blurred and he soon arrived above a sea territory. A sea breeze with a unique fishy smell brushed past Yang Kai's face as the cries and shouts of countless cultivators filled his ears. These were the cultivators who had just escaped from Serene Soul Island and were venting their excitement. From the moment they were trapped on Serene Soul Island, they thought they would never be able to leave again in this life and would only be able to live out the rest of their lives under the pressure of Mingyu. Never had they imagined that they would one day return to Shadowed Star. As such, after Yang Kai appeared, many cultivators cast grateful glances towards him. Regardless of whether Yang Kai had collected a certain amount of remuneration from them or not, the fact that they had left Serene Soul Island was real, and everyone was excited to see the light of day again. Yang Kai. Who flew over and could not help breathing a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Kai was safe. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning around and waving his hand towards the void crack behind him. The void crack, which looked like a beast's maw, began to collapse and soon disappeared. Without this void crack in the void corridor, no one could use Yang Kai's achievements to return to Serene Soul Island. Where is this place? Are we still on the limitless ocean? Yang Kai asked. Pang Zhen and the Sea Clan's people have already gone to investigate. News will come back soon, Who replied. Yang Kai nodded and waited quietly. About an hour later, Pang Zhen and Qianmo appeared in front of everyone with joyful expressions on their faces. Martial uncle, this is indeed the limitless ocean. 10,000 kilometers west of here is my Sea Temple's headquarters, Black Reef Island. Pang Zhen reported excitedly. That's good news. Who also showed a smile on his face. After 300 years, this old master has finally returned home. Yang Kai, this old master must thank you. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Old is too polite. If you really want to thank me, you might as well promise me one thing. Speak, as long as you don't force this old master to betray his sect. This old master can promise you anything, Who said straightforwardly. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he smiled and said, It's not a big deal, it's just that my High Heaven sect wants to make some material transactions with Sea Temple. After all, the products produced inland are very different from those produced in the deep sea. I mentioned this to Island Master Pang last time. However, Sea Temple seems to lack interest and hasn't responded yet. Pang Zhen couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. This old master thought it was something big, but for such a trivial matter, this old master has agreed. On top of that, such a transaction is beneficial to all of us, so Sea Temple will not refuse. When this old master returns to headquarters, he will personally preside over it. Many thanks, old Sha. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Sha, who was the previous second temple master of Sea Temple. Although he had disappeared for nearly 300 years, his prestige and seniority were still there, so since he had agreed, there shouldn't be any problems. Sect Master Yang, I wonder if my Sea God Palace can participate in this matter? Qianemo suddenly asked with a smile. You also want to participate? Yang Kai looked at Qianemo in amazement. Naturally. My Sea God Palace's control over deep-sea materials is even stronger than Sea Temple's, so Sect Master Yang is willing to make these transactions with Sea Temple. There is no reason to refuse my Sea God Palace's offer, right? Of course we won't refuse. Great Commander Qianemo saying so is my High Heaven Sect's greatest pleasure. Yang Kai laughed. Then it's settled, but the distance between the inland and the deep sea is far, so I'm afraid the transportation of materials will be quite troublesome. Sha, who also nodded lightly to the side, agreeing with Qianmo's statement. The reason why the deep sea and inland materials could not be exchanged on a large scale was because of the distance between them, something the cultivators on Shadowed Star could not solve. You don't need to worry about this. I will arrange a space array to connect High Heaven Sect with your two sects. When the time comes, distance will not be a problem. Yang Kai already had a solution to this problem. Both Qianemo and Sha, whose eyes lit up, but then they remembered Yang Kai's ability to tier space. Both of them firmly believed in his ability to arrange a space array. If that's the case, this great commander will wait for Sect Master Yang's good news. Qianemo smiled. This old master will also wait for your good news. Sha, who said. While everyone was talking, many cultivators had already left. The people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace briefly discussed before bidding farewell to Yang Kai and returning to their respective headquarters. The little dolphin was reluctant to part with Yang Kai, seemingly unwilling to leave. In the end, Yang Kai gave it a few bottles of Shadowed Heaven pills to calm its mood. After an hour, only the 700 to 800 cultivators who had been slaves for 10 years remained, all of them looking at Yang Kai eagerly, waiting for his orders. Go to High Heaven Sect yourselves. After you arrive, someone will receive you. If you need to contact your family or sect, feel free to do so. As long as you gather enough materials, this sect master will return your freedom, Yang Kai said. Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. The hundreds of cultivators cupped their fists. Yang Kai nodded and did not say anything more, his figure flickering and disappearing directly from where he stood. After returning to Shadowed Star, he could once again dominate this world with all the conveniences of a Star Master. Every time he moved, he could cross a distance of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It took less than half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the periphery of the Luyan Desert. Looking at this familiar scene, Yang Kai smiled slightly. No matter how wonderful the outside world was, when one's mind and body were exhausted, it was always best to be at home. Yang Kai disappeared again, and when he reappeared he was already inside High Heaven Sect. Without disturbing too many people, Yang Kai first went to visit his parents to reassure them before going to see the elders of High Heaven Sect to ask about the situation on Shadowed Star during the months he had been gone. Corpse spirit religion had basically been wiped out, and about half of the great forces on Shadowed Star's mainland were in a state of ruin. High Heaven Sect, on the other hand, had become the symbol of Shadowed Star in the truest sense after this battle, becoming one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star. If not for the fact that Qian Tong of Shadow Moon Hall was an Origin King Realm Master, this title could be removed. With an Origin King presiding over Shadow Moon Hall, it was indeed on equal footing with High Heaven Sect. In addition, there were already many great forces and families on Shadowed Star who intended to form an alliance with High Heaven Sect and follow its lead. Yi Shiyun took the initiative to agree. It could be said that the current High Heaven Sect had already surpassed Star Emperor Mountain in terms of strength and prestige. Chapter 1719. With Yi Shiyun presiding over the overall situation of High Heaven Sect, there was no need for Yang Kai to spend any effort. Even if Yang Kai was not present, everything would be handled properly. After separating from the elders, Yang Kai went to see his little senior sister. During this trip to Serene Soul Island, Yang Kai's biggest harvest was naturally the thousands of Shadowed Heaven lotuses of different colors. With so many Shadowed Heaven lotuses, even if Yang Kai personally refined them, It would take him a long time to refine them all. However, for Xianxia, time was not a problem. She could use alchemy to cultivate. The Shadowed Heaven Lotus and the Shadowed Heaven Pill couldn't be found in the outside world, so Xianxia was very interested in them. After getting all the herbs and pill recipes, she immediately went into seclusion and concentrated on refining the pills. Yang Kai believed that soon High Heaven sect would have a large number of Shadowed Heaven pills, and with these body-tempering pills, the overall strength of High Heaven sect would undoubtedly rise to another level. Yang Kai also had his own plans for these Shadowed Heaven pills that were about to come out. Although 10,000 Shadowed Heaven lotuses seemed like a huge number if they were refined into pills, they would only yield between 70,000 and 80,000 pills at most. Now that High Heaven sect had over 10,000 disciples, these 70,000 to 80,000 pills naturally could not be divided equally between everyone. In addition to the origin returning realm masters who were eligible to receive a certain number of Shadowed Heaven pills for body tempering, Yang Kai intended to take out a portion of the Shadowed Heaven pills as rewards for ordinary disciples who had contributed to High Heaven sect. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's idea. If he wanted to implement it, he would need to wait for some time. Moreover, he did not intend to handle this matter himself and intended to leave it all to Yi Shiyun. After leaving Pill King Peak where Xianxia was staying, Yang Kai went straight to the 6th layer of the Luyan Sandfield, the place where Yang Inflammation was hibernating. Entering the loft and arriving on the 2nd floor, Yang Inflammation sensed his presence and pulled his soul avatar into his knowledge sea. Just like the last time they met, the two soul avatars sat cross-legged opposite each other while Yang Inflammation roared and roared below. Yang Kai's knowledge sea was burning hot. I heard Yi Shiyun say that you went to hunt down the Insect Emperor. What happened? Yang Inflammation asked. I am the soul avatar, Yang Kai. To be honest with you, Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. It looks like he's dead. Yang Yen gently nodded before sighing slightly. The Insect Emperor was also a hero. I never thought that he would die at your hands in the end. If his enemies knew about this, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it. Yang Kai didn't care. No matter how powerful the Insect Emperor was, that was a matter from tens of thousands of years ago. Back then his cultivation had fallen so much that he wasn't even an origin king, and when he fought with Yang Kai on Shadowed Star, there was no way he could have survived. However, the biggest reason Yang Kai was able to kill the Insect Emperor this time was because of Yang Kai. If not for the fact that Yang Inflammation had given Shadowed Star's source to Yang Kai, with Yang Kai's current abilities, he would not have been able to kill the Insect Emperor. Yang Kai's ability to escape was truly amazing. Even if an ordinary origin king wanted to hunt him down, they would not be able to do so. Even an ordinary origin king would be at a loss. Your harvest wasn't small? Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. There were many good things on the Insect Emperor. I didn't see anything good, only a soul-splitting saber and a bracelet-like artifact. The soul-splitting saber and the bracelet-like artifact were both Emperor artifacts. Like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the Sealed World Bead, and the 3 Blazing Flame Rings, Yang Kai roughly understood the function of the soul-splitting saber. Its power was unfathomable, but unfortunately the grade of this Emperor artifact was too high for Yang Kai to use, so he could only temporarily refine it and hope that one day he could use it. As for the bracelet-like artifact, Yang Kai was confused. He couldn't even figure out what it was used for. Insect Enslavement Bracelet? Yang Inflammation raised her brow and pointed out the name of this artifact. That thing is called the Insect Enslavement Bracelet? Yang Kai was surprised. And the artifacts on the Insect Emperor's hands are all famous, and needless to say the soul-splitting saber. The Insect Enslavement Bracelet is the foundation of his foothold. Oh? What's the use of this thing? Tell me about it. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The Insect Enslavement Bracelet is very useful. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and smiled. Not to mention that this artifact can naturally restrain exotic insects. It even has some deterrent effect on some smaller monster beast. Just the little creatures raised by the Insect Emperor inside the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, once released, can easily destroy an entire star's territory. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he asked in amazement, "There are other things in the Insect Enslavement Bracelet?" Yang Inflammation giggled. Then where do you think the Insect Emperor is raising his little creatures? It's not like he's raising them on himself, right? The Insect Enslavement Bracelet is where he keeps the exotic insects. The insect emperor has hundreds of extinct exotic insects in his hands. Each of them is extremely ferocious and each of them has a different use. Back then I suffered quite a bit from the insect enslavement bracelet. The more Yang Kai listened, the brighter his eyes became as if he had discovered a shocking secret. Are you interested? Yang Inflammation teased. To be honest, a little. Yang Kai gradually restrained his excitement, but I still think that cultivation should be based on people. This kind of insect enslavement bracelet can only be used as a supplement. If I really spend my time on it, I'm afraid it will be a waste. Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. There are 3,000 grand Daoists and insect enslavement is one of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the insect emperor to achieve what he did back then. It can only be said that your Dao is different from the insect emperor's. Different Dao. Yang Kai pondered. Yang Inflammation chuckled. It's still too early for you. You should break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible. After reaching the Origin King realm, you will be able to see more and further. Above the Origin King realm, is there a higher realm? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Naturally there is. What about you? Yang Kai stared at Yang Inflammation with scorching eyes. I have already surpassed that realm. Yang Inflammation replied lightly. Yang Kai fell silent. From the information revealed by Yang Inflammation, it was not difficult for him to infer that there was indeed a higher realm above the Origin King realm. And above this higher realm, there were stronger existences, Yang Inflammation being one of them. Before he knew this information, Yang Kai didn't think much of it, but after learning about it, he felt like he was standing at the bottom of a mountain, looking up at the towering mountain surrounded by clouds and mist, making it impossible to see the scenery in front of him. The road ahead was endless and there was no peak in the martial Dao. Yang Inflammation didn't speak anymore and instead observed Yang Kai's reaction. He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any blow because of this. Instead, after a moment of silence, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and his expression became relaxed. His eyes, which were like burning flames, showed the drive deep in his heart. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled, praising, "Your mentality is very good." Yang Kai nodded. I've been cultivating for several dozen years now, climbing from the bottom step to the top step by step. Now I can be considered to have some small achievements. Even if the road ahead is filled with thorns and obstacles, I can only continue climbing. Sooner or later I will be able to stand as high as you and see as far as you. Yang Yen covered her red lips with her small hand as a smile appeared on her face. Can I say you're worth teaching? Up to you. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and joked. As long as you're not afraid of making yourself sound old. Yang Inflammation couldn't help glaring at him. By the way, can I use the insect enslavement bracelet now? Yang Kai asked. It's best if you don't. Yang Inflammation said solemnly. The exotic insects in the insect enslavement bracelet are extremely fierce. With your current cultivation, even if you release them, you won't be able to control them and will only suffer backlash. Have you ever seen the insect emperor use the insect enslavement bracelet to deal with you? Yang Kai shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he only used 10,000 poison evil insects to control his subordinates and use them to seize someone else's body. That's right, even the insect emperor didn't dare use them casually, let alone you. You should wait until you reach the Origin King realm. All right. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. In any case, he had many means to deal with his enemies now, so he didn't lack the help of the insect enslavement bracelet. Next, Yang Kai told Yang Inflammation about Serene Soul Island. Regarding Serene Soul Island, Yang Inflammation didn't deny that she had something to do with it and even told Yang Kai that Serene Soul Island was indeed sealed by her. However, Yang Inflammation didn't explain what was hidden inside. I can only tell you that Serene Soul Island is a door. If you really want to open it, gather all the Star Emperor tokens and you'll naturally know when the time comes. After coming out from Yang Inflammation's place, Yang Kai went to Snow and Ice Peak. Snow and Ice Peak was one of the 72 auxiliary peaks of High Heaven Sect's 81 peaks. What was even rarer was that there was an ice attribute earth vein at the base of the peak, so within a few dozen kilometers of Snow and Ice Peak, the temperature was extremely low all year round. Occasionally, heavy snowflakes would fall, painting the entire mountain a silvery white color. This situation became even more obvious after Su Yen moved to Snow and Ice Peak. Since Su Yen became the peak master of Ice Snow Peak, The world energy aura of the entire ice snow peak had become so rich that it was almost impossible to disperse. Cultivators with slightly lower strength couldn't even approach ice snow peak, and even those with slightly higher strength had to circulate their Saint Chi to resist the cold after entering ice snow peak. However, this kind of environment was extremely comfortable for Zhou Xian. There was no one else on Snow and Ice Peak, only a few people from Ice Sect were living and cultivating here. Besides Zhou Xian there were only Qingye, Qianyu and Qianhao. Yang Kai went straight to the southwest corner of Snow and Ice Peak. On the ground there was a thick layer of ice that reflected light, so Yang Kai's footsteps were extremely light. In the southwest corner, under a giant tree wrapped in silver, Zhou Xian sat cross-legged on the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, a pair of white Saint Chi wings spread out behind her back. The look on her pretty face was dignified and sacred, giving off an inviolable aura. Her hands were forming a strange seal while the profound frost divine sword she obtained from Ice Heart Valley was suspended mid-air. As she breathed, the surrounding ice attribute aura flocked into her body, like streams flowing into the sea, while the white wings behind her flapped slightly. With Zhou Xian as the center within a 1,000-meter radius, there was a strange aura that seemed capable of freezing all things in the world. Her Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage. Chapter 1720. Just as Yang Kai had integrated his territory's space force into Shi, Zhou Xian had also integrated her ice and snow domain into her Shi. Obviously, she had already grasped the mysteries of ice and snow and had comprehended the mysteries of Shi in her territory. Observing quietly for a while, Yang Kai found that Zhou Xian had no intention of stopping, so she should have reached a critical juncture in her cultivation. Yang Kai didn't disturb her and instead sat down cross-legged, stretched out his hand, and began drawing spirit lines in front of him. The spirit lines condensed from Saint Chi were arranged according to a certain pattern, gradually forming a complex spirit array. After observing for a while, Yang Kai showed a dissatisfied look on his face, stretched out his hand, brushed away the spirit array, and began drawing another one in the void. This spirit array was something he had just learned from Yang Yan. It was the foundation for constructing a space array. With this spirit array coupled with some special materials, one could set up a space array for teleportation. Yang Kai had never dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays before. However, he had an advantage that others didn't have, that was, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so studying a single space array wasn't a big problem. What's more, he had Yang Yan's careful guidance. Time passed slowly and Kai Yang became more and more immersed in his work. Yang Kai didn't know how many spirit arrays he had drawn, but it wasn't until a certain moment that he showed a satisfied look and poured his space force into the spirit array. With a soft buzzing sound, the formation lit up with an astonishing light, and the entire formation began to rotate at a strange speed. Traces of obvious space force fluctuations came from the spirit array. Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough, after mastering the Tao of space, studying this kind of spirit array would yield twice the result with half the effort. If it were some other spirit array, even if Yang Kai studied it systematically, he wouldn't necessarily be able to complete it in a short time. After mastering this foundation, all that was left was to use materials to build the framework of the spirit array, then integrate this foundation with the framework and add two more. Connecting the two space arrays would allow for long-distance teleportation. Yang Kai exhaled softly. Is this a space array? Zhou Yan's voice suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang raised his head and found that at some point she had finished her cultivation and was now standing quietly beside him. She stared at the spinning formation in front of her and asked softly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and pulled Zhou Xian into his arms, asking softly, "How's your cultivation going?" "Fortunately, I'll be able to cultivate my Shi to the great success realm soon." Zhou Xian leaned against Yang Kai, a satisfied look on her face as she exhaled. "This is all thanks to the territory stones you gave me, junior brother. Without those things I wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. We have a lot of territory stones. You don't have to be thrifty." Yang Kai smiled. His body and mind were extremely relaxed. "Is there something you need from me this time?" "No, it's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, so I came to see you." Yang Kai smiled. Zhou Xian nodded gently. Looking up at the clouds in the sky, Zhou Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she snuggled into Yang Kai's arms, shifting into a more comfortable position. Yang Kai hugged her and didn't say anything else, simply looking up at the sky with Zhou Yan. Under the giant silver tree, snow was falling. Everything was quiet, and the scene at this moment was like a poem or a painting. In the distance, Xianxia seemed to have come to see Zhou Xian, but before she could get close she saw this warm scene. After smiling, she quietly turned around and left. Half a month later, on the limitless ocean, Sea Temple's headquarters, Black Reef Island. Black Reef Island was one of the largest islands on the limitless ocean. Its area was large enough to rank among the top 3, and the rarest thing was that Black Reef Island's world energy was extremely rich, which was why Sea Temple had set up its headquarters here. As the headquarters, it was naturally heavily guarded. From time to time, there would be cultivators shuttling back and forth in the air, patrolling the surroundings. At the edge of the island, there were also disciples of Sea Temple guarding the perimeter, preventing unauthorized personnel from entering. Yang Kai flew over leisurely and landed on Black Reef Island. Immediately, a group of Sea Temple disciples surrounded him, the leader of this group glaring at Yang Kai with an unfriendly look as he shouted, "Who are you? State your name." Arriving in someone else's territory, Yang Kai didn't want to be too ostentatious, cupping his fists slightly and saying, "High Heaven Sect Master Yang Kai has come to pay a visit to Old Man Sha to fulfill the agreement he made with Old Man Sha. Please inform him of my arrival." High Heaven Sect Master? Come to see Martial Ancestor Sha? The group of cultivators suddenly went into an uproar, the leader of this group looking Yang Kai up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was lying, even releasing his divine sense to scan Yang Kai. But after a quick scan he was unable to detect Yang Kai's depths and immediately understood that Yang Kai's strength was not something he could probe. His expression becoming much more solemn, he pondered for a moment before saying, "Since you know that Martial Ancestor Sha has returned, it seems you are indeed acquainted with him, but Martial Ancestor Sha has only returned to Sea Temple for a short time and is currently quite busy. Whether or not he can see you, I will have to ask him first." "It's fine, I'll wait here," Yang Kai said kindly. The leader of the cultivators nodded lightly and instructed the other cultivators in the group to entertain Yang Kai before taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. A moment later, the communication artifact in the leader's hand pulsed with spiritual energy and the leader hurriedly checked it. After a short while, he looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "You wait here for a while, someone will come to see you." Yang Kai frowned but nodded calmly, "Good." He subconsciously felt that this trip might not go smoothly. And the person who would come to see him might not be Sha Hu. After all, with his friendship with Sha Hu, if Sha Hu knew about this, how could he have made him wait here? Sha Hu had likely already ordered someone to greet him warmly. There seemed to be some turbulence inside Sea Temple. Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully, but this matter had nothing to do with him. He had only come here to fulfill the agreement he made with Sha Hu, allowing the inland and deep-sea supplies to be exchanged. This would be of great help to the future development of High Heaven Sect. Things turned out as Yang Kai had guessed. After standing in place and waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, he noticed a group of origin returning realm masters flying over quickly, but he could not sense Sha Hu among them. A moment later, this group of people entered Yang Kai's sight. The leader of this group was a powerful third-order origin returning realm cultivator, an old man with a dark red face. Landing lightly a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, his pair of turbid eyes sweeping over Yang Kai a few times before casually cupping his fists. "Dare I ask if your excellency is High Heaven Sect Master?" "Yes, it is this Yang. Old sir is." Yang Kai cupped his fists in return. "This old man is Sea Temple's third temple master, Qi Yun Hai." The old man said lightly. "So, it is Temple Master Qi." Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he did not have much contact with Sea Temple, he knew that Sea Temple had a total of 3 temple masters, and this Qi Yun Hai was obviously one of them. "I heard that Sect Master Yang came here to see my Sea Temple's martial uncle Sha? And this Yang had an agreement with Senior Sha. May I ask if Senior Sha is?" "Martial uncle Sha has been missing for more than 300 years and has just returned to Sea Temple. He is physically and mentally exhausted and is currently recuperating, so I'm afraid he won't be able to see Sect Master Yang." Qi Yun Hai's expression was indifferent. "Sect Master Yang is a guest from afar, so if you don't mind, why don't you come in and have a seat?" Although this old master has lived in the deep sea for a long time, he has long heard of Sect Master Yang and High Heaven Sect's name, but has never had the opportunity to meet you. "It is a pity," but Sect Master Yang's visit has allowed this old master to fulfill his wish. His words were warm, but his tone was neither warm nor cold, obviously not sincere in inviting Yang Kai in. Yang Kai glanced over at Qi Yunhai and said with a smile, "That's strange. When I separated from Senior Sha half a month ago he was still fine, so why is he suddenly so physically and mentally exhausted now? On top of that, I have an agreement with him, and this sect master has come here this time to fulfill that agreement. Dare I ask Temple Master Qi, Senior Sha's refusal to see me was Senior Sha's own decision?" Qi Yunhai's turbid eyes flashed, but he did not answer directly, instead asking in an aggressive tone, "What does Sect Master Yang mean by this?" "Nothing." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "The agreement between me and Senior Sha is not only of great benefit to my High Heaven sect, it is also of great benefit to your Sea Temple. However, this sect master won't keep you company if you refuse such benefits that have been delivered to your mouth. Your sect is not the only great force on the limitless ocean. You dare collude with the Sea Clan?" Qi Yunhai thought for a moment before his face changed drastically. "What do you mean by collusion?" Yang Kai sneered, "Junior Admiral, please don't put such an inexplicable label on this sect master's head. Farewell." Yang Kai was filled with annoyance. Last time on Sunrise Island, Pang Zhen had sent a message back to Sea Temple's headquarters. Yang Kai had waited for a long time, but Sea Temple had not responded. Yang Kai had not expected that when he came here today he would be obstructed, and the one who came forward was the third Temple Master. To a certain extent he could already represent the overall will of Sea Temple. Since Sea Temple was unwilling to do business with High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had no need to beg them. "You colluded with the Sea Clan and still want to leave? Boy, if you don't make things clear, don't even think about leaving Black Reef Island today." A majestic roar suddenly came from not far away, and as soon as this voice fell, a burly middle-aged man appeared beside Qi Yunhai and stared coldly at Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could say anything, a loud roar came from inside Black Reef Island. "Impudence! Yang Kai is this old master's guest who dares be rude to him?" Hearing this voice, Yang Kai grinned and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated greatly. Fortunately, he had not misjudged Sha Hu and had immediately come forward to defend him after noticing his arrival. However, the current situation was a bit complicated, Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business and simply stood quietly in place, waiting to hear what Sha Hu had to say. From the other side, Sha Hu flew over in an imposing manner and landed beside Yang Kai in a very short time, his face filled with anger as he glared fiercely at Qi Yunhai and the burly middle-aged man. Qi Yunhai seemed to be a little afraid to meet Sha Hu's gaze, but the burly middle-aged man was not afraid and stared back at Sha Hu without flinching. Chapter 1721. Sha Hu's and the burly middle-aged man's eyes collided in the void, sending sparks flying everywhere. Everyone from Sea Temple didn't even dare to breathe as they stood aside in fear. After a long time, Sha Hu sighed, his eyes no longer so aggressive as he turned to the burly middle-aged man and said, "Huayan, Yang Kai is this old master's guest, so this old master will entertain him personally. Take your people and withdraw." Hearing how Sha Hu addressed the middle-aged man, Yang Kai immediately understood the other party's identity. Sea Temple's first temple master, Jiang Huayan. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had heard of Jiang Huayan's name before. When he participated in the first auction in Heavenly Fate City, he had personally refined an origin-grade low-rank origin condensing pill, which Jiang Huayan had bought for a large sum of money. At that time, Yang Kai had heard from Wei Guchang that Jiang Huayan had bought this origin condensing pill for his son. However, this was the first time Yang Kai had met him. Yang Kai took a look at this Sea Temple's first temple master and found that this man's strength had reached the peak of the origin returning realm, his aura even denser than Qian Tong's. He indeed had the qualifications and ability to serve as Sea Temple's first temple master. Moreover, this guy's courage was quite big. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of conflict there was between him and Sha Hu, but in any case, their relationship didn't seem to be very harmonious. Jiang Huayan smiled and said, "Martial Uncle Sha is mistaken. Although this sect Master Yang is your guest, he wants to collude with the Sea Clan. Please forgive Martial Nephew for not being able to sit idly by. Martial Uncle should also know how deep the grievances between the Sea Clan and my Sea Temple are. Every year, there are many examples of my Sea Temple's disciples dying at the hands of the Sea Clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that those from Sea God Palace are my Sea Temple's mortal enemies. Since Martial Uncle is acquainted with this person, please avoid suspicion for a few days. Martial Nephew will handle this matter and will give Martial Uncle a satisfactory explanation. Yang Kai raised his brow. He faintly realized that he seemed to be involved in some kind of struggle, and this struggle was obviously between Zhang Huayan and Sha Hu. From the looks of it, every family had their own problems. Yang Kai sighed inwardly. Huayan, do you have to do this? Sha Hu's face became gloomy, but he showed no intention of backing down. Martial Nephew is thinking for the sake of Ocean Palace. Jiang Huai, and stood straight, showing no sign of avoidance or guilt. Please forgive me, senior uncle. Sha Hu stared at Jiang Huayan gloomily as he faintly showed signs of pushing his Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to attack Jiang Huayan. Noticing this, Jiang Huayan not only showed no fear, but instead showed an eager look as if he could not wait for Sha Hu to attack. Elder Sha, what's going on here? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Sha Hu turned to look at him and sighed. I'm ashamed, this old master has been too soft-hearted and has troubled you. Elder Sha, you're being too serious. Yang Kai chuckled. I don't know what's going on. Wait a moment, this old master will resolve this matter and then talk to you. Sha Hu said. Good. Yang Kai nodded, assuming a posture of watching from the sidelines as he looked around with a smile. Sha Hu then turned his eyes to Jiang Huayan and said in a heavy tone, Huayan, you were one of my Ocean Palace's rare geniuses back then. However, you were too narrow-minded. This old master thought that after so many years with you occupying the position of First Temple Master, you would have changed somewhat. But you have disappointed this old master. No matter how high you climb, no matter how profound your cultivation becomes, Jiang Huayan will always be the same Jiang Huayan from back then. Nothing will change. Being scolded by Sha Hu in front of so many Ocean Palace masters, Jiang Huayan could not help but feel embarrassed. Jiang Huayan's face obviously showed some embarrassment as he angrily said, Martial Nephew's matters need not concern Martial Uncle. Sha Hu slowly shook his head. A leopard cannot change its spots. This old master has been missing for 300 years, but after returning to Ocean Palace with the help of Sect Master Yang, I am no longer prepared to participate in the struggle for power. As long as I can bring an opportunity for Ocean Palace to develop, I don't care which of the 3 temple masters sits on it. Do you think this old master wants to compete with you for the position of First Temple Master? What a joke. I'll say something you don't like to hear, but the position of Temple Master of Ocean Palace is nothing in this old master's eyes. The corners of Jiang Huayan's eyes twitched slightly as he stared at Sha Hu as if trying to see if he was telling the truth or not. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a look of understanding, finally understanding why he was being treated like this. Obviously, it was because Jiang Huayan thought that Sha Hu's return was a threat to his position, so he deliberately made things difficult for Yang Kai in order to suppress Sha Hu. As for colluding with the Sea Clan, that was just a good excuse. Even without this excuse, Ocean Palace would have found other excuses. It could only be said that Yang Kai had stepped into the vortex of a power struggle and was now being used as a bargaining chip. Sha Hu obviously had no intention of competing with Jiang Huayan for power. He had lived on Serene Soul Island for 300 years and had long since become indifferent to fame and fortune. All he wanted to do was pursue a more powerful martial Dao. However, no matter what, Jiang Huayan was still the first temple master of Ocean Palace. So even if Sha Hu was displeased, he could not deal with him and could only endure. This was why Yang Kai said he was too soft-hearted. Jiang Huayan stepping forward to threaten Yang Kai had forced Sha Hu to come forward, making it impossible for him to endure any longer. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Kai Yang's mind, allowing him to guess the root cause of the current situation in a very short time. This old master will give you one last chance. Apologize to Sect Master Yang and I will pretend this matter never happened. From now on, you will still be the first temple master of Ocean Palace. As for this old master, he can leave Ocean Palace and never return. Sha Hu stared at Jiang Huayan coldly and said in an unquestionable tone. The latter's eyelids twitched, and it was obvious that his eyes were burning with rage. Sha Hu, taking advantage of his seniority to speak to him in such a commanding tone, obviously made him feel very uncomfortable. If he really did as Sha Hu said and apologized to Yang Kai, his dignity as First Temple Master would plummet. In the future, when others talked about him, They would only think of him as a puppet arranged by Sha Hu in front of the Great Hall. This was something Zhou Xian absolutely could not tolerate. Martial uncle, you are the most senior person in my ocean palace. Martial nephew has always respected you, but you have disappointed martial nephew. As one of my ocean palace's elders, not only do you not consider ocean palace's interests, you even want this temple master to apologize to an outsider? Who does he think he is? Martial uncle, this temple master will also give you a chance to withdraw from this matter and no longer participate in it. Martial nephew promises to be respectful and filial to you in the future. Otherwise, don't blame martial nephew for not giving you face. It looks like we have nothing more to say, Sha Hu said with a gloomy expression. He had not expected that his joyful return to the sea temple he had been away from for so long would result in him encountering such a situation. If he had known this would happen, he would have simply stayed on Serene Soul Island. Martial uncle, are you determined to oppose me and Sea Temple? Zhou Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at Sha Hu, not allowing him to explain himself. First he put a big hat on his head. Sha Hu remained silent, but his expression was one of grief. In that case, martial nephew will not be polite. Zhou Xian suddenly shouted, "Open the spirit array." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Black Reef Island began to hum and tremble. In the next moment, a bright curtain of light enveloped the entire Black Reef Island. The sea within 100 miles surged and the waves rose to a height of 10 zhang. An incomparably rich water attribute world energy madly gathered towards Black Reef Island, and mid-air numerous strange beasts formed from water attribute world energy rapidly took shape. These beasts were so densely packed that they could not be seen with the naked eye, and there were also many different kinds of weapons formed from water attribute world energy. An aura of destruction descended from the sky. Sha Hu's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Blue roaring tidal array. So you had already planned to use this spirit array to embarrass this old master?" Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Martial uncle must be joking. This spirit array is not meant to target martial uncle. After all, you are also a member of my sea temple." Saying so, Zhou Xian turned to look at Yang Kai. "If it's not meant to deal with old Sha, then it's meant to deal with me?" Yang Kai pointed his finger to his nose indifferently. Zhou Xian sneered, "I heard that Sect Master Yang's strength is so great that even the leaders of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain fell at Sect Master Yang's hands. This Temple Master does not dare act carelessly. Temple Master Jiang is too kind. My reputation is nothing more than a rumor spread by others. Sect Master Yang is the Sect Master of High Heaven Sect and has never interfered with my Sea Temple's affairs. But since you dare collude with the Sea Clan, you are my Sea Temple's mortal enemy. Sect Master Yang, surrender." Zhou Xian looked at Yang Kai proudly, as if he was fully confident that under this spirit array, Yang Kai would be powerless to fight back. "Yang Kai, you leave." Sha Hu suddenly shouted, "The blue roaring tidal array is my Sea Temple Sect defending spirit array. It draws support from the rich water attribute energy of the surrounding territory, so once it is activated, it is impossible for anyone below the Origin King realm to break this spirit array. However, with your ability, it won't be difficult for you to escape. You go first, this old master will cover for you." As expected of martial uncle, your understanding of my Sea Temple's sect defending spirit array is indeed profound. But martial uncle, isn't it inappropriate for you to speak so much to an outsider? Zhou Xian looked at Sha Hu with a sneer. "Impudence, this old master has already said that this old master has no intention of competing with you, but you are so short-sighted. Sea Temple will decline in your hands sooner or later, so for the sake of our ancestors, this old master will have to fight with you." "Old Sha, don't worry." Yang Kai gently patted Sha Hu on the shoulder, a calm look on his face. "You're a fool." Sha Hu stomped his foot in annoyance. Once this spirit array is activated, the longer it accumulates, the more powerful it becomes. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to. "I don't want to leave," Yang Kai chuckled. "It's just a spirit array, nothing more." "Nothing more?" Sha Hu's expression froze. His spirit array being evaluated by Yang Kai like this made Sha Hu feel quite uncomfortable. However, after seeing Yang Kai's extremely indifferent expression, Sha Hu's frown eased and he said thoughtfully, "Since you say so, this old master won't waste his breath. Be careful." Chapter 1722. N. Yang Kai nodded, his expression becoming somewhat ferocious. Suddenly being used as a bargaining chip to deal with you makes this sect master very unhappy. Old Sha, this Zhou Xian, do you mind if I kill him? Hearing this, Sha Hu sighed. Leave him alive, this old master will deal with him personally. As you wish. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Zhou Xian glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai's calmness annoyed him greatly and made him feel uneasy. He didn't know if Yang Kai really had some kind of powerful backing that allowed him to not fear the blue roaring tidal array. After all, according to the rumors Zhou Xian had heard, Yang Kai had killed far too many peak origin returning realm masters. However, no matter how tyrannical an individual's strength was, how could they be stronger than a spirit array? Thinking so, the uneasiness in Zhou Xian's heart calmed down significantly and he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes filled with ridicule. As time passed, the power of the blue roaring tidal array grew stronger and stronger as the surrounding water attribute energy continued to gather towards it, condensing into strange beasts and weapons that grew larger and larger. A pressure that caused even Sha Hu to pale suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Kai, however, still showed no intention of taking action and simply stood in place, as if he was carefully appreciating the power of this blue roaring tidal array. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the power of the blue roaring tidal array had been raised to its peak. The sound of a tsunami rang in Yang Kai's ears, causing him to feel uneasy. Looking up, the sky was also filled with countless strange beasts and weapons made of water attribute world energy, all of them glaring at Yang Kai like tigers eyeing their prey. They were all waiting for the right moment to arrive before they could tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. A relaxed expression appeared on Zhou Xian's face as he understood that even if Yang Kai possessed extraordinary strength, it would be impossible for him to escape from the blue roaring tidal array. This massive spirit array had been modified and strengthened by countless experts of Sea Temple, and it was enough to withstand a calamity that could wipe out an entire sect. Sect Master Yang, since you are Martial Uncle Sha's guest, if you obediently surrender, this temple master can consider lenient treatment. What do you say? Zhou Xian looked at Yang Kai with a confident look on his face. Not good. Yang Kai shook his head. He looked at Zhou Xian with a smile. I came here with sincerity, but I didn't expect to be treated like this. To be honest, your sea palace really annoys the sect master. If Elder Sha hadn't been here, this sect master even intends to remove your sea temple from Shadowed Star. However, the ocean palace was Elder Sha's sect. I can't go too far. You think you can remove my sea temple from Shadowed Star by yourself? Who gave you the confidence? Zhou Xian roared. Do you have the ability? Yang Kai grinned. He didn't move much. He just looked at Zhou Xian and softly said a word. Break. As soon as these words fell, the blue roaring tidal array, which had reached its peak, suddenly trembled and the countless strange beasts' weapons suspended midair seemed to have gained sentience of their own and obeyed Yang Kai's command, bursting apart with a series of explosions. Even the bright light curtain that enveloped the entire Black Reef Island suddenly shattered at this moment. Sea Temple's sect defending array was instantly broken. It was as if the word Yang Kai spat out contained supreme power, forcing all the surrounding world energy to obey his instructions. Sha Hu was dumbfounded as he felt a great impact on his heart. He stared at Yang Kai with an incredulous look as if he had just met him for the first time. Zhou Xian was also stunned in place, glancing at Yang Kai before glancing around, unable to believe that the blue roaring tidal array had been completely broken with just a single word from the other party. Third Temple Master Qi Yunhai was even more dumbfounded, his body trembling slightly. The remaining Supreme Ocean Palace Masters all let out cries of disbelief. What happened? After a while, Zhou Xian suddenly reacted and roared at Qi Yunhai. Where are the disciples presiding over the spirit array? Why did they stop the spirit array? He thought that the spirit array had been broken because the disciples had taken the initiative to stop it, not because of Yang Kai's meddling. Qi Yunhai felt a headache coming on and quickly took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and contacted the disciples presiding over the blue roaring tidal array. A moment later he said in a panic, First Temple Master, it's not that the disciples stopped the spirit array, it's just that they can no longer activate it. How is that possible? Zhou Xian's eyes trembled as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai grinned. Don't waste your energy. Now that the world energy within 1,000 kilometers is under my control, without my consent, your spirit array is just a decoration. Nonsense. Zhang Huayan shouted. Even if you are an origin king, it is impossible for you to control such a large range of world energy. Do you take this temple master for a fool? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully as he suddenly raised his hands slowly. His movements were not fast. Instead, they were very slow. However, as he raised his hands, the seawater around Black Reef Island began to boil fiercely. Huge bubbles constantly rose from the surface of the sea. One after another, huge whirlpools formed near Black Reef Island and began to rotate wildly. Hong hong hong. Thick pillars of water suddenly shot out from those whirlpools. Each pillar of water was dozens of meters thick. They shot straight up into the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were pierced by them. The sky shook and the earth trembled, causing everyone to lose their footing. The sea around Black Reef Island seemed to have suddenly dropped a few inches. The water pillars that had rushed into the sky ferociously returned, transforming into azure water dragons. On their ferocious and incomparably huge heads, their facial features were vivid and lifelike. Even the body formed by the water pillars had lines that resembled dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, around Black Reef Island, hundreds of water dragons formed from pure seawater took shape. These water dragons shook their heads and waved their tails as they rushed towards Black Reef Island. When they were only a few hundred feet away from Black Reef Island, they suddenly stopped and looked down. The entire Black Reef Island was instantly surrounded by these hundreds of water dragons, each of them thousands of meters long and several dozen meters thick, each of them giving off a destructive pressure. It was not difficult to imagine that when these hundreds of water dragons rushed down, Black Reef Island would be reduced to ruins in a very short time. Yang Kai, who had done all this, had only raised his arms slightly, not showing any signs of using his Saint Chi or strength at all. On Black Reef Island, a commotion broke out. Suddenly being surrounded by so many water dragons, the disciples of Sea Temple were naturally terrified. None of them knew what was happening, but under the terrifying pressure, they either collapsed to the ground or desperately tried to flee, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Zhang Huayan could no longer suppress the panic in the depths of his heart, and his whole body trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Unable to understand how Yang Kai was able to accomplish such a feat, no one dared to doubt that Yang Kai had the ability to remove Sea Temple from Shadowed Star anymore. The scene before them was the best explanation. Impossible, this temple master refuses to believe this is just an illusion. Zhang Huayan was still unwilling to give up and thought of a good reason, his eyes lighting up as he stared at Yang Kai. It turns out that Sect Master Yang has cultivated a profound illusion technique. This temple master was almost fooled by you. Stubborn fool. Yang Kai coldly snorted and with a single thought, sent one of the water dragons swooping down towards Zhang Huayan. In midair, the incomparably huge water dragon twisted and changed, inconceivably turning into a 30-feet-long water arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Zhang Huayan. Zhang Huayan roared as he pushed his Saint Chi, stretched out his hand, and condensed a shield-like secret technique in front of him. All of this was in vain, as wherever the water arrow passed, the shields burst without even showing any signs of stopping. Zhang Huayan was shocked and realized that everything in front of him was not an illusion at all, but a real attack. By the time he tried to dodge, it was already too late. The water arrow pierced through his body, leaving a trail of blood behind it. Zhang Huayan's eyes bulged as he fell to the ground. However, because of Shahu's previous plea, Yang Kai did not kill him, but even so, this blow had almost taken half of Zhang Huayan's life. If he was not treated carefully, his cultivation would definitely plummet. With a single thought, the sea can change into mulberry fields. With a single thought, mountains can be moved. Yang Kai, did you refine Shadowed Star's source? Shahu asked in a trembling voice as an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. What? Qian Hai's face changed drastically as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Refining Star's star sources was something that only existed in legends, and once one refined a star's source, they would become the star master of that cultivation star and would be able to control everything there was to control it. Qian Hai subconsciously refused to believe such an incredible thing, because to refine star sources, one needed to have an extremely powerful cultivation. It was rumored that one needed to reach the Third Order Origin King realm to do so. However, there was also a Second Order Origin King cultivator who was extremely lucky and managed to refine a star's source and become a star master. But this kind of thing was too far away, especially for a cultivator on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai was just a trivial Third Order Origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he refine star sources? But if this was not the case, how could everything in front of him be explained? Even an ordinary Origin King would not be able to create such a big scene. Only a Star Lord who ruled over a cultivation star could control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth as he pleased and gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Old Sha's vision is sharp. I was just lucky. Yang Kai smiled slightly, not denying it. Qi Yunhai could not help groaning in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had done something he would regret for the rest of his life with Jiang Huai, and was there anything more stupid than targeting the Star Master of Shadowed Star on Shadowed Star? Sure enough. Old Sha breathed a sigh of relief and sighed bitterly. Foolish, foolish. He was obviously blaming Jiang Huaiyan for being short-sighted. Originally, the friendship between him and Yang Kai was very good, but after this incident, Yang Kai's impression of Sea Temple would definitely not be good, which would be extremely detrimental to Sea Temple's future development. Chapter 1723. Somewhere on Black Reef Island. Yang Kai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Not far away, light footsteps sounded and Yang Kai opened his eyes to find that Sea Temple's third temple master, Qi Yunhai, was walking over with a group of people. As soon as he met Yang Kai's gaze, Qi Yunhai hurriedly lowered his head and looked straight ahead with a respectful look. Since that day when he learned that Yang Kai was actually the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Qi Yunhai no longer dared to act presumptuously. Although his cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, Yang Kai was surrounded by the glorious aura of a Star Master, so even if there were 10,000 of him together, he would not be Yang Kai's opponent. He immediately apologized to Kai Yang and admitted his wrongs. Jiang Huaiyan had been crippled by Yang Kai, so the position of First Temple Master was vacant. Although Shahu did not like Qi Yunhai's cowardice, for the sake of Sea Temple, Shahu did not embarrass him and personally pleaded with Yang Kai to save his life. Sect Master Yang, I have brought you the people and materials. Qi Yunhai walked up to Yang Kai and stood 5 meters in front of him before saying respectfully. Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at the 6 people behind him, nodded lightly and stretched out his hand. Bring me the materials. Yes. Qi Yunhai stepped forward and handed a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned it, finding that the materials inside were no different from what he had requested. Nodding, he said, Good, you may leave. Tell old Sha that the space array here will be completed in 7 or 8 days, so he doesn't need to worry about it. First, deal with the internal affairs of Sea Temple. Jiang Huaiyan had been crippled, so it was inevitable that there would be some turmoil inside Sea Temple. Although Shahu had no intention of meddling in the affairs of Sea Temple at this time, only he could step forward to stabilize the situation, so he could only do his best. Many thanks for Sect Master Yang's sympathy. I will definitely pass on your words. Qi Yunhai quickly left as if he didn't dare to stay with Yang Kai for a long time. After he left, Yang Kai looked at the remaining 6 cultivator. Among the 6 people there were men and women, old and young, and the older ones. Most of them looked old while the younger ones appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, clearly in their prime. Their cultivations weren't high, with the most powerful among them only being a First Order Origin returning Realm Master, while the worst was only a Third Order Saint. While Yang Kai was sizing them up, the 6 of them were also sizing up Yang Kai. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, it was rumored that this man was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. It was the master of the cultivation star that it was in control of. Before bringing them here, Qi Yunhai had specifically warned them not to disobey Yang Kai. Whatever Qi Yunhai said was right, and if they made Yang Kai unhappy, they would be punished according to the sect's rules. Are you the best array masters of Sea Temple? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Among the 6, the old man stepped forward and cupped his fists, reporting to Sect Master Yang, the 6 of us are indeed the ones who have studied the Tao of Spirit arrays the most in Sea Temple. Good. Yang Kai gently nodded. Before Qi Yunhai brought you here, he should have told you what to do, right? Third Temple Master said that he would assist Sect Master Yang in refining a space array to connect my Sea Temple and High Heaven Sect to facilitate the exchange of materials between the two sects, the old man replied again. And since you already know, then I won't waste any more words. In terms of materials, your Sea Temple has already prepared them. All that remains is for you to refine and integrate them into the array bases needed to construct the spirit array. As for the spirit array bases, I believe these shouldn't be difficult for you. The old man also seemed to have discovered that Yang Kai was not the fierce and evil person he had imagined and instead had an amiable attitude, so he immediately relaxed and proudly declared, as long as we have the method to refine them, the 6 of us will not disappoint Sect Master Yang. Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, summoned the 6 to his side, and began explaining to them what kind of materials needed to be paired with what kind of materials to refine. The 6 of them had extremely high attainments in the Tao of spirit arrays, not something Yang Kai's half-baked knowledge could compare with. Yang Kai only gave a brief explanation, but the 6 of them were able to understand. Next, Yang Kai took out the materials prepared by Sea Temple one by one, divided them into different categories, and gave them to the 6 of them to refine different components. The arrangement of a space array was extremely complicated, but before coming here Yang Kai had already arranged a space array outside High Heaven Sect, so this was his second time, so he was somewhat familiar with the process. The main work was naturally done by him. The reason why Yang Kai had Qiyun Hai bring the 6 of them over was just to act as his assistants, which would save him a lot of time. Yang Kai was also worried that these 6 people would steal something from him. After all, the most fundamental part of the space array was still in his hands. As long as this array diagram was not leaked, even if they copied it and arranged a new one, it wouldn't be of any use. In this open space on Black Reef Island, the 7 people each performed their own duties. In just 5 days, a space array that covered an area of about 10 feet had been completely set up. Looking around, this space array was not the same as the ones in the major cities. There was no circular arch, only a circular base placed on the ground, giving it a very simple appearance. However, the area it occupied was slightly larger. After all, if this space array was completed, it could cross a distance of millions of kilometers and could accommodate up to 50 people at a time. This was something the space arrays in the major cities could not compare with. The prototype of the space array had been arranged, so the rest was up to Yang Kai himself. The 6 array masters of Sea Temple did not rush to leave and instead stood quietly to the side, paying attention to Yang Kai's actions. Unfortunately, no matter how they investigated, they could not find any clues. Yang Kai's divine sense shuttled back and forth across the base of the space array, carving a series of mysterious and complex patterns that gradually converged to form the space array's diagram. Yang Kai's conflagrated knowledge C was his conflagrated knowledge C, so it was extremely easy for him to leave a mark on these materials that had already been refined. The entire process was smooth and it only took Yang Kai half an hour to complete the carving of the space array. After carefully inspecting the array diagram and confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Yang Kai smiled slightly and poured his space force into it to activate the space array. At the same time, he located High Heaven Sect's space array and connected the 2 places. That's it? The old man asked in disbelief. It's almost done. As long as enough Saint crystals are placed into the space array, it will be able to operate. Yang Kai nodded and replied. The 6 array masters all gasped as they stared at Yang Kai in admiration. Space array. It only took him 5 days to set up such a huge space array. If such a thing was told, no one would believe it. On Shadowed Star, the method of arranging space arrays had long been lost. All that remained were relics from ancient times, and the cultivator could only perform some simple repairs. It was impossible for them to be rearranged. Moreover, even in ancient times when the method of arranging space arrays had not been lost, it was impossible for it to be completed in such a short time. According to ancient records, the arrangement of a space array was a huge waste of manpower and resources. Not only did it require a huge amount of financial and material resources, but it also consumed a lot of time. Over the years, being able to arrange a single space array was already an amazing feat, but here, it had been completed in just 5 days. The 6 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and excitement. After all, this space array contained their blood, sweat, and tears. Sect Master Yang, may this old master be so bold as to give it a try? The old man rubbed his hands excitedly and asked. Being the first person to use a space array, although there were no substantial benefits for him, it was still a kind of glory. Wait a moment. Yang Kai chuckled before sitting down, taking out some strange materials from his space ring and placing them in front of him to smelt. Wrapped in his Saint Qi, the impurities in these materials were removed and the various materials gradually gathered together like a hodgepodge. The 6 array masters didn't know what Yang Kai was going to do, so all of them just stared at him in confusion, feeling that he was quite mysterious. After a short while, a token-like object appeared in Yang Kai's hand. This token was not eye-catching, it was black in color and did not give off any world energy fluctuations, but on this token was engraved the word Ling. It was as if a dragon was flying and a phoenix was dancing, as if a divine dragon was about to soar into the sky, giving it an indescribable feeling. Yang Kai refined a total of 6 such tokens before casually tossing them to the 6 array masters. Each of the 6 array masters took one and held it in their palms as they examined it carefully. The old man seemed to think of something and his expression became excited as he stammered, "Sect Master Yang, dare I ask what this is?" He obviously misunderstood and thought that Yang Kai had given them something good. "This is a transmission token. Without this transmission token, the only result of activating the space array is being banished to the void, never to return," Yang Kai explained lightly. The faces of the 6 array masters changed as they understood the purpose of these 6 tokens Yang Kai had specially refined. The old man recovered from his loss and quickly understood the key to this, cupping his fists and saying, "Sect Master Yang's thoughts are meticulous, this old master admires. With this, we can avoid the situation of a large number of cultivators invading with the help of our 6 arrays." When the other 5 array masters heard what he said, they suddenly understood why Yang Kai had refined these 6 tokens. Although the space array was convenient to connect the 2 places, if an enemy took advantage of this gap and used this method to invade, it would be difficult to guard against. However, this transmission token refined by Yang Kai could essentially prevent such a situation from happening. Without this transmission token, it was impossible to use the space array. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say anything, simply waving his hand and enveloping the 6 array masters with his Saint Qi before standing on top of the space array. "Let's go and see if this array is useful." Chapter 1724. Before the 6 array masters of Sea Temple had time to speak, Yang Kai had already inserted the Saint crystals used to activate the array into the grooves around it. The array immediately began operating, and with a flash of white light, the 6 array masters felt their bodies lighten, and by the time they reacted, the scenery in front of them had changed drastically. Looking around, the ground in front of them was black and red, and the surrounding air was filled with a rich fire attribute aura, making it appear somewhat hot and dry. The environment here was completely different from the limitless ocean where Sea Temple was located. Beneath his feet was an existence identical to the space array arranged by Yang Kai and the others. There were also some cultivators in the surroundings who were busy building a palace here. This palace was almost complete, and its imposing aura was magnificent. The nearby bustling martial artists were all wearing the same uniform. On their clothes there was a small Ling word embroidered. High Heaven Sect disciples. The 6 array masters from Sea Temple immediately reacted. They had already arrived near High Heaven Sect, and this place was obviously very similar to the legendary Luyan Sandfield. The abnormality of the space array here alarmed the nearby High Heaven Sect disciples, and some of them immediately came to investigate. After discovering that it was Yang Kai, they quickly cupped their fists and bowed. Yang Kai waved his hand. "I'm just testing whether the array over there is useful or not. All of you can go about your own business." "Yes." The disciples obeyed and dispersed. High Heaven Sect's space array was arranged by Yang Kai outside the Luyan Sandfield, so as to avoid the drawbacks of others directly entering the headquarters through the space array. This space array was of great significance as it was a bridge between High Heaven Sect and the outside world. Yang Kai planned to arrange space arrays in all the famous cities on Shadowed Star so that High Heaven Sect would be able to establish contact with them at any time and place. This would be of great help to High Heaven Sect's future development. Sect Master. A High Heaven Sect disciple did not leave immediately and instead stood in place and cupped his fists respectfully. "What is it?" Great Elder instructed a few days ago that if Sect Master appears here, He must inform Sect Master about this matter. Please be sure to pass on a message to the sovereign. Half a month ago, the Shadow Moon Palace's Palace Lord Qian sent a message, asking the sovereign to make time to make a trip to the Shadow Moon Palace. He said that he had something important to discuss with me. Got it. Yang Kai nodded. Only then did the disciple leave. Yang Kai didn't know why Qian Tong was looking for him, but it shouldn't be urgent, otherwise he would have come in person. Moreover, Qian Tong was now an Origin King Realm Master, so there were few things in this world that could threaten him. Yang Kai didn't take this matter to heart. He planned to finish his work before going to the Shadow Moon Hall to meet Qian Tong. After testing the smoothness of the space array, Yang Kai led the 6 Ocean Temple members back to Black Reef Island. The 6 of them were still somewhat unsatisfied. The old man wore a look of extreme admiration as he said, "Sect Master Yang, this old master has also used many space arrays, but each time he uses them the transmission distance depends on the distance. All of them have varying degrees of dizziness, but this space array did not cause this old master to feel any of these. Sect Master Yang's talent is truly admirable." The other 5 also nodded in agreement. Space arrays were indeed convenient to use, but transmission through space would put a burden on the cultivator. This burden was not only on the physical body but also on the soul. The further the distance, the greater the burden. Therefore, a cultivator who was not strong would not dare to perform long-distance transmission. If they were not careful, it was very likely that their knowledge sea would be destroyed. From then on, they would become an idiot. Even short-distance transmissions could not be performed too many times in a short period of time. Of the 6 array masters, which one of them had not used a space array before? It was just a matter of how many times. They were well aware of this drawback. But just now they had performed 2 ultra-long distance transmissions over 10 million kilometers. Yet they did not feel any discomfort. It was as if they were visiting a neighbor. In other words, the space array arranged by Yang Kai had surpassed the ancient relics in all aspects and reached a new height. Of course, the old man admired this to the extreme. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "It's just a small trick. And please pass the transmission tokens in your hands to Old Sha. Also, tell Old Sha to send someone to High Heaven Sect once Sea Temple has settled down. My sect's great elder Yi will discuss the exchange of supplies with him." "Is Sect Master Yang leaving now? Would you like to rest for a few days and meet with Granduncle Sha?" The old man tried to persuade him to stay. "No, I have to make a trip to Sea God Palace." Yang Kai waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. A look of regret appeared on the faces of the 6 array masters. After a brief discussion, they hurried towards the center of Black Reef Island. The 6 transmission tokens were of utmost importance, so they did not dare to act carelessly. Sea God Palace was a huge force on the limitless ocean that rivaled Sea Temple and encompassed all sentient beings in the limitless ocean. To a certain extent, Sea God Palace was much stronger than Sea Temple, whether it was in terms of the cultivation or number of high-level cultivators. However, although the 2 of them had friction from time to time, they would never fight on a large scale, allowing them to coexist on the limitless ocean. Sea God Palace was actually located somewhere 10,000 meters below the surface of the ocean. The huge underwater palace complex was beautifully built and protected by spirit arrays, allowing the air inside to be fresh and natural. For others, trying to find the headquarters of Sea God Palace on the vast limitless ocean was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Sea Temple had never been able to figure out where Sea God Palace was located. But for Yang Kai it was a simple and easy task. After leaving Black Reef Island, it only took him a day to lock onto the location of Sea God Palace and arrive here. Here he did not encounter any difficulties. Although the Sea Clan looked down on the human race and was a different race from the human race, they had always respected the strong. Yang Kai undoubtedly had the capital to make them treat him with respect. What's more, as the Sea Clan's princess, the little dolphin was extremely close to Yang Kai. Qian Mo and Shang Ao, the 2 great commanders, were also very grateful to Yang Kai. As such, cooperation with the Sea Clan was much easier than with Sea Temple. Yang Kai personally went to meet the king of the Sea Clan, the father of the little dolphin, Patriarch Lai Kong of the Dolphin Flood Dragon Clan. After the other party probed a little and determined that Yang Kai's strength was unfathomable, the 2 sides hit it off and immediately began cooperating. Just like with Sea Temple, Yang Kai made requests and Sea God Palace provided the materials. Yang Kai spent a few days arranging a third space array in Sea God Palace and refining several transmission tokens. With these two transmission arrays in Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, High Heaven Sect could truly set foot in the deep sea from now on. When the time came, whether it was for their own use or to sell, High Heaven Sect would never suffer a loss. On the contrary, they could take advantage of this advantage to expand High Heaven Sect's material reserves, allowing the disciples to cultivate without any worries about a shortage of supplies. This was an advantage that no other sect on Shadowed Star possessed. Yang Kai did not plan to stay in Sea God Palace for long, so after everything was settled he bid farewell to Sea God Palace's palace master Lai Kong. However, before leaving, something unexpected happened. The little dolphin actually ran over to Yang Kai with her tail wagging and handed a bead in her mouth to Yang Kai. This bead was about the size of a fist, blue in color and as deep as the sea. It didn't look very big, but when Yang Kai held it in his hand he found that it was extremely heavy and gave off a faint sound of tsunamis, as well as an extremely rich water attribute aura. When Sea God Palace's palace master Lai Kong, Qian-mo, Shang-ao, and the other great commanders saw this bead, their expressions changed and became dignified. Many people had nervous expressions on their faces. This thing, I can't accept it. Yang Kai smiled slightly as he patted the little dolphin's head. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this bead was, he could infer from everyone's expressions that this bead was absolutely valuable. He had just reached a cooperative relationship with Sea God Palace, so if he rashly accepted such a valuable gift, he was afraid that the Sea tribe would be displeased. The most important reason was that this bead was given to him by the little dolphin. The little dolphin only had the IQ of a few years old child, so its actions were entirely based on its preferences and could not represent the wishes of the entire Sea clan. If this had been given to him by Lai Kong himself, Yang Kai would not have considered it so much. Seeing Yang Kai refuse, the several Sea clan great commanders all showed relaxed expressions. The little dolphin, however, was unwilling to give up and began crying out anxiously, as if it would not give up until Yang Kai accepted it. Yang Kai tried his best to persuade it, but the little dolphin still refused to take it back, its eyes almost overflowing with tears. Yang Kai could only turn his gaze to Lai Kong helplessly. Lai Kong's expression was indescribable as he stared at the little dolphin with a soft gaze. After a long time he smiled slightly and said, "Since Sect Master Yang and my daughter are so fated, please accept this thing. If you don't accept it, my daughter will definitely be sad. After all, Sect Master Yang is my daughter's savior. This is my daughter's gift of thanks. Sect Master Yang does not need to refuse." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Dare I ask what this thing is? What use does it have?" "This is one of the treasures of my Sea God Palace, the Sea God Bead. It may not be of any use to Sect Master Yang, but if it is obtained by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art or secret technique, it will be of great use. It contains the source of the sea and is filled with rich and pure water attribute world energy. It is almost inexhaustible. This king gave it to my daughter as a birthday gift 2 years ago. Since it belongs to my daughter, of course she can give it to Sect Master Yang," Lai Kong explained. "The source of the sea." Yang Kai was slightly moved. "This thing really has some use to me. Since that's the case, this Yang will accept it." Lai Kong smiled and nodded. The several great commanders saw that the matter had reached this point and could not say anything more. "However, the Sea God Bead is too precious. How about this? This Yang is willing to exchange 500 origin grade Shadowed Heaven pills for it. What does Lai Kong Palace think? 500 origin grade Shadowed Heaven pills." Lai Kong's eyes lit up. The expressions of many great commanders also became excited. Chapter 1725. The Sea Clan Masters had long learned about the effects of Shadowed Heaven pills from Qian-mo and Shang-ao. Although they knew the effects of Shadowed Heaven pills were heaven-defying, their main ingredient could only be found on Serene Soul Island, so even if they wanted it, they couldn't obtain it. The little dolphin did have some, but not many. They were all given to her by Yang Kai before, so they could be considered her personal belongings. Who would dare take pills from a Sea Clan princess? Even Lai Kong had only taken one Shadowed Heaven pill from the little dolphin to study it. After studying it, he returned it to his daughter. At this moment, Yang Kai was actually offering 500 origin grade Shadowed Heaven pills. For the Sea Clan, this was tantamount to a windfall. With these 500 origin grade Shadowed Heaven pills, the Sea clan masters could greatly improve their physical strength. So when he heard that Yang Kai was willing to exchange 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills for this sea god bead, Lai Kong could no longer maintain his calm and joy overflowed from his face. Good. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Although 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills was a huge fortune, it was nothing to High Heaven sect. The Shadowed Heaven lotus he brought back last time had all been given to Xianing Chong. Presumably after so many days she had refined a lot of pills. Lai Kong said dryly, "How can I accept this? If Palace Master Lai Kong does not agree, then this Yang will be embarrassed to accept this sea god bead." Lai Kong pondered for a moment before nodding. Since Sect Master Yang is so straightforward, this Lai Kong will not hesitate. This king agrees. May the friendship between Sea God Palace and High Heaven sect last forever. Good, I will have someone deliver the 500 Shadowed Heaven pills to Sea God Palace. Please wait a few days. Yang Kai cupped his fists to the Sea clan masters. This Yang will take his leave now, please wait a moment. After saying so, Yang Kai stepped directly into the space array and teleported out of High Heaven sect with the help of its power. The sea god bead he unexpectedly obtained this time was really useful to Yang Kai. Although he didn't cultivate any water attribute secret arts or secret techniques, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, there was no need to consider the fire element treasure. That piece of sun true essence contained a vast amount of energy. Yang Kai had used it to cultivate for such a long time, yet the sun's true essence had not changed at all. On the other hand, the supreme treasures of the other 4 attributes were damaged to a certain extent. Whether it was the lightning wood, profound Yin sunflower water, profound gold, or divine nullification sand, they couldn't hold on for much longer. The sea god bead he obtained this time could be used to replace the profound Yin sunflower water as a material for his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The sea god's pearl contained the source of a sea, and its water attribute spiritual energy was abundant and pure. Its grade could only be higher than the profound Yin sunflower water. There was no doubt that it met the requirements, and the energy stored inside it was definitely much more than the profound Yin sunflower water. From the looks of it, he didn't have to worry about water-type supreme treasures for the time being. On the other hand, he still needed to pay more attention to the metal, wood and earth attribute materials. However, with Yang Kai's current identity, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find materials of these 3 attributes. In fact, he only needed to issue an order, but whether or not they would be comparable to the sea god bead was uncertain. After returning to High Heaven sect, Yang Kai went to find Yi Shiyun. He told her about the deal he made with Sea God Palace and asked her to send someone to collect 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills from Xianing Chong. Yi Shiyun naturally agreed. Over the next 2 months, Yang Kai ran around the famous cities and sects of Shadowed Star, constantly arranging space arrays. 2 months later, using the space array outside High Heaven sect as a foundation, High Heaven sect's route was set up. It covered almost all of Shadowed Star, and as long as the disciples needed it, they could travel to any city they wanted at any time. Such an unprecedented scale was something that had never happened on Shadowed Star before. As a result, not only could High Heaven sect keep abreast of the situation and information of Shadowed Star at any time, but it could also purchase all kinds of materials from all over the world. Yang Kai placed Heavenly Fate City at the bottom of his list. After all, he was going to see Qian Tong, so he might as well arrange the space array together with this matter. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Heavenly Fate City. Looking down at the post-war city from the sky, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a second-order saint, but after so many years he had already cultivated to the peak of Shadowed Star. Thinking back, it was on Dragon Cave Mountain outside Heavenly Fate City that he began to make a name for himself and gradually established the current High Heaven sect. Recalling the past now felt like it was yesterday. Yang Kai smiled lightly and descended straight to the city lord's mansion. After being plundered by corpse spirit religion, Heavenly Fate City was originally in ruins, but after a long period of recuperation, the current Heavenly Fate City was prosperous again. Fei Ji too was still the city lord of Heavenly Fate City. When Yang Kai saw him, he had already recovered his third-order origin returning realm cultivation. It seemed that after being tortured by Fong Fingqi of corpse spirit religion last time, he had regained some of his former strength. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling happy for him, and after seeing Yang Kai, Fei Zhi too was even more excited. After learning the purpose of Yang Kai's visit, he immediately decided to let Yang Kai do as he pleased. Yang Kai didn't hold back and immediately began to arrange the space array in Heavenly Fate City, connecting it to High Heaven Sect. In just 2 days the space array was completed. With the study of space arrays, Yang Kai had become very familiar with arranging them and could save a lot of time. With a flash of white light, Fei Zhi too disappeared from the space array. After a while he reappeared and laughed. Sure enough, it was sent to High Heaven Sect. This is great. In the future our two sects can communicate with each other at any time and we won't have to worry about it taking days to send a letter. Yang Kai smiled softly and suddenly asked, "By the way, Senior Fei, is old Qian here?" Hearing Yang Kai ask about Qian Tong, Fei Zhi too's expression immediately became serious and he nodded. "He's already here, but seeing you arranging the space array, he didn't want to disturb you. You should go and see him quickly. Old Ghost Qian seems to have something he can't solve." Even old Qian can't solve it? Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't understand what was going on, that even a master like Qian Tong was at his wits' end. When he was arranging the space array here, he had already asked Fei Zhi too to send a message to Shadow Moon Hall. 2 days was enough for Qian Tong to arrive. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and hurriedly went to see Qian Tong under the lead of Fei Zhi Tuesday. In a hall of the city lord's mansion, Yang Kai stepped in. There were only 3 people waiting inside. These 3 were all old acquaintances of Yang Kai. In addition to Qian Tong, there was Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, the pair of mandarin ducks in distress. Seeing Yang Kai, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and he smiled bitterly. "You're finally here, little brat. Please forgive me, old Qian. I thought it was nothing serious, so I didn't rush over. I've been running around Shadowed Star all this time." Yang Kai smiled awkwardly. If he had known that Qian Tong was so anxious, he would have been the first to come to Heavenly Fate City. Qian Tong smiled. "It's not that urgent, otherwise this old master would have gone to High Heaven Sect in person." To the side, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer hurriedly got up and greeted Yang Kai. Yang Kai returned the greeting. Sweeping them with his divine sense, he found that the Saint Qi in their bodies was surging like a sea and their auras were fluctuating. Obviously they were on the verge of a breakthrough. They were worthy of being the most elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Less than 10 years after breaking through to the origin returning realm, they were actually on the verge of a breakthrough. Logically speaking, even with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's aptitude, their cultivation progress should not have been so rapid. Yang Kai guessed that this was related to the last time corpse spirit religion had wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. A cultivator was often able to force out all their potential in desperate situations. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had been on the verge of death several times during that incident, which was of great benefit to their future cultivation. When young people met, it was always lively. While Yang Kai was talking to Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, Qian Tong and Fei Zhi too did not interrupt and just watched from the side with a smile. After a long time, Yang Kai patted his head and turned to Qian Tong. "Right, old Qian, why did you come looking for me? I heard Senior Fei say that even you can't solve this matter?" Qian Tong's expression gradually became serious as he nodded. "And this old master really can't solve it, so he wanted to ask you. What is it specifically? You should know if you take a closer look." Qian Tong did not give a direct answer. After he finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly burst out of his body and radiated outwards. Territory field. This was a territory field that only Origin King Realm Masters could possess. It was the ultimate evolution of Shi. Qian Tong had only broken through to the Origin King realm a few years ago, so his territory field was not very powerful among Origin Kings, but when he released his territory field, the entire world seemed to tremble. Fortunately, he did not target anyone present and instead restrained himself. So even if Wei Guchang and the others felt their bodies become heavy and their Saint Qi become difficult to circulate, they were not injured. Yang Kai paid close attention to Qian Tong when suddenly his complexion changed and he released his divine sense to investigate Qian Tong's surroundings. Seeing Yang Kai's appearance, Qian Tong immediately knew that he had noticed something and spared no effort to continue maintaining his territory field so that Yang Kai could see more clearly. After a long time, Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he withdrew his gaze and frowned. "Since you are the master of Shadowed Star, you should have noticed something wrong, right?" Qian Tong dispersed his territory field and asked Yang Kai. Fei Zhitu, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer were all confused, none of them knowing what was wrong with Qian Tong. In their opinion, there was nothing wrong with Qian Tong. As soon as he released his territory field, it was suffocating. The world principles here are rejecting you? Yang Kai asked suspiciously, a look of shock flashing across his eyes. You really noticed, Qian Tong sighed. What? Fei Zhitu was shocked. Old Ghost Qian is being rejected by the world principles? How could such a thing be possible? Nothing is impossible. Qian Tong smiled bitterly and shook his head. If the world principles were not rejecting me, do you think this old master was struck by lightning for no reason last time? Chapter 1726. Old Qian was struck by lightning? Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder. Qian Tong nodded. Although I didn't suffer any serious injuries, the power of heavenly thunder is still not to be underestimated. Fei Zhitu's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, I thought you were cultivating some kind of secret technique last time to attract heavenly thunder, but it turns out that wasn't the case. I didn't cultivate any secret technique. Qian Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are many secret techniques in Shadow Moon Hall. It's not like you don't know what kind of secret technique can attract heavenly thunder. Besides, even if there were such a secret technique, this old master wouldn't have the time to cultivate it. I'd rather consolidate my realm right now. What about the earth fire from last time? Dong Xianer asked from the side. What earth fire? Fei Zhitu looked stunned. Dong Xianer blinked his big eyes and explained, 2 months ago, a terrifying earth fire suddenly emerged from Honored Master's retreat and burned the entire place to ashes. Such a thing happened? Fei Zhitu was very surprised. It's also because this old master was rejected by the world principles. Qian Tong was very annoyed. Since this old master returned to Shadowed Star, I've encountered this kind of thing more than once. Although this old master resolved it every time, this old master can't concentrate on his cultivation. Not only that, when this old man flies in the air, there is a soul-dispersing astral wind in the void that rushes into my sea of consciousness, wearing down my spiritual power. This old man doesn't dare to fly for too long, nor does he dare to fly too high, for fear of causing unbearable consequences. Heavenly thunder, earth fire, astral wind. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Old Qian, you've been living such a bitter life. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Qian Tong looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. This kind of life was indeed very stressful. Fortunately, Qian Tong was not in secluded retreat these days. Otherwise, once he was disturbed, it was very likely that he would become the demon race. At that time, even if he was an Origin King Realm Master, it would be impossible for him to survive. How could there be such a thing? Fei Zhitu's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes were filled with surprise. This city lord has lived for hundreds of years, but this is the first time I've heard of this. This is my first time as well, Qian Tong sighed heavily, then looked at Yang Kai with an expectant expression. Yang Kai, you are now the master of Shadowed Star. Can you find a way to relieve this old master of these worries? He was really too troubled, and he didn't know when the heavenly lightning, earth and fire would strike, so he couldn't go into seclusion. Now he could only pin all his hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he could come up with a solution. But to his great disappointment, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I can roughly grasp the world principles of Shadowed Star, but it is impossible for me to break them. Qian Tong heard this and sighed. Another sigh followed. The hall fell silent for a while as everyone's expressions became heavy. The only Origin King Realm Master on Shadowed Star had appeared in Shadow Moon Hall, which should have been an extremely glorious matter. But Qian Tong was now being rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles, which was not good news. After a long time, Qian Tong suddenly said, it seems that the only way is to leave. Old Ghost Qian, you want to leave Shadowed Star? Fei Zhitu was shocked. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer also looked at Qian Tong reluctantly, as if they wanted to say something to persuade him, but did not know where to start. If I don't leave here, this old master will be troubled for the rest of his life, and his cultivation will never improve. Qian Tong smiled slightly. This old master finally broke through to the Origin King realm. This old master does not want to be trapped in this realm for the rest of his life. This old master wants to go higher, stand farther and see more wonderful scenery. You're already so old, yet you're still so ambitious. Fei Zhitu smiled bitterly. Old Fei, Are you willing to be trapped in the origin returning realm for the rest of your life? Qiantong asked. How could that be possible? Fei Zhitu snorted. If my realm had not fallen last time, I would have left Shadowed Star with this city. Regardless of whether I can pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm or not, this city lord would have left Shadowed Star with you. Yes, people walk to higher places and water flows to lower places. Since you've decided I have nothing else to say, then I have nothing more to say. You can rest assured that Shadow Moon Hall will be well taken care of, Fei Zhitu said seriously. Yongkai, if this old master wants to leave here, he will need to borrow your strength. Qiantong looked at Yongkai. Of course, Yongkai smiled faintly. Of course, Yongkai smiled slightly. Actually, I have a plan that I am going to implement soon. It happens to coincide with old Qian's idea. What plan? Qiantong's eyes lit up when he heard this. I am going to arrange a space array on another cultivation star. Ultra-long distance transmission across stars? Qiantong and Fei Zhitu exclaimed in unison as they looked at Yongkai in shock. Yongkai nodded. Shadowed Star has been closed off for long enough. It is time to go out and take a look. If this plan can really be accomplished, a cultivator on Shadowed Star will be able to leave Shadowed Star in the future and go to other places to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Qiantong and Fei Zhitu were speechless for a long time, just staring in shock. After a long while, Qiantong asked hesitantly, can this kind of thing be done? Where there is a will, there is a way. Yongkai chuckled. At the very least, I don't think there will be any problems with the arrangement of the space array. But what if a master from another cultivation star invades Shadowed Star with the help of the space array you arranged? What will happen then? Qiantong showed a trace of worry on his face. You don't have to worry about that. Fei Zhitu laughed as he took out a few tokens engraved with the character Ling from his space ring and waved them in his hand. Without these, it is impossible to use the space array arranged by Yongkai. What are these? Qiantong was puzzled. Transmission tokens. Fei Zhitu immediately explained. After Qiantong understood the function of these transmission tokens, he could not help but feel relieved and thoughtfully said, Yongkai, you made these transmission tokens, it seems you already had plans. Of course, arranging a space array on Shadowed Star is just practice. Yongkai grinned meaningfully. His real goal was to connect Shadowed Star to Star territory. This was not just a spur-of-the-moment thing Yongkai had been considering for a long time. It would take far too long to travel from Shadowed Star to the bustling starfield, but if there was a space array there wouldn't be such a problem. Today in High Heaven Sect, there was more than one peak third-order origin returning realm master, and as sect master Yongkai was bound to plan for their future. Even he himself had reached the third-order origin returning realm and urgently needed to leave Shadowed Star to prepare for his breakthrough to the Origin King realm. What's more, by arranging a space array Yongkai could also cultivate the Tao of Space. These days he found that his grasp of the Tao of Space had become more profound. Killing several birds with one stone, Yongkai naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Good. Since you are so considerate, this old master can rest assured. You becoming the sect master of Shadowed Star is the blessing of all stars. Qiantong laughed. Then old Qian, will you leave with me, or will you wait for me to finish arranging the space array before leaving? Yongkai asked again. Qiantong thought about it seriously for a while before saying, after you finish arranging the space array, this old master will stay on Shadowed Star for a while. There are still some things I need to deal with in Shadow Moon Hall. Then old Qian can wait for my good news. Yongkai smiled lightly. After the discussion, Yongkai did not stay in Heavenly Fate City for long and instead returned directly to High Heaven Sect. Gathering all the elders in the sect, Yongkai told them about his next plans. Yi Shiyun, Yang Xiuzhu, and the others all looked at Yongkai excitedly and nodded in agreement. Needless to say, Yi Shiyun was the most promising existence on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm, but last time she had to stay behind in High Heaven Sect to take care of Yang Yan, so she missed the opportunity to leave with Yongkai. If Yongkai could really arrange the space array on a nearby cultivation star, she would have a chance to escape the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles. Yang Xiuzhu and the others also had similar thoughts. Although they hadn't been able to break through in the blood prison trial, that didn't mean that they wouldn't have any hope of breaking through in their lifetime. Naturally, they had to spare no effort to break through. Even if they had to break through a wall, they wouldn't turn back. Since no one has any objections, this sect master will do as he pleases. Yang Kai grinned and looked around. But before that, I need all of you to help me collect materials. What materials? Yi Shiyun asked. Space spirit crystals. Yang Kai said solemnly. The most critical material for arranging a space array is space spirit crystals. Depending on the distance between two space arrays, the number of space spirit crystals required will vary. Since we want to arrange a super long distance space array that can cross stars, the more space spirit crystals we have, the better. Good, will handle this matter. Yi Shiyun nodded heavily. Now that High Heaven sect could easily communicate with all of Shadowed Star, it was not difficult to collect materials. The key was how many space spirit crystals they could collect. After all, space spirit crystals were extremely rare, and even if some were occasionally found, they would be used to refine space rings. Yang Kai had a lot of them before, all of which he had mined under Dragon Cave Mountain, but they had long been consumed by his cultivation of Space Force. The space spirit crystals used to arrange the space array during this time were all plundered from the storehouses of the various great sects and cities. 3 months, after 3 months I will leave Shadowed Star. I hope all of you can help me collect enough space spirit crystals by then. Yes. All the elders nodded before quickly dispersing to contact their respective sects on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai believed that after 3 months, Yang Kai should be able to reap a great harvest. The elders of High Heaven sect were all mobilized, leaving Yang Kai with nothing to do. After spending a few days with his parents and brothers, he took Su Yan and Xianxia Chong to travel around Shadowed Star. He didn't know when he would be free after this trip. He only hoped that he could spend more time with his 2 senior sisters in these 3 months and enjoy more time with his 2 women. Such a life was simply a luxury for him. Chapter 1727. Is this the Grand Crystal Mountain Range where Colored Glass sect is located? Su Yan looked down at the undulating mountain range below and asked. N. Yang Kai, who was standing next to her, nodded before releasing his divine sense and using his status as a star master, sweeping the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers before smiling. It seems that when Corpse Spirit Religion attacked, Colored Glass sect's headquarters didn't suffer much damage. It's about the same as the last time I was here. Xianxia Chong looked into the distance and said softly, the world energy on Shadowed Star is really incomparable to Tong Xian realm. Every place we've been to these days, whether it's the world energy or the scenery, it far surpasses Tong Xian realms. She looked slightly disappointed. Yang Kai was Shadowed Star's Star Master, the Star Master of Tong Xian realm. For every Star Master, a cultivation star that had its source refined was like their closest companion, like their own child. Tong Xian realm's desolation and lack of world energy made Xianxia Chong feel a little sad. Star Masters are closely related to cultivation stars. Little senior sister, you should work hard to improve your cultivation. One day Tong Xian realm will be revitalized again, Yang Kai comforted. N. Xianxia Chong nodded obediently. Let's go, Sect Master Gong should have received the news. Yang Kai grabbed the 2 women's hands and led them forward. It had been almost 3 months since Yang Kai began wandering Shadowed Star. Over the past 3 months, Yang Kai's group of 3 had visited almost all of Shadowed Star's famous scenic spots, experiencing all kinds of local customs and practices. The magnificent limitless ocean, the endless silent desert, and the many towering mountains and rivers, all of which left their footprints and silhouettes in their memories. These 3 months would definitely become the most beautiful memories in the hearts of the 3 of them. Colored Glass sect was Yang Kai's last stop. Yang Kai didn't come here to sightsee, but rather to ask Gong Ao Fu for something. Although Gong Ao Fu had led all of Colored Glass sect to join High Heaven sect when Corpse Spirit Religion was rampaging, High Heaven sect's forces were still quite strong. She herself became one of the elders of High Heaven sect, but after the hidden dangers of Corpse Spirit Religion were discovered, Yang Kai asked Gong Ao Fu to return to Grand Crystal Mountain. He knew better than anyone else the significance of a sect to a cultivator. Just like the sect he established on Shadowed Star called High Heaven sect. Even if Gong Ao Fu would have more room to develop if she stayed in High Heaven sect, she would always remember Colored Glass sect, the sect that gave birth to her and raised her. What's more, when Gong Ao Fu joined High Heaven sect, Yang Kai had allowed her to rebuild Colored Glass sect in the future. Letting her go was just to fulfill his promise. Gong Aofu was indeed moved to tears. Although she led the cultivator of colored glass sect back to Taiching Mountain, she also made a solemn vow that colored glass sect would no longer exist. It was under the control of High Heaven sect and was an affiliated sect of High Heaven sect. This was the first subsidiary sect of High Heaven sect. What's more, it was a very important subsidiary sect. When Yang Kai brought Su Yan and Xianing Chong here, he had already sent a message to Gong Aofu. By the time they arrived at Colored Glass Sect's main peak, there was already a large group of people standing down below, led by a beautiful woman. She was full of charm and had a voluptuous figure. Naturally, she was Gong Aofu. Dai Yuan's face was still full of pockmarks, making her look extremely ugly, but standing beside Gong Aofu only served to accentuate Gong Aofu's beauty. Behind the two of them, these people were the only remaining elders and elite disciples of Colored Glass Sect, In Su Dai among them. Seeing Yang Kai's light descend, the group of people down below immediately wore solemn expressions and saluted. Subordinate Gong Aofu greets Sect Master and Madam Sect Master. Gong Aofu quickly said, "None of you are outsiders. Sect Master Gong doesn't need to be so polite." Yang Kai waved his hand while Su Yan smiled at Gong Aofu and calmly accepted the title she had just received. On the other hand, Xianing Chong, even though she was wearing a veil, even with the veil covering her face, one could still see the blush on her face and her delicate earlobes. Even after so many years, this little senior sister was still as shy as ever. "Sister Dai Yuan, long time no see." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan again, his eyes sweeping over her face meaningfully. Others might not know what kind of face was hidden under this disgusting face, but Yang Kai was well aware of it. Dai Yuan's figure was indeed exquisite and curvaceous, but her dignified appearance was very off-putting, making it extremely difficult for anyone to have a good impression of her. Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were simply the difference between heaven and earth. Would a divine dragon soaring in the sky ever pay attention to an ant crawling on the ground? As such, almost no one understood why Yang Kai cared so much about Dai Yuan. Facing Yang Kai's greetings, Dai Yuan just nodded lightly, not showing much enthusiasm. Gong Aofu smiled from the side. Subordinate heard from Great Elder that Sect Master has been wandering around Shadowed Star these past few months. Did you gain anything? Just looking at the scenery, how could I gain anything? Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. Sect Master and his two wives are a perfect match made in heaven. It seems that traveling hand in hand was the greatest gain. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and Xianing Chong before smiling knowingly. Although they knew that Gong Aofu was trying to flatter them, the three of them didn't feel any disgust. "I wonder why Sect Master has come to Colored Glass Sect today? Are you simply here to enjoy the scenery? If that is the case, Subordinate will do his best to arrange for you. My Grand Crystal Mountains scenery is also quite good." "That's not it." Yang Kai shook his head. "I came here this time because I have a presumptuous request to make." "Please speak freely, Sect Master." Gong Aofu smiled tenderly. "Without Sect Master's care, my Colored Glass Sect would have long since ceased to exist. If Sect Master has any request for Colored Glass Sect, it is Colored Glass Sect's honor. Why would you need to make such a presumptuous request?" Seeing her being so straightforward, Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll be frank, I came here to ask for some 1,000 illusion-colored glass. Your 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain hasn't been destroyed by corpse spirit religion, right? 1,000 illusion-colored glass?" Gong Aofu raised her brow. "The 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain is a world wonder, so corpse spirit religion's people can't destroy it. However, if Sect Master wants the 1,000 illusion-colored glass, it will be a little difficult. My Colored Glass Sect has been accumulating for so many years, but we only have 2 or 3 ounces of it. Is that enough for Sect Master?" 3 taels is too little." Yang Kai laughed dumbly. "Then, should we have Dai Yuan use her secret technique to mine some?" Gong Aofu asked. In the entire Colored Glass Sect, only Dai Yuan, who cultivated a special secret technique, was able to refine 1,000 illusion-colored glass and extract this strange material. As such, even if Colored Glass Sect possessed a rare treasure like 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, they had never been able to use it. It had to be said that this was indeed a tragedy. "Disciple can't mine much, but I think Yang Kai will have his own way." Dai Yuan looked towards Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. "Impudence. Gong Ao Fu shouted, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring at Dai Yuan majestically. How dare you call sect master by his name? Although her tone was reproachful, all her attention was focused on Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of anger, Gong Ao Fu relaxed. It doesn't matter, Sister Dai Yuan and I are already familiar with each other, so calling her by name isn't a big deal, Yang Kai smiled. Dai Yuan grit her teeth and shot a rebuking glare towards Yang Kai. Before corpse spirit religion swept across Shadowed Star, she and Yang Kai had already been friends and had always referred to him as such, but now this guy had leapt to the top and was actually able to command her honored master. Dai Yuan felt extremely awkward at this. Sect master is magnanimous, subordinate has neglected to teach Dai Yuan. Gong Ao Fu bowed and changed the subject. Does sect master have a way to mine 1,000 illusion-colored glass himself? And Yang Kai nodded. In that case it's much more convenient. Sect master can mine as much as he wants. In any case, we don't know how to use 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain. Please follow me, sect master. Saying so, Gong Ao Fu immediately led the way forward. Yang Kai, Su Yan and Xianing Chong hurriedly followed. The cultivator from Colored Glass sect was also very curious about what method Yang Kai was going to use to mine 1,000 illusion-colored glass, so naturally they followed suit, wanting to see what was going on. You fool. In Su Dai looked at the departing crowd and approached Dai Yuan with a look of disappointment. When sect master took the initiative to greet you, why did you have such a cold look on your face? What should I have done? Stick to him? Dai Yuan glanced over at her. In Su Dai was rendered speechless for a moment, but after thinking about it for a moment she suddenly giggled. If it were me, I would have stuck to him. He is the most powerful person on Shadowed Star. Taking the initiative to stick to him isn't embarrassing. You wish, but do you think you can compare to those two women beside him? Dai Yuan looked at In Su Dai contemptuously. In Su Dai was startled, recalling the graceful bearing of Su Yan and Xianing Chong. She couldn't help feeling like she had been dwarfed by these two. Su Yan didn't need to be mentioned. The cold aura she gave off was extremely powerful, making In Su Dai feel a great deal of pressure. With Su Yan around, In Su Dai didn't even have the courage to speak to Yang Kai. Even that extremely delicate woman with a veil on her face had a holy and inviolable temperament. It was a temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. So what if I can't compare? As long as sect master is happy, I still have a chance. In Su Dai coldly snorted. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Dai Yuan rolled her eyes at her before her figure flickered and she also followed the crowd. Idiot senior sister, you ugly woman. In Su Dai cursed behind her as she bared her fangs. Dai Yuan simply ignored her. 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain was a small mountain composed of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. It was extremely heavy and looked simple, but in fact, 1,000 illusion-colored glass gave off an innate colored glass divine light. Colored glass divine light had the miraculous effect of restraining the 5 elements and restraining one's soul. Dai Yuan had given Yang Kai a colored glass bead that had formed in her body after she swallowed 1,000 illusion-colored glass, similar to the monster beast's monster core. Yang Kai had refined it and merged it with his demon eye of annihilation, greatly increasing its power. In addition, 1,000 illusion-colored glass had a strange ability to transform into thousands of different forms. It was rumored that if one used 1,000 illusion-colored glass to refine an artifact, it could transform into many different forms when facing an enemy, making it impossible for them to guard against. Chapter 1728. When High Heaven Sect's Origin King grade starship was refined, a large amount of 1,000 illusion-colored glass was added to it. Not only did this greatly improve the starship's defense, but it could also be controlled by the spirit arrays inside the starship. When sailing through the starfield, the starship could disguise itself as a meteorite to confuse the enemy. Only young Inflammation could accomplish such a feat. No artifact refiner in the entire Starry Sky territory could refine so much 1,000 illusion-colored glass into a starship. In front of 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain, in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai simply released the stone mongoose and let it mine on its own. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed it to devour various rare minerals and refine their essence. Since 1,000 illusion-colored glass was classified as a type of mineral, it was inevitable that it would be restrained by the stone mongoose. Even the stone mountain in the blood prison territory had been hollowed out by the stone mongoose, So how could Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain resist the stone mongoose's demonic claws? Under the astonished gazes of Gong Ao Fu and the others, the stone mongoose quickly arrived in front of Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain, opened its mouth wide, and began to chew on the Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Asterisk ka 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 ka. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as the stone mongoose gnawed a hole in Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short time, a large chunk of this Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain, which had been a hindrance to colored glass sect for thousands of years, was missing. The cultivator of colored glass sect were all dumbfounded. A moment later, the stone mongoose's entire body had drilled into Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Although it was impossible to see what it was doing inside, the crunching sounds continued to ring out. It was easy to imagine that as this sound rang out, it must have devoured a large amount of Thousand Illusion-colored glass. Sect Master. This puppet creature actually has such a magical ability? Gong Ao Fu exclaimed. She knew about the existence of the stone mongoose after all during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain. She had also observed it from a distance. However, at that time, the stone mongoose had only transformed into a stone giant and wielded the heaven-shaking pillar in an indomitable manner. But to his surprise, the stone mongoose was not only strong, it could also easily eat the illusion glass. It is a very special existence. It has helped me a lot, Yang Kai answered casually. Zhou Xian pondered for a moment before adding, I need quite a lot of myriad illusion glass. Sect Master is free to do as he pleases, even if you have to take away the entire Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Gong Ao Fu did not wait for him to finish speaking and took the initiative to express her stance. That's not necessary, Yang Kai laughed involuntarily. This Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain isn't small, so I'll only take 1%. It's definitely enough. If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for 2 to 3 days. If Sect Master doesn't mind, why don't you go to the main peak to rest first? Come back in 2 to 3 days. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Gong Ao Fu immediately arranged everything and personally led him, Su Yan and Xianing Chong to the main peak, where they lived in the best palace. She also did not arrange any banquets for Yang Kai, because she knew that Yang Kai did not care about such things and only ordered the sect's disciples to serve him wholeheartedly and not to disturb him when Yang Kai did not need them. 3 days later, everything was in order. The stone mongoose had been swallowing the Thousand Illusion-colored glass for 3 days. Its belly was now somewhat round and rolling, a clear indication of how much it had eaten. Yang Kai had it spit out the Thousand Illusion-colored glass. After putting it into his space ring, Yang Kai bid farewell to Gong Ao Fu. Before leaving, Yang Kai left behind some origin-grade artifacts and some origin-grade spirit pills for colored glass sect. Whether it was origin-grade artifacts or origin-grade spirit pills, they were all extremely precious treasures on Shadowed Star. Gong Ao Fu was naturally overjoyed and led the sect's elders and elite disciples to respectfully send off Yang Kai. 10 days later, High Heaven Sect. In the square of the main hall, a brand new space array was arranged under the direction of Yang Kai. This space array was somewhat different from the ones Yang Kai had arranged on Shadowed Star before. The main difference was that it occupied a smaller area, but the overall space array gave off a more dignified feeling. This was a space array that could carry out ultra-long distance stars transmission. It was also the space array Yang Kai was using to locate High Heaven Sect. Just like before, with this space array as a foundation, Yang Kai only needed to arrange another space array on a nearby star and locate it, then he could perform the transmission. At this point, High Heaven Sect's 2 major space arrays had been completed. One was arranged outside High Heaven Sect and was used to communicate with all of Shadowed Star, while the other was a newly arranged space array. In the future, it would connect to some part of Shadowed Star's territory, something Yang Kai was looking forward to. Over the past 3 months, the entire High Heaven Sect had exhausted all of its resources, but only managed to collect less than 2,000 space spirit crystals for Yang Kai. These space spirit crystals were almost all of Shadowed Star's reserves, unless there were undiscovered space spirit crystal lodes. According to Yang Kai's estimation, these space spirit crystals should be enough to arrange 3 or 4 space arrays in Shadowed Star's territory. After arranging all the trivial matters and saying goodbye to his family and friends, Yang Kai went to the 6th layer of the Lu Yen sand field again and chatted with Yang Yen for a while before summoning his star shuttle and flying off. Inside High Heaven Sect, Tens of thousands of people looked up and watched as the streak of light soared into the sky and finally disappeared from sight. Be careful on the way. Zhou Xian and Xianing Chong stood on different peaks as they silently wished each other the best of luck. Outside Shadowed Star's 100,000 kilometer radius, the invisible starfield territory was filled with astral winds. Here large and small starfield storms gathered, raged, annihilated, then reformed again. This cycle repeated itself. The fast-moving meteorite sea could smash any warrior or battleship that dared to enter this place to pieces. This was one of Shadowed Star's barriers. Shadowed Star's cultivator called it the Dead Territory. This dead territory was 1 million kilometers away and surrounded Shadowed Star, preventing anyone from leaving Shadowed Star or entering this place. If this was all there was to it, it would not have been enough to stop Origin Kings. Even if Shadowed Star was remote, there would always be Origin Kings who would come here over the past 10,000 years. However, inside this dead territory, there was something that could cause even Origin Kings to pale. Emperor pressure. Only Emperor pressure could cause Origin Kings to shrink back. The last time Yang Kai took Qian Tong and the others out of Shadowed Star, he had relied on the powerful defenses of the Origin King grade starship to rush out of this place. But this time he was alone and had left the Origin King grade starship in High Heaven Sect as a precaution. Yang Kai could only rely on himself. He did not know how this dead territory was formed before, but after listening to Yang Inflammation talk about so many ancient secrets, he clearly realized that this dead territory was the battlefield left behind by the battle between Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor. As such, this place was filled with Emperor pressure and was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, although Emperor pressure was terrifying, it was not the first time Yang Kai had experienced it. When the Emperor Garden opened, he had used this Emperor pressure to integrate his space force into his Shi. Yang Kai was confident that his resistance to Emperor pressure was not inferior to anyone. Rushing straight into this dead territory, Yang Kai dodged the asteroids that came from all directions. The invisible astral wind blew on him like sharp blades, cutting his body. Dazzling sparks sputtered, making ear-piercing screeching noises that made people grind their teeth. A five-colored glow bloomed around Yang Kai's body as he used his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art to protect himself. Coupled with the constant consumption of Shadowed Heaven pills, Yang Kai's current physical strength had already been sublimated to an unimaginable level. The invisible astral winds, which even Origin Kings feared, could not hurt him at all. Occasionally, the asteroids that hit him would be torn apart in an instant. Yang Kai rushed into one of the dead territory storms without fear, and a storm so huge that it seemed capable of swallowing whole stars soon submerged his figure. But it was not long before Yang Kai rushed out from the other side of the storm safely. Cutting through all obstacles in his way, Yang Kai was unstoppable. Yang Kai even had the leisure to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor pressure in this dead territory. This was far more helpful to his growth and improvement than absorbing the energy in the territory stones. Yang Kai's Shi had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and his Saint Qi physical body and soul had all reached the peak of the Origin returning realm. If not for the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, Yang Kai could also try to break through the shackles of the Origin King realm and achieve the prestige of an Origin King. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's gains became greater and greater. However, Yang Kai soon discovered some problems. Comprehending the Emperor pressure in this dead territory was indeed a rare experience, but Yang Kai always felt that this Emperor pressure was too profound and difficult to comprehend. It was not as easy to grasp as the energy in the territory stones. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai understood. He was now at the peak of the Origin returning realm, and the next realm was the Origin King realm. After the Origin King realm, there was a higher realm. Above this higher realm was the Yang Inflammation realm, where he could obtain Emperor pressure. Right now, comprehending the Emperor pressure was indeed a bit too far away. Just like a child who had yet to learn how to crawl, he had to stand up and walk. Naturally, he would not be able to do it. It seemed that it would be best for Yang Kai to enter this dead territory after reaching the Origin King realm. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time and rushed straight forward. Yang Kai had a star in his knowledge sea, so there was no need to worry about getting lost in this vast territory. Through this star, Yang Kai could roughly estimate the distance between different stars and Shadowed Star, making it easier for him to choose a location to arrange a space array. One day a year later, Yang Kai landed on an icy dead star. There were innumerable dead stars in the entire star field. Perhaps after hundreds of millions of years, some of these dead stars would be able to derive world laws and give birth to life. However, this was too far away. Most dead stars, from their birth to their destruction, would remain in this desolate and lonely state. After landing, Yang Kai did not immediately rest but instead searched the surrounding 300,000 kilometers. After determining that there was no aura of life here, Yang Kai found a valley-like terrain and prepared to arrange the first space array here. This space array would become an indispensable hub for Shadowed Star to contact the outside world. Chapter 1729. The stone mongoose was released by Yang Kai and allowed to move about on its own. Over the past year, Yang Kai had occasionally landed on some dead stars, and every time he did so, he would release the stone mongoose and let it explore to see if there were any other gains. The stone mongoose did not disappoint him. With its innate talent, it could often find some rare minerals. However, there were not many of them, so Yang Kai did not care much about them and simply ordered it to refine and absorb them on its own. By absorbing the essence of these minerals, the stone mongoose could strengthen itself and become stronger. The stone mongoose's small body soon disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. He then took out a variety of things from his space ring and began to arrange the space array. The mountain valley he chose was not small, and if one looked down from the void it would look like a hole in this dead star. Yang Kai chose a spot close to the rock wall and began to melt various materials and minerals in his hands, taking on various shapes. One after another, large and small parts appeared and piled up around Yang Kai. These things were the foundation of arranging a space array. As long as they were completely refined and assembled together, then poured space force into them to inscribe the space array's array diagram, the process would be complete. This was not the first time Yang Kai had done this. Before leaving Shadowed Star, he had personally arranged an ultra-long-distance space array that could cross stars, so this was not a difficult task for him. All he needed was time. With no one to help him, Yang Kai had to deal with this alone. The time it took was indeed a bit too long. It took about 15 days for Yang Kai to complete the space array. The space array was arranged close to the rock wall, and if one did not search carefully they would not be able to find it. However, this was not enough to ensure the safety of the space array. As Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into the space array in front of him, the color of the space array began to change, and soon, it looked exactly the same as the surrounding Earth. At first glance it looked like this. This space array was like a part of the Earth. Only when one looked at it closely would they find some clues. Before leaving, Yang Kai hadn't gone to Colored Glass Sect to ask for so much 1,000 illusion colored glass without any purpose. The main reason he wanted this 1,000 illusion colored glass was to add it to his space array. Increase the concealment of the formation. Although this was a dead star, who could guarantee that no cultivator would come here? If the formation was too obvious and someone discovered it, it would be troublesome. However, things were different with the 1,000 illusion colored glass. The 1,000 illusion colored glass could transform into a myriad of forms. It was extremely easy for Yang Kai to enhance the concealment of the array by refining it into the array. Furthermore, with the addition of the myriad illusion colored glass, the stability of the formation was greatly enhanced. As such, even if there were some meteors or storms, they wouldn't be able to destroy the formation. He investigated the area. After confirming that there were no problems with his arrangement, Yang Kai was very satisfied. Only then did he begin to inscribe the formation diagram inside the formation. As the formation diagram was completed, Yang Kai once again poured his space force into it. The formation hummed in an instant. Yang Kai raised his brow as a look of joy appeared on his face. This movement meant that the spirit array arranged by Yang Kai had been connected to the one in High Heaven Sect, but whether or not it could be transferred over remained to be tested and verified. Naturally, he could only do this himself. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so even if the transmission went wrong he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he could just rely on his space force to tear through the void and rush out through a void crack. After calling out to the stone mongoose in his mind, Yang Kai stood in place and waited quietly. After a full day, the stone mongoose finally arrived. If not for the special connection between Yang Kai and it and knowing that it was safe and sound, he would have thought that it had met with an accident and died here. Yang Kai glared at it, but just as he was about to reprimand it, his eyes suddenly fixed on the stone mongoose's stomach. The stone mongoose's stomach was rolling. At a glance, it was obvious that this guy had swallowed a lot of minerals in the past half a month, and a lot of minerals at that. Otherwise, It would have been impossible for its bottomless stomach to become like this. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. This was because the dead stars he encountered along the way were extremely barren. Some of them didn't even have anything of value. Could be said that they were barren lands. But now the stone mongoose had harvested so many minerals from this dead star. It was obvious that although there was no world energy here, there were definitely minerals. And the minerals that caught the stone mongoose's eyes were definitely not cheap. "Spit them out for me to see," Yang Kai said to the stone mongoose. The stone puppet scratched its head and did not hesitate, opening its mouth and pouring out a pile of different-sized ores that exuded a variety of colors. These ores then piled up higher and higher, gradually forming a small hill. After spitting them out, it patted its shriveled belly with an innocent look on its face. "This is..." Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he stared at a basin-sized rock that was giving off a silver glow. Stepping forward and reaching out to touch it, he released his divine sense to investigate it and muttered, "Heavenly isolating silver?" Today's Yang Kai was no longer the young boy he used to be. After so many years of wandering and experience, he had developed extraordinary eyesight and profound knowledge. While he didn't dare say he knew all the cultivation materials in the star territory, he could at least recognize most of them. This basin-sized silver ore was obviously an origin-grade high-rank material, heavenly isolating silver. If this thing was added to an artifact, it could greatly improve the flexibility of the artifact. As a result, it would be difficult for an artifact to be damaged in battle. Simply put, heavenly isolating silver was a supplementary material that could be added when refining artifacts. Could be added to any artifact. It was a versatile material. A cultivator would view their artifacts as extremely precious, so if a material that could improve the performance of an artifact appeared, it would inevitably cause a scramble. Heavenly isolating silver was such a material and its value was not low. A pigeon egg-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver could sell for at least 100,000 high-rank Saint crystals. A basin-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver was worth at least a few million high-rank Saint crystals. Before Yang Kai could recover from his shock, his eyes were attracted to another piece of ore that was giving off a golden glow. Profound aura spirit. 5-colored sand. Blue phoenix tear iron. There are so many Saint crystals. Yang Kai checked them one by one, and after a while he was completely shocked by the harvest of the stone mongoose over the past half a month. Silently estimating the value of the pile of things in front of him, Yang Kai found that the stone mongoose's harvest in half a month was almost equivalent to the entire treasury of a mid-level sect on Shadowed Star. All of these ores in front of him were excellent materials for refining artifacts, and some of them had even reached the level of Origin King grade. But what Yang Kai couldn't figure out was that the stone mongoose had actually swallowed a large number of Saint crystals. It was understandable that so many ores would appear on this dead star, but there was no world energy here, so how could Saint crystals be produced? Saint crystals were generally only produced on cultivation stars with rich world energy and life. They would never appear on a dead star. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as two completely different guesses appeared in the depths of his heart. Without hesitation, he asked the stone mongoose to swallow the ores in front of him again. "Where did you find these? Take me to see them." The stone mongoose didn't say a word as it used its hands and feet to lead the way. 100,000 kilometers away from the valley where Yang Kai set up the space array, there was a pothole-like cave. After the stone mongoose came here, it directly jumped down. Yang Kai followed closely behind. When he set up the space array before, he had checked the surrounding 300,000 kilometers and didn't find any danger, but he didn't pay much attention to a cave like this. The stone mongoose had obviously found something good inside. The cave seemed to be very deep, and as Yang Kai descended, the only sound he could hear was a strong wind blowing past his ears. However, Yang Kai wasn't afraid and simply released his divine sense to investigate the situation below. Even if it was pitch black, he could still see clearly. After descending for about 3,000 meters, they reached the bottom of the cave. After stepping foot on the ground, Yang Kai immediately expanded his divine sense to check the surroundings. After this investigation, he was immediately shocked. This underground was not the desolate catacombs that he had imagined. Instead, it was a gigantic space that was so huge that even his divine telekinesis could not scan the ends of it. The air was a little dry, but it didn't affect his breathing. However, under the divine sense of Yongkai, he was surprised to find that in this space, there were ruins of collapsed buildings that extended into the distance. This was actually a ruin. Judging from the style of the buildings, this ruin had obviously existed for a very long time. It was very likely that it was left behind tens of thousands of years ago. And this ruin was obviously the headquarters of a large sect. Just as I thought. Although Yongkai looked surprised, he was extremely calm inside. Everything was similar to what he had guessed. After discovering that the stone mongoose had brought back a large number of saint crystals, Yongkai guessed two possibilities. The first possibility was that this dead star was developing its own world principles and was on the verge of forming them. A dead star of this level wouldn't give off any clues from the outside, but it would produce saint crystals on the inside. These saint crystals would continue to emit world energy for countless years to come, filling the dead star's heavens and earth, gradually making the dead star habitable. This was also the process of a dead star evolving into a cultivation star. Such a dead star could be considered a newborn among stars. However, Yongkai didn't detect any traces of world principles in this dead star. If that was the case, then this possibility was unlikely to be true. The other conjecture was more likely. A long time ago, this dead star was not a dead star but a real cultivation star. However, due to some unforeseen events, the laws of this dead star collapsed and its spiritual energy dissipated, turning it into its current state. If Tongxian realm didn't make any changes, it would likely become a dead star in a few thousand years or so. Chapter 1730. People are born, grow old, get sick and die, and stars are no exception. Although Yongkai didn't know what caused this place to become a dead star, he could tell from the materials brought back by the stone mongoose that this place used to be a rich and beautiful place a long time ago. The ruins in front of him should have been the headquarters of some sect back in the day. A call came from not far away, interrupting Yongkai's thoughts. He turned his head and was surprised to find that it was the stone mongoose calling for him. Yongkai nodded gently and his figure flickered as he chased after it. Along the way, Yongkai checked his surroundings from time to time. Soon he found that there was no danger in this place. Because there was no world energy in this place, even if there were remnants of a spirit array in this ruin, even if it was intact, it couldn't be activated. In other words, this ruin was extremely safe. After a while, the stone mongoose brought Yongkai to a place that looked like a storeroom. There were a lot of minerals, some jade bottles and other miscellaneous things piled up here. It was obvious that those jade bottles contained spirit pills. Yongkai picked up a few jade bottles and checked them. He found that the spirit pills in them had long lost their world energy and turned into ashes, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Some of the worthless things were obviously herbs. After countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, their medicinal properties had faded and they had become useless. There were also a lot of saint crystals, but because they weren't stored properly, they were basically useless. The saint crystals that the stone mongoose swallowed were probably all the useful saint crystals in here. In such a storeroom, the only valuable things left were the minerals. Minerals were durable, and even if they weren't stored in a special way, they wouldn't lose their efficacy. In the storeroom, there were still several times more minerals than the stone mongoose had swallowed. All of them were rare and valuable. Yongkai stretched out his hand and collected all the ores into his space ring. Then he continued to explore the surroundings with the stone mongoose. After a day, he finished exploring the entire ruin. He didn't find anything special. Most of the valuable things in the ruins were probably kept in the warehouse. Even the spatial rings on the skeletons had long since collapsed due to the lack of nourishment from the world's spirit energy. Everything stored inside had been destroyed. However, Yongkai discovered that the ruins were only the tip of the iceberg in this huge underground space. It was as if there was another world underground. It occupied an extremely vast area. He decided to explore it. After leaving the ruins, Yongkai flew forward for less than half a day and arrived in front of a desolate mountain range. Within the mountain range there were countless mines. After arriving here, the stone mongoose, who had been following Yongkai closely, showed an eager expression, as if it was very interested in the interior of the mountain range. There are minerals inside? Yongkai turned to look at it. The stone mongoose is very sensitive to minerals. The more valuable something was, the more it could arouse its desire. Just like how wolves and dogs were born with a keen sense of smell, the stone mongoose had a unique sense of smell when it came to minerals. Hearing Yang Kai's question, the stone mongoose quickly nodded. Let's go and have a look. Yang Kai laughed and waved his hand. Xianxia wrapped the stone mongoose and rushed into the mountain range. After a while, Yang Kai's low voice came from the mine. Annihilation crystal lode. There was indeed a lode here, and it was an extremely rare annihilation crystal lode. Annihilation crystal could not be used to refine artifacts because it was extremely resistant to the world's spirit energy. It could be said that it was incompatible with the world's spirit energy. If it was used to refine artifacts, no one would be able to use it. No one was able to use it, and the artifact was completely destroyed. However, there was no doubt that it was precious. It was because of its natural resistance to spirit energy that it could be used to set up spirit arrays. The spirit array arranged with annihilation crystals could restrict a cultivator from using their Xianxia, so if they were to accidentally fall into it, they would lose their life. If one accidentally fell into it, it would be similar to the Serene Soul Island where one could only rely on their physical strength. The famous Annihilation Solitary Void Array required annihilation crystals as its array core. If a cultivator could not use their Xianxia or artifacts, could they still be called a cultivator? The residents of Shadowed Soul Island used Shadowed Heaven pills to temper their physiques, allowing them to survive in that kind of environment, but not every cultivator had a pill like Shadowed Heaven pill, and not every cultivator focused on tempering their physique. The Annihilation Solitary Void Array could be said to be the nemesis of almost every cultivator. Even if an Origin King Realm Master fell into it, they would inevitably be disgraced. Although this spirit array was powerful, annihilation crystals were extremely rare. But here there was an annihilation crystal lode, and judging from the exposed crystals on the stone walls, this lode was actually rich. There were 3 grades of ore veins: rich ore veins, ordinary ore veins, and poor ore veins. Each grade had its own unique evaluation criteria. Generally speaking, a lode that reached the rich grade only needed to be casually mined to collect the corresponding minerals. The value of such lodes was astonishing, and they were extremely rare. Yang Kai had not expected that he would actually find a rich annihilation crystal lode here. The stone mongoose had already rushed up and began swallowing countless annihilation crystals in a short time. Kai Yang didn't hesitate and rushed forward to loot the area. Although this place was affected by the annihilation crystal and Xianxia was greatly suppressed, Yang Kai's physical strength was extremely strong, so his mining speed was only slightly slower than the stone mongoose's. In less than a day, Yang Kai had mined at least 500 annihilation crystals. As for the ones swallowed by the stone mongoose, it was simply impossible to calculate. 500 annihilation crystals were enough to arrange a spirit array to cover a small sect. But no sect would be stupid enough to do so. If they did, their disciples would not be able to cultivate in the future. They would not be able to sense the world energy, so how could they cultivate? Annihilation crystals were very suitable for arranging spirit arrays in special places, such as certain forbidden areas or traps. The mineral load in the belly of the mountain didn't seem to have decreased at all. Yang Kai released his divine sense but couldn't help sighing. It was simply unrealistic for him to want to mine this rich lode all by himself. He might have to waste several years of his time here because of this. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai did not continue. He called out to the stone mongoose and led it away from the mountain range to continue exploring. Another day later, under the mysterious senses of the stone mongoose, Yang Kai arrived at another mountain range. Looking at the situation inside, Yang Kai could not help but sigh. He couldn't help but groan. Heavenly Jade Hook. This was a heaven hook jade lode that could nourish one's soul. The heaven-grasping jade was a very special kind of jade that had a dark green hue. When stimulated with Xianxia, this kind of jade could release a gentle power that nourished one's knowledge sea and strengthened one's spiritual energy. This property was somewhat similar to the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, but its effects were far inferior to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus could exist in a cultivator's knowledge sea, constantly nourishing the cultivator's soul. The reason why Yang Kai's soul was so powerful, it was because of the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years. However, the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, so how could it be obtained so casually? This kind of treasure was something even an Origin King Realm Master coveted. The Heaven Hook Jade was different. Even if it was much lower in grade than the soul-warming lotus, it was still extremely precious. It was one of the best materials for cultivating one's soul. Heaven Hook Jade would occasionally appear in the market of every star, but it would always be snatched up by the cultivator. Heaven Hook Jade was a priceless cultivation material. But here a Heaven Hook Jade lode actually existed. Judging from the scattered dark green light, this Heaven Hook Jade lode was not too rich, but it was definitely not barren either. It was the grade of a normal lode. As usual, while Yang Kai was in a daze, the stone mongoose had already begun swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's Heaven Hook Jade. Yang Kai didn't collect much, only about 100 pieces of Heaven Hook Jade. He then called out to the stone puppet who was reluctant to part with him. Yang Kai took it with him and continued to explore. He faintly felt that this dead star he had accidentally landed on seemed to contain unimaginable wealth. 3 days later, Yang Kai discovered another Blue Phoenix Tier Iron lode. A month later, Yang Kai had discovered as many as 8 lodes. And one of them was actually a Saint Crystal lode. He did not continue to explore. After a month, he vaguely understood that this dead star was definitely a legendary or star. Every cultivation star had its own world principles. These world principles were generally the same, but there were some subtle differences. These differences would lead to the production of materials on a cultivation star being very different. Perhaps some stars were suitable for the growth of medicines, and these stars were called medicine stars. Spirit medicines that normally took 100 years to mature would mature in 50, 30, or even 10 years on these medicine stars, greatly reducing the growth time. Some stars were suitable for the growth of minerals, and these stars were called Ore stars. On Ore stars there were countless rare minerals, a dazzling variety and extremely rich in resources. In star territory, the most powerful forces all controlled a certain number of Ore stars and medicine stars. For example, Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce, where Shuiyu belonged, had more than one Ore star and medicine star. It was precisely because of this backing that Hung Luo Chamber of Commerce could do business throughout star territory and become famous. The dead star Yang Kai discovered was undoubtedly an Ore star, and judging from the quantity and quality of the ore veins, even among Ore stars, this one was considered top-notch. I've struck gold. If High Heaven Sect can control this Ore star, how could it not develop and grow in the future? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he became a little excited. Immediately, without hesitation, Yang Kai began to arrange a space array in the Saint Crystal lode he was in, connecting it to the one in the mountain valley on the surface. Because he was not arranging an ultra-long-distance space array that could cross stars, it was undoubtedly much faster. In less than a day, Yang Kai had completed the arrangement. Standing in the middle of the space array, he inserted Saint Crystals into the groove at the base of the array. With a flash of white light, Yang Kai arrived at the mountain valley on the surface. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai took out Saint Crystals again and inserted them into the cross-cultivation star space array at his feet. Locking onto the light representing shadowed star in the array, he activated it. Chapter 1731. When Yang Kai appeared in the 100-flower garden, Yi Shiyun, who was teaching the little girl Lin Yun her martial skills, was startled for a long time before looking at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Sect Master, why are you back so soon? Did you encounter some kind of danger?" After all, the last time Yang Kai left Shadowed Star, it had taken him 7 or 8 years to return. From Yang Xiuzhu and the others, Yi Shiyun had learned how remote Shadowed Star was and that it would take several years just to travel back and forth. But now Yang Kai had only left Shadowed Star a little more than a year ago. So why had he returned at this time? "I found an Ore star," Yang Kai replied concisely, sweeping Lin Yuna with his divine sense while answering Yi Shiyun's question. Yang Kai was shocked to find that this talented and powerful little girl, who was only 14 or 15 years old this year, had a vitality comparable to that of an origin-returning realm-old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Although her petite body looked delicate and weak, every movement she made contained a strength that was difficult to ignore. Compared with the last time Yang Kai saw her outside Clear Sky Sect's Black Sea City, Lin Yun had grown more than just a little. Even her body had grown slightly, her small chest stood erect, her legs slender, and her hair was tied up casually behind her head, giving her a valiant appearance. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her, Lin Yun obediently called him Uncle Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "An Ore star." Yi Shiyun's eyes lit up. Although she had lived on Shadowed Star for a long time, she had never experienced the wonders of star territory. But that did not mean Yi Shiyun did not know what an ore star represented. It represented wealth, strength, development, and a broad future. This was especially true for a sect. A richer star? Yi Shiyun asked with interest. Very rich, more rich than you can imagine. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice. I only explored there for a month and found 8 mineral lodes of varying wealth, including the Annihilation Crystal Lode, Blue Phoenix Tear Iron and Heaven Hook Jade, Piercing Ice Copper, Water Cloud Steel and a Saint Crystal Mine. So many. Even with Yi Shiyun's calm temperament, she couldn't help being shocked by the news brought back by Yang Kai, her beautiful brow rising slightly as her long eyelashes trembled slightly. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai shook his head. Is it dangerous there? It's not dangerous. It's just a dead star with no heaven and earth spiritual energy. Yang Kai said with a smile. If it's dangerous, I wouldn't have come back on purpose. I've been searching there for a month. Don't even mention the danger. We didn't even see a single living thing. Then sect master means. Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes. Naturally, we'll use the entire sect's strength to mine it. Yang Kai grinned. However, that place is too big and our High Heaven sect alone won't be able to swallow it all. Take a look at the sects we've been cooperating with recently and choose a few reliable ones to share some benefits with. Since this is sect master's order, this queen will naturally not refuse, but, although there are a few sects that have been cooperating well with us and follow our lead, we can't give them these benefits for free. We'll have them hand over 30% or 40% of what they mine to High Heaven sect. Moreover, we'll have to wait until we've established a foothold there before we invite them. Good, Great Elder is very thoughtful, Yang Kai nodded, but Shadow Moon Hall is naturally not included. Yi Shiyun pursed her lips and smiled. She also knew that the friendship between Yang Kai and Qian Tong was obviously not something that could be measured in terms of benefits. Good, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll go refine some special transmission tokens. Yang Kai finished speaking and immediately left. Because Yang Kai wanted to take many people to the ore star to mine ores this time, the transmission tokens had to be specially refined. Yang Kai spent some time refining 50 special transmission tokens. These transmission tokens were different from the previous ones. Each transmission token could ensure that 50 people could safely pass through the space array arranged by Yang Kai. Moreover, when the transmission tokens were being refined, Yang Kai also asked Yi Shiyun to use her Saint Qi to place a seal on them. As a result, if one wanted to use the transmission token, Yi Shiyun would first have to pour her Saint Qi into it to remove the seal. Although the method of using this transmission token was a bit cumbersome, it could guarantee its safety and also ensure that if the transmission token fell into the hands of an enemy, that enemy would not be able to use it. All those who wanted to use this transmission token had to first obtain Yi Shiyun's consent. It took Yang Kai a lot of time to refine this special transmission token, and it took him 10 days to complete it. He wanted to see Su Yan and Xianing Chong again, but to his surprise Su Yan and Xianing Chong had both entered retreat. In desperation, Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, after he finished arranging all the major space arrays in the territory of the communication star, he could return at any time, so there was no need to rush things. Qian Tong led a group of elites from Shadow Moon Hall to High Heaven sect. He was obviously interested in the news from Yi Shiyun, so for this trip he had dispatched 1,000 disciples. For the Shadow Moon Hall, which was currently recuperating, this number was not small. After arriving at High Heaven sect and listening to Yang Kai's detailed description of the situation on the dead star, Qian Tong could not wait to say, "Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. There are so many rare ores, if we can mine them all, it would be difficult for our two forces not to become rich." Does old man Qian want to leave Shadowed Star as soon as possible? Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile. Qian Tong was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. Indeed, this old master has been struck by lightning again these past few days, and as time passes, the world principles here are rejecting this old master more and more. This old master was afraid that if you did not return for a few dozen years, what would happen to me? Now that such an opportunity has presented itself, this old master naturally has to grasp it well. Yang Kai, you can rest assured that this old master will temporarily take charge of the ore star. If any blind fools discover it, this old master will deal with them properly. With old man Qian's words, I can truly rest assured. Yang Kai nodded. Standing up, he waved his hand and said, There's no time to lose, let's set out. In front of High Heaven Sect's cross-cultivation star space array, more than 2,000 cultivators were waiting. Of these 2,000 people, 1,000 were cultivators from Shadow Moon Hall, while the rest were from High Heaven Sect. Everyone's cultivation was not high, but they were all above the Saint King realm, with a few origin-returning realm cultivators mixed in. After all, they were heading to an unknown star. Some masters had to be responsible for their safety. 50 people formed a team. The leader of the team held the transmission token and entered the cross-cultivation star space array under the command of Yi Shiyun. Qian Tong followed the first team. He went ahead to explore. This was to avoid any dangers waiting on the other side. White light flashed constantly. The space array had not stopped since it began operating. In just the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the 2,000 cultivators had disappeared. On the cold and desolate dead star, everyone appeared in a mountain valley. Turning their heads to look around, almost everyone was a little uneasy. For these 2,000 people, it was the first time they had experienced the vastness and horror of a star's territory. This dead star with no world energy and no living creatures made them feel a little depressed. Seeing that Yang Kai was the last to appear, Qian Tong hurriedly rushed over and asked, "Is this the ore star you were talking about?" "It doesn't look very rich," Qian Tong was puzzled. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Dead stars are full of death chi, so how can you see any richness from the outside? The real mystery is here." Saying so, Yang Kai stomped his foot. "Underground?" "Yes, follow me." Yang Kai beckoned and led the way. The 2,000 people followed closely behind him, keeping a lookout for their surroundings while pushing forward. When they found that there was really no danger here, they slowly relaxed. In a place without world energy, it was indeed very difficult to encounter any danger. After leading 2,000 people through the wilderness for an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the pit and jumped in. The 2,000 people descended in an orderly manner. Soon everyone was standing in front of the ruins. Listening to Yang Kai talk about his various speculations about these ruins, Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun could not help but sigh. Birth, old age, illness, and death were all part of the heavenly way. Even stars could not escape such a fate, so could a cultivator? Perhaps after many years they would also turn into a pile of dirt. The current powerful High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall would also become ruins that no one had set foot on for countless years. The expressions of the two could not help but become a little sad. "My idea is to build a camp in this place. In any case, the site is ready-made, so all we need to do is move our hands a bit. With this place as the center, you can spread out to explore the surrounding areas and mine ores. If any disciples need to rest, they can also come back here to rest and recuperate. What do you two think?" Yang Kai pointed to the ruins in front of them and asked. "Good. I think there's no problem," Qian Tong nodded. "And Great Elder?" Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyun again. "Of course I have no problem with that. But the materials to build the houses." Qian Tong frowned. Yi Shiyun pursed her lips and smiled. "We brought them here. Since Sect Master already had this idea, how could he not have made plans? Before coming here, he had already asked the disciples to prepare everything. Since that's the case, this old master will benefit from this." Qian Tong laughed, turned around and shouted, "Disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, assist the brothers and sisters of High Heaven Sect in building houses here. This will be your temporary home from now on." The 1,000 disciples of Shadow Moon Hall roared in response. The ruins that had been deserted for countless years suddenly became lively as 2,000 people shuttled back and forth, using the various materials they had brought to build buildings. Yang Kai began to arrange a space array here. Since this place was going to become a camp, it naturally needed a space array to communicate with the outside. Whether it was the super array in the mountain valley or the one Yang Kai had left in the mineral lode, they all needed a transfer point to communicate with each other. This way it would be convenient to mine ores and save the disciples a lot of time.